Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 614. The female giant's knees went soft and she almost fell onto the deck. But she clenched her teeth. Using willpower that was comparable to steel, she released an unparalleled strength and forcefully supported her weak knees, standing up straight again. The plague dragon nails that entered her shoulder and abdomen had already dyed her wounds blue with poison. Even if the female giant was a heaven rank level 5, it was hard for her to bear the pain when she encountered a treasure that naturally countered her. Clap clap clap. The clown used his elbow to hold the magic wand and clapped his hands proudly. Fu Tu. The two Ox clan brothers whose hands were bound by the dragon whiskers were so angry that their eyes turned red. They crazily roared at their former comrade, Fu Tu. Big Sister, One-Eyed Dragon and the rest wanted to rush forward to support the female giant, but she waved her arm and pushed them away. Strangely, the female giant did not get angry. Instead, she calmly asked Fu Tu, who was retreating in fear, "Why? If I leave, in the Raging Flame Bandit group, you are the most powerful and have the most potential. It will be yours sooner or later. Why did you collude with outsiders to plot against me? Which part of me did not treat you well? Don't worry, I won't kill you. If I were to kill someone like you, I would be dirtying my own hands. Now, I just want to ask you one thing, why? Big Sister, I don't want to die. They forced me to do this, I had no choice." Fu Tu cried out of shame. "Can you not make it sound so pitiful?" The clown laughed coldly. He used his long fingers to point at Fu Tu and mocked mercilessly, "Who is the one who caused this disaster? It's you. If you did not come to my territory with the intention of snatching the beauty I reserved, then you would not have been caught by me. If you were not so perverted and wanted to kidnap the woman I was preparing to give to Wise Sage, I believe that Wise Sage would not have gotten into a conflict with Big Sister so easily. Fu Tu, in one sentence, you are the one who caused this disaster. After we captured you, who was the one who bowed down and surrendered, and even leaked the Raging Flame Group's latest hunting plan, letting us know about today's operation? You traitor, if you didn't tell us about the luxurious Starry Sky cruise, Marshal Longshong wouldn't have brought his troops here to rescue us. Fu Tu, not only did you betray us and tell on us, you even took the initiative to cooperate with us and killed your comrade, Deer Hunter, who was fighting alongside you. You even pretended to be seriously injured and used the plague dragon nail to ambush Big Sis. Ha 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 ha, a scumbag like you is 10,000 times scumbag compared to me, who was chased out of Raging Flame because I didn't dare to face a strong enemy head-on. Big Sis, I have to say, you've made a mistake this time. You forced me to do this." Fu Tu roared hysterically, but realized that the clown was ignoring him. He turned to the female giant and cried in remorse, "Big Sis, I reached heaven rank at such a young age. You also said that I have a lot of potential. I still have such a beautiful future ahead of me. I really don't want to die. They forced me. Brother Deer Hunter shouldn't have died, but he didn't listen to my advice and wanted to kill me. I had no choice. I didn't kill him, it was them who joined hands to kill him. I only listened to the clown's orders and chopped off his head. At that time, he was already dead. No matter if I chopped off Brother Deer Hunter's head or not, he was already dead. Also, ambushing you was also their order. If I didn't do that, they would have killed me. Big Sis, they have too many people, we can't win this battle, let's just surrender." "It's not us, it's you." One-Eyed Dragon spat. "From today onwards, we are no longer friends. We are no longer brothers with scumbags like you, but enemies. We won't rest until one of us is dead. I don't want to talk to idiots like you. You're not even heaven rank, what right do you have to speak? You lowly cannon fodder, what right do you have to say that I'm wrong? If it was you, wouldn't you do the same thing as me when you were captured? I believe you're even worse than me. One-Eyed Dragon, if it wasn't for what happened today, you would all be my subordinates. Big Sis said that she would pass her position to me in the future. Do you think I want to surrender?" Fu Tu angrily roared at One-Eyed Dragon and the rest. "I understand." Female giant nodded expressionlessly. "Actually, it's not bad that something like this happened. At least we can see the true nature of people. I announce that the Raging Flame Bandit group is disbanded. From now on, there will no longer be a Raging Flame Bandit group in South Heaven Realm. Ox family brothers, I recommend you to serve under Lionheart King. Although Lionheart King is an enemy, he does things fairly. You won't lose out if you work for him. No, Big Sis, us brothers only serve you. If Big Sis doesn't live, then us brothers won't live either. Ox family brothers knelt on the deck. This is an order, I'm not asking for your opinions. Female giant roared, like a bolt from the blue. Yes, Ox family brothers kowtowed a few times before standing up. They faced the crowd and shouted in unison, if Ox family brothers don't die today, we will definitely take revenge. Fu Tu, you'll be the first. Fu Tu's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he quietly retreated behind the clown. Longshang represents His Majesty Lionheart King to welcome Ox family brothers into our ranks. You will be one of the 8 generals under me. You will be conferred the title of Baron and given a manor in the imperial capital. I will allow the 2 of you to not participate in this battle. That golden armor Marshal Longshang took in the Ox family brothers on the spot. Although the clown, skeleton man and bald man were unhappy, they didn't want to provoke the Lionheart King behind Longshang. He was a big shot in the southern heaven realm. Actually, Long Zhang's willingness to let bygones be bygones and accept the Ox family brothers was within the clown's expectations. After all, heaven rank rankers were highly sought after wherever they went. Thank you, Marshal. Ox family brothers originally planned to die, but now they decided to live because they wanted to take revenge. They understood Big Sis' intention. If they persisted, the whole group would die on the spot. She chose to fight on her own. Now, following behind her and dying in battle. Although it was the wish of the Ox family brothers, there was still one person who didn't die, and that was Fu Tu. This fellow was a heaven rank. Other than the brothers, no one else could take revenge on him. Ox family brothers decided to live on temporarily and wait for their revenge to be taken before following Big Sis to hell. The 2 brothers looked at each other and nodded. They knelt down again and kowtowed to the female giant to bid farewell. Big Sis, we are leaving. We will come back to see Big Sis when we get our enemy's head. Ox family brothers knew very well what Big Sis's final outcome would be, which was to die in battle. They couldn't bear to see such an outcome and really wanted to die with her, but they had to bear more responsibilities. If they didn't survive, then Fu Tu, the clown, Rachel and wise demon Marshal would continue to act violently. Furthermore, Fu Tu would definitely kill all the original members of the Raging Flame Bandit group. With them around, Fu Tu would be in a constant state of anxiety. At the very least, he wouldn't dare to recklessly attack the surviving members. It was very easy to die in battle, and it would be a very satisfying death. But to persevere and live on for the sake of revenge was very difficult. Very bitter, the Ox brothers gnashed their teeth. Under the escort of the 6 heaven-rank powerhouses, they forcibly held back their tears and howled at the sky like injured wolves. They immediately flew away from the cruise ship and left towards the east under the guidance of a team of Thunder Griffins. In order to take revenge, they were willing to temporarily submit to Lionheart King and give up on the idea of dying together with Big Sis. Are you guys leaving or not? The female giant looked at One-Eyed Dragon and the skinny mercenary. We, Big Sis, please let us stay. As a dignified bandit group leader, you can't die without a few soldiers. Moreover, we are all trash. Even if we wanted to surrender, no one would give us a chance. When One-Eyed Dragon said that, his companions beside him all laughed out loud. They all pulled out their weapons. Facing an enemy that was thousands of times their size, they were fearless. People who weren't even afraid of death, what else in the world could scare them? They were determined to die. What else in the world could stop them? Those bandits who were burdened by their families all lowered their heads in pain. They also wanted to fight with their lives, but they couldn't do it. Their loved ones were in the hands of the enemy. As long as they had the slightest bit of resistance, they would die. Most importantly, in the eyes of many bandits, they would definitely lose this battle. Even if they included the women, children, old and young, the enemy still outnumbered them by more than 10 times. No matter how hard they fought, it would be useless. They would only die in vain. Moreover, Big Sis already said that the chivalrous bandit group had already disbanded. Even she had given up on fighting, so what else was worth fighting for? Come. The female giant casually pulled out the plague dragon nails from her body and threw 2 bloody nails onto the deck. The bloody holes in her abdomen and shoulders spurted out a stream of blue and purple blood like a fountain. The female giant was expressionless, as if the injuries on her body belonged to someone else. She didn't even have the interest to bandage them up. She waved at the clown. You guys come at me together. I want to see which unlucky coward will be the one to take my place. I don't dare to say if there are too many, but I can at least take down one. Let's see which one of you is unlucky. I have always been respectful towards Big Sis. How would I dare to make a move on Big Sis? You must be joking. The clown laughed evilly. That's right, I have always admired Leader Raging Flame. The skeleton man replied. Leader Raging Flame, don't be angry. Let's sit down and talk. If Leader Raging Flame is injured, you need to bandage it up a little. Ha. The bald wise demon marshal could be said to be extremely hypocritical. He knew that the female giant had been ambushed by the plague dragon Nails and was heavily injured. The plague was acting up, but he still purposely delayed the time. He was prepared to wait until the poison of the plague dragon Nails had completely erupted before making his move. The female giant took a deep breath. Her body gradually became bigger. She knew that she didn't have much time left and was prepared to fight to the death. Wait a minute. At this moment, Yue Yang suddenly stood up and said with a smile, I'm sorry, I have no intention of joining the fight between you guys. However, I happen to have something to discuss with this Leader Raging Flame. Please settle it later. Let me cut the queue. Actually, I won't waste too much of everyone's time. It's you. The clown's eyes revealed a thick killing intent. What are you looking for me for? The female giant was stunned by Yue Yang, who stood up. She immediately waved her hand and said, Brat, you are not a member of our chivalrous bandit group. Scram to the side. This has nothing to do with you. Why not? Yue Yang objected. You said that you would hold a wedding for us. Now that everyone is here to attend the wedding banquet, you want to shirk your responsibilities. Yes, sister can't go back on her words. Inan also smiled and nodded, cooperating with Yue Yang's words. Everyone present was shocked by Yue Yang and Inan's words. Could it be that this young couple was not afraid of death? Even if they didn't have anything to do with the Raging Flame bandit group, they might have been killed by the Black Skeleton group and the Clown group. But now, they actually dared to stand up and ignore so many heaven-ranked rankers. They even talked about a wedding. Were they tired of living? The female giant knew that Yue Yang and Inan were supporting her. She was extremely touched. Companions who had fought side by side for many years could not compare to strangers whom she had just met. She did not even know their names. They had only met once, but they bravely stood up to support her at the most dangerous time. The female giant took a deep breath and suppressed the heat in her heart. Using the most gentle voice, she said to Inan, Little sister, I can't hold a wedding for you now. But I wish you all the best. I hope that you two will be happy and safe forever. Inan held onto Yue Yang's hand. With his support, she was filled with confidence and courage. Facing countless rankers, Inan did not have any stage fright. Using a voice as clear as a spring, she beautifully said something that shocked everyone present. If it is not convenient for sister, then we are willing to help you a little. We will let the guests who are here to drink understand what kind of guests are welcomed. In our hometown, dishonest people usually deserve a beating. As long as we give them a beating, they will be honest. I think that this method will be the same here. Yue Yang gave her a thumbs up. After experiencing countless battles, Inan had become strong. If it was in the past, she would definitely not have such courage. It seemed that she was not the only one who had grown. Everyone was growing. Even Inan had grown into a fearless warrior. Seeing that his lover had improved so much, Yue Yang felt very gratified. The clown's eyes were terrifyingly cold. With a light wave of his hand, 4 Earth-ranked level 5 death warriors stood up, ready to tear Yue Yang and Inan into pieces. Just as Yue Yang was about to make a move, Inan smiled confidently and stopped him. Leave these few to me. I'll leave the stronger ones to you. I'll take care of these few. Don't worry, Night Empress and Fourth Mother have taught us a very special technique. I haven't had the chance to show it to you. Now that I have your help, I want to try it and see my progress. Bing and I, as well as everyone else, have actually been working hard to cultivate. Today, let me prove myself. Inan did not leave Yue Yang's side. She would not rashly leave him and would never give the enemy a chance to launch a sneak attack. Moreover, her spiritual attack ignored space and distance. She did not need to leave Yue Yang's side to be able to fight from afar. With the instantaneous summon, the platinum grimoire automatically floated in front of her, shining with a golden light. When the 4 Earth-ranked level 5 death warriors rushed over without a care for their own safety, Inan calmly summoned Spirit Mirror, hallucinatory butterfly demon, and her guardian beast, Little Fairy. However, She did not use the attack method that Yue Yang usually taught her like before. Instead, she used another method that Yue Yang had never seen before. She closed her eyes and stretched out her hands. Her posture was as beautiful as a flower swaying in the wind. All of her spiritual power miraculously formed a field. It was similar to a domain. But compared to the domain comprehended by an innate level 5, this field had a kind of magical willpower that was close to the power of the ancient code. Yue Yang was shocked when he saw it. He almost thought that Inon was using the power of the ancient code, but after sensing it, he found that it was not the case. It was a kind of willpower that was similar to the power of the ancient code. It was very powerful, and unlike the power of the ancient code that was difficult to control, it was completely controlled by Inon's mind. Colorful. Inon's body spun beautifully, and the spiritual power around her body instantly turned into petals, fluttering in all directions. The 4 Earth rank level 5 death warriors had just attacked Inon's head. At a distance of about half a meter, they were hit by the petals formed by the spiritual power. Those seemingly harmless petals ignored the defense of the death warriors' armor and strong physical bodies, and directly cut into their bodies. In an instant, the 4 death warriors' minds were annihilated. The power of their attacks was also absorbed by the beautiful petals, doubling the recoil. The 4 bodies that had become walking corpses were directly bounced 100 meters away. Although the 4 death warriors did not die, they had become walking corpses. Their thoughts and consciousness had completely disappeared, leaving only their flesh-like bodies. It could be said that this kind of defeat was 10 times more terrible than death. Seeing Inon's move, everyone's expression changed. The clown even screamed, "The power of the ancient code. What kind of power of the ancient code is this?" Chapter 615 For a weak human like Inon to kill 4 Earth-ranked level 5 death warriors in one move. Everyone was shocked, let alone the ordinary bandits. Even the Thunder Griffin Knights, which were like iron fortresses, showed signs of wavering and a slight disturbance. A super-rank instant kill was definitely a heavy blow to their morale. And everyone could see that this weak human girl actually had a platinum grimoire. What kind of concept was this? How many heaven rankers did not have grimoires? Even if they did, they were not able to upgrade it to platinum rank. But this human girl was actually able to upgrade her grimoire to platinum rank at Earth rank level 1. If it continued to upgrade, wouldn't it be upgraded to Diamond Grimoire or even Holy Grimoire? Female giant looked at Yi Nan dumbfoundedly, completely unable to believe it. Although she had the strength of Heaven rank level 5, she did not have a summoning grimoire. The little girl in front of her was so weak that she could die with a single breath. But this little girl had a summoning grimoire. She could still reluctantly accept that this little girl had a summoning grimoire. After all, this little girl had great potential. It was not strange that she could contract a grimoire. What she couldn't accept the most was that the summoning grimoire in the hands of this frail-looking little girl had actually leveled up to platinum ranked. It was obvious that she had gone through countless battles and was definitely not as weak as she looked on the surface. The problem was, no matter how strong an Earth rank level 1 was, it was impossible for her to kill 4 Earth rank level 5 death warriors in one move. Could an ant bite 4 lions to death? That's impossible. No, that is not the power of the law. We did not feel any pressure and the 4 of them could still attack. That proves that it is a very special kind of energy. The bald wise demon marshal stroked his round head and came to a conclusion with an extremely ugly face. This little girl can fight beyond her level, and she will definitely die in close combat. Since close combat is not possible, let's use long range. A cold light flashed in the clown's eyes. He pointed with his extremely long finger. Another 4 Earth rank level 5 godly archers stood out. The 4 of them spread out to a distance of 100 meters, drew their bows and aimed at Yi Nan. Yue Yang realized that this bald man, wise demon marshal, was actually quite smart. He immediately found the weakness of Inon's energy field. The drawback was that this energy field with strong willpower was too small. It was only effective within 10 meters of Inon. Due to the high concentration of spiritual power, it could even transform into flower petals. Therefore, even Inon, who had the strongest spiritual power, could only control an energy field that was no more than 10 meters in diameter. If it was Yu Bing, it might only be 1 or 2 meters. Of course, the advantages of this energy field were also very obvious. Similar to the power of the natural order, it was an almost invincible existence in the 10-meter energy field. Before Inon's spiritual power was exhausted, the enemy could not hurt her at all. Unless he had the power of the heaven rank, he could directly destroy the energy field condensed by Inan's mind power. How much power would that require? It was probably impossible for a normal heaven rank. It had to be heaven rank level 3 and above. Furthermore, it had to be an intelligent heaven rank ranker with super strong spiritual power. It was not a monster that was born with the power of heaven rank. Yue Yang used Heaven Eye's divine vision to observe the enemies. He realized that the only people who had the confidence to destroy this energy field were the bald man, wise demon Marshall and the clown. The golden armor Marshall Long Shong and skeleton man Rachel frowned. They did not have full confidence. What secret technique did Night Empress and Fourth Mother teach Inan and the rest? It actually allowed her to possess such a powerful spiritual energy field. Did Inan alone possess it, or did Princess Sissy and the rest all have it? All of them had this kind of energy field, or were there other types of energy fields? The more Yue Yang thought about it, the more he felt that Night Empress and Fourth Mother were mysterious. Especially Fourth Mother. She obviously did not have any fighting power. Even with Heaven Eye's divine vision, she was just a normal person. However, her performance was becoming more and more mysterious. Fourth Mother, what was her real identity? Yue Yang definitely did not believe that Fourth Mother was a normal person. However, if she did not say it, Yue Yang had no way to ask her for confirmation. He could only pretend that he did not know. Swoosh 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 swoosh. 4 sharp arrows that were as fast as lightning shot towards Yi Nan, bringing with them a deadly stream of light, dragging long flaming tails behind them. No one present believed that Inan would be able to take on these 4 deadly arrows. An Earth rank level 1 human girl being shot by 4 Earth rank level 5 sharpshooter, the result was obvious. This kind of sharpshooter was used to kill on the battlefield. They could usually shoot and kill warriors of a higher rank than themselves. This was because they could condense all of their energy into one arrow. Once the arrow was shot, it was unparalleled. Yue Yang did not move. That female giant seemed to want to come over and slap the arrow away. However, seeing that Yue Yang did not have any intention of making a move, she forcefully endured it. Inan unhurriedly stretched out her arms. The brilliant spirit mirror blocked in front of her. When all the enemies thought that the arrows would collide with the spirit mirror and cause an earth-shattering explosion, an extremely strange scene occurred. Those arrows that could pierce through the iron wall and were unstoppable disappeared without a sound. It was as if they had never appeared in the world. Even the clown, skeleton man Rachel, baldy wise demon Marshall and the others stared with their eyes wide open. They could not find where the arrows were. Returning mirror. Inan pointed her jade-like finger and turned the spirit mirror in a circle. The light was bright and extremely dazzling. The deadly arrows appeared once again. However, the direction they were flying towards had changed. Furthermore, they were not by Yi Nan's side. Instead, they were shot out from the light screen of the spirit mirror in Yi Nan's hands. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the 4 god archers who had no reaction at all, the light streaked across the sky like meteors, dragging long flaming tails, and instantly pierced through the foreheads of the 4 god archers. Without any struggle, the 4 sharpshooters fell straight onto the deck. Instant kill. Everyone was in an uproar. However, in Yue Yang's eyes, Inan's returning mirror was not strange at all. Not to mention the special skill of the spirit mirror, not to mention Inan's mental energy field, even Lei Shenxi, who was still an innate level 10 in the prison Emperor Divine Palace, was unable to harm Inan from a distance even with the black light in his hands. Actually, Inan was truly invincible in long-range combat. She was actually the weakest in close-range combat. Yue Yang guessed that it was because of this that Night Empress and Fourth Mother taught her to use a mental energy field that was similar to the power of the ancient code to protect herself. Again, I don't believe that you can kill a few levels higher than you. The clown was furious and waved his hand sinisterly. This time, the ones who stood out were 2 monsters. 2 monsters that looked like fleas were exactly the same. They carried a round shield on their back, held short claws in their hands, and on their elbows, there was a special structure of blood thorns. The flea monsters jumped high into the sky, leaping 100 meters high. Stepping on the void, they could still jump continuously, and the more they jumped, the faster they jumped. In the end, it was impossible to see where they were, and they completely disappeared without a trace. Most importantly, their strength was at Earth Stage Level 7. Compared to those Earth Stage Level 5 Death Warriors and Sharpshooters, any one of them could easily slaughter them. The clown thought that although this weak human girl could kill enemies higher than her level, there was definitely a limit. It was impossible to exceed her by too much. Even killing an Earth stage level 5 was already incredible. Could she kill an Earth stage level 7? Even if she could, she would probably do her best, right? In the Clown Thief Guild, how many Earth stage level 7 were there? There were at least 3,000. How many could she kill? What the clown was most confident about was the jumping ability of the Flea brothers. They were as fast as the wind, and it was impossible for them to use tricks like revolving mirror or colorful. In other words, their fighting style was extremely cruel, completely different from the close combat and long-range sniping just now. Not to mention attacking, it was impossible for the opponent to even defend, because she couldn't find the Flea brothers in the midst of jumping. As long as she made a wrong judgment and revealed a slight flaw, then it would be her death, because the Flea brothers were the best at finding weaknesses. Spirit Mirror Reveal. The spirit mirror in Inan's hand shone brightly. Suddenly, the light retracted and firmly shone on the two shadows that were jumping wildly in the sky. No matter how fast the two shadows were, they couldn't be faster than the light of the spirit mirror in Inan's hand. The two shadows became faster and faster, and the afterimages in the sky turned into dozens of shadows, exactly the same as the original body. With the naked eye, it was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. One could only see one suddenly appear, and the other suddenly disappear. Even more, they were doing all kinds of actions. However, a meticulous person would be able to find a clear and traceable pattern. That was, the two pillars of light shot out by the spirit mirror would always shine on the two shadows. No matter how they moved, whether they appeared or disappeared, there would always be two pillars of light connecting the shadows, and it was impossible to escape from its direction. Soul absorption. Inan stretched out her hand and pointed towards the spirit mirror from afar. Her actions were extremely beautiful, but the two shadows that were illuminated by the light were involuntarily dragged out. Void slid towards the surface of the spirit mirror. The Flea brothers wanted to break free from the light, but they realized that it was impossible. This was because this kind of pulling was within the soul, and their bodies were not under their control at all. The only thing they could do was to increase their struggle in the slow pulling speed, and try to create more resistance to slow down the pulling speed. Furthermore, they continuously gathered their strength, preparing to launch a thunderous attack at close range. The clown, skeleton man Rachel, the bald wise demon Marshall and the golden armor Marshall Long Zhang's expressions changed greatly. This kind of soul pulling made them feel fear. Luckily, this kind of soul pulling was very slow. Furthermore, this kind of soul pulling could only be done after the spirit mirror appeared and was illuminated by the light. Only after confirming that there was no way to struggle, could this kind of soul pulling be done. Otherwise, this kind of special skill would be the nightmare of all heaven rankers. "I'll fight you to the death." The Flea brothers saw that the situation was not good, and decided to self-destruct. Inan pointed, and the hallucination butterfly demon sprayed out a rainbow-colored pollen. The two Flea brothers who had raised their full strength and were prepared to fight Inan to the death instantly became zombies at the mercy of others. Their entire bodies were paralyzed, and they could not even blink, let alone move their fingers. Their explosive power caused the colorful flower petals that Inan released with her mental power to completely disappear. A gust of beautiful flower petals blew past, and the bulging bodies of the Flea brothers rapidly withered. The hallucination butterfly demon grabbed with both hands, and a dazzling red light flashed in her palms. The energy in the blood of the Flea brothers surged out under the absorption of her palms, condensing into two balls of blood. Even though they were Earth rank level 7, the Flea brothers rapidly dropped due to the depletion of energy in their bodies and the loss of energy in their blood. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they continued to drop from Earth rank level 7. Earth rank level 6, Earth rank level 5, the hallucination butterfly demon waved out another gray pollen, blinding the eyes of the Flea brothers. In an instant, the Flea brothers seemed to have seen the most terrifying thing in the world. The muscles on their bodies twitched wildly, and their pupils dilated. Finally, they broke free from their paralyzed state, and used their sharp claws to frantically tear at their faces, as if there was something terrifying gnawing on their faces. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Flea brothers tore off their faces, and then ruthlessly smashed their heads. Before dying, one of the Flea brothers seemed to feel that even using his fist was too slow, so he directly took out a big hammer and smashed his head into pieces. Now, people no longer looked at Inan with doubt in their eyes, but fear. Many people were not afraid of death, but they were afraid of such a terrifying way of dying. Earth rank level 7, directly played to death by someone, played to death without being able to fight back. Wasn't this too tragic? Mirror world shatter. Inen suddenly clenched her fist, and the spirit mirror in front of her let out a crisp shattering sound. The surface was incomparably smooth, but the world inside the mirror was completely shattered. No one understood why she did this, but the answer immediately came out. There were two transparent figures, just 3 meters behind Inen and Yue Yang. They were about to attack, but suddenly froze and revealed themselves. They fell to the ground and died at the same time. When the mirror world shattered, their souls would be captured by the spirit mirror, and they would die from the weakness in their hearts. Outsiders would never understand how they died, but the people who died would bear the spirit law of the Virgo Temple of the 12 Golden Palaces of Tong Tian Tower. Damn it, this is the true power of the spirit law. The clown trembled with anger. He had never been so angry in his life. This weak woman actually had a spirit mirror that could execute the power of the spirit law. Although this power of the spirit law was very limited, and it was only a kind of spiritual attack to protect the owner, even so, it was still the power of the spirit law, and it was also the power of the spirit law that could not be resisted. In other words, if he wanted to kill this woman, unless his mind was flawless, both sides would definitely suffer, and he would definitely be punished by the spirit mirror's protective law. The two people he secretly sent to sneak attack died from the weakness in the mind, and died silently. Whether it was the black skeleton group, the clown group, or the crew or passengers, they were all scared and ran far away from Inen. It was too scary. This human woman was simply the Grim Reaper that controlled the mind. However, Inen, who was as scary as the Grim Reaper in other people's eyes, threw herself into Yue Yang's arms. She, who had used up a lot of her mental energy, hugged his waist with both hands and buried her head in his arms. She muttered tiredly, "I'm sorry, I can only fight to this extent at the moment. Next, I need to rest for a while, and I can only watch you fight alone." "It's okay. Your improvement has already far exceeded my expectations. I'm very surprised. Baby, have a good rest, I'm here for everything." Yue Yang gently stroked Inen's hair, and his face revealed an unusually gratified smile. It turned out that Inen, who he was most worried about, no longer needed to worry about this little girl. She had already grown to the extent where she could take charge of things on her own. Chapter 616. When Yue Yang stood out, Inen took a few steps back. Although the wedding gown didn't fit her, she still wrapped a white veil around her neck like a silk scarf. There were tens of thousands of enemies around them, and tens of thousands of strangers. They were in Heaven Realm, not her hometown, but Inen still hoped to marry him and be his bride. The wedding dress and ceremony were all fleeting. As long as their hearts were connected, even hell would become heaven. She hoped that she could stand behind him as a bride, support him, support her own husband. Facing tens of thousands of enemies, charging forward, such a great hero was her lover. "No matter what you do, I will support you." As Yi Nan looked at Yue Yang, she recalled all the things that they had met in the past. Her heart was brimming with happiness, making her whole body feel warm. She nodded towards him with determination and confidence. "I will be right here, watching you, waiting for you. Whether it is today or in the future, whether it is Heaven Realm or anywhere else, I will always be by your side." "All right." Yue Yang didn't say much. He reached out his hand and caressed her soft black hair. Lowering his head, he turned around and half-hugged her, kissing her petal-like tender lips. He kissed her lightly. He smiled at her. He turned around confidently and faced the tens of thousands of enemies with his crescent moon sword. His words were very simple, but the meaning was clear. "I will only say one thing. Those who want to drink the wedding wine, stay. Those who don't want to drink, scram. Those who want to cause trouble, ask the sword in my hand." If not for Inen's shocking performance, Yue Yang's words would have made everyone laugh until their stomachs burst. An Earth Realm Level 1 human who was as weak as an ant, facing tens of thousands of enemies who were stronger than him, still dared to boast shamelessly. Did this brat not know how to write the word death? Was he crazy, or was there something wrong with his brain? However, after Inen's shocking instant kill, everyone started to feel that this brat was not a simple person. His strength should be above that woman's. No one dared to respond to Yue Yang. Heaven Rank did not speak. If an ordinary person were to reply casually, it would be too much of a waste if this brat killed Li Wei with a single slash. Actually, if it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't see through Yue Yang's abilities, the clown, skeleton man Rachel, and the wise demon Marshall would have already gone berserk. However, this human kid was very strange. No one could see through his strength. The clown and the others felt that they had to proceed with caution in order to not cause any trouble. In any case, stalling for time was more beneficial to them. This duke loves to drink young people's wedding wine the most, so I have to stay and ask for a cup. Skeleton Man Rachel looked at the clown and decided to stand up and do something. Otherwise, he wouldn't even get a share of the profits after the battle. First, it used its finger bones to pry open the loosened gums and rearrange the crooked teeth. Then, it took out a snow-white silk handkerchief and wiped its hands like a noble gentleman. Behind it, 2 bandit leaders walked out. Both of them were at Earth rank level 8 and had an extraordinary bearing. Regardless of strength or rank, they were quite outstanding among the enemies. "Where's the wine? We also want to drink a cup." Although the 2 bandit leaders looked relaxed, they were secretly on guard against Yue Yang's sudden attack. "You want to drink my wedding wine?" Yue Yang laughed coldly. "You guys are not worthy." While this sentence was still lingering in people's ears, his body moved and shot towards one of the bandit leaders. These 2 bandit leaders were battle-hardened and had rich battle experience. Once they saw Yue Yang's attack, they immediately split into 2 sides. The bandit leader that Yue Yang charged towards immediately swung his giant axe and faced Yue Yang head-on. The other bandit leader slyly took a detour and charged towards Inan, preparing to ambush Inan and rescue the besieged by besieging Yue Yang. The female giant seemed to want to make a move, but she saw Inan's relaxed expression. She completely ignored the incoming enemy and did not even put up any defense, showing her strong confidence in Yue Yang. She suppressed the urge to save Yue Yang and continued to observe the situation. Not only her, all the heaven rankers present, including the secretly angry clown, the arrogant Long Shang, the disgusting skeleton man and the cunning wise demon marshal, were all watching quietly. Their gazes were firmly fixed on Yue Yang, intending to use this battle to see through all his trump cards. A normal person's eyes would not be able to see clearly. They only saw a figure flash past. Only in the eyes of a heaven-ranked ranker, such a change could be seen. Yue Yang, who originally only had the speed and strength of an Earth rank level 1, instantly increased by 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. His original speed, which was as slow as a snail, continued to accelerate, and in the end, accelerated to 100 times faster than lightning. In comparison, the axe-wielding leader, who was originally as fast as lightning, became extremely slow, like a pitiful snail. Before he could swing his axe, Yue Yang had already appeared in front of him. Moreover, he instantly passed through his body and made a perfect turn, easily catching up to the leader who ambushed Inan. That leader seemed to feel that something was wrong and hurriedly looked back. There was nothing behind him. When he turned his head, he suddenly realized that Yue Yang was standing in front of him, as if he had never left Inan's side. Skeleton Man Rachel did not even need to look to know that his 2 subordinates were finished. But when he looked, he was even more shocked. This was because he realized that this brat killed his 2 subordinates above his level. It was not as simple as killing, but torturing them. The axe-wielding leader still did not know that the enemy had passed through his body and swung his axe. Immediately, his entire body became countless pieces of meat. His armor, skin, flesh, and bones were all thrown into the air and scattered on the ground with the strength of the axe. If one had the eyesight of a heaven ranker, they would be able to see that this axe-wielding leader's entire body had been perfectly cut by Yue Yang. His bones, skin, and flesh were completely peeled off, not even a single muscle or bone was injured. Even the best chef in the world would not be able to cut a cow with a knife. However, an Earth rank level 1 human dismembered an Earth rank level 8 expert into pieces under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people. This kind of technique, if it was not done by the enemy, the clown and skeleton man would definitely clap their hands in praise. But now, their mouths were as if they had eaten bitter gall. They were so bitter that they could not speak. The other bandit leader, who wanted to ambush Yi Nan but failed, was so scared that he hurriedly retreated. He retreated all the way to Skeleton Man Rachel's side before patting his chest in surprise, indicating that he was safe. That slap was incredible. In an instant, a red mark appeared on his neck. It was extremely small, almost invisible at first, but gradually became a red line. Then, it collapsed and became a waterfall of blood that could not be covered. In the end, under everyone's horrified gazes, this bandit leader patted his chest. At the same time that he wanted to cover his wound, the head on his neck silently fell to the ground and rolled a few meters away, the headless body, blood spurting out from the neck, and the panicked gesture of his hand trying to cover his wound made people's hair stand on end. It seemed that this guy did not know that he had been beheaded until he died. The leader of the Black Skeleton group, Skeleton Man Rachel, was also an expert with a knife. With the hard rend in his hand, it was not difficult to perform this kind of beheading and dismemberment. But he admitted that he could not be as carefree as Yue Yang. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people and the pressure of several heaven rankers, he was still able to kill and cut the enemy with ease. Just this point alone was not something that Skeleton Man Rachel could replicate with a knife. To a certain extent, Skeleton Man Rachel admired an enemy like Yue Yang. Because in terms of using a knife, Yue Yang had already turned killing into an art. This was not something he could do. The clown could no longer turn the magic wand in his hand. He gripped it tightly, his knuckles turning white because of the excessive force. What a fast knife! The golden armor Marshal Longshang, who had been standing proudly on the dragon's head, suddenly flew up and landed lightly on the deck. He seemed to have realized that Yue Yang was a rare opponent and was interested in having a showdown with him. That guy made 3,600 cuts. But I prefer the perfect cut on this guy's neck. The bald wise demon marshal caressed his shiny skull and observed carefully between the two corpses. He then picked up a piece of minced meat and threw it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he came to a conclusion. Sigh, I understand now. The meat is cold, so the blood will not flow out. This guy made use of the ice attribute of the treasured blade in his hand. That perfect cut also used ice to temporarily connect the neck and the head, so it will not fall when he moves. But the amount used was very little and the control of the fire was very good. That's why we saw him hit his chest and his head fell off. I have to say, this move is too awesome. In the future, when I kill people, I will definitely use the perfect cut. It is too skillful. Skeleton Man immediately expressed that this move was very cool and he wanted to learn how to use it. That's right, this is a consummate skill. The golden armor Marshal Longshang nodded in agreement. Are you guys done? What we need to do now is not to discuss about the perfect cut. Skill is nothing in front of absolute power. What we need to do now is to kill this guy and get rid of this potential threat. The clown screamed crazily. It should be very difficult for a normal person to kill him. Wise demon Marshal frowned. He felt that they should send out a heaven ranker. Please let me try. A sky knight jumped down from the thunder griffin. He was one of the silver armor generals behind Longshang. He had the power of an earth rank level 9. If it was during normal times, an earth rank level 9 sky knight fighting against an earth rank level 1 commoner would be considered bullying. But now, everyone felt that this sky knight's action was worthy of praise. Because no one thought highly of him. Even if he was a sky knight, even if he was an earth rank level 9, even if he was wearing a platinum ranked silver armor with super strong defense, no one in the audience felt that he could win. One-eyed dragon and the skinny man were starting to get used to Inan and Yue Yang's ability to kill enemies who were stronger than them. They secretly started to gamble. They did not bet on who would win or lose. Because they felt that Yue Yang would definitely win. Killing the enemy was just a matter of time. The skinny man felt that it would end in a minute, while one-eyed dragon bet that it would only take 30 seconds. Long Zhang's always arrogant face changed. He became a little hesitant. He knew his subordinate's special ability. He was not afraid of any kind of physical injury. No matter how many pieces of flesh he was cut into, he could immediately reform and return to his original form. He was not afraid of being beheaded either. As long as he picked up the leader and placed it on his body, he would be able to return to his original state. Even if his subordinate had this kind of rebirth ability, Longshang did not think that he could defeat this young man. Because this guy was too strange. So many heaven rankers were staring at him, but no one could see through him. What kind of existence was this guy? Longshang was really not sure. Please enlighten me. When Marshal Longshang was thinking, the Sky Knight thought that he had silently agreed. He confidently walked up to the stage and walked in front of Yue Yang. He raised the knight's sword above his head and slightly saluted Yue Yang. Then, he started to prepare for battle. It could be said that everything about him was perfect. No matter if it was his aura, confidence or attitude, he was not weaker than others. His strength and body condition were raised to the peak. He also put on the best defensive posture. If it was another opponent, even if it was an Earth rank level 10 ranker, he might not be able to break through his defense. Scram! Yue Yang's move was very simple but unexpected. He casually raised a fire whip and lashed it on the Sky Knight's body. The Sky Knight's body was not injured at all. He was only sent flying 10 meters away. At first, he slowly stood up, as if he wanted to show that his body was fine and that he still wanted to fight. But very quickly, his body started to tremble violently, as if he was enduring an unimaginable pain. Sweat the size of beans seeped out from his forehead. He clenched his teeth and a trace of blood seeped out. Under the horrified gaze of tens of thousands of people, the Sky Knight trembled and slowly knelt down. Both of his hands deeply grabbed onto the deck, trying to endure the pain that was tormenting his body. But it was useless. A ball of flame spurted out from his mouth and nose. Heaven rank rankers could see that the fire came from his internal organs. Then, the Sky Knight's endurance collapsed. His painful howl resounded through the sky, ah ah ah, ah ah ah. The Sky Knight, who did not even frown when a knife cut his flesh, the proudest Sky Knight under Lionheart King, who was known to have iron will, actually knelt in front of the enemy and howled miserably. This was definitely the first time in the history of South Heaven Realm. The Sky Knight had actually been enduring, but he could not endure it at all. Because he felt that the pain was not only physical pain, but also mental and soul whips. Even if his internal organs were not on fire, he would not be able to endure it. To be able to endure for more than 10 seconds without groaning. He had already surpassed ordinary people. This was the limit of his iron will. Hearing the miserable howl of the Sky Knight, all the knights of the Thunder Griffin Sky Knight Regiment turned pale with fright. They really could not imagine what kind of blow it was for a Sky Knight to be unable to endure such pain. Long Zhang's expression also changed drastically. He looked at Yue Yang with a new gaze. But he could not see through anything. This young man was as mysterious as a riddle. Chapter 617. Long Shang waved his right hand and a few rays of light flashed in his hand, instantly knocking out the screaming Sky Knight. Then, another 2 Sky Knights came forward and took away their unconscious comrade. On the Thunder Griffin Sky Knight's side, no one else came out to fight, because it would be useless even if they sent another one. As for sending a large force to surround an attack, the Sky Knights could not afford to lose face. The honor and pride of the Knights made it impossible for them to use a group method to charge at a mere Earth rank level 1 human male, even if this human male's strength was abnormal and could surpass his rank to kill his opponent. Skeleton Man Rachel also retreated. Although it was a skeleton, it did not mean that it was a fool. In fact, this guy was much more cunning than the other Bone Clan member that Yue Yang knew, Wang Jin. The 2 leaders of the Black Skeleton Bandit group were already dead and Rachel had already contributed. Even if the clown was unhappy, he could not do anything about it. After all, no one would be stupid enough to let their subordinates die for nothing. Ha 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 ha. Behind the clown's half-crying, half-laughing silver mask, he suddenly let out a bone-chilling laugh. His laugh was not because he was happy, but because he was extremely angry. It would be a lie if the clown was not angry at Yue Yang and Inan, these 2 humans who could affect the overall plan. He originally thought that this battle would be able to smoothly eliminate the Raging Flame Bandit group and get rid of the Raging Flame Bandit group. He did not expect that at the last moment, something like this would happen. This made him secretly grit his teeth in anger. He quickly spun the magic wand in his hand, as if it could help him think. The other hand was also nimbly tossing the tricolored ball. Could it be that the clown was going to personally take action? Everyone had this doubt. A Heaven rank level 4 ranker, was he going to personally take action against an ordinary Earth rank level 1 civilian? If it was any other time, everyone would probably laugh out loud and not believe it. But in this kind of situation, everyone felt that it was very normal. Only a Heaven rank ranker like the clown could defeat that abnormal young man. Of course, for a Heaven rank level 4 ranker clown to take action personally was still a bit too much. The peak of Heaven rank level 4 was almost at the level of a Heaven realm king. Even if he won against a commoner, it could be said that he had an unfair advantage. You're looking for me. While I still have some strength, come up. The female giant walked out. Her strength had been greatly weakened by the plague dragon nail. Even Skeleton Man Rachel, Golden Armor Marshal Long Shang and the clown, who were originally at the same level as her, could easily defeat her, let alone Wise Demon Marshal who was originally at the same level. The bloodline of the female giant was that of an ancient dragon. The plague dragon nail, which was completely useless to ordinary people, was her greatest nemesis. The blood on the female giant's body had turned purplish blue because of the dragon plague. Spots of the dragon plague corrosion appeared on her originally steel-like skin. If things continued to drag on like this, he believed that in less than an hour, she would collapse and never get up again. Even without a battle, he would be on the verge of death. The female giant, whose entire body was in the dragon plague state, was already severely weakened. The only thing that did not change was her flame-like hair. When the wind blew, it still burned like a flame. There were no negative effects that could affect her condition. The female giant looked at the one-eyed dragon, skinny man and the rest who followed her to the end. She did not say a word, then looked at Yue Yang and Inan and nodded, "Thank you very much. Although we don't know each other, we've only met once. You guys are better than some friends who live together and fight side by side. I'm very happy to be able to get to know you guys before I set off. Actually, life is like this. As long as you have a clear conscience and do things without regrets, then that's enough. Goodbye, the two of you." The female giant roared and the muscles on her body rapidly expanded. Her height also increased and her bones made cracking sounds. Within a few seconds, she had already risen to a height of 4 meters. Her strength had also temporarily recovered to its peak state. With just one step, the entire luxurious Starry Sky cruise ship started to tremble. Furthermore, a loud sound exploded from the bottom of her feet. From her feet, a crack that was a few hundred meters long appeared on the deck. It went all the way into the 100-story cabin and reached all the way to the keel at the bottom of the ship. Following the rumbling explosion, the entire bow of the luxurious Starry Sky cruise ship was forcefully cracked by her feet. The front part of the bow, with a cracking sound that made one's teeth ache, was completely detached. Furthermore, it lost its support and after being severely capsized, it fell straight towards the surface of the lake thousands of meters below. Countless people screamed in fear. And the warriors who had fallen along with them on the deck of the ship disregarded everything and ran for their lives. If they were to fall together with this huge broken bow, other than heaven rankers, no one would be able to survive. Furthermore, although the lake below looked beautiful and clear, it was an infamous man-eating lake. There was a boundary of death below the lake. Any prey that fell into the lake would become dizzy and disoriented. They would not be able to escape from the lake in time and would be torn into pieces by the man-eating demon fish in the lake, forever buried in the fish's stomach. Long Shang was still standing in midair. With a wave of his hand, all the members of the Thunder Griffin aerial night team descended in an orderly manner. They were in charge of rescuing the passengers who had fallen and were unable to escape. At the same time, they were also monitoring the members of the Raging Flame Bandit group to prevent them from escaping during the chaos. The members of the Clown group and the Black Skeleton group held the women, children and the elderly of the Raging Flame group tightly. Using a large number of people, they formed a battle formation and calmly flew away in the sky. Only a few members with low levels and weak abilities managed to escape in a sorry state when the bow of the ship was falling. They were deeply afraid that they would fall into the man-eating lake together with the bow of the ship. The bow of the ship whistled through the wind. It fell towards the lake. The Clown, Skeleton Man Rachel and the Bald Wise Demon Marshall all stood at their original positions without moving. They looked coldly at the female giant. It was as if this action of breaking the bow of the ship to cause chaos was completely within their expectations. Yue Yang and Inan just happened to be standing at the edge of the crack. Beside their feet was a neatly broken breach. This was done on purpose by the female giant. She left Yue Yang and Inan up there while she perished together with the enemy. "You can leave, I have no intention of attacking you too." Long Shang, who stayed behind to monitor Yue Yang, expressed his attitude. Actually, he really admired Yue Yang and Inan and felt that the two of them had limitless potential. Although they appeared to be Earth rank level 1 on the surface, in reality, the two of them had the ability to fight beyond their ranks. If it wasn't for today's hostile situation, Long Shang would have persuaded the two of them to be loyal to the Lionheart King and use the best resources of the country to nurture the two of them. He believed that if the Lionheart King knew of the existence of the two of them, it was highly possible that he would personally take the two of them as his disciples and even grant them the title of nobility. However, they were currently enemies. Even if Long Shang wanted to invite Yue Yang and Inan, he had to give the Clown some face. After all, the Clown was the one in charge of this plan. Casually betraying the alliance was not something that a Knight of Light who strictly abided by the Knight's law could do. "I'm sorry, Marshal Long Shang, the order we received was to keep them here." The two heaven rank rankers who also stayed on the ship shook their heads and objected. "What?" Long Zhang's face was a little sullen. He felt that his dignity was being challenged. "We apologize to you here. Our regiment commander's order is to keep these two people here." Marshal Long Shang, unless you kill us, we will resolutely carry out our regiment commander's order. The two heaven rank rankers saluted Long Shang. They also did not want to provoke Long Shang. However, the clown regiment commander had already given a death order. If they could not capture Yue Yang and Inan alive, they would definitely be killed. Long Shang looked at Yue Yang and Inan and suddenly nodded his head. I'm sorry, I can't interfere in your matters. The cooperation with the clown group is the Lionheart King's order. Long Shang cannot go against it. The only thing we can do is for the entire Sky Knight group to withdraw from the battle. Long Shang is here, I wish you good luck. Hearing Long Zhang's words, the two heaven rank rankers heaved a sigh of relief. If this extremely inflexible fellow insisted on meddling in other people's business, then it would be a headache. Fortunately, the clown regiment commander had already made an alliance with the Lionheart King. With the restriction of the alliance, no matter how stubborn Long Shang was, he had no choice but to give up his principles. The two heaven rank rankers looked at each other. Just one heaven rank ranker would not be safe enough to take down these two strange young people. But if two heaven rank rankers were to attack together, then there would definitely be no worries. No matter how strong the two people in front of them were, they could not reach heaven rank. Heaven rank was a realm. There would be energy resonance between two heaven rank rankers, it was impossible to hide it. But the two people in front of them did not have this kind of energy resonance, it proved that they were not heaven rank. A non-heaven ranker fighting against a heaven rank. No matter how abnormal their strength was, no matter how strong they were, they could not win. No matter how strong an earth rank ranker was, they could not defeat a heaven rank ranker. This was a record that no one in the heaven realm had been able to break. Thank you. Yue Yang raised his crescent moon sword and nodded towards Long Shang. Originally, I was in a bad mood and wanted to kill everyone on this ship. But for your sake, I'll let them go. As long as this ship sinks, I should be able to get rid of my bad mood. Don't do anything stupid, this is Sky Region Emperor's ship. Long Shang saw that Yue Yang was about to destroy the ship, he turned pale with fright and hurriedly stopped him. Who is Sky Region Emperor? Yue Yang had never heard of this name. Quote. Long Shang was stunned at first, he did not understand why Yue Yang had never heard of the name, Sky Region Emperor. In the South Heaven Realm, other than the Realm Lord and the three great leaders, it was Sky Region Emperor and the other 100 Region Emperors. Among the 100 Region Emperors, Sky Region Emperor was definitely in the top 5. In other words, no matter if it was rank, strength or fame, Sky Region Emperor could be ranked in the top 10 of the South Heaven Realm. Towards this young man who lived in the South Heaven Realm and did not know Sky Region Emperor, Long Shang could not help but smile bitterly. Let me put it this way, my bounty is 400 million, my Master Lionheart King's bounty is 40 billion, and Sky Region Emperor's bounty is 100 billion. Do you understand now? That's right. The leader of the guards who had helped Yue Yang previously stood up and said, although Starry Sky isn't the biggest ship among the 950,000 fleets of His Majesty the Sky Region Emperor, if you destroy this ship, it would be equivalent to challenging the authority of His Majesty the Sky Region Emperor. Even if you escape to any corner of the Heaven Realm, the executive knights under the Sky Region Emperor will chase you to the end. Please do not be rash, it is easy to destroy a ship, but the trouble you will attract is not something that you and your lover can bear. I understand completely. Yue Yang turned around and looked at Inan. Inan nodded her head firmly. No, don't. Under the exclamations of the two heaven rankers, the leader of the guards and all the passengers, Yue Yang raised the crescent moon slash and slashed out with the power to destroy heaven and earth. First slash, earth-splitting slash. That blade light that even heaven rank powerhouses were afraid of was like cutting tofu. It easily cut the entire luxurious Starry Sky cruise ship in half from the head to the tail. The 1,000-meter-long blade aura completely dazzled everyone's eyes. Even the clown, skeleton man Rachel and the bald wise demon Marshall who turned their heads to look at the sky hurriedly revealed looks of disbelief. The female giant was also extremely shocked. She thought that she had already guessed Yue Yang's true strength, but she did not expect that she had guessed it completely wrong. Lunatic. Long Shang looked at Yue Yang in shock. Kill him, the clown went crazy. He almost instantly abandoned the female giant and flew towards the sky, preparing to kill Yue Yang personally. He definitely would not allow this kind of young man to grow. Behind him, the female giant also gave up on intimidating the traitor Fu Tu and quickly chased after the clown. Her giant fist exploded with a fatal punch, preventing the clown from returning. Before Skeleton Man Rachel and Wise Demon Marshall could react, Yue Yang in the sky had already raised the crescent moon slash and slashed downwards. Second slash, heaven and earth collapse. His target was actually the clown. Damn, he's really a lunatic. Skeleton Man Rachel and Wise Demon Marshall could not help but curse at the same time. They had seen crazy people before, but they had never seen an opponent as crazy as Yue Yang. Earth rank level 1 attacking a heaven rank level 4 peak. Was there anything crazier than this in this world? Chapter 618. With a slash, the clown's expression changed. The two heaven rankers originally wanted to attack Inan, but who knew that Yue Yang had already brought her into the grimoire world right before he swooped down to attack the clown. The two heaven rankers cursed in their hearts. They hated enemies with grimoires the most. Once they couldn't defeat them, they would escape into the grimoire world. The two of them followed closely behind Yue Yang. Like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, they joined hands to attack Yue Yang, who was attacking the clown. The clown had Yue Yang's heavy slash above his head and the female giant's fatal blow behind his back. The situation was not good. Below them, Skeleton Man Rachel and Wise Demon Marshall also chased after the clown and attacked the female giant. A cruise ship fell from the sky and the bow of the ship fell straight down. On the lake, there were thunder griffins carrying passengers flying in an arc. Under the water, there were murderous spirit-devouring demon sharks leaping out of the water and attacking their prey in the sky. The whole battlefield was in chaos and it was out of control. Puppet. The clown who had the puppet inherent skill, even under the pincer attack of the female giant and Yue Yang, he was still able to calmly use his inherent skill. Together with his guardian beast, he summoned a puppet that looked exactly the same as his original body. That guardian beast was very special. It was a puppet, its level was not high and it did not have life, but it could miraculously replace its master to take any damage. The fatal blow that the female giant gave to the clown was actually completely taken by this useless puppet. The puppet shattered and turned into nothingness. However, the clown luckily escaped the attack and was not injured at all. Instead, he borrowed the wind from the punch to rise up. Just as the blade was about to reach his face, the clown strangely slid past Yue Yang. In turn, he looked down from above. His fingers, which were wrapped in the black light of death, were aimed at the back of Yue Yang's head at an extreme speed. Death's finger was a consummate skill that the clown had learned from a region emperor. Even a heaven ranker level 1 would definitely die if he was hit by this finger of death. In the 1/10,000th of a second after he tapped on the back of Yue Yang's head, the clown realized that his body was bound by something. At the same time, Yue Yang, who was slashing down with an indomitable will, turned his body with a smile on his face. His Dao Tai blade became even more violent as it slashed through the clown's long fingers and slashed at the clown's face. This was the clown's weakness that no one knew about. Other than Yue Yang, who possessed the Heaven Eye's divine vision, even the female giant whom he had worked with before, his current allies Skeleton Man Rachel and Wise Demon Marshall did not know that the clown's real weakness was his face. Third slash, Lord of Rivers and Mountains. The dense blade aura penetrated the defense of the half-crying, half-smiling Marshall Saint Silver Mask, broke through the defense, struck the clown's face, and seeped into his skull. The clown was in so much pain that he couldn't control himself. He kicked out crazily. It landed on Yue Yang's body. Yue Yang's body spun like a spinning top under the clown's kick. This was one of the clown's killing techniques. First, it made the enemy unable to attack or defend. Then, the enemy would be in a spinning state, completely under the clown's control. Die. The clown who kicked out a spinning top first used one hand to cover his face, while the other hand continued to tap downwards. The finger of death exploded again. What made him feel strange was that the binding force appeared again. The clown watched as Yue Yang unbelievably slashed out his blade in a spinning top state. The blade passed through the gaps between his fingers and penetrated the silver mask, hitting the clown's face. Fourth slash, Heaven and Earth Reversal. This slash was not only Yue Yang's full force attack, it also carried the clown's spinning top force. The clown was slashed until his entire body spun like a spinning top. It was impossible for him to retaliate. While the two of them were fighting, the female giant who had missed her punch arrived. She reached out her giant hand and grabbed the clown like she was grabbing a chick. She grabbed him in her hand. She exerted a great amount of strength in her hands and twisted the clown's body, causing all the bones in the clown's body to crackle. She then smashed the clown's entire body onto her knees with all her might. Finally, as the clown howled in pain, she threw him far away. She used him as a weapon and smashed him like a meteor towards skeleton man Rachel and wise demon Marshall who were chasing after her. Yue Yang used his leg to step on the back of the female giant's neck and used the force to wave his crescent moon blade to block the two heaven-ranked rankers' attacks. With just a touch, the two heaven-ranked rankers did not have the time to use their full strength. Yue Yang disappeared like a wisp of smoke. In the next second, he overtook skeleton man Rachel and wise demon Marshall who were dodging to the sides and chased after the clown who was falling towards the lake. The female giant's aura exploded and the image of an ancient dragon appeared above her head. The two heaven-ranked rankers were sent flying and vomited blood. She roared like thunder and her fists were like a storm, furiously attacking skeleton man Rachel and wise demon Marshall who were blocking her. The two of them did not retreat and clenched their teeth to defend against the female giant's brute force. If the dragon plague did not weaken the female giant's strength, they would not have been able to withstand such attacks. On the surface of the lake, Yue Yang caught up to the clown. The clown, who hated Yue Yang to the core, turned around angrily and waved his magic wand to fight against Yue Yang. The glory of heaven rank was nothing to the clown. As long as he could kill this despicable brat, he did not care how much face he lost. The two of them were only half a meter apart, but the sinister clown was able to skillfully cast 3 fatal attacks. The tri-colored balls he threw collided with each other and attacked 3 vital parts of Yue Yang's body. The magic wand was aimed at the space between Yue Yang's eyebrows. Its power was second only to the finger of death. Once hit, he would either die or be crippled. However, the clown's legs were 10 times faster than this. Like a whirlwind, he had already kicked Yue Yang's 10 legs before the magic wand reached Yue Yang's eyebrows. The clown's fast leg attacks were unbeatable. Even his esteemed teacher, the domain emperor, Qingyi, was full of praises for the clown. Qingyi thought that the clown's fast legs had reached the standard of an ultimate technique. The clown wanted to use his fast legs to kick Yue Yang into pieces. The magic wand and tri-colored balls were all feints. Only fast legs were his ultimate technique to kill his enemies. However, the clown felt a pain in his stomach. He was shocked to find that his stomach was also kicked by a flying leg. Moreover, it was only one leg, but the speed and frequency of the kick was almost as fast as his 2 legs. How was this possible? The clown could not figure out why. He only felt that there was a terrifying energy invading his stomach, as if it was going to burst out. He endured the pain and gave up the opportunity to continue attacking. He leapt backward and escaped from Yue Yang's attack. Yue Yang did not let him go after gaining the upper hand and immediately chased after him. The 5th slash came down with an unstoppable force. The clown was going crazy. A heaven ranker was beaten up like this. What a scandal. He angrily used the tri-colored balls and magic wand to counterattack. If the enemy chased after him, he would definitely be hit first. He did not think that Yue Yang would risk his life to fight with him. Even if he risked his life, he was a heaven ranker and he would be able to win. The next second, he realized that he was wrong. Yue Yang was not only risking his life, but he was also crazy as if he was committing suicide. There was no defense at all. The glittering magic wand was cut into half. Yue Yang completely ignored the tri-colored balls that were shot at him. Even when they hit Yue Yang's body and caused a large amount of blood to splatter, Yue Yang did not care. He only focused on using all his strength to condense the most powerful sword radiance he had ever used in a battle. It was the most powerful slash that could split heaven and earth. The 5th slash, gods and demons avoid. The entire sky was split into half because of this slash. The surface of the huge lake also sank into a crack that was 10 meters wide and so deep that the bottom could not be seen. The eyes behind the silver mask of the clown showed fear for the first time. It was the first time he threw away his beloved magic wand. His 10 extremely long fingers moved agilely, trying to touch Yue Yang's slash. At the moment when the Dao Tai blade was about to hit the silver mask, he clenched his teeth and used his 10 fingers to clamp this terrifying slash. That was close. He did not even have time to breathe a sigh of relief. When the clown habitually counterattacked with a flying kick, the shadow of the luxurious starry sky cruise ship falling from the sky suddenly made him remember something important. His whole body trembled. Not good, he fell into a trap. But it was too late. The binding force appeared for the 3rd time, and it was 100 times stronger than before. The clown could not struggle or defend for at least a second. It was as if his mind was separated from his body. At this moment, the puppet inherent skill that he had always used to save his life could not be used. The guardian beast could not replace his death, but the enemy still had a unique skill. The clown was scared out of his wits, because he saw Yue Yang let go of the Dao Tai blade and reached his hand over, taking off the holy ranked silver mask that was half crying and half laughing. "It's over." His face was completely exposed to the enemy's attack. Immediately after, the clown saw a terrifying sword, a sword that he had never seen before, but could make his soul tremble. It was a godly sword with the will to destroy. It was completely formed from energy, black, lusterless, mysterious, like the blade of the Grim Reaper. Yue Kang's sword, Yue Yang pointed, and the Yue Kang sword pierced deeply into the clown's eyes. It pierced deeply into the center of the clown's eyebrows. The moment the clown regained his freedom, he immediately summoned his guardian beast. But the moment the puppet appeared, it was dispelled by little Wen Li, who was behind Yue Yang with a white light. It was unable to replace its master's damage at all. The clown's screams were 10,000 times louder than the Sky Knight's. The entire heaven and earth exploded with a series of miserable screams. Everyone's ears were about to go deaf. In an instant, they temporarily lost their hearing. The weaker people, the crew members and passengers who were Earth rank level 3 and below, all fainted from the shock. Even the Thunder Griffin that was circling in the sky fell down as if it was weightless. Deeply affected by the clown's screams, the clown didn't dare to risk his life anymore. After he pulled the Yue Kang sword out of his forehead, he immediately used his fastest speed to escape in a panic. "Damn you, aren't you arrogant? I'm going to beat you up." Yue Yang's injuries weren't light, but he was victorious, so his morale was high. He waved the Dao Tai blade and chased after the clown like he was beating a drowning dog. After the battle with the Scarlet Emperor, Yue Yang comprehended the super speed. In the battle with the clown, he displayed his full power. The clown was a speed-type ranker. He was extremely fast, agile, flexible and skillful. If it was the female giant, she wouldn't be able to defeat the clown if they really fought. However, Yue Yang, who was also fast, agile and skillful, could be considered the clown's nemesis. Moreover, Yue Yang also had the Yue Kang sword, a bug-level innate sword chi. With the help of the most capable little Wen Li, the clown was almost certain to be at a disadvantage. However, what Yue Yang didn't expect was that the clown could still run so fast after being hit by the Yue Kang sword at his weakest point, the center of his brows. The clown ran very fast. Although Yue Yang had a backup plan, he couldn't use it in time and could only chase after him. The female giant, skeleton man Rachel, wise demon Marshall, Long Shang and the two heaven rankers all stopped attacking. They stared dumbfoundedly at the one-sided battle where Yue Yang chased after the clown all the way. What exactly happened? Was there something wrong with their eyes? Wasn't the situation the other way around? Wasn't the clown the one chasing after that abnormal brat? "Hit, I'll hit, I'll hit, I'll kick you to death, I'll chop you, damn it, why are you running?" Yue Yang's speed was slightly faster, but because the clown was escaping, he had the upper hand. Hence, the chase between the two of them became a stalemate. The clown desperately flew on the surface of the lake, brushing against the boundary of death. His feet refused to touch the water, afraid that once he touched the water, he would fall into the lake and be trapped in the boundary of death, becoming Yue Yang's target of slaughter. He brushed past the surface of the lake, and everywhere he passed, water splashed into the sky. Above the clown's head, Yue Yang chased after him closely. He waved his Dao Tai blade and slashed at the clown, forcing the clown to move forward without any chance to counterattack. Yue Yang's storm-like attacks caused thousands of water pillars to appear on the surface of the lake. The spirit-devouring demon sharks that were originally ferocious also fled in fear. Those who were slashed were all decapitated. The clown really wished he could grow 8 legs to escape. His life's greatest life-saving inherent skill, puppet, as well as his puppet guardian beast, were completely suppressed by the little Lamia Loli. Almost every time he summoned them, they would be instantly killed or dispersed, unable to be of any use. Without his life-saving inherent skill, the clown didn't dare to fight. One more slash, he might not be able to keep his life. Hence, he could only use his fastest speed to escape. No matter how Yue Yang slashed, hit and kicked at his back, he turned a deaf ear to it. This kind of depressing battle where he couldn't even counterattack made the clown so angry that he almost cried. This was too much. Where did this abnormal person come from? He had never seen such an abnormal person in his life. Forget about an earth ranker fighting a heaven ranker, he even chased after him, forcing him to his death. How could he live like this? Chapter 619 Inches Rumble. the luxurious starry sky cruise in the sky could not be salvaged even though the crew tried their best to save it. It was split in half high up in the sky. The body of the ship tilted and hung down like a sharp sword. In the end, it plunged into the center of the man-eating lake one after the other. The moment the wreckage broke through the boundary of death, the wind formation that could barely be maintained completely collapsed. Without the protection of the wind formation, countless pieces of the ship and all kinds of equipment were scattered all over the sky. The deck that was plunged into the water let out a terrifying groan. Under the impact of the falling gravity and the waves, it burst into pieces. A large amount of lake water gushed into the cabin of the ship, giving off an earth-shattering roar. The water splashed up to 1,000 meters high. The entire lake was like a giant beast with its mouth wide open, greedily devouring the wreckage of the cruise. The passengers had long escaped far away, while the crew members only left reluctantly at the last moment. They stared at the slowly sinking starry sky for a long time. The clown used the momentum of the ship's falling body to crash into it in a flash, attempting to escape from Yue Yang's attack. The cunning clown made use of the cover of the ship's shadow. He crashed into the ship's body and came out from the other side. At the moment when Yue Yang could not chase after him, he won a breath of time. He screamed towards the sky, "Come quickly." Only with his shout did Skeleton Man Rachel and the Wise Demon Marshal wake up from their state of shock. Skeleton Man Rachel and Wise Demon Marshal immediately left the female giant behind and flew down to assist the clown. On the other hand, Long Shang sighed and attacked the female giant against his will, delaying this strong enemy. Today's battle was what Long Shang did not want to see the most. However, he could not reject it, because the clown was his ally now. As a righteous royal knight, Long Shang could not disobey his lord's orders and betray his own ally, even if it went against his own principles. Fu Tu, who pretended to be heavily injured, and the other two heaven rankers whispered to each other, as if they were discussing countermeasures. "Good lad, so you are a heaven ranker disguised as a commoner." Wise Demon Marshal thought that Yue Yang was definitely not a commoner. He must have used some kind of ability to disguise himself as an earth ranker. If it weren't for that, everyone wouldn't have been fooled and the clown wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. Towards Yue Yang, Wise Demon Marshal did not hold back once he attacked. Golden light flashed in his hand and thousands of silk-like energy threads extended out, entangling towards Yue Yang as if they were alive. This was his entanglement inherent skill. It was similar to Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill, but different. This entanglement talent was only limited to entangling the enemy's body or weapon. In close combat, the effect was obvious. It had no effect on the enemy's mind and soul, so there was no way to truly control it. It only had the effect of binding the enemy's body with the tough silk thread. If the enemy's level was lower than the Wise Demon Marshal, then this entanglement inherent skill would be very fatal. If the enemy's power level was higher than Wise Demon Marshal, then this entanglement inherent skill would instead be a burden. It might even give the enemy an opportunity to counter the main body. Yue Yang immediately recognized the characteristics of this twining silk talent and kicked the clown hard. Borrowing the momentum, he flew backward. Just as he dodged the binding silk, Skeleton Man Rachel waved hard rend behind him, slashing at him with an unstoppable force. A perfect slash. This attack imitated Yue Yang's perfect slash, and it was quite a good imitation, at least 80% similar. "You're courting death." Yue Yang did not take it head-on, but borrowed Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill. At the moment when Skeleton Man Rachel froze, Dao Tai blade pierced into Rachel's upper and lower jaws like a sword, directly attacking the soul fire protected by the 2 rows of teeth. Rachel was shocked. Luckily, the binding inherent skill only lasted for 1/100th of a second, so it immediately reacted and gave up on attacking. While parrying Yue Yang's crescent moon slash, it anxiously used its 2 rows of teeth to bite onto Yue Yang's Dao Tai blade. Those 2 rows of teeth were usually loose, but when it came to battle, they were extremely hard. Yue Yang exploded with great strength and kept on piercing. But he was unable to advance an inch. On the contrary, Skeleton Man Rachel was scared out of its wits. It never thought that its weakness would be seen through by the enemy, and that the enemy would attack its soul fire immediately. It kept on retreating, trying to get rid of Yue Yang's piercing force. However, Demon Marshal Ji Guang chased relentlessly, waving his thousands of winding silk in an attempt to capture and bind Yue Yang. However, Skeleton Man Rachel's retreating speed was extremely fast, and Demon Marshal Ji Guang actually could not catch up. He secretly cursed Rachel for being a coward. If it was willing to stop, even if it was only for a second, the winding silk inherent skill would be able to bind the enemy tightly. As he chased, he shouted, "Move to the left, move in an arc towards us." "No, move a little more to the left," Skeleton Man Rachel also scolded. "If it listened to you, it would be courting death. Try having your mouth stabbed with a knife." Arc movement, bullshit. It was a pity that it could not scold him, or else Demon Marshal Ji Guang would definitely scold him to death. Now, the battle situation became comical again. Skeleton Man Rachel fought with Yue Yang while retreating. What was nailed into its mouth was Yue Yang's Dao Tai blade. There was the stronger Demon Marshal Ji Guang behind, but because his speed was not fast enough, he could only watch helplessly. Rachel did not dare to take the risk of Yue Yang's soul-piercing strike, so he could only maintain the stalemate. In the sky, there were 3 figures descending like giant birds. It was Fu Tu and the 2 heaven rankers just now. The 3 of them took the opportunity and intercepted them halfway. What was even faster than them was that the female giant had already sent Long Shang, who did not use his full strength, flying. Long Zhang's armor was shattered and he retreated pathetically. The female giant rushed over like a war god. She stretched out her huge arm and used only one arm to withstand the attacks of the 3 heaven rankers. Her other arm turned into a fist and fiercely punched Skeleton Man Rachel's head, almost instantly killing Rachel. His soul fire was almost extinguished. Countless winding silk, as if it had a life of its own, bound the female giant's body. The female giant roared and sent Demon Marshal Ji Guang flying with a punch. She struggled with both her arms and almost shattered all the solidified winding silk. The clown who had finally caught his breath had finally arrived. He fought against Yue Yang, who used the god-killing dagger to cut off the winding silk for the female giant. He moved his legs as if they were flying and had already kicked hundreds of times in a second. Yue Yang did not retreat an inch and guarded behind the female giant. The Dao Tai blade was still being bitten by Rachel, which slightly affected his fighting style. But even so, he was still evenly matched with the clown in terms of legs, and there was no clear difference between them. On the other side, he was still using Crescent Moon to compete with Rachel's heart-rending. The golden armor Marshal Long Shang was slightly hesitant. With his pride and honorable heart, he did not want to attack an enemy in a dangerous situation, unless his ally was in danger. So, he decided to temporarily watch the battle. However, Demon Marshal Ji Guang did not have this kind of hesitation at all. With a twist of his hands, the winding silk that Yue Yang had already cut off miraculously recovered. Furthermore, it quickly formed a gigantic winding silk that was like a python, twisting and winding around the female giant's body. "Go, leave this to me." The female giant roared towards the sky. The muscles on her body swelled up even more vigorously as she struggled against the gigantic winding silk. In the midst of that terrifying explosion, Yue Yang and the clown could not even react in time and were sent flying by the shockwave that she released. That gigantic silk that Demon Marshal Ji Guang was confident that even the ancient titan would not be able to escape from actually broke apart inch by inch. The shock caused Demon Marshal Ji Guang, who was trying his best to use his inherent skill, to bleed from between his thumb and forefinger. His fingers were in so much pain that they felt like they were about to break. The winding silk inherent skill was most afraid of this kind of brute force backlash. In the face of absolute power, all special skills were useless. Rachel, who had just let go of the Dao Tai blade and was preparing to stab the female giant. Seeing the female giant break the gigantic winding silk, it screamed in fear. It immediately turned around and ran. It was too scary. Who could match up to this kind of brute force? Just as Skeleton Man Rachel was about to escape, he suddenly saw Yue Yang shamelessly teleporting back. With a flying kick, Rachel tragically realized that he had returned to the female giant's side. "Want to run? I'll let you run to your heart's content." The female giant caught Skeleton Man Rachel and pressed his skull down. Then, she quickly caught Demon Marshal Ji Guang, who was trying to escape, in her hands. This was a special skill that the ancient dragon was born with, Dragon Claw Hand. When Demon Marshal Ji Guang saw the ancient dragon's image appearing in the sky and a giant golden claw reaching towards void, he knew that something was wrong. He hurriedly used his winding silk to wrap his body like a silkworm cocoon to protect himself. However, it was already too late. His bald head was grabbed by the female giant, one in each hand. On the other hand, there were skulls. Hence, with a thunderous roar, the female giant ruthlessly smashed their skulls against each other. In that earth-shattering collision, the shockwave caused the surface of the lake to form huge waves that were tens of meters high. The air current that erupted from it swept across the entire battlefield. Demon Marshal Ji Guang was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices. He was in a dazed state as his eyes rolled back. He fell head first into the lake, unable to even maintain his body in the air. Compared to him, Skeleton Man Rachel was in a worse state. His teeth were scattered all over the ground. It was unlikely that he would be able to get them back. His skull, which was so sturdy that it could not be injured by swords, also had a few cracks on it. The soul fire inside was dim and lifeless. Seeing that the situation was not good, the clown immediately left the battlefield. He could tell that the female giant was overdrafting her life and burning it to raise her battle power. She was definitely invincible now. If he fell into her hands, he believed that he would not be able to keep a single bone in his body. On the contrary, Long Shang attacked Yue Yang at this moment, preventing him from killing Fu Tu and the other 2 outer heaven rankers. Too slow, Yue Yang slid out of Long Zhang's sword net like a fish. Although Long Zhang's treasured sword stabbed him a few hundred times, he only suffered some skin damage and was not heavily injured. Yue Yang flashed past Long Zhang's side. At this moment, Long Zhang's body froze. Because there was a deep fist mark on his chest. The fist aura broke through the golden armor's defense and strangely dispersed the protective energy around his body. It directly seeped into his internal organs, making him very uncomfortable. Long Shang was shocked. Could it be that even he was not his opponent? As a confident royal knight, this was the first time in his life that Long Shang doubted his own ability. He realized that the opponent's speed was really too fast. Actually, it looked like one punch on the surface, but in reality, it was at least 1,000 punches stacked on top of each other. Otherwise, it was impossible to create such an effect. Compared to the opponent's 1,000 punches stacked on top of each other, he only thrusted out 588 swords and only hit 302 swords. What if the opponent did not attack with this punch and instead avoided the battle? Would he still be able to hit him? When Long Shang thought about this, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. I'll kill all of you. Yue Yang gathered his strength and prepared to slash out a heavy slash that could shatter heaven and earth. That traitor Fu Tu and the other 2 heaven rankers were so scared that they wet their pants and ran away hurriedly. However, Yue Yang did not attack. Instead, he threw out a god-binding chain and wrapped it around the female giant who was still increasing her strength and preparing to burn her life to fight to the death. The attacking blade aura turned into a chi-chi that cut through space. In an instant, the lake waves rose to a height of 1,000 meters. Yue Yang and the female giant passed through the waves, as if they had entered a crack in space, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Only now did the clown understand that this brat did not want to fight to the death at all, but wanted to escape. He immediately regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. When he hurriedly rushed back, there was no trace of Yue Yang and the female giant. Wise Demon Marshal, who had just regained consciousness after falling into the water, held his head and groaned in pain. Forget it, don't chase after them. Anyway, Raging Flame has been infected by the dragon plague and is definitely dead. If we chase after them, we will only be dying for nothing. That's right, the appearance of that fellow was an accident. Luckily, the plan to kill Raging Flame was successful. Skeleton Man Rachel, who only had a few broken teeth left in his mouth, was also sorrowfully counting the few broken teeth that he had just picked up. Although it could still continue to fight, after being hit by the female giant's head, its morale had already plummeted, and it could no longer raise its fighting spirit. The clown was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down. He felt that Yue Yang and the female giant had definitely not escaped far, but now that his allies had no intention of fighting again, and he was alone, he was unable to do anything to the enemy. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his orifices, but there was nothing he could do. He clenched his long fingers tightly and took a deep breath. After regaining his calm, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "That was not teleportation. What that brat slashed out was a type of illusion. According to my judgment, that brat and Raging Flame are definitely still nearby. Maybe the 2 of them are hiding at the bottom of the lake. I suggest that we stay for the time being and slowly search. As for the losses, I will take full responsibility. In short, I will not give up until I see Raging Flame's corpse. If the search is limited to this area, then let's stay for a while longer." After Skeleton Man Rachel and Wise Demon Marshal exchanged their opinions, they decided to stay. The Flying Dragon Special Forces also stayed. However, the Thunder Griffin Sky Knights needed to escort the startled passengers and crew members away. Led by more than 10 silver-armored generals, the majestic group kept moving away. Whether it was the passengers, crew members or the guards of the cruise, they were all injured by the shockwave. Some of them even died unfortunately. But overall, it was still alright. Most of the people's lives were protected by the Sky Knights. Among the crowd, One-Eyed Dragon, who had already changed his attire quickly, as well as the skinny mercenary and the others, had also successfully blended into the crowd of passengers. They quietly turned their heads and looked at the lake. As they left with the group, countless members of the Black Skeleton Bandit group and the Clown Bandit group were patrolling the surface of the lake. According to the clown's deduction, Yue Yang's last slash was definitely not to cut through space, but to cleverly open the boundary of death on the surface of the lake. Then, he escaped with the female giant and hid somewhere at the bottom of the lake. In fact, that was really the case. At the bottom of the pitch-black lake, Yue Yang and the female giant glared at each other angrily. Staring at each other, both of them had the ability to see in the dark. The pitch-black bottom of the lake was nothing to the two of them. The reason why Yue Yang and the female giant glared at each other was very simple. The female giant did not agree with his actions. She thought that she was the boss and Yue Yang must listen to her. Even if he did not listen, he could not stop her from fighting. And the reason why Yue Yang glared at the female giant was very simple. He felt that she was stubborn. Idiots must listen to smart people. So, she had to listen to him. Boss or group leader were all just fleeting clouds. I have been infected by the dragon plague. I don't have long to live. Can't I have a good fight before I die? The female giant glared at Yue Yang. Use your brain that has been wasted for a long time to think. Do you think I will save a dead person? Forget it, don't even think about it. The only thing you have to do is to listen to my commands. If I tell you to go east, you cannot go west. If I tell you to stand high, you cannot sit on the ground. Do you understand? Yue Yang also glared at the female giant. This female giant's combat power was very high, but she was too stubborn. If she could completely listen to commands, she could be a qualified free fighter. As for gender, forget it. She was not a woman at all, but a barbarian. Since she was a barbarian whose brain was made up of muscles, why would she care about gender? No need. So, Yue Yang ignored the female giant's gender. Chapter 620. The female giant couldn't win against Yue Yang with her glare. She had never met a person who wasn't afraid of her glare. Usually, as long as she glared at him, everyone would shrink back like a quail. But what about Yue Yang? Yue Yang had already trained under Princess Sissy's Rouge Tigress's murderous gaze. He had already reached the realm of impervious to 100 stares. Shui Wuxia had teased him before, saying that his skin was so thick that he was immune to man's death stare and blood pupil double kill. Although this statement was a little exaggerated, Yue Yang's willpower was indeed different from ordinary people. Not to mention that he had experienced countless life and death battles. Even when he had just transmigrated, his guts were much bigger than others. Therefore, glaring at him was a piece of cake for him. Yue Yang wasn't afraid of anything. The only person who could keep him in check, other than Fourth Mother, was probably Ji Zun. It's my bad luck to know you. Go away, I'm digging a grave. The female giant's mood was very gloomy. Not only could she glare at this brat, she couldn't even go out and fight with her life on the line. This was because her body was wrapped by the god-binding chains. If she forcefully went out, she would probably implicate this brat and cause him to die together with her. She felt that she should die with a bang. But with Yue Yang messing around, she couldn't do that even if she wanted to. She could only gloomily dig a deep hole at the bottom of the lake as a grave after she died. She was infected with the dragon plague, so she definitely wouldn't die in a short period of time. Maybe she would have to suffer for a few months or even a few years. She definitely wouldn't be a sick person lying on the bed waiting for death. She decided to commit suicide and die at the bottom of the lake. Although it was far from dying with a bang, it was much better than lying on the bed waiting for death. As a heaven ranker, she also had her pride. If a heaven ranker wanted to dig a grave, it was as easy as lifting a finger, effortless. After the female giant finished digging, she laid down and tried it. She found that it was quite fitting. Just as she was about to commit suicide, she suddenly realized that Yue Yang had also laid down beside her. She was instantly confused. Could it be that this brat also wanted to commit suicide? Die with her? Impossible, he still has that little wife, how could he commit suicide? Not only did Yue Yang lie down in the tomb, but he also used the god-binding chains to drag a large rock over the tomb. The female giant was about to go crazy at his actions. What was this kid trying to do? Shish. Yue Yang laid comfortably in the tomb and made a shushing gesture to the female giant who was going crazy. Quote. The female giant did not understand, but in an instant, she felt a special vibration coming from the bottom of the lake. It was like an earthquake, but this vibration was getting more and more intense, as though something was trying to break free from its restraints and drill out from the depths of the ground. In an instant, the female giant understood. It was the ancient creature that had been sleeping at the bottom of the lake. Because of the fall of the luxurious Starry Sky cruise ship, it was startled awake. Now that it had woken up, it was coming out from the bottom of the lake. It was this kid's doing. He split the luxurious Starry Sky cruise ship into two halves. The first reason was to deceive the clown, making the clown misunderstand that his strongest weapon was the astral blade, when in fact, it was the sword chi that was truly lethal. The second reason was to break the boundary of death, causing the wreckage of the cruise ship to shake the bottom of the lake, awakening the slumbering ancient creature. On the surface of the lake, the enemy was definitely still searching relentlessly. Once the ancient creature woke up, it would definitely attack the enemy angrily. This was exactly what this kid had planned. No wonder he did not object to her digging a tomb, and even lied down beside her with a cheeky smile. So, he wanted to use the ancient creature to kill others. She could imagine, when the ancient creature attacked the clown angrily, and she appeared at the clown's most troublesome moment, the enemy would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. HMPH. The female giant stared at Yue Yang again. On the surface, she was not convinced, but in her heart, she still admired him. Even before the battle, this kid had already thought so far ahead and planned everything. He really had a smart brain. She quickly hid her presence, trying her best not to attract the ancient creature's attention. Then, she quietly sensed the surroundings, trying to guess what kind of ancient creature would wake up and cause such a violent vibration. 10 minutes. Yue Yang gestured for him to wait. I can't wait any longer, I'm going to die in 10 minutes. The female giant still wanted to say that in order to unleash her battle power, she had to take advantage of the fact that the dragon plague had not completely corroded her body. Don't be noisy. Yue Yang did not care about her opinion at all, making her so angry that she almost wanted to strangle this kid to death. Yue Yang suddenly stretched out his hand on the female giant's lower abdomen. The female giant was startled at first. Then, she reacted and understood that he wanted to cure her of the dragon plague. In that moment, she felt touched and sorrowful at the same time. To normal people, the dragon plague was a poison that was completely useless. But to a giant dragon, the stronger the giant dragon, the purer the bloodline, and the older the giant dragon, the greater the damage. It was said that the dragon plague was originally a curse of the gods. After millions of years of mutation, it became the dragon plague and became a pestilence-like poison. If she did not burn her life to fight, she might be able to survive the effects of the dragon plague after a few years. However, because she was extremely angry in the previous battle, she did not hesitate to burn her life to increase her energy. The poison of the dragon plague had already penetrated deep into her internal organs, and there was no way to save her. Grandpa, it's already hopeless. There's no need to waste energy to save her. Grandpa will go out and kill a few more brats later, and that will be enough. The female giant felt a special energy coming from Yue Yang's hand. It had a certain dilutive effect on the dragon plague, but because the poison of the dragon plague was too deep, it was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. Shut up. Yue Yang gestured for the woman to keep quiet when the man was working. The female giant was so angry that she almost wanted to strangle him to death and whip his corpse for 3 days and 3 nights. The female giant was actually not a fool. On the contrary, she was very smart. It was just that she was used to doing things with a certain righteousness in her heart. She seemed to have a very strong personality, which made people feel that she was old-fashioned and conservative, and would not change. Her personality had a lot of flaws, but also a lot of strengths. If she was to be her friend, then a person with such strong righteousness would undoubtedly be the most loyal friend, because this kind of friend would never betray her. If she was hired to do things, then it would be great too, because she would definitely be able to complete the tasks assigned to her, and even exceed the requirements. She would not have any selfish motives. However, if she was made the leader, then it would be over. It would be impossible for her to use her principles and righteousness to demand all her subordinates. Even if it was achieved, it would be forced, and it would not be truly voluntary. Yue Yang had long seen that the entire Raging Flames bandit group was actually supported by her alone. Without her, they were nothing. Other than One-Eyed Dragon, Skinny and a few dozen mercenaries, the Ox Clan brothers, and the dead deer hunter, the other members were all outwardly obedient. On the surface, they listened to her, but behind her back, they were doing something else. Especially during the test of life and death, those members actually all gave up fighting just because their loved ones were kidnapped. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that she was not made to be a leader. From Yue Yang's point of view, she could not even be a good general to lead troops, much less a commander who could devise strategies. At most, she could only be a vanguard. Therefore, Yue Yang did not make a move, and watched as the Raging Flames bandit group disbanded. There was no point in keeping this kind of group anyway, it was just a waste of time. However, Yue Yang felt that he had to save the female giant Raging Flames bandit group. She was a top-notch fighter. If she was willing to listen to commands, she would definitely be a great killing machine. Yue Yang did not expect himself to be able to subdue her, so he decided to be the bad guy. She could choose not to listen to him. However, if he handed her over to Shui Wuxia or Princess Sissy, they would definitely have a way to make her do things. This was the technique of using people, and Yue Yang had already planned it out. During the Plague Dragon Nail incident, if Yue Yang had saved her at that time, the female giant Raging Flames would not have fallen into the trap. However, Yue Yang wanted to use this fact to tell her who the traitor was, and what things could not be done with righteousness. It was not that the righteousness was wrong, but the method of doing things was wrong. Dealing with good people and dealing with bad people definitely could not use the same technique. Rumble, the bottom of the lake trembled, and in the end, it was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. A few huge life forms with terrifying energy drilled out from the broken bottom of the lake, making a deafening sound. The female giant was momentarily shocked and suspicious. How did this brat know that there were ancient creatures sleeping at the bottom of the lake? He did not even know such common sense as the Sky Region Emperor. How did he know that there were ancient creatures sleeping in the man-eating lake? Even she, who lived nearby, did not know this secret. What made her even more curious was that the place he brought her to was coincidentally far away from the area where the ancient creatures were sleeping at the bottom of the lake. A few ancient creatures had drilled out, but the place she was staying at was not dangerous at all. Could it be that he did this on purpose? You brat, the female giant realized that this brat was really a mystery. No matter how she looked at him, she could not understand him. There are still 9 minutes left, not much time, can you cooperate a little? Don't use your energy to resist, relax your entire body. Yue Yang estimated the time and felt that the healing time was a little tight. Seeing that the female giant was not cooperating, he scolded her angrily. Are you a pig? You don't even know how to relax your entire body. The female giant raised her fist and wanted to punch him, but suddenly, an incomparably huge life form swam over. Its energy was terrifying, it was at least a heaven-ranked level 6. She quickly put down her fist, held her breath, and cooperated with his healing. She was very unconvinced, but she would not be so stupid as to go against him. After all, his brain was better. For the time being, she decided to listen to him, just this once. At first, Yue Yang was afraid that she would resist, so he did not release the most innate qi, only a trace. When she calmed down and relaxed her mind, he immediately increased the input of innate qi. This energy was like a spring turning into a stream, then into a small river, and finally like a big river. It surrounded the dragon plague in her body and forced it into a ball. The female giant looked at him in shock. She really could not tell that this brat's energy was actually so pure and huge. It flowed endlessly, like a river. What caused the female giant's entire body to tremble in pain was not only the healing of the dragon plague, but also the nirvana flame that Yue Yang injected into her body. This kind of purification was 100 times more painful than the most painful injury in the world. This was because the nirvana flame was a purification process from the outside to the inside, from the inside to the outside, from the body to the energy, from the energy to the soul. If there was not enough energy or a pure soul, the nirvana flame could directly annihilate a life. It would turn into nothingness and return to its original state. On the contrary, if one could cleanse their marrow and meridians in the state of nirvana, it would be a process of being reborn and improving. The female giant was in so much pain, but she endured it with all her might. She knew that this was the best chance to improve. Chapter 621. Not only the surface of the lake, even the shore was shaking. At first, the clown and the rest thought that the female giant burned the last of her life to unleash a power that surpassed heaven rank level 5. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. No matter how strong the female giant was, it was impossible for her to create such a phenomenon. All the bandits who were searching along the surface of the lake flew high in fright, staying far away from the surface of the lake. Those who were less courageous fled 400 to 500 meters high in the air. Even the leaders of Earth rank level 5 and above all flew more than 200 meters high, hiding behind the heaven rank rankers. The bald wise demon Marshall, skeleton man Rachel, golden armor Marshall Long Shong and the clown in colorful clothes were all looking at the surface of the lake with full concentration. 5 abnormally huge whirlpools appeared on the surface of the lake. Countless spirit-devouring demon sharks and man-eating fishes tried their best to escape, but it was useless. They were all sucked into the whirlpools, and almost none of them could escape. It's an ancient creature. Wise demon Marshall frowned and made an accurate judgment. It must be the wreckage of the 2 halves of the cruise ship that awakened the sleeping ancient creature. Long Shong also felt that it made sense. The biggest problem now was, how many ancient creatures were sleeping at the bottom of this man-eating lake. If there were 5 of them, it would be a big problem. Raging Flame, did she fight with the ancient creature after escaping to the bottom of the lake? The energy at the bottom of the lake is chaotic, the water has turned into a whirlpool, we should hide for now. Skeleton man Rachel felt that it was not a good time to take risks. Firstly, leader Raging Flame, she was infected with the dragon plague and was almost dead. Even if she went to the bottom of the lake and was discovered by the ancient creature, then both sides would be injured and the fishermen would reap the benefits. Everyone be careful. Long Shong also felt that if the ancient creature had just awakened and did not know the truth, it would misunderstand that the people on the surface of the lake were enemies. 2 heaven rankers and the traitor Fu Tu. They looked at each other and felt that it was not a good time to get too close to the surface of the lake. Although the 3 of them were all heaven rankers, they were far inferior to wise demon Marshall and the clown. If they encountered an ancient creature, it was almost impossible for them to win. Thus, they felt that it was best to escape to 1,000 meters high in the air and observe the situation. If Raging Flame died at the bottom of the lake, then it would be perfect. Without spending a single soldier, he could disappear this powerful enemy of Raging Flame. If Raging Flame escaped at the bottom of the lake, he could outflank her from the sky and intercept her in time. Just as the 3 of them quietly left the clown's back and slowly rose into the air, there was a sudden movement on the surface of the whirlpool lake. Huge waves soared into the sky. Several shadows appeared in the water like cheetahs that had been lying in ambush for a long time, pouncing on the prey in front of them. The speed at which these shadows attacked and killed was so fast that even the clown and flying dragon were dumbfounded. Faster than a cheetah, more cunning than a fox, more precise than a venomous snake. In a flash, the 3 heaven rankers who had just left the clown's back, including Fu Tu, were simultaneously entangled by the shadows. The clown's heart sank. If these shadows were to attack him, Long Shong and the other 3, then the 4 of them would still have a way to escape. But the shadow didn't attack the 4 strongest heaven rank powerhouses. Instead, it attacked the 3 second strongest heaven rank powerhouses. Among these 3 heaven rankers, even the strongest Fu Tu was only heaven ranker level 2. Fu Tu pretended to be heavily injured in order to force the real heaven ranker to injure himself. His strength had been reduced, so he was probably only left with the strength of a peak heaven ranker level 1. 3 heaven rankers level 1, no matter in terms of reaction or ability, were far inferior to him. Under this kind of attack, he was in danger. Save them! The clown screamed and quickly flew in the opposite direction. He raced with the shadows in an attempt to save his underlings. The death of a heaven ranker would greatly affect the strength of the clown group. The clown definitely didn't want his heaven rankers to die under such an innocent attack. Compared to the clown, Long Shong immediately took out the sword at his waist and increased his strength, slashing at the enemy. At this moment, he didn't care if he would anger the enemy. Saving people was the most important. Wise demon Marshall's expression changed. With his sharp senses, he realized that the awakened ancient creature was heaven ranker level 6. Furthermore, it seemed like there was more than one heaven ranker level 6. If he didn't escape, forget about his companions, even he himself would be in danger. However, before he could react, a gigantic shadow rose from the lake, covering the sky as it rushed into the sky. It opened its mouth, and the entire sky became the mouth of a teoti. Ancient demon shark. The clown's eyes twitched. Because he saw a demon shark that was even bigger than the luxurious Starry Sky cruise ship appear in the sky. Its strength was as high as Heaven Ranker level 6. This kind of ancient giant beast that had an absolute advantage in size, even those of the same level would not be able to fight against it. What made the clown feel the most despair was that the moment this ancient demon shark flew into the sky, it immediately activated the boundary of death. The boundary of death was definitely a seal made by an ancient ranker. It was almost useless against small creatures, but against a huge ancient creature like the ancient demon shark, it was impossible for it to escape. It could only collide with it within a certain range, like a small fish trapped in a big bubble. Once the boundary of death was activated, all the members of the Black Skeleton group and the Clown group were trapped inside. Once they entered the boundary of death, it would be difficult to leave. Of course, the Clown didn't think that anyone would be able to escape from the ancient demon shark's huge mouth. The 3 heaven rankers, including Fu Tu, screamed. The Clown sadly realized that there were octopus-like tentacles wrapped around their waists. Those shadows were these tentacles. It was just that these tentacles could change color, so nothing strange could be seen in the waves. It was just that when the waves were shot out, they were not transparent in the light, so they looked like shadows. A few extremely long tentacles wrapped around Fu Tu and the rest, then dragged them crazily. No matter how Fu Tu and the rest attacked, these extremely tough tentacles did not budge at all. They greedily dragged the 3 of them towards the lake. Long Shang slashed with all his might, but he only managed to leave an obvious scar on the tentacles. He was unable to cut them off. Fire ring. The Clown waved his hands and threw a few blazing fire rings towards those tentacles. Those fire rings accurately hit the place where the sword scar was triggered, and started burning. The raging flames burned the tentacles until they shrunk slightly. They seemed to be in pain as they tossed Fu Tu and a heaven ranker aside. Then, a few tentacles wrapped around an unlucky heaven ranker and dragged them down. Wise Demon Marshal, who came to help, shot out countless threads from both of his hands, forming a huge silk rope that wrapped around a few tentacles halfway. Skeleton Man Rachel screamed in fear. The heart rending in his hands slashed like the wind. In an instant, he slashed 100 times from Long Zhang's sword wound and the Clown's fire ring burn wound, and barely managed to cut off one tentacle. The Clown chased after it without a care for his own safety, and forcefully pulled the unlucky heaven ranker out of the tentacles' entanglement. The forceful pulling caused the unlucky heaven ranker to cry out in pain. His body exploded into a bloody mist, and his skin and muscles were forcefully pulled out by the tentacles' suckers, forming bloody holes. It's the Cuttlefish King, run! Wise Demon Marshal roared and exploded with his strongest power, directly knocking away a few tentacles that had just shot out from the lake. Long Shang could not be bothered to save the members of the Clown group and Black Skeleton group who were being devoured by the ancient demon shark in the sky. It was already extremely fortunate that he was able to save 3 heaven rankers. One ancient demon shark was enough of a headache. There was also the Cuttlefish King, which was definitely the overlord of the water. With the 2 of them working together, there was no way they could win. He grabbed a heaven ranker's hand and prepared to bring him away. Suddenly, a shadow that covered the sky appeared. It was not the ancient demon shark, but another ancient island whale that was even bigger. Although this ancient island whale was only heaven rank level 3, Long Shang was willing to fight against 2 ancient demon sharks. This was because the ancient island whale was an existence that no human could fight against. Its attack power was destined to be low, but its defense was impenetrable. That kind of huge body, along with its innate domain, was comparable to the boundary of death. A small human could not fight against it at all. The ancient demon shark was bigger than the luxurious Starry Sky cruise ship, and the Cuttlefish King was about the same size. But compared to the ancient island whale, they were simply small fish and shrimp. Hello everyone, you seem to be very busy. I hope our appearance will not disturb you too much. At the edge of the ancient island whale's left fin, stood a smiling young man. It was Yue Yang. He greeted everyone very politely, as if they were from the same hometown that he had not seen for a long time. HMPH. The female giant stood beside him. Her expression was not very good. She clenched her fists tightly and stared at Fu Tu with eyes burning with anger. Fu Tu was so scared that he lost his head. He anxiously wanted to escape. He first dodged the ancient demon shark's devouring, then he escaped to the other side like a shooting star. A black shadow rose vertically into the sky. It was extremely tall and long, reaching 1,000 meters into the sky. However, its body did not seem to reach even a tenth of its height, and it continued to rise. It was a dragon electric eel. Among the ancient life forms, it was at least one of the top 100 powerful life forms. Fu Tu panicked and crashed into its body. The dragon electric eel did not feel anything, but its body automatically activated the lightning domain, directly burning Fu Tu into charcoal. Although Fu Tu was not dead yet, he was close to it. If any child gave him a punch, he would probably die. Yue Yang threw out the god-binding chains from afar and caught the fainted Fu Tu in it. He very leisurely dragged it back, like a bait, and hung it under the ancient island whale's fin. Damn dragon god, after 100,000 years, this damn boundary of death still has the effect of confinement. Ah, I hate seals the most, all those who are sealed will be cursed. There was an extremely tiny shadow that floated to the surface of the lake. As soon as he appeared, the boiling surface of the lake became as still as a mirror. Even the huge waves that rushed to the sky strangely shrank back, as if they did not dare to surpass his ankles. This man was similar to a human. He had black skin and a thick beard. On the two sides of his nose, there were even two meaty feelers that humans did not have. Seeing this man appear, the entire place quietened down. Even the ancient demon shark that was chewing on the clown group and the dragon electric eel that was rising to the sky also stopped in the air. It seemed that this man was their leader, waiting for him to speak. This man who seemed to be heaven rank level 1 suddenly knelt down on the surface of the water. He clasped his hands together, as if he was praying to someone. He wailed loudly, "Supreme Dragon God, I admit that I was wrong, alright. It's already 100,000 years, it's enough punishment for me. Hurry up and send someone to break this damn boundary of death. I swear, I won't do bad things in the future, I'm truly remorseful. Hurry up and release me from this boundary of death. 100,000 years have passed, the vast ocean at that time has already become a lake. If you don't let me out, this place will become a fucking mountain." After crying for a while, he looked at the sky and saw that there was no reaction. He immediately stood up and angrily pointed at the sky and shouted, "Dragon God, if you don't let me go, if I get out, I guarantee that I won't do good things 1, 2, 4, and 6 times, I will do bad things. In short, I won't let you off." After cursing for a long time, he knelt on the ground again. "Supreme Dragon God, I beg you, just treat me as a fart and let me go." He couldn't swear, nor could he curse. This guy was completely out of ideas. In a fit of anger, he pointed at the clown and the others. "No, I'm very depressed today. If I don't kill a few people, I really can't hold it anymore. Please come over and let me kill 2 of you. If I'm still very depressed tomorrow, then I must kill 2 more until Supreme Dragon God releases me. Otherwise, all of you will die." The clown and the others were speechless. Who did this black guy think he was? He was just heaven rank level 1 and he was already so arrogant. If he was heaven rank level 5, wouldn't even the domain emperor have to bow down to him? A very wise decision. Yue Yang gave a thumbs up and praised the black-bearded man. "Zhao Dragon King, I support you." Chapter 622 Inches. Who are you? The black-bearded man glanced at Yue Yang and asked while yawning. His expression was like a tiger that heard a small mosquito buzzing while it was napping. "I am the person who is here to let you out." When Yue Yang said this, the ancient demon shark, ancient island whale, dragon electric eel and the giant cuttlefish king that surfaced immediately looked at Yue Yang with anticipation. Actually, other than them, everyone present knew that this brat was bluffing. Forget about the supreme dragon god from at least 100,000 years ago, he didn't even know the current sky region emperor. He was completely a brat that came from the countryside. He was just trying to convince the black-bearded man to be his ally. HMPH. The clown did not believe that the black-bearded man would fall for it. Under the supreme dragon god, even the ones who sweep the floor are heaven rank level 5. You are just a mere innate level 7, no, innate level 8 brat, how dare you pretend to be the dragon god's messenger? The black-bearded man did not believe him as expected. With one sentence, he saw through Yue Yang's lie. This made the female giant Raging Flame feel extremely embarrassed. She did not even have the face to look at him. However, The black-bearded man still praised Yue Yang a little in the end. You dare to pretend to be the supreme dragon god's man, you have guts. Originally, I wanted to kill you first, but since you are somewhat pleasing to the eye, I will leave you as the last. Thank you. Yue Yang was still smiling. The smile on his face was as bright as the sun. What if I say that I am the supreme dragon god's younger brother? The female giant covered her face. She almost wanted to say that he should stop embarrassing himself. The supreme dragon god was an ancient rancor. If he had a younger brother, he would at least be an old demon that was over 1,000,000 years old. How could it be a 20-year-old brat like you? Even if the other party was blind, he would not be able to fool him. This kind of words was too clumsy, even a fool would not believe it. The clown sneered in his heart. If you want to pretend, can you at least have some common sense? The strange thing was that the black-bearded man did not immediately deny it. He pondered for a moment before asking, "What reason do you have for pretending to be the younger brother of the supreme dragon god?" Yue Yang replied, "Impersonating him would probably be a little difficult. Impersonating his disciple, I already have a master, so I can't be disrespectful to my master. Impersonating his son would be a little disadvantageous, so I wanted to impersonate his younger brother. Who knew that you wouldn't believe me?" Puff. The female giant could not help but burst out laughing. It was one thing for you to pretend to be me, but you even told the other party directly. How could you lie like that? Long Shang, the clown, and the wise demon marshal were speechless. This brat was smart, but he was especially cunning and always schemed against others. If one were to say that this kid was stupid, he was really stupid. He even said what he was thinking in his heart. Even a fool would not believe such a reason, right? Was this kid really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Why was he so different from the others? Surprisingly, after the black-bearded man heard this, he frowned and said, "Although you look like an ordinary human on the surface and not a member of the Dragon Clan, I feel that you have some connection with the Dragon Clan. Your bloodline seems to be even purer than mine, a member of the Dragon Clan. You said that you are the younger brother of the Supreme Dragon God. I really have some doubts. Ah. It can't be." When everyone heard it, they were all dumbfounded. Hey, I was just joking. Don't be too serious, it's fun to be serious. Yue Yang hurriedly waved his hands. You shouldn't be the younger brother of the Supreme Dragon God, but you do have some connection with the dragon race. The problem is that you are very strange. I actually can't see through the truth of your body, as if something is protecting you. Forget it, since it's like this, I'll make an exception and let you go. I'm preparing to be a good person these days. If you meet the dragon race when you go back, tell them that I, the Black Flood Dragon, have changed and ask them to forgive me. At the same time, ask the Supreme Dragon God for mercy. If they keep me locked up, it's easy for me to get a mental illness." The black-bearded man was very sad as he wiped his tears. However, everyone now realized that this guy was very good at faking his tears. His tears flowed down, but he did not have any hint of remorse. "Then I'm leaving." Yue Yang did not stand on ceremony and waved his hands, preparing to leave. "Wait." The black-bearded man suddenly called out to Yue Yang with a last shred of hope. He thought for a while and asked, "Can you really undo the boundary of death?" "Forget it, this is not something you can undo. Go, I'm getting more and more depressed. I can't undo the boundary of death, but I can use a little trick to deceive the boundary of death and let you escape." Really? When the black-bearded man heard that, he suddenly fell on the surface of the lake and rolled back and forth, as if he was having a heart attack. When everyone looked at each other in confusion, he jumped up again and appeared in front of Yue Yang as if nothing had happened. He stood in the air and held onto Yue Yang's hand tightly. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get me out. I'll give you whatever you want. Of course, a man's chastity is out of the question. I swear to protect my chastity with my life. Other than beauties, no one can take it away. I'm getting sidetracked, hurry up and get me out. What do you want? Just tell me. Do you want mountains of gold and silver or beauties? It's like this, I offended a very powerful guy called the Sky Region Emperor." Yue Yang expressed that he was a wanted criminal and was not in the mood to save people. Sky Region Emperor? I don't know him. The black-bearded man shook his head. The clown and the rest were speechless. This was the second person they met today who didn't know the Sky Region Emperor. However, according to what the black-bearded man said, it wasn't strange that he didn't know the Sky Region Emperor after being imprisoned for 100,000 years. After all, the Sky Region Emperor had only been famous for less than 100,000 years. When this guy was imprisoned, the Sky Region Emperor might not even have been born yet. Yue Yang already knew that the black-bearded man would say that. He smiled and said, "Actually, it was a misunderstanding. When I was fighting, I accidentally chopped down his boat, which was the wreckage that fell into the lake. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to open the boundary of death and release you guys. So, I did something bad with good intentions. If you can find some time to tell me, I believe the misunderstanding will be resolved." The black-bearded man patted his chest, indicating that he could handle it. Yue Yang first praised him for being responsible, then smiled and pointed to the sky. "Actually, there is a witness up there. Although I don't recognize him, the person looking down at us from the sky should be His Majesty the Lionheart King. With His Majesty the Lionheart King as a witness, I believe the misunderstanding that the Sky Region Emperor has towards me will melt and turn hostility into friendship." At this moment, a formless pressure suddenly came from the sky. Even the ancient demon shark and dragon electric eel that were floating in the sky sank by 100 meters. The members of the clown group and the black skeleton group that had not finished eating all fell down. The lower-leveled ones all fell into the lake. Only those that were Earth-ranked level 5 and above could barely stand on the water. Even the clown, Long Shang, Rachel and wise demon Marshall had to increase their strength to withstand this formless pressure. Even though the female giant was a super-violent heaven-ranked, she also felt the pressure. She was worried that Yue Yang would not be able to withstand it. She did not expect that there were only 2 people present who did not have any reaction at all. That was the black-bearded man and Yue Yang. The black-bearded man was an old man from 100,000 years ago. It was fine if he could ignore the pressure, but this brat was only 20+ years old. To many of the Heaven Realm races, he was basically a baby. How could he not have any reaction? Pervert. This was the adjective that appeared in the female giant's heart. It couldn't be helped. There was no better adjective to describe this brat. Even humans who grew up extremely fast had never seen such a pervert. Is this the Lionheart King? He's really arrogant. The black-bearded man used his pinky to pick his ear in boredom. He then blew off the dandruff on his ear and sighed indifferently. When Long Shang heard what he said, he immediately became furious. To him, the Lionheart King was sacred and inviolable. Even if he was a senior, he could not be insulted like this. The enraged Long Shang waved his sword and slashed out an earth-shattering sword. Sword Chi soared to the heavens. Even if it was a heaven-ranked level 2, if he was hit by this enraged slash, he would probably be heavily injured and fall to the ground. As for heaven-ranked level 1, it was very likely that he would be killed instantly. However, what was unbelievable was that the black-bearded man, who was only heaven-ranked level 1, used his pinky to easily block Long Zhang's angry attack. The sword Chi that could tear the heavens and split the earth was actually blocked by a small pinky. It disappeared in an instant, as if Long Shang had never swung his sword. Seeing this situation, the clown and the others' expressions changed. Long Shang stared blankly at the black-bearded man in front of him in disbelief. He was so shocked that he even forgot to keep his sword. The black-bearded man retracted his pinky as if nothing had happened. He looked at the yawning Yue Yang and then looked at Long Shang. He suddenly laughed. "Actually, your sword is not bad. It's just that you are a little too impulsive. Young people should not be too impulsive. Otherwise, you will easily suffer. You should learn from this brat beside me. He has the ability but is still very low profile. Forget it, I think there are not many people like him in the Heaven Realm. We can't force an ordinary person like you to be like him." When Long Shang heard this, he almost vomited blood. In the sky, the suppressive power suddenly disappeared. A huge golden griffin that was emitting a sun-like radiance slowly descended from the sky. On top of the golden griffin that was emitting golden light like the sun, there was a mighty man that looked like a deity. He cupped his hands respectfully. "Senior Mo Long, Lionheart greets you." He then shouted at Long Shang, "How dare you? Senior Mo Long is a person of virtue and prestige. Long Shang, you actually dared to wave your sword at him. Quickly beg for forgiveness." Long Shang quickly kept his sword and knelt down on one knee to beg for forgiveness. The clown, Rachel and wise demon Marshall were all dumbfounded. They stared at the black-bearded man with their mouths agape. All of them had a shocked expression as if they couldn't believe that the black-bearded man was Mo Long. There were many ancient dragons in the Heaven Realm, but not every ancient dragon was called Mo Long. Mo Long represented a person's title in the Heaven Realm. He was a nightmarish killing god. It was said that Mo Long had once swept through the entire South Heaven realm with his own strength. Even the realm master, the three great leaders and various region emperors could not do anything to him. In the Heaven realm, Mo Long's bounty was 300 billion. It was the highest bounty in the entire South Heaven realm in the past 10,000 years. Who would have thought that this black-bearded man who looked like he was only a Heaven rank level 1 was the legendary Mo Long? The female giant was also shocked. She had never heard of Mo Long before, but she knew that this name had a bounty of 300 billion. Normal people might not know, but as a bandit leader, she knew. A bounty of 300 billion, what kind of power did one need to have the qualifications to achieve it? No, just power was not enough. One had to cause great harm in the Heaven realm and cause the laws and order of the Heaven realm to go out of control because of this person. Only then would one be able to achieve a bounty of 300 billion. Normally, a bounty of 10 billion was already a certain level of harm. In the entire Heaven realm, there were no more than 1,000 of them. To be able to achieve a bounty of 100 billion, one would either be a realm master, a great leader, or an ancient ranker who did not like territories and only wanted to train alone. There were only a handful of people in the Heaven realm who had a bounty of 200 billion and above. She had seen Mo Long's 300 billion bounty before, but never in her dreams would she have thought that this legendary powerful person was actually the black-bearded man in front of her. So you already knew that Lionheart King was coming and used me as a shield. You dare to scheme against me? How dare you? The black-bearded man was suddenly enraged. He grabbed onto Yue Yang's collar and scolded him non-stop. Yue Yang maintained his calm smile until he finished scolding him. Only then did he reply leisurely, I even dared to impersonate the Supreme Dragon God's younger brother. Why wouldn't I dare to scheme against a Dragon God prisoner like you? Furthermore, if you don't hurry up and flatter me, I will leave in a fit of anger. I reckon that you will have to stay in this broken place for another 100,000 years. You will leave in a fit of anger. Aren't you afraid that he will slap you to death? You must know that compared to a certain person, you are just a tiny mosquito. The black-bearded man's anger was at its peak. Then why don't we give it a try? Yue Yang's smile was extremely bright. However, the black-bearded man really wanted to punch him when he smiled the happiest. The female giant also felt the same way. She realized that the more this brat smiled, the more unlucky others would be. Getting to know you, brat, is probably the most unlucky thing in my life. The black-bearded man punched his own chest twice in an extremely frenzied manner. Then, he regained his composure and even revealed a smile. He reached out his hand and straightened Yue Yang's collar. Brat, you are quite handsome and your smile is also very nice. I believe that many young ladies will fall for you. Do you think that this kind of flattery will work? You are so handsome, you don't look like someone who will die young. What do you think, Lionheart King? You are naturally blessed by the gods. Since you are Senior Demon Dragon's friend, I believe that the Sky Region Emperor will also praise you. The high and mighty Lionheart King's tone on the surface was extremely humble. It's just that, Lionheart's allies seem to have a small misunderstanding with you. Should we bury the hatchet? If it's really not possible, why don't we have a match? According to the Heaven Realm's usual rules, everything will be decided by strength. The winner will be in the right and the loser will have to apologize. What does Senior Demon Dragon think? Lionheart guarantees that no matter who wins or loses, I will definitely not pursue any responsibility in the future. On the other hand, it's the same for you. If the black-bearded man had not just escaped from the seal and had not recovered his strength, he would definitely not negotiate with Lionheart King. However, he had been sealed for too long and his strength was greatly reduced. He did not have the confidence to take down Lionheart King, so he could only bear with it for now. He was depressed, but he had no choice but to agree. He looked at Yue Yang and realized that this brat seemed to have already guessed that Lionheart King would say that. He was slightly surprised and immediately thought more highly of Yue Yang. He nodded his head. Then let's do it this way. Whoever has the bigger fist will be the one in the right. Hearing this, the female giant was the happiest. Originally, she thought that she would not be able to take revenge today. She did not expect that things would take a turn and they could start fighting again. She was happy for less than 2 seconds when Yue Yang stood out and scolded her. You, go to the side, it's none of your business. Chapter 623. With regards to Yue Yang's scolding, the female giant was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. If there was no one around, she would definitely fight him to the death. Otherwise, she would not be able to vent the hatred in her heart even if she did not beat him into a pig's head. However, Mo Long, Lionheart King and many strong enemies surrounded her. She took a deep breath and calmed down. Although she was unwilling, she knew that listening to him was the right choice. When it came to using her brain, this brat was still better. HMPH. The female giant snorted angrily, tacitly agreeing to Yue Yang's words. It can't be. Long Shang and the clown were shocked. Everyone who knew the female giant knew her temper. She would rather die than submit and would rather break than bend. People like her never knew what was called compromise. They never expected that this brat would subdue her in one day. How did this brat do it? Skeleton Man Rachel almost wanted to write the word, admire, in front of Yue Yang. Even Lionheart King was slightly moved. According to his understanding, Captain Raging Flame would never listen to any man's orders, even if it was a powerful heaven ranker. An unruly and violent lioness was actually so obedient. Lionheart King realized a serious problem. Even a strong and independent heaven ranker like Captain Raging Flame listened to this brat. If he could gain a firm foothold in the future, with Captain Raging Flame as his fighter, and gather more heaven rankers, wouldn't he be able to rise quickly? Almost instantly, Lionheart King had the urge to kill Yue Yang. Of course, this thought only flashed for a moment and immediately disappeared. This young man seemed to be inextricably linked to Mo Long. If he really was someone related to the legendary supreme dragon god, even if he was a clansman, killing him would put him in a very passive position. Although Mo Long had just been sealed and his strength had not recovered, even so, Lionheart King was not confident that he could defeat Mo Long. Moreover, if he failed, the consequences would be unthinkable. Once Mo Long recovered his peak strength, not only would he be in trouble, the entire South Heaven realm would suffer from his revenge. Lionheart King was not willing to provoke Mo Long, and could not see through Yue Yang's identity. In order to avoid getting himself into trouble, he decided to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, peacefully being his own Lionheart King. Anyway, strength determined everything. Without that strength, even if he was given the position of a giant, he would not be able to sit on it. As for the young man before him, his growth had nothing to do with him, so he decided to just ignore it. First of all, I would like to thank Senior Mystic Dragon and Lionheart King for upholding justice. We are willing to spar with you and make friends through martial arts. It's just that my strength is low. I hope that you will be lenient and not overdo it. Yue Yang casually pointed at the traitor Fu Tu, who was extremely uneasy. In order to prevent everyone from laughing at me for overestimating myself, I hope to receive pointers from Fu Tu, a heaven ranker. How about Master Fu Tu? Long Shang and the others were speechless. You're weak, but you can beat the clown until he can't even tell north from north. Even though it was partly a scheme, without sufficient strength, the clown wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. Under the interception of wise demon Marshall, Rachel and the three heaven rankers, he was still able to beat the clown until he screamed in pain. How could he say that he was weak? The clown's expression turned cold. If he could choose, he would rather choose the female giant Raging Flame to fight. Compared to her, this abnormal brat's fighting style was the opposite of his own. Especially now that Yue Yang was injured, it was even more unfavorable. Of course, the clown had enough confidence that even if he couldn't defeat Yue Yang, he would still be able to last for 1,000 moves. He might even be able to gain the upper hand. However, this brat's first target was Fu Tu. The clown didn't think that Fu Tu would be able to last more than 10 moves in his hands. Fu Tu naturally knew his own strength. Fighting with Yue Yang was equivalent to courting death. However, he couldn't reject it, because this was a battle suggested by Mystic Dragon and Lionheart King. If he refused to fight, it would be equivalent to looking down on the two's dignity. It would be suicide. Now, his only hope was that one of the clown, Rachel or wise demon Marshall would step out and fight for him to block this calamity. Otherwise, he would definitely die today. The clown stood there coldly without any expression. His colorful face looked like he was smiling, but in reality, it carried a coldness that kept people at a distance. Skeleton Man Rachel dug out a fat white corpse maggot from his eye socket. He pretended not to see Fu Tu's pitiful and begging eyes. He quickly stuffed the corpse maggot into his mouth and slowly chewed. Only wise demon Marshall suddenly stood up with a smile. He first greeted the black-bearded man Mystic Dragon and Lionheart King, then smiled and nodded at Yue Yang as if he was meeting an old friend. Fu Tu is injured in the heaven stage, so it's rather inconvenient. Furthermore, his skills aren't good enough. I'm afraid that if he uses too much force, he might not be able to hold back and everyone gets injured. That wouldn't be harmonious enough. If you and leader Raging Flame are willing, Wise Demon Marshal will come out and spar with you. Of course, in order not to take up the two seniors' precious time, it's best if we use 100 moves as the standard and stop there. Wise Demon Marshal's suggestion is excellent, it's just that it's lacking some stakes. Yue Yang expressed that his hands would be itchy if he didn't gamble for a day. If that's the case, why don't the winner state a condition? If it's not difficult, Wise Demon Marshal will agree. Wise Demon Marshal understood what kind of stakes Yue Yang wanted. It was definitely the traitor Fu Tu. If he lost, he definitely wouldn't be able to protect him, so he might as well be generous. When the traitor Fu Tu heard this suggestion, his face instantly turned extremely ugly. He could only count on Wise Demon Marshal now. He had to win, or at least tie. Otherwise, he would die a horrible death. Skeleton Man Rachel, the clown and Long Shang looked at each other. They felt a little pressured by Yue Yang's suggestion to add stakes to the stakes. It could be said that this was that brat's scheme. If he lost, Wise Demon Marshal wouldn't ask him for leader Raging Flame. But if Wise Demon Marshal lost, Fu Tu would have to be handed over. That brat's suggestion was definitely profitable. Even if Wise Demon Marshal was stronger, it would still be a form of pressure. They felt bitterly disappointed by this smiling but murderous human brat. This brat was not even fully grown, but he was already so powerful. If he were to grow up in 100 years, how would he be able to do that? The clown looked at Mo Long and realized that the black-bearded man had already made it clear that he was supporting Yue Yang. He sighed in his heart. It was a pity that Mo Long appeared. Otherwise, even if he had to give it his all, he would kill this abnormal brat. If he couldn't kill him this time, he wouldn't have the chance to kill him again in the future. Demon Marshal, I'll leave everything to you. Fu Tu hurriedly bowed towards Wise Demon Marshal. He was naturally grateful that the other party was willing to fight for him. If it wasn't for the clown watching from the side, Fu Tu would have sworn his loyalty. Fu Tu was obviously relying on the clown group. Even though the clown group had lost their power, the clown was a sinister person. If he were to rely on Wise Demon Marshal, even if he didn't die today, he would definitely lose his life in the future. Fu Tu didn't dare to offend the clown too much. I'll try my best. Even when Wise Demon Marshal fought against the stronger female giant Raging Flame, he didn't feel as much pressure as when he fought against Yue Yang. At this moment, he didn't dare to say anything. Demon Marshal Ji Guang, please give me some pointers. I will definitely benefit a lot from this battle. Thank you in advance. Although Yue Yang spoke modestly, his actions weren't polite at all. One after another, he summoned his beasts from the grimoire world. The first to come out was the hornless dragon Zhang Ying, who was an expert in water battles. Seeing this, Mo Long was a little surprised, but nodded his head slightly. He felt that it was reasonable for Yue Yang to have such a guardian beast. After all, he dared to impersonate the supreme dragon god's younger brother. It wouldn't be right if he didn't have a hornless dragon from the eastern goblin tribe. The second to appear was the spirit of heaven fire. She was Yue Yang's first choice to deal with Demon Marshal Ji Guang's intertwining silk inherent skill. As for Nirvana's flame, Yue Yang didn't plan to expose it. The next to appear was the Bloody Queen Red, who was holding the Crescent Moon Blade. Her super speed, Banshee Scream and Whip of Agony were all treasures to win. Without knowing Demon Marshal Ji Guang's ultimate skill, Yue Yang had to use the Bloody Queen Red's speed and special skills to suppress the enemy. The last to appear was Little Wen Li, who appeared and disappeared from time to time. This Lamia Loli was his greatest help. How many guardian beasts do you actually have? Skeleton Man Lei Qi's jaw almost dropped to the ground. 4 guardian beasts, isn't this too exaggerated? The female giant Raging Flame suddenly believed that Yue Yang was really the supreme dragon god's younger brother. If he wasn't the supreme dragon god's younger brother, would he be so abnormal? The clown, Long Shang and Demon Marshal Ji Guang's expressions changed greatly as they felt their hearts palpitate. They knew that this brat still had hidden abilities that he hadn't revealed, but they never expected that this brat actually had 4 guardian beasts. Other people didn't even have a grimoire, let alone a guardian beast. Even if they had one, they would only have one. How could he be like this? He actually had 4 guardian beasts, and almost all of them were holy beasts. The Lionheart King in the sky and the black-bearded man Mo Long, who was sitting lazily on the ancient island whale with his legs crossed, were all slightly moved. They had seen guardian beasts of higher level, but this was the first time they saw so many guardian beasts. Yue Yang didn't seem to know how to stop while he was ahead. While everyone was still confused, he summoned a few more giant shadows. They were used on hornless dragon Zhang Ying, Bloody Queen Red and himself. Heavens, you're too unfair. At this moment, Skeleton Man Rachel was desperately banging its head against the wreckage of the cruise that was stuck in the lake. It had a sad look on its face as if it didn't want to live anymore. It was a heaven ranker without a grimoire, so it was destined to not have much potential in this life. It was only under special circumstances that it suddenly rose to heaven rank level 4, but there was no possibility for it to advance any further. To him, the saddest thing in his life was not being able to contract a summoning grimoire. Now that he saw that Yue Yang not only had a summoning grimoire, but also 5 different guardian beasts, he was so sad that he couldn't cry even if he wanted to. Demon Marshal Ji Guang's mouth was full of bitterness. Although he had a summoning grimoire, his guardian beast was a sky silkworm. Coupled with the entangling silk inherent skill, he was only so-so. He was originally a little proud of himself. Now that he saw Yue Yang's guardian beasts, each stronger than the other, he was almost embarrassed to summon the ugly sky silkworm. Please enlighten me. Yue Yang pretended to bow politely, but the spirit of heaven fire and Bloody Queen Red used this as a signal and charged towards Demon Marshal Ji Guang. Kai, the one who was faster than them was the hornless dragon Zhang Ying who was standing on the surface of the lake. Other people would be deeply affected by this boundary of death, but only she seemed to be able to receive a huge boost. When she stepped on the surface of the lake and punched towards Demon Marshal Ji Guang, the lake water seemed to have become her weapon, forming a water dragon that was comparable to the electric dragon eel. It carried a dragon's might that shocked even the black-bearded man. It rose into the sky with a thunderous roar and directly attacked Demon Marshal Ji Guang. Oh no, Demon Marshal Ji Guang could have easily dodged it, but who knew that the strange dragon's might would lock him in place. Furthermore, it had a kind of supreme suppression that made him unable to move his body at all. He could only watch as the water dragon swallowed him. Lionheart King could see that this was definitely not the hornless dragon's ability. This was the power of the supreme dragon god seal. She borrowed it. Sky silkworm protection. Demon Marshal Ji Guang was anxious. He hurriedly summoned a giant sky silkworm to protect him. Chapter 624. Compared to the water dragon, the gigantic heaven silkworm was like a bait to a big fish. It was completely incomparable. The water dragon with dragon's might swallowed the heaven silkworm in one gulp. However, Demon Marshal Ji Guang narrowly escaped from the attack. Before he could take a breath, the Bloody Queen Red had already caught up with him. The whip of agony danced like lightning. Countless entangling threads shot out from Demon Marshal Ji Guang's hands. They extended as if they had a life of their own, preparing to tie up the extremely fast Bloody Queen Red. Against such a speed-type enemy, strength alone was useless, because she was too fast. The spirit of heaven fire charged forward with a windstorm, bypassing the retreating Bloody Queen Red and pounced towards the entangling threads. The materialized entangling threads were all sucked into the windstorm and burned in the heaven fire raging flames, turning into thick smoke. As expected, this spirit of heaven fire was a guardian beast that could restrain the entangling threads. Regarding this kind of battle situation, Demon Marshal Ji Guang actually had a certain degree of prediction. The water and fire beasts were the main attackers, the speed-type female demon and the control-type snake demon were the support. In addition to the special-type shadow, it was almost a perfect combination. Golden Hoop. Demon Marshal Ji Guang did not only have 3 tricks up his sleeves. His bounty was as high as 650 million, which was even higher than the female giant Raging Flame. Other than Lionheart King and Mo Long, he was the strongest among the crowd. His strength could not be underestimated. A burst of golden light exploded from his body, making him look like a golden statue. Then, he used that golden energy to condense into 2 golden hoop. One golden hoop was placed on his bald head, protecting his head. The other golden hoop expanded to a diameter of 3 meters and rotated crazily, protecting his body. At the same time, a burst of black light exploded from the bottom of Demon Marshal Ji Guang's feet. There were faint golden patterns. It quickly filled the sky, forming something similar to a heaven silkworm. This was Demon Marshal Ji Guang's insect domain. If it was combined with his guardian beast heaven silkworm, it would be even more powerful. Gluttonous parasitic worm. Demon Marshal Ji Guang's hands moved quickly and many insect eggs shot out. Every insect egg hatched quickly and turned into various kinds of ugly little insects. They floated in the sky and pounced towards the Spirit of Heaven Fire greedily. Spirit of Heaven Fire whipped out a wave of raging flames, but those ugly insects were not afraid of fire at all. Even when the Heaven Fire burned their bodies, it could not stop their crazy attacks. Their bodies were burned and turned into charcoal. Suddenly, there were adult insects that broke out of their shells and turned into flaming moths. On the other side, the ugly insects that Zhang Ying shot through with her water splashes were actually venom spiders that crawled out of their bodies. When the whip of agony hit him, it was the ghost face butterfly, which was a mental attack. These ugly bugs were tenacious lifeforms that were impossible to kill. Bloody Queen Red waved her crescent moon blade. The saber radiance was like a piece of cloth. In an instant, hundreds of insects and the adult ghost face butterflies were sliced in half. However, the strange thing was that those insects that were sliced in half could grow a new head or tail. One became two. Those ghost face butterflies also self-destructed and their bodies were annihilated, turning into countless insect eggs. Seeing that her raging flames, lightning and storm were unable to harm the enemy, Spirit of Heaven Fire was at a loss and stood on the spot. Then, she turned her head back to look at Yue Yang, hoping that her master would give her orders. This was the first time she took the initiative to give orders to her master, Yue Yang. She did not have such awareness in the past, but now that her intelligence had increased, she started to understand how to think. Although it was very little thinking, it was still a great improvement. GG, all the insects did not dare to enter the core of Spirit of Heaven Fire. In her core energy was a trace of Nirvana flame. This was an existence that all lifeforms feared. These insects bypassed Spirit of Heaven Fire and made use of their advantage in numbers to form a large group of black clouds. Chasing after the Bloody Queen Red, on the surface of the lake, those insects that wanted to drill into the water to attack Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying met with trouble. Zhang Ying, who was comprehending the Supreme Dragon God's remnant sealing power in the water, emitted a dragon's aura that even surprised the black-bearded man-demon dragon. No insects dared to approach her and could only swim 10 meters away from her, forming a large swarm of insects. The remaining spirit-devouring demon sharks were unlucky. They were completely unable to resist and were dismembered by these weak insects. Not even their bones were left as they all became food for the insects. Not good. Female giant Raging Flame, who used pure violence, was helpless against these gluttonous parasitic insects. No wonder his ranking is above us. The clown, Longshong and Rachel finally understood. Why was Wise Demon Marshall's bounty at the top? Why was he able to win against the clown and Rachel just by being alone? It seemed like it was because of these ugly insects that could not be killed no matter what. Longshong shook his head. He was the #1 close combat royal knight in swordsmanship. He was helpless against these unkillable insects. Although Skeleton Man Rachel had a way to resist the insects' bite, he had no way to get rid of these insects. The clown's eyes were filled with pride. He had a way to get rid of these insects and even a way to break Wise Demon Marshall's insect domain. However, he would definitely not say it out loud. The more miserable and unlucky Yue Yang was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Of course, the clown did not think that Yue Yang would fail. If this abnormal brat could be so easily defeated by the insects, then he would not be a threat to him at all. Not to mention this brat, even that girl who was extremely good at using mental energy and treasures and had the power of the ancient code could easily defeat these insects. The reason why these insects were so savage was completely because of their attributes and instincts. Their true battle power was actually very low. Boring. Yue Yang yawned. In front of him was a sky full of insects that looked like a dark cloud pouncing towards him. He turned a blind eye to them, as if he did not see anything. His calm demeanor made the female giant Lai Yan break out in a cold sweat for him. However, she was the only one who was worried. Lionheart King and the black-bearded man Mo Long did not think that Yue Yang would fail. After all, these ugly insects were just a small matter. The truly powerful beasts in the heaven realm would definitely not form numbers. Normally, there would only be one of them, and very rarely, there would be two of them. Beasts that relied on numbers to win in large groups were actually not that powerful. They could only display some special effects when their attributes were restrained. The ugly insects that forced the Bloody Queen Red to fly everywhere and forced the Spirit of Heaven Fire to be at a loss, pounced in front of little Wen Li. The little lowly serpent demon calmly raised a small hand. Her small hand was white and tender like jade. It was as soft as a willow, lightly dancing. A ray of bright but not dazzling white light lit up in her hand. This kind of white light did not have any destructive power when it shone on a person's body. It was extremely gentle and clean, making people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. Their whole body felt comfortable as if they were soaking in a hot spring. However, it was this kind of harmless white light that made Skeleton Man Lei Qi's whole body emit black smoke as he screamed in pain. Damn it, I'm already unlucky enough today. My bones. Skeleton Man Lei Qi, a heaven-ranked ranker, felt as if his body was on fire. He hurriedly wrapped himself in a tattered robe and hid behind Long Shong to prevent himself from being shone on by the white light. With just one illumination, its bones, which were invulnerable to blades and swords, had many small cracks on them. He really did not dare to imagine what would happen to Skeleton Man Lei Qi if he stood still and bathed in that white light. Under the flash of the white light, the dark clouds formed by the ugly insects disappeared like snow melting away. Nothing was left, they were completely annihilated. The swarm of insects retreated frantically in the white light, wanting to escape back into the insect domain. However, no matter how fast they could not catch up to the white light. Other than a few insects that stayed in the insect domain of Wise Demon Marshal, the hundreds of thousands of insects in the sky were all turned into nothingness in a few seconds. It was as if these ugly insects had never appeared before. At this moment, everyone looked at little Wen Li, who was still a little lowly, with a completely different expression. Divine Beast's will. Lionheart King could not believe it at first, but after little Wen Li's purification, he immediately determined her identity. It was because she had the supreme Divine Beast's will that she could easily purify those ugly insects. In front of this kind of Divine Beast's will, any elemental restriction or rebirth instinct became a joke. Even a super powerful heaven rank with a soul would not be able to revive easily after being killed by the Divine Beast's will, let alone these weak insects with no intelligence. Wise Demon Marshal shook his head and smiled bitterly for the second time. Actually, before he released these greedy venomous insects, he already knew that his opponent would not lose because of his insects. However, he did not expect that his insects would be defeated so quickly and so thoroughly. Encountering a divine beast, these greedy venomous insects' defeat was not an injustice. Luckily this divine beast had not grown up yet. If she had grown to her peak, Wise Demon Marshal believed that he would have died on the spot if he was hit by her. Killing the swarm of insects in an instant was already considered a slight counterattack. In the vast heaven realm, how many divine beasts were there? No matter how many divine beasts there were, they would definitely be less than a heaven rank level 5 ranker. This was for sure. This number also included independent divine beasts. If only divine beasts with summoning grimoires were included, they were even rarer. Divine beasts had always been the dream of heaven-ranked rankers. That abnormal brat not only had 5 guardian beasts, one of them was even a divine beast. No wonder he had the capital to be so arrogant. Wise Demon Marshal was extremely envious. His sky silkworm would probably never be able to evolve into a divine beast. As for the other normal beasts, there was no need to mention them. At this moment, the clown stared at little Wen Li. His eyes were so jealous that blood almost dripped out. Even in his dreams, he longed to obtain a divine beast. Unfortunately, he did not have this kind of fortune. What the clown could not bear the most was not that he did not have one, but that his enemy had one. Rachel was right, the heavens were too unfair. Why did they love that brat so much? It was fine if he had 5 guardian beasts, but he even had a divine beast. This was too unfair. Skeleton Man Rachel pretended not to see. He could no longer be jealous. Anyway, he did not even have a grimoire, let alone a divine beast. The female giant was wild with joy. She wanted to give Yue Yang a heavy punch. Otherwise, she would not be able to express her joy. This brat was very abnormal, but he was so abnormal that it made people excited. Now that she was mentally prepared, she hoped that this brat could be even more abnormal. Oh, this is getting interesting. The black-bearded man, Mo Long, was originally lying down lazily. Now, he sat up and looked at Yue Yang with a serious expression. Then, he glanced at the Lionheart King who had descended a few hundred meters to get a closer look at Yue Yang. The corner of his lips curled up into a mocking smile. If Lionheart King wanted to kill this brat before, he might not stop him. But now, he would definitely stop him with all his might. Not to mention that this brat was related to him. If those old bastards knew that there was such an abnormal young man in this world, they would definitely be comforted. Whether he could regain his freedom or not, this brat was definitely the key person. Lionheart King realized that Mo Long was looking at him. His heart trembled slightly. Not good, he was too anxious and seemed to have caused the other party to misunderstand. He quickly retracted his aura to show that he did not have any killing intent. With Mo Long here, wanting to kill this brat would be the most foolish action in the world. On the contrary, this brat was still in the growth stage. If he invested in him, he might be able to get a bigger return. Lionheart King was an intelligent person. After thinking for a while, he had already made a new decision in an instant. Of course, no one knew what he was thinking, except for the black-bearded man, Mo Long, who was extremely good at reading people's expressions. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. The black-bearded man, Mo Long's mocking smile deepened. His body once again returned to his lazy half-lying position. He crossed his legs and swayed back and forth. In the sky, Demon Marshal Ji Guang, whose beasts were defeated, flew out and officially started the battle with Yue Yang. One held a golden ring, the other a Dao Tai blade. An intense battle broke out. The strange thing was, no matter if it was Lionheart King or Mo Long, they were not watching their battle. Instead, they were looking at the hornless dragon Zhang Ying in the lake. At this moment, at the bottom of the lake, a special energy was faintly being emitted, continuously entering the hornless dragon Zhang Ying's body. Her body, gradually emitted a dazzling light. In the end, it turned into a gigantic golden dragon that soared into the sky. Everyone at the scene could feel a great pressure pressing down on their bodies. Lionheart King and Mo Long were no exception. Although the energy of this will was still weak, it definitely existed. Furthermore, it was similar to the little Lamia Loli just now. It was the will of a divine beast. 2 divine beasts. This brat had 2 divine beasts. The clown almost vomited blood. He stared at the surface of the lake, as if he could snatch away Yue Yang's guardian beast by doing this. It was extremely comical. A golden pillar of light soared into the sky. Zhang Ying's summoning grimoire automatically floated in front of her. The golden dragon in the sky revolved around the pillar of light rising from the grimoire and entered her body. The boundary of death that was held up by the ancient demon shark, ancient island whale and electric dragon eel burst like a bubble. It instantly turned into millions of light spots and entered Zhang Ying's summoning grimoire. At this moment, the entire lake was boiling. Countless dragon-shaped splashes soared into the sky and all of them worshipped Zhang Ying, who had her eyes tightly closed. The dragon whisker lightning snake in the sky, the primordial island whale and the primordial demon shark, as well as the cuttlefish king in the water, all bowed. A supreme dragon might that couldn't be resisted was born from her body. At this moment, she was like the legendary supreme dragon god. Oh my god, the divine power that the supreme dragon god left here has been inherited by her. I have suffered a great loss. I have been imprisoned for 100,000 years and I have not obtained anything. The black-bearded man, Mo Long, jumped up. His face was filled with shock and sadness. Lionheart King was also shocked. Fortunately, he reacted immediately. This was not the real supreme dragon god, but the hornless dragon who had inherited the divine power. Zhang Ying opened her eyes. The entire sky was filled with her will. The supreme dragon's might made the heavens and earth lose their color. Chapter 625. The draconic aura was unparalleled and everyone's expression changed. Luckily it did not last long, otherwise the low-leveled thieves would have been scared to death. When the golden radiance reached its peak, Zhang Ying turned into a rainbow and returned to Yue Yang's grimoire world. Moreover, Yue Yang had a feeling that Zhang Ying was brought to the second divine grimoire by the Qilin girl Bing Yin at the same time. Zhang Ying disappeared without a trace. Everything was like a dream. The 10,000 dragon waves on the surface of the lake turned back into water and returned to the lake. The ancient demon shark, ancient island whale, electric dragon eel and cuttlefish king that bowed down to her spontaneously waited for the draconic aura to dissipate. They immediately raised their heads and regained the arrogance of the ancient beasts. Actually, with their strength, even the strongest Lionheart King or Mo Long, who was also their cellmate, would not be so respectful to her. What they truly respected was not Zhang Ying, but the divine power that she inherited. That was the supreme dragon god's divine power. Even if it was just a little bit, it could completely intimidate them from the depths of their souls. In fact, not only them, even the black-bearded man, Mo Long, was slightly respectful in his heart. Even though the supreme dragon god had imprisoned him for 100,000 years, causing him to be extremely annoyed, he had never really held a grudge against the supreme dragon god, nor did he dare to have the slightest bit of blasphemy in his heart. "What do you think?" Skeleton Man Rachel secretly asked Long Shang. Demon Marshal Ji Guang's state of mind has been intimidated. He will lose this battle. Long Shang was also not optimistic about Demon Marshal Ji Guang. Not to mention that brat's abnormality, just the hornless dragon girl's divine power that was left behind by the supreme dragon god was enough to disturb Demon Marshal Ji Guang's state of mind and cause him to lose the will to fight. "Let's call this battle a draw." Yue Yang suddenly kept his Dao Tai blade. If they continued fighting, he would definitely gain the upper hand. However, it would be difficult to heavily injure Demon Marshal Ji Guang. It would be even more difficult to kill him. Moreover, in front of Lionheart King, Yue Yang would definitely not reveal the secret of world-exterminating wheel and nirvana flame. Yue Yang even regretted using the innate invisible sword Qi, Gui Kang sword, to attack the clown earlier. At that time, he thought he would be able to severely injure the clown. He didn't expect the clown's weakest attack, the heart of the brow's sword, to be able to escape so quickly. In this battle, Yue Yang's greatest comprehension was the power of the sword, not the power of the sword. The power of the Gui Kang sword was definitely enough to kill the clown, but because he was unable to unleash the full power of the sword, he was unable to intimidate the clown, so his ambush failed. If he could comprehend the sovereign's heart, and reach the true sovereign realm, the result would be completely different. In other words, if Jizun were to use the same power to kill the clown, then the clown would definitely die. This was the difference between Jizun and Yue Yang. It wasn't that Yue Yang didn't have the ability to kill, it was just that he hadn't comprehended the true sovereign realm that Jizun had. This sovereign realm, Yue Yang realized, did not exist in heaven-ranked rankers like Ji Guang, the clown, Long Shang and Lei Qi. The only one who had truly comprehended this realm was the black-bearded man, Mo Long. Even the 40 billion bounty Lionheart King, although he had comprehended it a little, he didn't have the absolute realm that Jizun and Mo Long had. Through comparison, Yue Yang really couldn't imagine, how did Jizun train to this level? 3 months later, at Lionheart King's Royal Griffin Square, I sincerely invite leader Raging Flame and this little friend to come and fight. The clown actually really wanted to fight with Yue Yang, but he knew his own limits. Previously, when he was heavily injured by the sword on his forehead, it looked like he had suppressed it, but his body was greatly damaged. He had the confidence to fight with Yue Yang and remain undefeated, but it was impossible to kill Yue Yang one step further. Helplessly, he could only choose to suppress it and fight for 3 months. Although 3 months was too short for him to recover, the clown knew that if the hornless dragon girl who inherited the dragon god's remnant divine power completed her transformation, then he wouldn't have to fight anymore. 3 months, he reckoned that the hornless dragon girl was still evolving and couldn't come out to fight. After all, the dragon god's divine power wasn't so easily inherited. The clown's choice was the result of careful consideration. He was even thinking of a way to deal with the spirit of heaven fire and the bloody queen. As for the little serpent Loli that had never left, the clown didn't have to think about it for now, because he had no way to deal with her. Even Lionheart King felt that this little Loli wasn't easy to deal with. When all the war beasts on the scene bowed respectfully to the hornless dragon girl who inherited the divine power, she was the only one who didn't move at all. This was definitely not just the pride of a divine beast, but the bloodline that came with her body. It should be noble and outstanding. Even if the hornless dragon girl inherited the divine power, it was definitely not above her origin. No problem, let's fight again in 3 months. Yue Yang nodded and promised. After this battle, he had already gained some enlightenment. Although he had yet to fully comprehend the heart of a paragon, he was already very close to it. In fact, he even had a slight understanding of it. As long as he had enough time, he believed that the door to the true paragon realm would open to him. 3 months was not a long time, but for Yue Yang, it was enough. Senior Mo Long, Lionheart will take his leave. Seeing that Yue Yang nodded and agreed, Lionheart King bowed slightly to the demon dragon, then rode the golden griffin that emitted light like the sun and left instantly, disappearing without a trace. Long Shang also hurriedly bowed to the demon dragon, then quickly followed behind his master. After the clown bowed, together with Skeleton Man Rachel, they ignored Fu Tu's pleading gaze and left heartlessly with the 2 heaven rankers and the remaining subordinates. No, no, the traitor Fu Tu shook his head in despair and reached out to the clown, hoping that he would leave with him. However, the clown didn't even look at him. Fu Tu was filled with regret. He felt that he had been abandoned by the other party. Of course, this was very normal. In a situation where he had no value, who would offend a pervert like Yue Yang for a useless person? Moreover, there was still the ancient rancor, Mo Long, behind them. After Lionheart King left, the longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. Mo Long's power had not recovered, but how could the ancient demon shark, electric dragon eel and cuttlefish king be weak? Furthermore, Mo Long had once used his pinky to block Long Zhang's full power slash. Thinking of this, the clown and Rachel felt a chill in their hearts. Wise Demon Marshal looked at Fu Tu and sighed, "I'm sorry, I can only do this much." He bowed slightly to Yue Yang and Mo Long. Then, he turned and left. So boring, Mo Long yawned. He wasn't interested in the traitor Fu Tu who was crying and kneeling in front of the female giant. He floated in front of Yue Yang and sized him up carefully, as if he wanted to get to know him again. He patted Yue Yang's shoulder. "Brat, I have high hopes for you. Maybe you really are Supreme Dragon God's younger brother. Otherwise, why would your guardian beast be able to inherit the divine power even though I have stayed here for 100,000 years? However, this is also good. Heaven Realm needs more young people like you, so that it won't be lonely. Oh right, you haven't made a fortune yet. As your boss, I'll personally sponsor you an ancient island whale. If you have any good things in the future, don't forget about me." "Who's the boss? You want to be my boss? No way, you're not qualified." Yue Yang strongly protested. "If I'm not the boss, then who are you? In terms of age, I'm the boss. In terms of strength, I'm also the boss. No matter what, I'm definitely better than you. Don't tell me you still want to be my boss." The black-bearded man grabbed Yue Yang's collar and threatened him. "Why don't we have a competition and use our fists to decide who's the boss? There's no need to compete. I suddenly realized that having a temporary boss is not bad. All except the ancient island whale." Yue Yang wouldn't start a war with Mo Long. That was definitely looking for trouble. Temporary boss? The black-bearded man didn't understand. How could there be a temporary boss? "It's like this. You're stronger than me now, but I might be stronger than you in the future. Since it's like this, it's not suitable for me to call you boss. How about this, we'll take turns being the boss. Whoever has the ability will be the boss. Right now, you're the boss. In the future, when I'm stronger than you can call me boss." Yue Yang had never suffered a loss in his life. "Brat, you still want to surpass me?" The black-bearded man Mo Long laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "That's hard to say." Yue Yang was full of confidence. "Alright, I've decided to give you a chance. If you surpass me, I'll call you boss." The black-bearded man patted Yue Yang's shoulder and laughed. "I hope you can hurry up, don't make me wait too long. Why don't we sign a contract?" Yue Yang took out a contract out of nowhere. "Take it away, I get a headache every time I see a contract. This thing has caused me to suffer a loss for my entire life. Even now, I still regret signing a contract with you. You will never be able to trick me again." The black-bearded man wasn't stupid. He refused to sign the contract. It seemed like he had indeed suffered a loss in this area before. It was really like, once bitten, twice shy. With your IQ, it's normal for you to suffer a loss. However, suffering a loss is a blessing. There's no harm in suffering a little more. Yue Yang's smile was really annoying. "I'm so angry." The black-bearded man was instantly enraged. He really wanted to beat up Yue Yang, but he was afraid that if he did, the act of using the ancient island whale to bribe this brat would go to waste. Hence, he endured it. Before he left, he didn't forget to remind Yue Yang, "Brat, look at how I'm the boss. I casually gave you an ancient island whale. In the future, if you have any benefits, don't forget to show filial respect to me. Hey, that's right, if you see Supreme Dragon God and those other old fellows, remember to put in a few good words for me. I'll go and hide for a while. You can go to that broken plaza yourself. Remember to tell them my name. With me as the boss, the Lionheart King wouldn't dare to lay his hands on you." "I understand. In the future, I'll be your boss. I'll also protect you." Yue Yang smiled and waved his hand. The black-bearded man was so angry that he almost fell off the ancient demon shark's back. The ancient demon shark carried the black-bearded man and swam in the sky. The cuttlefish king accompanied them. That extremely long electric dragon eel circled around them. Under the setting sun, they walked further and further away. The extremely well-behaved ancient island whale stayed behind. It wasn't the demon dragon's beast, it was just a fellow inmate. Originally, it wanted to follow the demon dragon, but now that it saw that Yue Yang had a bright future, it didn't mind and was very happy to stay behind. It didn't have high expectations. As long as it could enjoy freedom, that was enough. On its back, the female giant was beating Fu Tu with extreme hatred. She controlled the strength of her hands, not wanting to beat this traitor to death so easily. She wanted him to suffer the greatest torture. Fu Tu begged with all his might. He hugged his head with both hands and curled his body to protect himself. In front of the female giant, he had no chance to retaliate. Furthermore, there was an even more abnormal Yue Yang. Other than pretending to be pitiful, he had no other choice. Wait a minute, don't beat him to death. Yue Yang advised the female giant raging flame leader, indicating that this traitor was still useful. What? The female giant didn't understand. What was the use of this kind of person? I have a watchdog that urgently needs a nutritious meal. If it eats this traitor, it would probably be able to level up. Yue Yang explained that the traitor could actually be made into dog food. No, don't, big sis, please just kill me. I can't become dog food. The traitor Fu Tu, who was begging with all his might just now, was scared half to death. Now, he was begging the female giant to kill him quickly. He really didn't dare to imagine the pain of becoming dog food and letting a lowly dog slowly eat his body. Compared to being eaten by a dog, he would rather die. Of course, this choice wasn't in his hands. Chapter 626. As night fell, the ancient island whale slowly flew away from the lake. Just like a giant floating island. Slowly, it flew towards Rainbow City. What should we do next? The female giant turned out to be a very opinionated person. After this battle, she suddenly felt that she was really not suitable to make decisions. Being a leader was not her forte. If there was someone to arrange the battle plan, she would only be in charge of charging and breaking through enemy lines. She felt that she should have a good talk with Yue Yang. If he was willing to be the strategist and rebuild the Raging Flame Bandit group, it would be a good idea. How about, we work together to rebuild the Raging Flame Bandit group? I can listen to you, but the name of the bandit group must be Raging Flame. This is my father's dying wish. Oh right, I am called Raging Flame. What's your name? What's the little girl's name? Don't start saying, I, or, I. You are the leader of the bandits, not the leader of the bandits. You have to change this annoying catchphrase. Furthermore, didn't your group disband? If you ask me, don't build any bandit group anymore. You don't know how to be a leader at all. Yue Yang's words were very direct, hitting the nail on the head. What? The female giant immediately glared angrily at Yue Yang. Then pretend I didn't say anything. Yue Yang yawned unconcernedly. Let the little girl come out. I'll talk to her. It's a waste of time talking to you. The female giant prepared to take the backdoor route. She knew that it would not be easy to change Yue Yang's opinion, but if she could convince Inan, she had some confidence. What she did not expect was that not only did Inan not let her convince her, she even tried to persuade her. Inan advised gently, Sister Raging Flame, even if those people are your father's subordinates, they are not worth leading. These people, other than a few, most of them have no loyalty at all. If you fight with these people, you will only get betrayed. There is no rush to build a bandit group, and we don't need a lot of people. If 10 people are all elites, then it is better than 1,000 or 10,000 cowards and traitors. Right now, we shouldn't be in a hurry to find people to rebuild the chivalrous bandit group. Instead, we should cultivate. Once we have the strength, we can rebuild the group at any time. The female giant muttered to herself for a while, but, third brother and the rest are still here. They are loyal, I cannot abandon them. Yue Yang smiled. Actually, we have no intention of interfering with your rebuilding of the guild. Perhaps they are in Rainbow City. Even if they are not, you can still gather them in Rainbow City. I admire your ideals, but it's hard for us to embody them, because we have different ideals. Inan secretly touched him with her hand, signaling him not to reject her too directly, in case he hurt the female giant's heart. She felt that it was not easy being a female giant. He had inherited his father's will, held fast to his ideals, and single-handedly supported the entire chivalrous bandit group, just like how he had been responsible for the revival of Hundred Flower Valley in the past. The only difference was that his aunt had never asked him to do anything. She only hoped that he could grow up well, because growth was the first and most important step of the entire revival. At that time, even if no one pressured him, he still felt immense pressure. It was even harder for leader Raging Flame to inherit his father's will, work hard to revive the Raging Flame bandit group, and led thousands of people to survive. As for Yue Yang's direct rejection of her invitation, the female giant had already expected it, but she still felt sad. For the first time, she felt that she was alone and helpless. No one was willing to help her, no one was willing to support her. The female giant felt an indescribable sadness and anger. But on the surface, she pretended to be strong, and put on a nonchalant attitude. She pretended to laugh heartily. Everyone has different ideals, this is normal. Whether you guys join the Raging Flame bandit group or not, I will treat you guys as my friends, my best friends. When we reach Rainbow City, I will arrange the best wedding for you guys. There's no need. Actually, we sneaked out from home. We will go back after a few days of fun. Inen stuck out her tongue mischievously, and smiled apologetically at the female giant. Sister Raging Flame, Inen appreciates Sister Raging Flame's good intentions. But marriage is such a big event, it still needs a parent to preside over it. I was just joking before. Are you guys leaving tomorrow? The female giant was shocked, and immediately looked at Yue Yang. Something seemed to have happened in our hometown. I am not at ease, so I want to go back and take a look. I will come back to Rainbow City later. Yue Yang originally did not have any plans to return to Tong Tian Tower. But in the grimoire world, he received a message from Hai Yingwu using the tricolor map. Thousand Goblin King's substitute seems to be moving. If it was something else, Yue Yang would not pay much attention to it. But this matter was related to Thousand Goblin King, so he had no choice but to go back to Heaven Realm. As for accompanying Inen to Rainbow City to play, he could only come back next time. Inen was not the kind of girl who did not know the gravity of the situation, so she could naturally understand. Of course, refusing to join Raging Flame's chivalrous bandit group had nothing to do with returning to Tong Tian Tower. It was purely because Yue Yang and Inen did not agree with the female giant's ideals. It was not that this kind of righteous ideals was bad, but if one wanted to use this kind of ideals to survive in Heaven Realm, it would be very difficult. Furthermore, it was easy to cultivate lazy people and carry extra burdens. Not everyone could be a man of steel, not everyone could be a brave warrior who faced death. Hence, using the female giant's righteous ideals to build a group would only lead to more betrayal and failure. Yue Yang and Inen also knew that if they rejected the other party, the female giant would be very sad, but it was better to understand that rejection was better than lying and deceiving. So it's like this, I understand. The female giant thought that Yue Yang was using an excuse to reject her, and was even sadder. She suppressed the sadness in her heart and nodded. If you and my sister get married, you must invite me, invite me to your wedding. Definitely, but Sister Raging Flames will probably have to wait for a while. Inen used her hand to touch Yue Yang again, hinting for him to comfort her. It's getting late, everyone should rest early. Yue Yang knew that it was not easy to convince the female giant. He had to pretend to be the bad guy to the end. With Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy, and with Inen as a mediator, he should be able to subdue her in the future. This kind of thing could not be rushed. It was good to let her hit a wall temporarily. As long as she did not fail, she would not give up. The female giant's lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something. In the end, she did not say anything. She only slowly raised her hand and bid farewell to Yue Yang and Inen. When Yue Yang and Inen returned to the grimoire world, she patted the ancient island whale hard, hinting for it to stop. She howled towards the sky, and streaked across the night sky like lightning. Her lonely figure disappeared into the distance. She now knew that she was wrong, and also knew that what Yue Yang and Inen said was right. However, she could not convince herself to let go of her righteousness for the time being. After all, it was something that she had inherited from her father, something that she had always adhered to. She kind of wanted Yue Yang to persuade her a few more times, maybe she would feel a little better in her heart. But this brat did not say anything, not even a word of goodbye. This was too infuriating. Even if he was right, he could not reject people like this. This was too much. The female giant who had never shed tears before suddenly had a strange feeling of wanting to cry. Her eyes felt sore. Tong Tian Tower, Soaring Dragon Continent, Yu Clan Castle, Martial Arts Training Grounds. Yu Shan, who usually sat on the felt chair in his room, suddenly came out for a walk. Yu Shan's pale and bloodless face looked extremely haggard and lifeless. However, even though his cheeks were emaciated, his eyes were still as bright as before, like an undying light in the dark. With this pair of bright and clear eyes, other than his sickly appearance, he had a wise and farsighted aura that he usually did not have. He looked more like a scholar who walked under the morning dew than a sick man who was bedridden. Seeing him come out so early, the Yu clan disciples were a little surprised. A few servants hurried over to serve him, afraid that Yu Shan's body would fall sick from the morning dew. However, Yu Shan smiled and waved his hands, indicating that they did not need to care about him. He just wanted to walk around. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others had already broken through to the innate realm, and were quietly cultivating in the hall with the old fox, heavenly imperial guardians and the others. Today, only Lu Yi, golden elf Bao and the others came out for morning training. They knew about Yu Shan's past, but because of his performance in the underground base, they felt that Yu Shan was a good father and forgave him for his past. Moreover, the injured Yu Shan was only injured because he protected the soaring dragon continent from the Black Hell Army's invasion. When they saw Yu Shan walking over, they bowed as juniors and made way for him. All right, you guys continue your training. Yu Shan rarely greeted them. Maybe it was because he was in a good mood, he nodded and smiled. Do you want me to call Sister Yu to accompany you? Lu Yi was kind-hearted and asked. No, let her rest for a while, I'll walk by myself. Yu Shan waved his hands lightly and suddenly turned to ask Lu Yi, is your master called Mr. Jie? Speaking of which, Mr. Jie and I were classmates back then. More than 20 years ago, I was an exchange student at Tian Luo Academy. At that time, I was in the same class as Mr. Jie. Mr. Jie, I don't think I've heard of this name before. Lu Yi's master is teacher and Ning. Lu Yi felt strange. Why did Yu Shan say that his master was Mr. Jie? Ah, I'm sorry, I must have remembered wrongly. I don't know teacher and Ning, but Mr. Jie's wife seems to be called Ning K'er. Back then, Mr. Jie and his wife fought side by side against the demon clan. We went through life and death together and forged a deep friendship. Sigh, I'm old, my memory is blurred. Yu Shan waved his hands, indicating that he was fine and walked away. Patriarch, can you tell us about the past? Lu Yi saw that his lonely figure was quite pitiful and chased after him, preparing to chat with him. Actually, there's nothing much to say, it's all in the past. Seeing Lu Yi's concerned eyes, Yu Shan nodded and gestured for her to sit down. He also sat on another stone block and began to recall, that was a long time ago. I remember that time, it was the day that your sister Yu was born. We were surrounded by the demon clan and had no reinforcements. Father knew that it was the demon clan's plan to lure the enemy. He would rather see me, the eldest son of the Yu clan, die than agree with His Majesty's decision to rescue us. In fact, at that time, there were no more soldiers to send. Even the servants of the imperial palace in Yu clan castle had been sent to the battlefield. Only the old, the weak, the women and the children were sent. We were almost certain to die. We were just waiting for the last wave of the demon clan to attack and fight for our lives. Of course, we also hoped that third brother would come back. At that time, third brother was very young, but his strength was not weak. He and fourth brother came here secretly without our father's knowledge. We were in a difficult situation and hoped for a miracle to happen. After all, no one really wanted to die. Your sister Yu was born. At that time, the weather changed and it rained heavily. A kind of brilliance descended from the sky and cleansed the entire bloody battlefield. Even the grass under the pile of corpses became lush green. The originally withered flowers bloomed again. The demon clan was very frightened, but our morale was greatly boosted. We fought our way out with all our might. In the end, with great difficulty, we met up with third brother and fourth brother, who were covered in cuts and bruises, and escaped together. It can be said that it was you, cough cough cough, it was your sister Yu's birth that allowed us to survive. Sister Yu is too great. No wonder she has a peaceful nature. It turns out that there was such a miracle in the past. Lu Yi exclaimed in admiration. You're not bad yourself. You're also a good child. Yu Shan smiled and nodded. Patriarch, please tell us a story tomorrow. Lu Yi pitied Yu Shan's loneliness. Bao on the other hand, was addicted to listening to stories. They all invited Yu Shan to tell them a story tomorrow. Tomorrow? I might be a little busy. Let's talk about it when there's a chance. You're all good children. You must work hard and be happy. Yu Shan raised his head and looked at the sky. The sun rose from the east. He stood up and walked away slowly, his body covered in golden light. From afar, he suddenly came back with a smile and waved to Lu Yi. "Classmate Lu Yi, please send my regards to your esteemed teacher." "Goodbye." "Okay, goodbye." Lu Yi nodded obediently. A trace of confusion arose in her heart. Could it be that Yu Shan really knew her teacher? She immediately dispelled this thought. Forget it, this was not important at all. Chapter 627 Soaring Dragon Continent, Forgotten Worries Peak. On top of the rocky peak that was like countless sharp swords piercing into the sky, there was a figure wearing a cloak, quietly standing there. He was extremely patient as he stood there for 3 hours, not moving an inch. To him, time was the most meaningless thing in the world. As for patience, this person had as much as a millionaire's pocket money. The Black Hell King hid himself in the dark and observed for a full 3 hours. After confirming that there was no danger, he floated up and cautiously landed on the other side of the shadow. He was 1,000 meters away from the other peak. "Black Hell, you've changed." The figure commented. "Who are you?" Black Hell King was a little bewildered. He didn't know this man, but he recognized him and seemed to be very familiar with him. Black Hell King didn't like this feeling. He hated not being able to see through people, for example, Yue Yang. He had never seen through him. Because of Yue Yang's rise, he couldn't get rid of it. It was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. It was extremely uncomfortable. Now, there was another figure, making Black Hell King feel uneasy. If it was someone else, he would definitely not come. He didn't want Sky Execution to get a chance to kill him in order to improve and complete his journey to Heaven Realm. In order to improve and complete his journey to Heaven Realm, Sky Execution had already decided to kill him to improve his skills in Realm. Black Hell King definitely wouldn't give Sky Execution this chance. If it was in the past, Black Hell King wouldn't be afraid of Sky Execution. But now that his body had not recovered, he had to be cautious. But that letter was too strange. It actually contained the most taboo information for Black Hell King, so he had no choice but to come. The figure didn't reply. He didn't even turn around with his back facing Black Hell King. He only spoke slowly. "Do you know why I want to meet you? It's to see if you still have any value. Black Hell, you have disappointed me. Ever since your defeat in the death arena, you have been completely scared out of your wits by Yue Yang. You even have to be on tenterhooks and sneak around to meet me. You are not even as brave as a woman. You no longer have the possibility to fight against him. It's impossible now, and even more impossible in the future. So, you no longer have any value." Black Hell King felt that the figure's voice was strangely familiar. He became even more suspicious. He was on guard, but he sneered, "Who do you think you are? If you have the ability to kill me, why waste your breath? Other than Ji Zun, even the Yu clan's third young master can forget about killing me." The shadow did not deny it. On the contrary, he agreed with this point. Indeed, the betrayal talent is very practical, but it also has a fatal weakness. Weakness. The Black Hell King naturally knew what the weakness of his inherent skill was, but he didn't think that others would know. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to exploit that weakness. If it could be used, the Yu clan's third young master would have already used it in the death arena. Why wait until now? The biggest reason why the Black Hell King dared to come was because he was confident that he could leave safely. With the betrayal inherent skill, no one could kill him. Unless the Prison Emperor revived or Ji Zun wielded the Prison Emperor's divine weapon, even the Yu clan's third young master who possessed the world-exterminating wheel and Nirvana flame would not be able to kill him. The shadow raised his palm and waved it lightly. His posture was extremely graceful and natural. A holy scripture floated in front of him, shining with endless splendor. The Black Hell King's heart skipped a beat. The strong intuition of a heaven-ranked ranker made him feel that the shadow in front of him was dangerous. The strange thing was that the shadow didn't emit any killing intent. This was what puzzled the Black Hell King the most. Could it be that the shadow was just showing off? Your betrayal inherent skill is a mutation. I believe that you understand that inherent skills can be changed. Actually, the increase in inherent skills is a kind of change, but that kind of change is not a qualitative change. When a warrior's body, thoughts, energy and realm undergo a complete change, then inherent skills can also be changed, just like you in the past. The shadow slowly raised his right hand. It was a young and powerful palm with slender fingers. It was full of vitality and energy. The shadow didn't turn around and only used his right hand to point at the Black Hell King. You might not know what my inherent skill is. My inherent skill. is mutation inherent skill. Under the effect of my mutation inherent skill, any person, any object, any life, any ability, and even any inherent skill can be changed. What? The Black Hell King started to understand what the other party meant. This shadow could use mutation inherent skill to change his betrayal inherent skill. From now on, your body and inherent skill have a 50% chance of changing for the better or for the worse. The shadow's right index finger shot out a silver beam of light at an extremely fast speed. The Black Hell King didn't even have time to react before the silver beam hit his forehead. The Black Hell King was shocked. He couldn't believe his own reaction. How could he not react when he was on full alert? What was the reason? Was it because the other party was strong? No, it wasn't like that. Was it because of the other party's treasure? Special skill or domain? Neither. That was a type of deception that was laid out in the open. The other party didn't have any killing intent and didn't have any killing intent when he attacked. He was able to deceive his own instincts and also his mental state. Furthermore, that kind of inherent skill was special. The silver beam shot out was extremely fast. With just one sentence, he was tricked by the other party using the simplest of techniques. He was easily tricked by the other party when it was impossible to trick him. The Black Hell King's face immediately darkened and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Your body has weakened, but your inherent skill has become stronger. Maybe it's a good thing, maybe it's a bad thing. Haha, I wish you good luck. The shadow waved his hand and prepared to leave. Stop right there. Who are you? The Black Hell King was determined to kill this mysterious shadow. Actually, there's no need for me to tell you, because you're not far from death. Telling you would just be a waste of breath. But, I want to see the shocked expression on your face. Do you want to know who I am? Come, let me show you. The shadow suddenly appeared in front of the Black Hell King. His face was less than 3 inches away from the Black Hell King's face, almost nose to nose. Ah, it's you. No, you're not him. Oh God, so it's you. The Black Hell King's face was full of fear as if he had seen a ghost. Did you guess correctly? It's me, the shadow said in a relaxed tone. The Black Hell King's face was full of sweat and his hands were trembling. You should look for Yue Yang, not me. The Black Hell King clenched his fist. I will look for him, but I don't have the confidence to kill him now. Actually, he's very strong and very cunning. It's impossible to kill him. I'm just using you and Thousand Goblin King to create some trouble for him to buy some time for me. I'm the same as that brat, we both lack time. Black Hell, I originally thought highly of your intelligence, but it's a pity that you've been scared witless by the prison emperor and Yue Yang. It's impossible for a single person to have the chance to deal with 2 plus 3. I can let you go, but I believe that many people won't agree. Black Hell, have a safe journey. The shadow reached out and patted the Black Hell King's shoulder, as if bidding farewell to an old friend. His figure disappeared into thin air. The Black Hell King was silent for a long time before he said hatefully, Why? Why am I always below others? That's because you don't deserve to be above others. In the distant sky, a man with purple lightning flashing all over his body walked over step by step. This man looked valiant and handsome. He had a head full of black hair that looked like tiny black swords pointing towards the sky. He looked like he had a strong personality. His eyes were as deep as a black hole, without any human emotions. It was like the eyes of a death god that could absorb souls. He wore a shrunken version of his clothes. Other than the fitting sleeves, the rest of his clothes were only half the size of normal clothes, revealing his perfect and sturdy abdominal muscles. His black pants were embroidered with 2 colored silver dragons. These silver dragons were huge dragons with wings. They were 2 divine dragons from the Eastern Goblin tribe. The most eye-catching thing was that there was an extremely strange weapon hanging on his waist. The weapon was wrapped in purple cloth. It looked like a blade, but not a blade, and also like a sword, but not a sword. If it was just recognition, not many people in Tong Tian Tower would recognize him. But if it was his name, not many people in Tong Tian Tower wouldn't recognize him. He was the boss of the demonic palace, the #1 sky demon that even Sky Law couldn't surpass after becoming an innate elder, Sky Execution. It really is you. Black Hell King nodded. In the entire Tong Tian Tower, only you would be so eager to kill me. That's right, I won't let Yue Yang find a chance to kill you. It would be useless for him to kill you, and I would lose a chance to level up. Other than realms, Yue Yang has already caught up to me in other aspects. I will definitely not let him surpass me in all aspects. The number 1 Sky Demon of the demonic palace belongs to me, Sky Execution. Sky Wolf's destiny may surpass me in the future, but not today. Sky Execution walked in front of Black Hell King in the void and stared at him coldly. Now, say your last words. I promise that I will kill you before Yue Yang's Sky Wolf arrives. You, looks like you have comprehended the innate Elder Realm. No wonder you are so confident. Black Hell King's eyes turned cold and nodded. If I had comprehended it back then, you would be the one dying. What a pity. If I wasn't too stupid and trusted my companions back then, you wouldn't be alive today. What a pity. The old dragon turtle, who was hugging the prison emperor divine staff, had arrived. He had transformed into an old man. His appearance was still that of an old man with a withered body and mind. However, compared to when Yue Yang first met him, his weakened state had improved a lot. He had probably used the prison emperor divine staff to recover most of his strength. Even if he had not reached his peak state, he would still be able to fight against the Black Hell King with the prison emperor divine staff. Yuan Long, you are late. Black Hell King wasn't surprised by the old dragon turtle's appearance. It doesn't matter, whether Sky Execution kills you, or Yue Yang kills you, or even if I die with you, it's all the same. Old dragon turtle replied indifferently, as long as I can kill you, I don't care about the process. It's a pity that third young master isn't here, if not I would really choose someone to send me on my way. Black Hell King suddenly laughed out loud. Since third young master isn't here, how about I send you off? Yu Shan's voice rang out from the foot of the mountain. Black Hell King's expression changed immediately. His expression became extremely ugly. Elder Nangong carried the weak Yu Shan and flew to the top of the rocky peak. He gently put Yu Shan down. This is all I can do. Do you really have to do this? He was obviously asking Yu Shan. Yu Shan respectfully bowed to him. Elder Nangong, thank you very much. This is Yu Shan's choice, I have no regrets. He turned around and smiled at Black Hell King, who had an ugly expression. He cupped his hands. Black Hell King, this is actually my first time meeting you. But it doesn't matter. I think that we are similar people. Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen me. I didn't come here for any other reason. I just wanted to give you this body. Betrayal inherent skill can betray anything, but it shouldn't be able to betray devotion. Devotion is equivalent to selflessness. Betrayal can only betray others. Even if you can betray yourself, you can't truly be selfless. Black Hell King really wanted to kill Yu Shan in one hit, but he didn't move. Finally, after a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and asked, do you really want to do this? What benefits do you get from doing this? Do you think that Yue Yang will be grateful to you? No, he will never change his opinion of you, because you have never been a good person. Don't lie to yourself, your ambition has never been inferior to mine, your unwillingness to accept defeat has never been inferior to mine, why can't we work together? Yu Shan, as long as you are willing, we can start anew. As long as we manage this body together and continue to survive, it is not impossible to defeat Yue Yang in the end. Yu Shan replied, if I wasn't a father, I might agree with you. But you are not a father, you will never understand the meaning of what I am doing. He took out a dagger and stabbed it deep into his chest. His chest was cut open. His steaming internal organs were exposed, blood splattered into the sky like rain. Yu Shan didn't seem to be in pain at all. With a smile on his face, he cut out the beating heart and held it in his palm. Then, he used the last of his strength and said to Black Hell King, this is for you. Black Hell King painfully closed his eyes. Yu Shan maintained that position for a long time until the mountain wind became stronger and blew his body askew. Only then did he slowly collapse and fall into the valley. With the decree of Sky Execution, I judge the evil, destroy the heart. Sky Execution raised his right hand. He slowly tightened his fist and clenched it. The heart in Yu Shan's hand and the beating heart in Black Hell King's chest exploded at the same time. The betrayal inherent skill was completely ineffective under Yu Shan's innate offering. Black Hell King said with blood flowing out of his mouth, so this is how a mutated inherent skill works. He killed me, not you guys, it was him. As more blood flowed out of his mouth, Black Hell King gently wiped it away. His whole body exploded with power. He instantly rose to innate elder level 2. Waving his hand, he tore off the cloak on his body, revealing a body of dark holy armor. He took out his dark holy sword and pointed it at Sky Execution. Since it's like this, Sky Execution, let us have our final battle. Let me see if your sky execution's power is stronger or my black hell's power is stronger. Elder Nangong didn't watch the final battle. He floated down and hugged Yu Shan, who was still smiling victoriously. He nodded. The real victor is you. Chapter 628. Yu Shan died in battle. Yue Yang had just returned from Heaven Realm when he heard the news. When he returned to Tian Luo Palace where Fourth Mother was, Yue Yang found out that Fourth Mother was not there. Drunken Cat, who was still training hard, immediately told him the news and asked him to comfort Fourth Mother. The kind Fourth Mother was very sad when she heard the bad news. She had already returned to the Yu clan castle to accompany Yu Yu. When Yue Yang returned to the Yu clan castle, he still hadn't seen Fourth Mother, but he realized that Zheng Wuyu and the old cunning fox had arrived. Even Elder Nangong and the old dragon turtle, the two old men who were rarely seen, were waiting for him. Elder Nangong did not say much. He only briefly told Yue Yang about how Yu Shan used his spirit of sacrifice to eliminate the betrayal inherent skill and how sky execution killed the Black Hell King. In front of everyone, Elder Nangong naturally did not say that Yu Shan was the substitute chosen by the Black Hell King. But when Yue Yang heard it, he understood. If it was not for the Black Hell King's substitute, no matter how much Yu Shan sacrificed, he would not be able to eliminate the Black Hell King's betrayal inherent skill. Actually, he had his suspicions long ago, but Yu Shan did not make any moves, so Yue Yang pretended not to know. He did not think that Yu Shan would be so noble to actually sacrifice his life to kill the Black Hell King. This heroic act made Yue Yang a little surprised. Besides feeling strange, Yue Yang had another question. Even if Yu Shan sacrificed himself, he might not be able to kill the Black Hell King, right? If sky execution could kill the Black Hell King, he would have joined hands with the Dragon Emperor to kill the Black Hell King. Now that the Dragon Emperor did not come, was it really that easy to kill the Black Hell King with just Yu Shan's help? This was a question that very few people would suspect, but Yue Yang thought about it for a long time. There must be some inside story. Yue Yang definitely did not believe that Yu Shan and sky execution could kill the 6,000-year-old traitor Black Hell King. There must be someone behind this. Who was it? Thousand Goblin King's doppelganger? Not possible. Thousand Goblin King's doppelganger was not strong enough to protect himself. Scarlet Emperor. However, the Scarlet Emperor was chased away by Ji Zun and escaped to the Heaven Realm. It was unlikely that he would stay in the Soaring Dragon continent. After all, what the Scarlet Emperor needed the most now was to recover his original strength. There was another person who was very suspicious. It was the ancient demon King's soul. Yue Yang had once suspected that this spirit was someone from the Yu clan castle, or that it was someone who had hidden extremely well in the Da Sha Empire. It was a pity that he could not be sure. If it was the doppelganger King's soul, Yue Yang would Shan and Yu Shan worked together to Tian to kill the Black Yang. Chen. Yang did not doubt. Yu Yan Shan and Ming Tian. Yang was dragon. Yang was Yang King Yang's realm. Elder Nangong, and I guessed that it might be that person. You have to be careful in the future. The old dragon turtle whispered to Yue Yang, causing Yue Yang's entire body to tremble. Sure enough, it was just as he had guessed. The old dragon turtle patted Yue Yang's shoulder and passed the Prison Emperor divine staff to him. He sighed slightly and said, "The Black Hell King is dead. My wish has been fulfilled. There's also the Scarlet Emperor. Don't forget that he is not dead yet." Yue Yang was afraid that the old dragon turtle would go back to the Prison Emperor divine palace to commit suicide. "Scarlet Emperor, he is yours. I am old and can't fight anymore." The old dragon turtle laughed. Actually, the old dragon turtle accepted Zheng Wuyu's suggestion. Zheng Wuyu and the old fox had already discussed about digging a huge man-made lake near the Yu clan castle to build a divine dragon underground palace for the old dragon turtle to live in seclusion. Firstly, it was to protect the old dragon turtle's dignity as a divine beast that protected the soaring dragon continent. Secondly, when Yue Yang got angry, he could persuade him. After all, the old dragon turtle had followed the Prison Emperor before. His words were more useful than others. Another point was that Yue Yang had brought back a few hundred Heaven Realm Draconians from the Wyvern Valley. These women were not willing to return to the Heaven Realm unless Yue Yang led them into battle. If they joined any country, it would affect the distribution of power in the Soaring Dragon continent. It would even affect Tong Tian Tower. After discussing, Zheng Wuyu and the others decided to give them a neutral area to build a dragon god palace. It could be considered as the temporary residence of the new prison emperor, Yue Yang. This way, they would not leave Yue Yang. They would not be linked to any power. Hence, the plan to build a divine dragon underground palace and a dragon god palace came into being. With a dragon god palace, no matter what clan Yue Yang brought back from the heaven realm, they could all be arranged to live in this neutral area. The dragon god palace's power would not be controlled by anyone, nor would it restrict the outside world. Everyone would be happy. We want to let Senior Yuan long rest. It's like this. Zheng Wuyu hurriedly found an excuse to smooth things over and whispered to Yue Yang. Dig a man-made lake. Build an underground palace and a palace. Yue Yang felt that digging a man-made lake near the Yu clan castle was a very troublesome move. There were so many lakes and oceans in the world, why did they have to dig a man-made lake near the Yu clan castle where there were so many mountains? In other words, they were afraid that he would not come back from the heaven realm, so they wanted to build a house for him here. At the same time, they wanted to let this old turtle take the opportunity to teach him how to be a prison emperor. With Yue Yang's intelligence, he could naturally see through Zheng Wuyu and the old cunning fox's thoughts. He clapped his hands and said, "Since that's the case, let's dig a bigger one. I've met an even bigger old turtle in the heaven realm. I think we'll need a bigger lake to contain it." "How big?" "It's an ancient island whale. It's 10 times bigger than a normal island whale." "How big do you think it is?" "Pooh." When the old dragon turtle heard this, he spat out his tea. Cough cough, cough cough. Zheng Wuyu and the old fox also coughed non-stop. They all knew that Yue Yang was abnormal. If he went to the heaven realm, he would definitely not return empty-handed. But no matter what, they would never have thought that Yue Yang would return with an entire ancient island whale in just a few days. With this speed, the heaven realm would be emptied by him sooner or later, and the soaring dragon continent would definitely be filled with creatures from the heaven realm. In the end, Zheng Wuyu spoke. He decided to make the man-made lake 100 times bigger. Anyway, the war between the soaring dragon continent and the demon abyss had stopped. Every country had a large number of soldiers. Turning them to build the miraculous dragon god palace and divine dragon underground palace was the best choice to convert their military strength. Moreover, this could also unite all the city masters. Whether it was the traitors, selfish or loyal city masters, they would definitely be willing to contribute a little to this grand undertaking. Moreover, as long as there was money, would there be no lack of people working in the soaring dragon continent? Even if the soaring dragon continent lacked manpower, would the other continents in Tong Tian Tower lack manpower? One had to know that when the current ocean queen of the Sea clan in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower heard that Yue Yang was going to build a dragon god shrine and divine dragon underground palace, she didn't hesitate and immediately sent 300,000 people to help. The emperor of the underworld's actions were not slower than her. Eastern Goblin tribe, Golden Elves and so on also sent their representatives. In short, as long as Yue Yang was willing to agree, everything would be easy. He was just afraid that this brat would be stubborn and not agree. Zheng Wuyu was originally prepared to ask his daughter to take down this brat, but now it seemed that there was no need. If Yue Yang was angered, it would not be good. He was usually quite easy to talk to. Before Elder Nangong left, he looked at Yue Yang and nodded slightly. Of course, Yue Yang understood what he meant. He was telling him not to be impatient. Those hidden enemies would definitely have some tricks up their sleeves. He must not be impatient, otherwise he would fall into their trap. Looking at Elder Nangong's expression, Yue Yang's heart sank. He kind of guessed who that mysterious shadow was. If it was really that person, it would be a little troublesome. He had to be especially careful. If he did not handle it well, he would be at a disadvantage. The old cunning fox hugged Yue Yang's shoulders and whispered, "Old Marshal need not say any more." He already knew Yu Shan's wish. Furthermore, Yu Shan did this because he wanted to be benevolent and righteous. Although Old Marshal was sad, he was proud of his son's change. What we are afraid of is the other person. It's best not to tell him about this. We are really afraid that he would not be able to handle it. Understood. Actually, Yue Yang was also a little uneasy. If it was really that person, and it was the ancient demon king's soul, then it would be troublesome. "You're here. Sit down." Elder Yu Hai sat in front of Yu Shan's coffin quietly. Only when he saw Yue Yang did he nod his head and signaled Yue Yang to sit down. "Xiao San, accompany Grandpa to drink 2 cups. Yue Yang approached the wine that fifth elder passed to him. He bowed slightly to Elder Yu Hai and drank it in one go. He drank 3 cups in a row. Only then did Elder Yu Hai stop and nodded. I drank these 3 cups on behalf of Ah Shan. I know that he was not in a good mood after all these years. He was a smart and hard-working person. His innate talent was also not bad. However, since he was young, he had been under pressure from the outside world. Ever since he was young, he was surpassed by your father, making him, the big brother, feel ashamed. After your father left, he took over as the substitute clan master for a few years. Then, you rose again, and you even surpassed your father by 100 times. Ah Shan is a person with ambition and a desire for power. I am not blind, I watched him grow up, so I naturally know what kind of person he is. Actually, I originally wanted to pass the position of clan master to him. If he were to become the clan master, he would definitely be stronger than your father. However, the clansmen did not think so. Everyone thought that the stronger one was, the more suitable he would be to become the clan master. Under this pressure, there was a period of time when Ah Shan really changed. He did many things, and was even used by bad people. It was almost impossible for him to turn back. Yue Yang hurriedly comforted this lonely old man. Big uncle has used his blood to wash away his past mistakes. He is a good person, he is a Yue clan's man. Yu Hai nodded his head. Grandpa has to thank you for this. Without you, Ah Shan would only sink deeper and deeper. It would be impossible for him to turn back, and even more impossible for him to become the demon slayer hero that everyone praised. It was you who gave him a chance. It was you who gave him a chance to be a hero. Xiao San, there are many things in the past that you don't know. If you seek the truth too much, you might hurt many people. Do you understand what I mean? If that person appears, what should we do? Although Yue Yang had received the old cunning fox's warning, he still couldn't help but ask. I have actually thought about it before. It's just his body, but his soul is that of a demon king. What's the point of existing? Xiao San, you are a good child. Grandpa will tell you something now. There are some things that Grandpa can't do personally. I hope that you can muster the courage to correct your mistakes and free him. When Elder Yu Hai said this, his expression became unusually serious as he looked at Yue Yang. I believe this is also your father's wish. Fifth Elder comforted Elder Yu Hai at the side. Brother Hai, it's not certain yet. Maybe there are other ways. Let Xiao San think of a way himself. Elder Yu Hai raised his only arm and stopped Fifth Elder's words. Once again, he used an extremely serious expression and looked at Yue Yang. His voice was low and hoarse, but it was incomparably sonorous and powerful. Remember, if it's really him, you don't have to worry. Kill him quickly. This is Grandpa's only request for you. Chapter 629. When Yue Yang went to see Yu Yu, he discovered that she was crying her heart out, sobbing in fourth mother's embrace. Lu Yi, Bao and the others were also there, crying silently. Even the most mischievous little girl, Yu Shuang, was obediently sitting in Yu Bing's embrace, not daring to make a sound. She looked around with her big eyes, unable to understand the meaning of death at all. Seeing everyone crying, she also cried. But when she was tired of crying, she still didn't know why everyone was crying. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others sat on the ground, wanting to comfort her but not knowing what to say. They could only sit quietly, not making a sound. When Yue Yang saw them, he was slightly surprised, because he didn't expect them to all reach the innate realm in just a few days. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and Prince of Tian Luo were even close to innate level 2. Shui Tan Lang was the fastest, he was already innate level 2. Without his guidance, they all comprehended the innate realm on their own. Yue Yang was very surprised. It seemed that aptitude and bloodline were only one part of the influence, the more important thing was experience and comprehension. No matter what, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others had passed the most difficult stage, it would be easy for them to improve their cultivation in the future. Yue Yang had a feeling that the difficulty of reaching the innate realm was even higher than the difficulty of reaching heaven rank for the earth rank rankers. Reaching the innate realm was equivalent to entering the palace gates. If one couldn't cross this threshold, they would never understand the truth. Once they reached the innate realm, it would be easier in the future. If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Shan had just died in battle and he urgently needed to comfort Yu Yang would have given Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others some pointers to help them improve further. Brother Xiao San, the little girl's eyes were sharp. She saw Yue Yang outside the door and jumped down from her sister's arms, running towards him. After jumping into Yue Yang's arms, her eyes were red and her mouth was pouting, she was about to cry. It wasn't easy for her to be an obedient child for the whole day. Everyone was crying. She was so scared that she didn't even dare to breathe, thinking that she did something wrong. Don't cry, Shuang is the most obedient. Yue Yang gently wiped away the tears on the little girl's face and kissed her eyelashes that were stained with tears. The little girl couldn't stand Yue Yang's praise. She would feel proud and would laugh when he praised her. Yu raised her head and saw Yue Yang had returned. She struggled to stand up from fourth mother's embrace and threw herself into Yue Yang's embrace. She hugged her brother and cried loudly. Father was gone. The only one who could support her now was her brother. In fact, she was a girl who was easily contented. As long as her father turned back to the shore and lived a peaceful life, and as long as her brother was courageous and diligent, fearless of powerful enemies, then she had no more extravagant wishes. But fate was cruel. It turned out that his father, who had betrayed him, had died in battle with the Black Hell King before he was forgiven by his clansmen. Lu Yi wiped her tears and muttered, "He told us stories in the morning and left in the afternoon." Lu Yi also wiped her tears and muttered to herself, "He told us stories in the morning and left at noon." She couldn't comfort them with words, but she wanted to tell them that although she wasn't strong, her arms would always be the harbor for everyone's hearts. First uncle died in battle, third uncle died in battle, even her husband was killed by bad people, but she was still at home. She couldn't comfort them with words, but she wanted to tell the children that although she wasn't strong, her arms and embrace would always be the harbor for everyone's hearts. As long as she was there, there would be a home. Second sister, don't be sad. That was first uncle's choice. This battle will come. We don't have a choice. Regardless of whether we are brave or weak, the battle will come. What we need to do is to wipe away our tears, inherit our elders' will, and walk on our own path with our own strength. Yue Yang touched Yu Yu's tearful face. Looking at her tear-stained face, he felt pity for her. Fate wouldn't control her less just because she was kind. In fact, as long as one was in the Yu clan, as long as one was in the center of the whirlpool of battle, one would never be able to escape from that fate. In the beginning, Yue Yang also didn't understand why a mere Yu clan would have so many crafty plots and schemes, and so many battles. Actually, it wasn't because of him, the guy from another world. Earlier, 15 years ago, Yu Chu died in battle. A few hundred years ago, ghost genius Yu Gong used puppet war dolls to revive the Yu clan. 1,000 years ago, the first clan master of the Yu clan founded the Yu clan. From then on, this fate was destined. The entire history of the Yu clan was the process of fighting against the enemy for generations. Everyone was inevitably involved in these battles, but everyone affected the process. It was only a matter of how much. If one wanted to trace it back even further, it would probably be the thorny flower fairy from 3,000 years ago, the prison emperor from 6,000 years ago, the Empress Fei Wenli from 10,000 years ago, and even further back, countless strong warriors in history had formed some kind of continuous, unpredictable, and inevitable destiny in the long river of life. No one could escape from this fate. Unless there was someone who could control the power of fate. Yue Yang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He could feel Yu Yu's arms hugging him helplessly, he could feel Fourth Mother's firm support, he could feel everything. His mind was in turmoil. The scenes that happened after he transmigrated flashed in his mind, making him feel the 100 lives in his heart. Fate, his own fate, it seemed like it was never in his hands. However, it was very strange, as if it was waiting for him to control it. Maybe this was the reason why he transmigrated. Maybe this was the truth of fate. Maybe this was his true fate. Since no one could control fate, then let him do it. Thorny Flower Fairy, Prison Emperor and Queen Vivian Li couldn't do it, then he would do it. Maybe this was the true fate of a guy from another world like him. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were surprised to see that Yue Yang, who had his eyes closed and was deep in thought, had a rainbow-like light coming out from his body. It became bigger and bigger. An invisible force seemed to have enveloped the entire space. In their eyes, it was as if Yue Yang had turned into a giant. With a casual raise of his hand or leg, he could shake the heavens and earth. Of course, there were no changes to Yue Yang's body. It was a very strange feeling. It was similar to the power of the ancient code, but it wasn't. It was an energy that belonged to Yue Yang's mind. It was very similar to the spiritual energy that Inan used when she was fighting in the heaven realm. However, it was even more mysterious and inconceivable. Everyone was unable to move, as if they had fallen into a soft bubble. Everyone felt extremely happy and didn't want to move at all. They didn't even have the thought of moving. Even Yu, who was crying sadly, stopped sobbing and quietly stayed in this rainbow-like spiritual energy field. Only Fourth Mother was caressing Yue Yang's head. She seemed to understand what kind of state Yue Yang was in. She caressed his head tenderly. Her gaze was filled with love. That was the most gentle and warm care in the world. This was the only thing she could give him. Towards this child, she couldn't help him more. She had the heart but was powerless. But she understood his pain and understood his difficulties. Yu could cry. She could also vent the sadness in her heart to him because he was her brother. Yu Bing and the little girl could laugh. They could tell him the happiness in their hearts because he was their brother. Yi Kong, Hai Da Fu, Shui Tan Lang and the others could work hard and set him as their goal because he was everyone's team leader. The elders could relax and watch him fight because he was everyone's hope. Only him, only him. There was no one else who could share his fate. It was as if the heavens had arranged it. That kind of predetermined fate had descended on his head, whether he was willing or not, whether he could bear it. It's been hard on you. Fourth Mother gently caressed Yue Yang's face. This face that was full of vitality, and vitality was the biggest pride in her life. It was also the most painful image in her heart. Seeing a child struggling against his fate was not something she was willing to see, but she had no other choice. Other than supporting him and comforting embrace, there was nothing else she could do. Fourth Mother, I'm leaving. Yue Yang opened his eyes. The rainbow-like energy field was instantly withdrawn. Everyone was jolted awake in that moment, recovering from that wonderful state. Yue Yang nodded towards Fourth Mother and gently let go of Yu. He turned around and shouted towards Yi Kong and Fatty Hai who were outside the door, let's go. A new battle is waiting for us. We don't have time to cry. We are men. We shed blood but not tears. Let us fight to our heart's content. No matter if this is fate or an accident, we can't resist the arrival of battle. Since it's like this, let us fight to our heart's content. Let's go. One day, we will control our own fate. Wei Tai Lang was the first to respond. It flew in front of Yue Yang. It would always be the most loyal existence. Immediately after, Fatty Hai and Yi Kong became spirited. Although they did not know what kind of battle Yue Yang was talking about, they were fearless. They were determined to fight with him to the ends of the earth. Even if they had to fight all over Tong Tian Tower or Heaven Realm, they would never stop fighting. They did not know what their fate was, but they knew one thing. Following behind him was the best path in their lives. Yu Bing bowed to her mother to bid farewell. She was also a warrior, not just her brother's sister. Lu Yi, Bao Erin. The others had a determined look on their faces as they decided to leave with him, Xiao San. Yu wiped away the tears on her face and ran out of the house. She shouted to Yue Yang with a sobbing tone, bring second sister along. I will definitely not be a burden to you. Yue Yang looked at Yu. Just when Yu was worried that Yue Yang would reject her, she suddenly saw Yue Yang stretch out his hand. Immediately, tears gushed out like a spring. These were not the kind of sad tears just now, but a kind of affirmation and gratitude. Holding her brother's hand, Yu used all her strength to chase after his footsteps. They passed through the teleportation gate, passed through the intersection of light and darkness, passed through the barrier of different spaces, and ran forward. On a hill not far from them, Princess Sissy who was carrying the prison emperor divine sword, Shui Wuxia who was holding an ancient book, City Mistress Fallen Flowers who was carrying the nine-tailed fox spirit, Ocean Empress Aquamarine who was wearing the Ocean Empress divine armor and holding the Ocean Empress halberd, and Sky La who was floating in the air like a sleeping beauty. They had been waiting in front for a long time. Chapter 630. After passing through the teleportation gate, what appeared in front of everyone was a barren world. Other than an endless stretch of ruins, there was nothing else. There wasn't even any life in this place. It was a completely lifeless and lifeless world. It could be seen that this world once had an extremely glorious civilization. Some clues could be found from the buildings that remained after the collapse, but the strange thing was that this world was completely devoid of life. Not to mention humans or large animals, there were not even insects or weeds. It was a completely silent space. The ground was dark, and the sky was gray. There was no wind. There was nothing moving. When Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others came out of the teleportation gate and stepped into this place, their first reaction was an instinctive fear. What is this place? Could it be that this is God's ruins? Even Shui Tan Lang, who had a strong will, did not dare to speak loudly. He was deeply afraid that if he spoke loudly, he would break the silence of this space. It would awaken the demon that was sleeping underground. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong had also changed from their usual joking and playful manner to nervously look at their surroundings. Prince of Tian Luo, Li brothers and the others immediately scattered around, forming a semicircle formation to be on guard. Each of their footsteps were especially cautious, as if a slight step on the ground would cause a disaster. Other than impatience, the only person who could calmly step into this place was Hai Yingwu. Impatience was an innate elder. She was skilled and bold. Moreover, she had stepped here before, so she was not shocked. Hai Yingwu had also been to a similar sea area before. At the same time, she helped Yue Yang to monitor the Thousand Goblin King's clone, so she had already understood the information here. Although she was secretly shocked, she could still maintain her calm on the surface. God's ruins. If God's ruins was so simple, why would the innate rankers of Tong Tian Tower be so worried? Princess Sissy shook her head and said an unexpected answer. Actually, this is the first level of Heaven's Stairway. What? Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were dumbfounded. This was Heaven's Stairway. Is this really the stairway to heaven? Yu Bing and Yu Yu couldn't believe it either. In their minds, the stairway to heaven should be like a beautiful little garden. They didn't expect the real stairway to heaven to be in such a wasteland. There wasn't even any sign of life. It was a land of death. What kind of disaster could cause the stairway to heaven to end up like this? Back then, what kind of war had broken out? They really could not imagine it. They only knew that the historical civilization here was definitely not inferior to that of the soaring dragon continent. The entire first level of the Heaven Stairway was in a state of destruction. Who did this? What was the reason for the historical civilization of the Stairway to Heaven to suddenly become such a terrifying, extinct world? Princess Sissy solemnly nodded towards Yu Yu and Yu Bing. Because of the protection of God's ruins, almost all the lives in the Heaven Stairway were exterminated. Only a very small part of them escaped to the soaring dragon continent and continued to live on. That was the extinct Ming Kingdom and the Valley of Butterflies and 100 Flowers, one of our ancestors. Although the Heaven Stairway had become an extinct world, the ancient seniors sealed many rankers who coveted the gods' ruins, such as the Thousand Goblin King. Night Empress had mentioned some to us before, but there were more secrets that even she might not be able to grasp. We came here because Aquamarine discovered that the Thousand Goblin King's clone was preparing to come to the Heaven Stairway to retrieve the demon heart and fuse with it to become the new Thousand Goblin King. Fatty Hai and the others were excited when they heard this. Damn it, the Thousand Goblin King was awesome, but it was said that the Thousand Goblin King's clone was only an innate. If the clone really dared to come and steal the demon heart, then he would not be able to return. Of course, they were right to think this way, but the more attentive Prince of Tian Luo knew that it was not that simple. If it was only the last clone of the Thousand Goblin King who came to steal the demon heart, why would he need to muster so many people? Just Yue Yang alone could easily kill the Thousand Goblin King's clone. There was no need to bring everyone. Moreover, even Sky Law was here. From this, it could be seen that the enemy was definitely not simple. There are many ancient seals in the Heaven Stairway. They were originally related to the seals of the 12 zodiac temples. When the 12 zodiac temples were cleared by Yue Yang, that kind of seal was undone. This is because this is a problem of the inheritance of the old and new generation of rankers. When a new generation of rankers is born in Tong Tian Tower, then the will of the old generation of rankers will slowly disappear. In other words, from the day Yue Yang cleared the 12 zodiac temples, the ancient seal started to be unsealed. It must be resealed. Otherwise, the old monsters of the ancient seal will come out from the ground. When Shui Wuxia said this, everyone understood why they came to the Heaven Stairway. Oh my god, will there be more fellows like the Scarlet Emperor coming out from the ground? Fatty Hai blurted out. He regretted after saying it, because this kind of guess was too scary. There might be stronger ones than the Scarlet Emperor. Yue Yang nodded. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were so scared that they almost fainted. It's not possible, it's definitely possible. Shui Wuxia closed the ancient book in her hands and used a very calm tone to explain to everyone. Night Empress said that the stronger the enemy, the stronger the seal, and the longer the time to unseal it. According to the time taken for Thousand Goblin King and the Scarlet Emperor to unseal it, compared to the rankers 10,000 years ago, I'm afraid it's really nothing. Night Empress and Ji Zun sent us to the first floor of the Heaven Stairway purely for us to practice. The real scary ones are even higher. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and seal it. Even the calmest Shui Tan Lang was anxious. Ask him. City Mistress Fallen Flowers pointed at Yue Yang. I'm sorry, I still don't know how to seal it. Yue Yang spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. What? Prince of Tian Luo felt a headache. He asked with his forehead full of sweat, you still haven't learned how to seal it? Didn't you obtain the prison emperor's inheritance? Let's not talk about the fact that I haven't truly obtained the inheritance. Even if I did, it might not be useful. At his peak, the prison emperor could only seal the Scarlet Emperor, the ancient demon king and the three great leaders. According to the theory that the weaker the seal, the faster one can escape. These guys are actually the weakest ones, the stronger ones are still coming. What else can I do now? I haven't learned how to seal it, my strength has not reached that level yet. Yue Yang answered honestly. Then what can we do now? Yi Kong asked weakly. Wait for them to wake up, Sky La giggled. Pooh, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai vomited blood together and fainted. Although it was cruel, this was the truth. It was placed in front of them and they had no choice but to accept it. They knew that the enemy was in the seal, but before the enemy escaped, no one knew how to seal it. They couldn't do anything to the enemy. If they messed with the seal, it would only speed up the awakening. Yue Yang's speed of improvement was already abnormal enough. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were usually very jealous of him. Now they were not jealous anymore. They hoped that Yue Yang's speed of improvement would be even more abnormal, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times faster. If he didn't understand the seal and let those old monsters break free one by one, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just the Black Hell King alone caused a bloody storm in the Soaring Dragon continent. It was not easy to get rid of him. Thousand Goblin King was obviously killed. His soul crystal was fused into the Dao Tai blade, but he still left a clone to continue causing trouble. As for the Scarlet Emperor who started a war with the Prison Emperor, and the Ancient Demon King who could indirectly kill the Black Hell King and Thousand Goblin King, there was no need to talk about them. They were completely at large and there was no way to deal with them. If these people were the weakest, there would be even stronger old monsters awakening in the future. How could they let them live? Can we fight? Fatty Hai's legs trembled. Whenever he thought that the Black Hell King was the weakest among the enemies, he couldn't help but feel weak in the knees. If the sealed enemies come out of the ground, we definitely won't be able to fight. One slap and all of you will be annihilated. Impatience giggled. Your opponents are not the sealed old monsters, they can't escape immediately. The people you need to deal with are those who want to release the old monsters in advance. For example, the Thousand Goblin King's clone and the loyal subordinates of the Black Hell King, where are they? Yi Kong jumped up. He couldn't imagine what would happen if these guys used a sacrifice or some secret technique to release the Scarlet Emperor or the Ancient Demon King. There is a sealed area 50 kilometers ahead, there is another one 100 kilometers to the left, and another 200 kilometers to the right. Hai Yingwu said that she didn't have much information. She only knew 3 at the moment, maybe the enemies would release more. Because of the death of the Black Hell King, the loyal members of the Black Hell Army went completely crazy. Especially under the urging of the Thousand Goblin King's clone, they decided to speed up the release of the ancient seals and release all the demons to perish together with the warriors of the Soaring Dragon continent. Damn it! Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and the others ran forward frantically. They were so anxious that they didn't even have time to summon their beasts. They knew that they could only fight the enemies that were closest to the seal. Otherwise, Yue Yang wouldn't have set up the teleportation gate here. But with their strength, could they really stop the loyal members of the Black Hell Army? Not to mention their lack of confidence, even Yue Yang felt that it would be difficult. Hai Yingwu summoned Elder Xing Pan and let the old octopus bring 2 heaven-ranked level 2 abyss manatees to support them. Yue Yang was still worried and sent Wei Tai Lang. The seal on the left was led by Sky La. Hai Yingwu, Yu Yu, Yu Bing, Drunken Cat and the others rushed to intercept them. Of course, Yue Yang was worried about the few of them, but the loyal members of the Black Hell Army had angered the demonic palace. Sky Execution had not recovered from the battle with the Black Hell King, so he might not appear. But Sky Wrath, Sky Disaster, Sky Fury and the other Sky Demons would definitely not sit idly by. Yue Yang decided to stop the seal on the right personally. Originally, he wanted to go alone, but Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia were worried. They insisted on following him. Even City Mistress Fallen Flowers stayed behind. My intuition tells me that the enemy's main force is on the right. It's hard to say if the Scarlet Emperor will appear, but it's highly possible that the Ancient Demon King will appear. Even if he hasn't recovered to his peak, it's hard to defend against him if he secretly attacks you. Shui wuxia convinced Yue Yang. A girl's sixth sense was very accurate, especially Princess Sissy, who had the 6 records inherent skill, and Shui wuxia, who had an extremely sensitive nature. Yue Yang could not trust his sixth sense, but he would not doubt them. At this moment, on the 3rd level of the heaven stairway, the originally gray sky shone with a light that was thousands of times brighter than the sun. An 80-meter-tall ancient demon had just drilled out of the ground. He wailed miserably as his body melted bit by bit in the destructive light. Chapter 631. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang and the rest could see the flames from the ruins that were more than 10 kilometers away from their target. There must be a large number of troops sacrificing their lives there. Speed up the unsealing of the ancient demon. They wanted to rush there as fast as they could, but when a figure appeared in front of them, they stopped at the same time. Yi Kong looked at Elder Xing Pan and nodded his head. You guys go first, we will rush there as fast as we can. Understood. Elder Xing Pan led the 2 abyss manatees and bypassed the black figure in front of them, rushing towards the flames that were more than 10 kilometers away. The shadows looked on quietly, with no intention of stopping them. Both sides did not speak much. They all summoned their beasts, preparing for a fight to the death. Yi Kong summoned the King Kong demon ape, Herculean rhinoceros beetle. Fatty Hai summoned the King Kong steel rhinoceros, hippopotamus and wind breath seabird. On the other side, the leader of the shadows summoned a gold dragon king beast, then a demon dragon that was of a higher level than the gold dragon king beast. His body gradually turned into a demon, with curved horns on top of his head, claws extended, snake tail swung, bat wings extended, and blood-red scales appeared on his skin that was burning with demon flames. Behind this man, a few rankers raised their battle power. The 2 strongest had already reached innate level 8. If it were Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, they would not be able to fight against them. These 2 innate level 8 rankers. Their goal was to kill Wei Tai Lang. They were 2 of the 5 great marshals of the Black Hell King. War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North had died in the death arena, leaving only Bloodhoof of the South and Gale of the West. These 2 loyal marshals were prepared to die for the Black Hell King and follow him to hell. They knew that Yue Yang was their number 1 enemy. They knew that it was impossible for them to go against Yue Yang. Their only wish was to kill Wei Tai Lang and get rid of Yue Yang's powerful beast. It could also be considered as revenge for the Black Hell King. Of these 2 stubborn innate experts, one was an old bull, and the other was a condor. Although he was slightly weaker than War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North, he was still a level 8 innate and could not be underestimated. Other than Bloodhoof of the South and Gale of the West, there were also a few innate level demon lords. They were all the leaders of the Black Hell King's most loyal Black Hell Guards. Each of them had a murderous look on their faces and were prepared to die together with Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers. There was no right or wrong, the Black Hell King was dead. The only reason why they didn't commit suicide was because they wanted to eliminate everyone around Yue Yang to avenge their master. It's you. Shui Tan Lang used his full strength and was the first to step forward. He sneered at the demonized shadow. Bai Yunfei, I didn't think it would be you. Look at how you've turned yourself into something that's neither a human nor a ghost. You want to exchange your potential for power, using a secret technique like life ignition in exchange for a moment of glory. I really don't know what to say to you. Originally, I thought that you were someone, but I didn't expect that you weren't even worth laughing at. And you, Shui Qian Ren, you're also a retard. Prince Tian Luo had a good temper and was rarely angry, but today was an exception. When he saw the few shadows in front of him, he flew into a rage. He could not restrain his anger and scolded the other party. The demonized shadow standing in front of him was the Floating Mist Sect's junior sect leader, Bai Yunfei. And standing beside Bai Yunfei was the pitiful guy's love rival, Shui Qian Ren. There was also a person that Yi Kong couldn't recognize, but only remembered after Shui Qian Ren's identity, Shui Qian Chu. Originally, Shui Qian Chu was already crippled, but now he was very proud, because he didn't know who used a secret technique to let him reach the innate realm. Or in other words, Earth rank level 2. He became an innate without a grimoire, an innate that didn't train or comprehend himself. He was similar to the heaven realm creatures that were Earth rank, strong but with a low realm. Shui Qian Chu became an Earth rank level 2 ranker. Shui Qian Ren was also at the peak of Earth rank level 2, and Bai Yunfei was at the peak of Earth rank level 3. They all controlled a huge amount of power, but the problem was that their grimoires had become decorations. This kind of power that was achieved through a secret technique could not be recognized by the grimoires. Furthermore, it was obtained through the exchange of potential and life. It was only a moment of glory, not eternal. Feng Qisha, Yan Po Jun, Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo, none of you have the right to laugh at us. Did you really comprehend the innate realm with your own power? No, it's because of that damned Yu clan's third young master. Without him, can you become an innate? Bai Yunfei didn't speak, but Shui Qianren, who was carrying a lion's tail and wings on his back, shouted resentfully, "You are lucky to have Yu clan's third young master's help. What do we have? You guys are unfair. Do you expect us to silently endure the life of a weakling? No, we are not any worse than you guys. The only thing we lack is a little bit of luck. In fact, if we have the chance, we will definitely become an innate." This kind of innate, PFF'd, Shui Tan Lang said disdainfully. Shui Tan Lang, no matter how much you look down on me, I am now the same level as you, or even stronger than you. That's right, you can pretend to be kind and say that you comprehended the innate realm on your own, while we used demon blood to infuse it into us. So what? This world only believes in power. As long as you have power, you are strong. Shui Qianren couldn't stand Shui Tan Lang's disdain and roared furiously. Do you guys think that this kind of power is everything? Feng Qisha sighed softly. Bai Yunfei, Qianren, turn back. Yan Po Jun stepped forward and stretched out his hand emotionally. I used to be the same as you guys, walking the wrong path. But after I corrected myself, I still break out in cold sweat when I think about it. Turn back, this power is just an illusion, it's not real. Hypocritical, hypocritical, hypocritical. Yan Po Jun, I have already seen through you. Who do you think you are? You relied on your clan, sucked up to Yu clan's third young master to get where you are today. What abilities do you have? Aren't you ashamed to lecture us here? Look at your power level. You have just stepped into innate level 1 and are still the weakest beginner level 1. As for me, a trash that you looked down on before, I am now an innate level 2. What is an illusion? I, Shui Qianchu, will kill you and bury you in this heaven stairway forever. I will make the whole Yan clan despair. This is an illusion. His Majesty the Demon King can grant us eternal life. As long as we make contributions, we will obtain even stronger power. We don't need to train at all. In the future, let alone innate level 2, I can even reach innate elder level 2. As for you guys, you will be buried in this ruin forever, becoming the laughing stock of the future generations. Countless disgusting tentacles and compound eyes appeared on Shui Qianchu's body. It was really disgusting. Yan Po Jun shook his head sadly and took a step back. Clap 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 clap. Yi Kong clapped his hands to show that he agreed with Shui Qianchu's words. I finally understand why they say that there is no cure for brain-dead people. So it's really like this. Fatty Hai nodded seriously. Since we are enemies, there is nothing to say. Let's fight. Today, it is not a civil war in the Soaring Dragon continent, it is a battle between normal people and brain-dead people. The minds of the Li brothers were one. They were the first to rush out and attack Shui Qianchu, who was laughing shamelessly. Bai Yunfei's hands shook outwards and a strong shockwave directly sent the Li brothers flying backwards. He pointed his finger at Shui Tan Lang. In the Soaring Dragon continent, other than the Yu clan's third young master, you are the most talented. That day during the 100 school elite competition, I wanted to fight with you, but I missed the chance. Today, if it is not you, Shui Tan Lang, who falls on the first floor of the heaven stairway, then I, Bai Yunfei, will be buried in the ruins. In this world, the winner is the king and the loser is the thief. Let's not talk about unnecessary things. Who is the winner today? Who is the winner in life? Who is the peerless genius of the Soaring Dragon continent? Shui Tan Lang proudly stepped out and laughed coldly. Peerless genius. Winner in life. That person might not be me, but it definitely won't be you. Both sides were filled with hatred and anger. An earth-shattering battle cry burst out as they rushed towards their opponents. A bloody battle. No rest until one side is dead. On the other side, Yue Yang, Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia who were rushing towards the seal on the right also stopped at this moment. Standing in front of them was a shadow wearing a cloak. This shadow stood there alone, like a wandering ghost. He seemed to have predicted that Yue Yang would set off towards this direction. He stood there quietly and waited. He was even more patient and calm than he was when he waited for the Black Hell King yesterday. Out of habit, he turned his back to Yue Yang, as if he believed that Yue Yang was a gentleman and would definitely not launch a sneak attack on him. He leisurely clasped his hands behind his back as he stood on a broken pillar in the ruins. Yue Yang, Princess Sissy, Shui Wuxia and City Mistress Fallen Flowers had never seen this shadow before. But just by looking at it, they knew who this shadow was. The ancient demon king's soul carrier today, Yu clan's third young master. Do you know who I am? The shadow asked with a smile. Are you surprised? Actually, I didn't want to find you so soon. You are a very fun toy. With you around, my life will be much more interesting. Just like the prison emperor back then, with him around, my life will also have a glorious history. You can't compare to him for now. Prison emperor, tisk tisk, what a gorgeous toy. I admire him very much. Of course, I also admire you very much. Yu clan's third young master, you are the first toy that I can't see through in tens of thousands of years. Because of this, I decided to come out and greet you, so that you have a goal to work towards. You know, if you don't work hard enough, you will die a very tragic death. Are you muddle-headed? Yue Yang looked as if he was looking at a mental patient. No, I promise, I have no mental problems. You are saying this because you are afraid of me. The shadow wearing the cloak laughed out loud. Isn't it just the soul of the ancient demon king? What is there to be afraid of? If you want to scare little kids, you might be able to, but if you want to scare us, you are still lacking. Princess Sissy held the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in her hands and continuously increased her strength, activating the Prison Emperor Divine Sword's divine equipment energy and Prison Emperor's will. For a moment, the entire sky seemed to be hung with a divine sword that could cut the heaven and earth in half at any time. The pressure of the divine equipment suppressed everyone. You want to kill me? It's still too early. Under the pressure of the divine sword, the shadow was still able to speak calmly. I am not an idiot like the Black Hell King. If there is danger, I will definitely not come out to meet you. What are you trying to say? City Mistress Fallen Flowers stepped forward and held Yue Yang's left hand to support him, preventing him from losing his mind and going berserk. I just came to greet you. The shadow sighed slightly. Actually, I really want to kill you, but it's a pity I can't. Scram. Yue Yang really wanted to use the power of the ancient code to kill this guy, but he reckoned that killing the shadow would only destroy one of the ancient demon king's soul carriers. It would not harm the original soul at all. As long as the ancient demon king found another one, he could come and find trouble with him again. There was no way to kill all of them, unless he could find the weakness of this ancient demon king. The most likely possibility was that this ancient demon king was here to die. He wanted to test Yue Yang's true strength. Using a soul carrier in exchange for Yue Yang's secret, this plan was the ancient demon king's real goal. Of course, Yue Yang would not fall for it. He raised his right hand and took out the Dao Tai blade, preparing to fight. Princess Sissy, Shui Wuxia who had been observing silently and City Mistress Fallen Flowers who had been encouraging Yue Yang all cooperated tacitly. As expected, when the shadow saw that Yue Yang did not fall for it, he immediately waved his hand and drew out a silver light, tearing the space apart. He disappeared without a trace. He was not willing to fight with Yue Yang at all, because he was afraid that his secret would be seen through by Yue Yang. Chapter 632 In the ruins, the battle raged on. The gold dragon king beast dove down continuously, spitting out dragon flames that could even burn the ground. It forced Prince Tian Luo to retreat. The other demon dragon attacked the gold dragon king beast. From its mouth, not only did it spit out demon flames, it also had a corrosive poison. This was an extremely high-temperature poison with a strong corrosive power. The flying axe that Fan Lun Tai threw at the demon dragon actually caused the demon dragon to spit out a mouthful of poison. The flying axe was destroyed in midair, leaving only a bit of acid that splashed onto the ground. Oxhead Liao and Fan Lun Tai could not help Prince Tian Luo who was being suppressed by the two dragons because there were 5 earth demon bears and 2 demon abyss lords attacking them. If not for Golden Elf Lin En, Anna and Bao Er's timely rescue, the two of them would have fallen into a dangerous situation. Purify. Lu Yi's Purify inherent skill was useless against normal people, but against demon abyss warriors, even innate level lords, it was very powerful. Damned human, damned inherent skill. The demon abyss lord, who was far more powerful than her, dodged in fear under the gentle white light released by the willow leaf. It cursed in pain, gritting its teeth in hatred. It really wanted to kill Lu Yi with its blood axe, but it quickly realized that even if it was 3 times stronger, it would not be able to do it. This was because this seemingly harmless human girl had a guardian beast, the perforate deer. This deer had no attack power, but it could teleport and pass through all obstacles. Combined with its master's teleportation, it could achieve a super abnormal dodging ability. No attack could hit her. What was worse was that there was no movement skill that could escape from her pursuit. The perforate deer caught up in an instant, and the girl teleported at the same time. No matter what, they would always be in sync. Their speed was so fast that it made people feel hopeless. Moreover, this human girl who could ignore attack power could use a kind of soft light to directly injure the demon abyss Lord Beast. Even an innate level Lord Beast's body could be easily melted. The demon abyss Lord was sure that if this girl fought with a human warrior, she would not be able to defeat a level 6 elder. But when she fought with him, she was able to injure him, who was an innate level 1 demon abyss Lord Beast. Stop, purify. Lu Yi had never fought such a strong enemy alone. This was different from her usual training. She was facing an enemy that she could fight to the death with. Because of the lack of real life and death experience, Lu Yi was still a little nervous. However, she was a good disciple and would always remember Yue Yang's guidance in her heart. The tactics that Yue Yang arranged for her would be executed meticulously. In terms of battle experience, she was definitely an ignorant noob, but in terms of tactics, she could reach the level of a master. Because Yue Yang's strategy was so thorough that it made people despair. Lu Yi first chose an enemy with the densest demon chi, because Yue Yang told her that this kind of enemy was the easiest to kill. Unless the enemy was above innate level 6, otherwise, with her cleansing inherent skill, she would not need to fear any enemy with dense demon chi. The cleansing talent was the natural nemesis of all negative effects such as devil chi, venom, and ghosts. The perforate deer and the teleportation were synchronized. After hitting the enemy's body with the pure energy, he instantly left. There was no need to look for any flaws, just continuous attacks. If the enemy's whole body was bursting with energy, the perforate deer would instantly pass through. As long as he was synchronized with the perforate deer, he would never be injured. If Lu Yi concentrated, she would at least be able to hold on for half an hour unscathed under the joint attack of Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Li brothers and the others without being defeated. She still could not use the teleportation device to bring her companions. If Lu Yi brought her companions to attack together, with her in the battle, the enemies would probably cry in pain. Scram, I don't want to fight with you. The demon abyss lord was so depressed that it wanted to commit suicide. It had been attacked no less than 20 times, but it did not even touch the enemy's clothes. Clear my mind, I have no distracting thoughts, I can't hear anything, I need to concentrate. Lu Yi nervously muttered to herself. Yue Yang had told her before that no matter what the enemy said, she must not have any distracting thoughts. Before killing the enemy, she must not be distracted. This was her first time fighting alone. She was afraid that she would be affected by the enemy's words, so she reminded herself again and again. PFF'd. The demon abyss lord was hurt and angry at the same time, it vomited blood. Scram, ants, die. On the other side of the battle, it was Shui Qianchu who was very pleased with himself. He who had transformed into an insect was not afraid of any attacks. Every time the Li brothers pierced a bloody hole on his body, Shui Qianchu could grow more tentacles from the bloody hole. On the contrary, the power of the tentacles on his body could hit the Li brothers and send them flying. If not for the defense of the golden ant soldiers, the two's bones would have been crushed. Shui Qianchu was like an inexhaustible and greedy tentacle worm. As he chased after the Li brothers, he laughed arrogantly, "Idiot, I am invincible. You little rascals will never know how powerful I am. I have an immortal body. Come and kill me. Use your weapons and stab my body. Do you want me to take a pose and let you kill me? Look at your useless looks, it's simply the world's tragedy. Ha ha ha, this is too funny." Boom. A ball of flames came down from the sky. Shui Qianchu was burnt to ashes and his tentacles withered. Yanpo Jun flew over and shouted at the Li brothers, "Change opponents, leave this Shui Qianchu to me." Shui Qianchu shouted angrily, "It's you, Yanpo Jun. You arrogant idiot, do you think that a little flame can kill me who has an immortal body? His Majesty the Demon King gave me an immortal body. Do you think that you can kill me with just a little flame from your flaming lion? Actually, you have already died a long time ago, the you now is just a piece of meat." Yanpo Jun sneered with disdain. That time, the Yu clan's third young master had already killed you. Shui Qianchu no longer exists. You You are just a maggot born from rotten meat. The ancient demon king told you an identity, but you are really naive. You really think that you are Shui Qianchu. If you are Shui Qianchu, do you still remember who your fiancé is? I have a fiancé. Yes, it's her. I am sure that it's her. Shui Qianchu saw the flickering willow leaf in the sky and immediately reacted. He pointed at the willow leaf and replied Yan Po Jun proudly. Yan Po Jun, do you think that you can defeat me with just a few words? I don't deny that I lost some of my memories when I was reborn. But I am Shui Qianchu. Do you think that you can sow discord between me and His Majesty the Demon King? Let me tell you, I swear my eternal loyalty to His Majesty. No matter what you say, it is useless. What an idiot. I am not talking to you at all. Shui Qianren, do you still not understand? You, Shui Qianchu and even Bai Yunfei are just fucking parasites. You are all dead long ago. You are just toys for the ancient demon king to play with. Yan Po Jun ignored Shui Qianchu and looked back at Shui Qianren who was fighting with Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. Don't say any more. I will not believe you. Yan Po Jun, put away your tricks. Shui Qianren's expression instantly changed, becoming extremely ugly. So you are just a pitiful parasite. Yi Kong waved his hand at Fatty Hai. I can do it alone. Monkey, don't be so stubborn. Fatty Hai really left. He brought along the wind breath seabird and rushed towards the most critical part of the battlefield. That was the battle between the ox-head Liao and Fan Lun Tai. Shui Qianren was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He shouted at Shui Qianchu. Attack. Use your insect sea battle tactic. Don't let Yan Po Jun talk nonsense anymore. Kill him immediately. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud rumbling sound came from the sky. Feng Qisha had temporarily defeated his opponent and landed beside Yan Po Jun. He shouted at Yi Kong. Let's use the great totem battle tactic. The Li brothers who were in the sky fell to the ground. A few huge meteorite iron pillars were inserted into the ruins. A domain-like energy field rose up and enveloped the whole battlefield. Other than Bai Yunfei and Shui Tanlang who were fighting in the sky, everyone else was affected by the energy of the great totem battle tactic. The demonized Bai Yunfei circled around Shui Tanlang as fast as lightning. In order to pursue speed, he did not even dare to ride on the gold dragon king beast. An opponent like Shui Tanlang was not an ordinary person. His speed was extremely fast and he was also an expert in freezing his enemies and slowing their movements. Shui Tanlang who had fused with the storm giant controlled the airflow in the sky. Snowflakes danced in the sky and the airflow formed a huge tornado. Although he could not control lightning, he could use the tornado to create lightning and increase the power of the tornado. Once he hit a huge target like the gold dragon king beast, it would immediately turn into a block of ice. Bai Yunfei had just been hit by a frost fist and half of his body was immediately frozen. If not for his demon flame, he would probably be at a disadvantage. Bai Yunfei only understood now that this Shui Tanlang was really abnormal. An abnormal genius. Although he was not as terrifying as the Yu clan's third young master, this Shui Tanlang was not an ordinary person. Luckily, his speed was faster. Speed was the key to victory. Go and die. Bai Yunfei flashed past Shui Tanlang like lightning. As he dodged the frost fist, he pressed a flame claw on Shui Tanlang's chest and the demon flame exploded. This is the power of a peak innate level 3. Shui Tanlang's mouth was bleeding. He coolly wiped it away and looked at the demon flame claw that was still burning on his chest. He casually blew on it and the raging demon flame immediately turned into a block of ice. Bai Yunfei who thought that his sneak attack had succeeded saw this and the complacency in his eyes immediately disappeared. He felt a stinging pain in his palm. A layer of frost had unknowingly formed on his palm that was burning with demon flame. After a long time, it slowly disappeared. Bai Yunfei took a deep breath, as expected of Shui Tanlang. Not bad, you are worthy of my full strength. Shui Tanlang disappeared and when he reappeared, he was already on top of the gold dragon king beast's head. He pressed his hand on the gold dragon king beast's head and pressed the huge dragon to the ground. Bai Yunfei tried to save him. Prince Tian Luo, who had conjured a flame divine shield, stood in front of him and blocked Bai Yunfei's attack. It's not that I can't beat your dragon, it's just that I swore that I would retreat at least 3 times and 3 times not to attack the misty golden dragon clan that my ancestors were indebted to. Now, I am returning everything to you. Prince Tian Luo's strength was slightly weaker than Bai Yunfei's. Boom, he fell to the ground. Just as Bai Yunfei was about to chase after him, he flew up like a meteor and shot towards another demon dragon that was of a higher rank. Just as the demon dragon opened its mouth and was about to swallow the prince of Tian Luo whole, King of Tian Luo summoned his heavenly fire meteor. The meteor fell from the sky at an extremely high speed and instantly landed on the demon dragon's back, causing it to howl in pain and fall to the ground. Use the treasure. Bai Yunfei's face darkened. Raising his hands, he took out a Saint-Tier black magic box. Xie Qianren's demonic flame claws were at the gold rank. As for Shui Qianchu, he directly swallowed a green demonic bead. Shui Qianchu smiled sinisterly. The countless compound eyes on his body shone with a cruel light at the same time. Suddenly, countless tentacles pierced into the body of the Devil Abyss warrior, absorbing all the flesh and blood of the Devil Abyss warrior into his body, becoming a part of him. The process of extracting blood and flesh was extremely disgusting. Lu Yi almost vomited. She tried her best to hold it in. Just as she was about to step forward to fight, Yi Kong waved his hand. Let me do it. I am the most suitable person to fight this kind of maggot. Chapter 633. Grey Wolf kept running in a big circle while West Gale and South Bloodhoof chased after him relentlessly. They also knew that it would not be easy to kill this watchdog. This watchdog that was loyal to the Yu clan's third young master was not an ordinary beast. It was a world-exterminating demon wolf. It hadn't matured yet, but once it matured, eating a heaven-rank powerhouse would be like eating cabbage. Because of this, Bloodhoof of the South and Gale of the West were determined to get rid of it. Only by killing it could they truly weaken the Yu clan's third young master's strength. Meow. With Grey Wolf's intelligence, it naturally knew that these two fellows wanted to kill it, so it did not face them head-on. Instead, it flew up and down in an irregular pattern, slowly stalling for time. The longer it took, the better it would be. Fierce Gale of the West and Bloodhoof of the South followed closely behind. They attacked frantically and spared no effort. They were bent on killing this great trouble. In the ruins, the battle that had paused due to the sudden change in events erupted once again. With the support of the totem pillars, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others became stronger, while the number of enemies on the battlefield decreased. Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, Bai Yunfei took out a black magic box. This was a Saint-Tier cursed magic box. Every time it was opened, it would release a curse. Power that cursed the enemy, but it also had a 20% chance of cursing the enemy. It was a double-edged sword type of monster. Ordinary martial artists did not dare to use it, because every time they opened it, the probability of the master's curse would accumulate. If they used it too many times, even if they were lucky enough to avoid the curse and win the previous battle, they would be unlucky in future battles. Bai Yunfei had a smug look on his face. From the ancient demon king, he had obtained a secret technique that allowed him to be immune to curses. In other words, using the cursed magic box would only curse the enemy. Without harming himself, it was beneficial and harmless. Magic box, open. Bai Yunfei gently lifted the lid of the cursed magic box, allowing the overflowing black light to shoot out. The black light formed a demonic phantom and pounced towards Shui Tanlang. Shui Tanlang wanted to dodge, but to his surprise, he found that his body could not dodge the curse. Prince Tian Luo rushed over and pushed Shui Tanlang away. He then used his body to block the demonic phantom. Throwing caution to the wind, Bai Yunfei created a giant flaming shield to deflect Bai Yunfei's attack. Shui Tanlang was furious. His cool face did not change, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. He appeared behind Bai Yunfei and punched him hard. It came crashing down. The strangest thing was that Bai Yunfei, who had suffered a fatal blow, was fine. On the contrary, the prince of Tian Luo spat out a mouthful of blood. His back caved in and his entire body turned into an ice statue. Shui Tanlang was stunned. His own attack had actually injured his comrade. This is the substitute curse. Bai Yunfei laughed proudly. Shui Tanlang, oh Shui Tanlang, do you know why I didn't dodge just now? I just want you to kill me with one punch. It feels so good. If you can hit me harder, I will feel even better. Ha ha ha, do you know why I'm not afraid of the curse of the magic box? That's because I've placed a curse on myself. As long as this curse remains, the Pandora's box will never curse me. As long as I have the Pandora's box in my hands, you will all die a horrible death. Quote. Shui Tanlang hugged the trembling prince of Tian Luo and raised his head to look at Bai Yunfei. His eyes were red with hatred. It's okay, I'm fine. Prince of Tian Luo's mouth was bleeding non-stop. He tried his best to stand up, but his injuries were too severe and he couldn't stand up at all. If Shui Tanlang had thrown a heavy punch normally, Prince of Tian Luo would still be able to withstand it if he was on guard. However, this substitute curse made his body unable to react at all. Just one punch was enough to severely injure his internal organs. Furthermore, this curse had an attribute. Shui Tanlang's cold punch had deeply penetrated into Prince of Tian Luo's internal organs. This was the real reason why he was heavily injured. Bai Yunfei was extremely unhappy with Shui Tanlang's angry gaze. He felt that as a victor, he shouldn't be looked at with such a gaze. He punched himself heavily in the chest. Self-harm. Prince of Tian Luo's entire body twitched as he spat out a mouthful of blood. It could be seen that Bai Yunfei's chest was fine, but his chest had clearly caved in. 3 of his ribs had been broken by the power of the substitute's curse. Fatty Hai's hippo meteor punch and Yi Kong's totem pole had stopped right in front of his face and head. Now, everyone understood why this damned cursed magic box was a saint-rank treasure. It turned out that its curse was continuous. It wasn't limited to just one time. Prince of Tian Luo's substitute curse was still in effect. Before the curse disappears, no matter what damage Bai Yunfei suffered, it would be transferred to Prince of Tian Luo. This was the scariest part. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong, who were so angry that their lungs were about to explode, could only stop their attacks to prevent themselves from using too much force and killing their companion. They stopped, but Shui Qianren didn't. His claws flew up and down, tearing at Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's back. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai wanted to retaliate, but Bai Yunfei raised his fist and prepared to punch his own head. Shui Tanlang howled in grief. He carried Prince of Tian Luo and leapt 100 meters away, preparing to leave. However, Bai Yunfei appeared in front of him and stared at him coldly. Kneel down, otherwise Prince of Tian Luo will die immediately. Running away is useless. The curse is effective within 100 kilometers, how far do you think you can run? If you don't want to see your companion's body smashed into pieces, then kneel down. Impossible, I'd rather die. Prince of Tian Luo struggled in pain. Slap. Bai Yunfei slapped him hard. Shut up, it's not your turn to speak now. I'm the strongest now, everything is up to me. Bai Yunfei wanted to hit him a second time, but he was grabbed by Shui Tanlang's extremely enraged strength. His entire body was pressed to the ground by Shui Tanlang. His raised fist almost smashed Bai Yunfei's head into a smashed watermelon. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai held onto Shui Tanlang's fist tightly. There's a way to break it, there must be a way, don't be rash. Let's think about it, there must be a way to break this damned curse. Let's leave this scum Bai Yunfei alive for now. Bear with it for a while, we'll think of a good way soon. While they were persuading Shui Tanlang, the arrogant Bai Yunfei stood up in a relaxed manner. He purposely tidied up his tattered clothes to show that he was calm. Together with Shui Qianren and Shui Qianchu, he attacked Prince of Tian Luo crazily. Shui Tanlang, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai used their bodies to protect Prince of Tian Luo who had already fainted. They did not move at all, allowing the enemy to attack them. The Li brothers rushed forward. Bai Yunfei opened the magic box. It was the second time he used it. The Li brothers were blinded at the same time and were easily kicked away by Shui Qianren. Let me do it. Lu Yi did not know if her cleansing inherent skill could dispel the curse of a holy ranked artifact, but she really could not sit and watch her companions get beaten up by the enemy. All of you, leave this place immediately. Shui Tanlang, whose face was covered in blood, grabbed Shui Qianren's hand and threw him away. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai also kicked Shui Qianchu away and held Bai Yunfei down together. They understood that Bai Yunfei, who possessed a holy ranked artifact, could not be defeated with normal methods. This was not only the curse of a holy ranked artifact, it was also the scheme of the ancient demon king. The ancient demon king had already predicted this outcome. Unless Yue Yang was here, there was no way to break the enemy's plan. If they continued to fight now, it would only speed up Prince of Tian Luo's death. Therefore, they could only choose to retreat temporarily. Shui Qianren was furious. Just as he wanted to attack the Li brothers, Fan Lun Tai and the others, Shui Tanlang sealed him in ice with a punch. On the other side, Shui Qianchu, who wanted to pounce on Lu Yi, was even more unlucky. With a cleansing inherent skill, he howled in pain and escaped from Lu Yi's side. Only now did he understand that this girl was not someone he could tease whenever he wanted to. Fan Lun Tai was an ox-head warrior who would never retreat normally. Today, she was the first to stand up and help the Li brothers up. Go, let's go. Those demon abyss lords who were originally at a disadvantage now surrounded them again. Want to leave? Not so easy. Just when everyone was in a dilemma, Bao who had not really made a move, suddenly stood up and said timidly, "Why don't you let me try? I don't know if I can do it or not, but brother Yue Yang said that I'm a lucky baby. Let me try. If I can't do it, don't blame me." Her words were like the light of dawn. In an instant, it lit up everyone's hearts. Fatty Hi's tears flowed down. "My dear grandaunt, why didn't you say so earlier? You scared me to death. Quick, quick, save this brat. Nowadays, there are fewer and fewer people who are willing to call me boss. We must save him. If this brat dies, that old fox will definitely break my bones. In the future, I won't be able to borrow his erotic paintings anymore." Shui Tan Lang instantly appeared beside Bao. He reached out and grabbed Bai Yunfei's fist that was about to kill Bao. "I will settle this with you later." Scram! With a flick of his hand, Bai Yunfei, who was a level 3 innate, was thrown away. Bai Yunfei landed on the ground, stunned. When did Shui Tan Lang, whose strength was originally on par with him, become so strong? Was this the power of anger? Or was this the hidden potential in Shui Tan Lang's body that had yet to be developed? Bao quickly summoned her grimoire and summoned her guardian beast, Little Flower Fairy. Little Flower Fairy rushed towards the unconscious Prince of Tian Luo and waved her hand. A rainbow light entered his body. In an instant, a demonic figure jumped out from Prince of Tian Luo's body. Without waiting for it to leave, Little Flower Fairy immediately used a rainbow bubble to trap it. That demonic figure struggled with all its might, trying to escape. Bao shouted anxiously, "Oh no, my Little Flower Fairy can't remove this curse, it can only weaken it. I need to find someone to bear the curse, I can't remove it completely." Ha ha ha. Bai Yunfei's expression was originally very bad. Now that he heard it, this golden elf clown was simply all bark and no bite. Shui Qian Ren and Shui Qian Chu laughed maniacally. Since they needed to find a substitute to bear the curse, they would still be controlled by themselves. Prince of Tian Luo was already heavily injured, wouldn't it be more reasonable to find another target to bear the curse? Bai Yunfei laughed, he laughed very happily. Shui Qian Ren laughed, he laughed very proudly. Shui Qian Chu also laughed, his laugh was very despicable. It was a laugh that made people want to cut his flesh, fry his skin, break his bones, pull out his tendons, and drink his blood. Ha 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 ha. Yi Kong suddenly laughed too, he laughed like a madman. Next was Fatty Hi, followed by Shui Tan Lang who would never laugh normally. Even the Li brothers who could not make a single sound even if they were hit with a stick, all of them laughed crazily, tears flowing down from their eyes. They laughed until Bai Yunfei and Shui Qian Ren were dumbfounded, staring blankly at this group of enemies who seemed to have gone mad. Baffling. Could it be that this group of fellows were too shocked and could not take it anymore, causing them to lose their minds? Shui Qian Chu even jumped up in anger, using a crow's noisy voice to scream, "Don't laugh, there's nothing funny about it, all of you shut up. You are going to die soon, what's so funny about it? Shut up, you fools who still don't know when you are about to die, idiots. I'm sorry, I thought of something funny just now." Yi Kong ignored Shui Qian Chu and turned to apologize to Bao. He then patted her head, "Quickly put the curse on me, I can't wait to see the effect of this curse." "Oh right, can you put the blind curse of the Li brothers on me as well?" "Yes, it's okay to have more curses, just move all their curses to me. It's okay to have more curses." Bai Yunfei was stunned. Could it be that this Yi Kong's inherent skill was immunity to curses? Chapter 634. When Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy arrived at their destination, they realized that it was a huge lake. The stagnant water in the lake had already turned bright red. Countless sacrificial corpses floated up and down. "Seems like we are too late." Princess Sissy observed the surroundings with a solemn face. According to the messy traces on the shore, she quickly found some suspicious footprints with her 6 records inherent skill. From the footprints, there were at least a few humanoid creatures that came out from the bottom of the lake. They were trying to use the footprints of the sacrificial corpses as cover to leave the lake quietly. Chase. City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw that the footprints were still wet, which proved that the enemies had left not long ago. If they followed the footprints now, they should be able to make it in time. Something's wrong. Shui Wuxia waved her hand. She frowned and thought for a while. She shook her head. We can be sure that some of the enemies have left, but are these sacrificial corpses playing tricks, or are they sealers that escaped? It's hard to say. I feel that there's something strange about this lake. Once we leave, we might miss something. Inen, who came out from the grimoire world, listened to Shui Wuxia's analysis and asked, then should we split up? Without waiting for Inen to finish, City Mistress Fallen Flowers immediately refuted. No, splitting up is a big taboo. We must gather together to unleash our greatest power. If we split up, it will be easy for the enemies to defeat us one by one. We cannot let the ancient demon king succeed. Wu Sha is right. Now that I think about it, I also feel that something is wrong. If the ancient seal was so easy to break, it wouldn't be an ancient seal. Black Hell King, Thousand Goblin King and Scarlet Emperor were all sacrificed many times by the enemies and escaped after hundreds of years. Now that the ancient demon king just asked the Black Hell army to find some people to sacrifice, would he be able to break the ancient seal? Impossible. There are two possibilities in this situation. One is that the ancient demon king has been trying to break the seal for a long time. Two is that he is playing tricks and deceiving us. Princess Sissy thought about it and nodded in agreement. There are many possibilities for the second point. Shui Wuxia hit the nail on the head. More importantly, if these sealers are the friends and subordinates of the ancient devil king, will he leak the secret to us? Definitely not. Only the enemy could. The ancient devil king was killing two birds with one stone. Not only did he release the sealed ones to cause trouble in Tong Tian Tower, he also borrowed our hands to eradicate his enemies. Her words caused Princess Sissy, Castellan Fallen Flowers, and Inen to ponder. The ancient demon king's ultimate goal was definitely the gods' ruins. Logically speaking, it would be better to have a competitor. Now that the ancient devil king had yet to recover his strength, he had hurriedly released the ancient seals. This proved that his intentions were not that simple. There must be some deeper meaning. What should we do? The girls finally gave the decision to Yue Yang. Let's make a hypothesis. Since the enemy has escaped far away, we might not be able to catch up in time, so why should we bother? As the saying goes, a bird in the hand is worth 10 birds in the bush. Now that there is a problem with the lake, let's first investigate it. If there is no problem, then we will chase after them. Anyway, we don't have much time, so let's do what we have the most confidence in. Yue Yang smiled. The enemy's train of thought was undoubtedly unpredictable, but it could be deduced in reverse. Since it was impossible to guess the enemy's real movements, then at least don't go in the direction that the enemy had planned. In other words, if you want to do something, do what the enemy doesn't want to see the most. There is a problem with the lake. There were also water-stained footprints as he fled. Splitting up to chase after them was what the enemy wanted the most, so they must not do according to the enemy's plan. What the enemy didn't want to see the most was that Yue Yang and the others stayed behind to investigate the lake. Otherwise, the enemy wouldn't have left such obvious escaping footprints in front of Princess Sissy, who had the 6 records inherent skill. This was simply showing that they were hiding something. Go down and take a look, we will wait for you on the shore. Castellan Fallen Flowers felt that this might be the best way to lure the enemy out. No, Yue Yang rejected immediately. Don't worry, we will be fine. Castellan Fallen Flowers originally practiced body fusion with Yue Yang, and with the guidance of the Night Empress and Ji Zun, she had improved greatly. Especially the spiritual energy field that was similar to the power of the ancient code left behind by the Heaven Stairway ancient rankers. She understood it more than Inen and mastered it better. Even if she faced an enemy that was far above her level, she could still fight. At least, with her high attack and low defense, protecting herself was no longer a problem. Her favorite beast, the 9-tailed fox spirit, under the guidance of Ji Zun's secret technique, had gradually walked the path of a humanoid divine soldier. Every bit of progress and every bit of improvement was filled with the painstaking efforts of Castellan Fallen Flowers. The 9-tailed fox spirit was not yet, but it would definitely walk the path of a holy beast, or even a divine beast. Because of its special connection with Castellan Fallen Flowers, the 9-tailed fox spirit would become an existence like Ji Zun's humanoid divine soldier blood-winged angel, which was different from normal divine beasts. Having confidence is one thing, but executing the strategy is another. Yue Yang laughed. If the enemy is not an idiot, the plan to lure the enemy will fail. The ancient demon king is not an idiot, he even thought that we might use the plan to lure the enemy. So, we must do something that he doesn't like the most, that way we can make him go crazy. All of you, come here, let's do this, I hate scheming the most. Princess Sissy didn't like it on the surface, but in fact, she admired Yue Yang's slyness the most. Shui wuxia, she was the most tacit executor of Yue Yang's plan. Yue Yang kept Shui wuxia, Princess Sissy, Castellan fallen flowers and in and back into the grimoire world. Then, he dived into the lake that reeked of blood. He dived deep into the lake and dived down according to his intuition. Almost as soon as he dived, a few shadows appeared in the ruins in the distance. Seeing that Yue Yang did not split up his forces, nor did he follow the footprints. Instead, he kept the girls and dived deep into the lake. The leader of the shadows couldn't help but sigh, "Your Majesty is right. This Yu clan's third young master is really hard to deal with. With this kind of person around, our plan to conquer Tong Tian Tower will be very difficult. Why does Tong Tian Tower always have such outstanding youths? I thought that the prison emperor was an exception. I never thought that there would be another Yu clan's third young master." The other shadow standing beside him immediately denied, "No, the person who is a threat in Tong Tian Tower is not only the Yu clan's third young master, there is also Ji Zun." The leader of the shadows nodded, "I really look forward to fighting with her. It's a pity that we can't act openly for the time being." The previous shadow continued, "Yes, Your Majesty's plan is very perfect, but we still don't have enough time." The few shadows who had not spoken all this while, the one on the left suddenly stood up and spoke with a buzzing voice, "If we can't fight, then why did you invite us here from the Heaven Realm? We came out from the Heaven Realm gate and suffered a lot. Originally, we thought that we could directly enter the God's ruins, but we didn't expect you to be so worried about this and that, acting as timid as a mouse. From what I see, that Yu clan's third young master is nothing special. He isn't even a heaven-ranked warrior. I can kill him with one punch. I really don't understand why you are afraid of him." The leader of the shadows listened quietly until the other side expressed their dissatisfaction, then slowly said, "Do you know why you are a team member and I am a team leader? Do you know why your palace master made you listen to my commands? The reason is very simple, because I am smarter than you. Don't use your pig-like brains to think. Making plans is not something you are good at, understand? The only thing you need to do is to shut up and follow my plan 100%. Finally, I want to say something. If Yu clan's third young master was so easy to deal with, why would my majesty invite your palace master to be his ally and share the benefits with you? He is so strong and smart, why didn't he kill Yu clan's third young master alone and enjoy everything in the god's ruins? Do you think that your palace master and his majesty are all fools and can't be compared to a pighead like you?" His slow and calm tone carried a hint of disdain. It was as if he was talking about the simplest thing in the world. His tone was completely indisputable. The other shadows were very angry, but they couldn't do anything. This was because before they left, their palace master had warned them in a strict tone that if anyone dared to disobey orders and mess up the plan, their whole family would be executed. They didn't want their whole family's lives to be implicated by a moment of anger. Moreover, this team leader was indeed a smart person. Even the palace master valued the team leader. If it wasn't for the fact that the team leader was always loyal to his majesty, the palace master would have used the position of chief elder to retain the team leader. Whether it was strength or intelligence, they were far inferior to the team leader. Naturally, they didn't dare to turn against him. However, after hearing the team leader's ridicule, their hearts were still indignant. Was that Yu clan's third young master really that powerful? Even if he had a bounty of 100 million in the Heaven Realm, what did that mean? In the team, which one of them didn't have a bounty of 100 million? Let's go, we can't stay here for long. If Ji Zun and Night Empress find out, we will be in trouble. Maybe they will immediately be vigilant and see through His Majesty's plan. Before His Majesty's plan is realized, we can't act openly. The leader of the shadows looked at the lake before leading the team away. He had an illusion. It seemed that before Yu clan's third young master jumped into the lake, he had looked at him. Could it be that he could detect his presence from such a far distance? If it was true, then it was too scary. This matter was very important and must be reported to His Majesty. Maybe this was the secret of Yu clan's third young master. If His Majesty could solve the mystery of Yu clan's third young master, then the whole plan would be 10 times simpler. Unfortunately, the moment the leader of the shadows looked at the lake, he discovered that there seemed to be a strange energy in the lake, as if it was exploding at the bottom. He immediately exclaimed, The secret at the bottom of the lake was discovered by Yu clan's third young master so quickly. Not good, this Yu clan's third young master really has a pair of special eyes. Maybe it's ghost genius Yu Gong's quintet puppet mice. His companion said uncertainly. I hope so. The leader of the shadows sighed bitterly. I hope this brat doesn't have an inherent skill like divine eyes, otherwise it will be very troublesome. At the bottom of the lake, the quintet puppet mice summoned by Yue Yang found a special enchantment. If it was someone else, they would definitely not dare to move. However, Yue Yang, who had the inherent skill of divine eyes, used the Dao Tai blade and slashed down heavily, directly opening the enchantment. The unknown enchantment opened with a rumbling sound, but it did not break. The ingenuity of Yue Yang's strength in this slash, the precision of his timing, and the reasonableness of stopping the energy of the enchantment were simply like a work of art created by a master. The most amazing thing was that in the eyes of outsiders, Yue Yang's slash did not open the enchantment, but broke the enchantment. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. When Yue Yang opened the enchantment, he could use Heaven Eye's divine vision to observe, copy and remember the enchantment before it disappeared. However, breaking it would not have such an effect. Outsiders would not know that when Yue Yang opened the enchantment, he was also learning, just like a thief who opened a new magic lock and learned a new skill. Without experiencing it personally, it would be impossible to know the secret behind it. Countless energy rushed out from the enchantment. It filled the whole lake. A huge and ancient teleportation circle appeared in front of Yue Yang. Without waiting for Yue Yang to step forward and activate it, it flashed. Countless Heaven Realm dwarves that only existed in the Heaven Realm surged out from the other side of the teleportation circle like a tide. In the middle of these Heaven Realm dwarves, there was a type of Heaven Realm goblin that was not tall but was especially strong. It was at least Earth rank level 3 and above. It was holding a whip and ruthlessly whipping the dwarves, ordering them to line up in a certain formation and sacrifice the teleportation circle. According to Yue Yang's judgment, this was to increase the teleportation circle's energy through the sacrifice to reach the possibility of summoning a super strong Heaven Realm expert. So it's like this, very interesting. Yue Yang looked at the endless stream of Heaven Realm dwarves and those fiendish Heaven Realm goblins and laughed. Chapter 635 There were many types of sacrifice. Both Demon Abyss and Soaring Dragon Continent were different. Of course, Heaven Stairway had another method. The most direct sacrifice was the Demon Abyss's life sacrifice, also known as blood sacrifice. This kind of blood sacrifice was the cruelest and the least effective. However, it had no strict restrictions and could be used in large numbers. For a place like Demon Abyss with a large number of demons, blood sacrifice was what the demon kings were most willing to see. The Soaring Dragon Continent used soul sacrifice. It was a ranker who was willing to sacrifice himself selflessly to achieve a certain goal. It could be said that Yu Shan's suicide on the Black Hell King was this kind of sacrifice. It was because his soul sacrifice was achieved that the Black Hell King's betrayal. Inherent skill was temporarily ineffective and he was killed by sky execution. The biggest difference between the Soaring Dragon Continent and Demon Abyss was that one was voluntary while the other was forced. 6,000 years ago, the prison emperor used his life and soul to seal the three great leaders of Heaven Realm. It was also considered as a sacrifice. It was a higher level and more powerful heaven and earth sacrifice. It was also the most commonly used method by Heaven Stairway rankers. This kind of heaven and earth sacrifice not only required the ranker's voluntary sacrifice but also the sacrifice of all living things in the world. It was more powerful. When a Heaven Stairway ranker carried out the Heaven Stairway sacrifice, all living things in a large area would participate. The power was enough to destroy the world. There were two reasons why Yue Yang saw that the Heaven Stairway world was barren. First, the most intense battle had happened. Second, the Heaven Stairway rankers carried out the heaven and earth sacrifice. Ow ow ow, those especially strong Heaven Realm goblins were preparing to kill a large number of Heaven Realm dwarves to use as a blood sacrifice for the ancient teleportation circle. A golden arrow flew and accurately hit an earth rank level 5 goblin leader. In an instant, that ugly and ferocious fellow turned into a stone statue. If this attack was not enough to cause panic among the Heaven Realm goblins, then the appearance of the gold rank level 8 Blood Python King intensified the panic. Stone Element Medusa, who was standing beside Yue Yang, summoned the Gold Tiger Shark King and the Blood Python King. The Blood Python King was in a weak state because it was seriously injured and gave birth. Stone Element Medusa did not let it come out to fight. Today, the Blood Python King, who had finally recovered, could not wait to show its skills. It was also a ferocious creature in water battles. Under the horrified gazes of the Heaven Realm dwarves and goblins, it stretched out its long neck and bit down on an Earth rank level 4 goblin warrior. The strength of the Blood Python King's huge bite could easily break the bones of the goblin warriors, but this did not satisfy it. When the Heaven Realm goblin warrior was struggling, it threw the goblin warrior's body onto the stone pillar of the ancient teleportation circle. Rumble. Before the half-dead Heaven Realm goblin warrior could react, the Blood Python King had already wrapped around the stone pillar. The Blood Python King's huge body tightened. The Earth rank level 4 goblin warrior's bones were all broken, his internal organs exploded, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He died painfully. The Blood Python King infants that were only gold rank level 3 followed behind their mother. They were a little timid and bloodthirsty as they popped their heads out one by one. One of the Blood Python King infants moved the fastest. After his mother released the gnome warrior, he immediately opened his mouth and swallowed the bloody corpse of the gnome warrior. Although they were infants, these Blood Python King infants grew very fast. Their total length was more than 10 meters. Of course, compared to their mother who was more than 50 meters long, they were just insignificant snakes. Seeing the Blood Python King's display of power, the Gold Tiger Shark King was not willing to fall behind. After eating the flesh of various strong creatures for a long time and participating in battles for a long time, its level and strength had already surpassed the Blood Python King. The Gold Tiger Shark King had already reached gold rank level 10. Although it could not level up, its battle power was constantly accumulating, far surpassing other gold rank level 10 beasts. Yue Yang did not have time to care about it at the moment. Otherwise, he could think of a way to make it mutate and become stronger. Of course, the Gold Tiger Shark King's training could not be compared to Wei Tai Lang's. After all, its battle power was still limited to water battles. If it could fly in the sky like the ancient demon shark, Yue Yang would naturally train it more. In other words, if it wanted to stand out, it had to work harder. As the Gold Tiger Shark King and the Blood Python King continued to slaughter, the Heaven Realm goblins who were in charge of maintaining order died one after another. In the end, not a single one survived. Even if there were teleportation circles, it was not enough for the 2 beasts to kill. Yue Yang thought that the Heaven Realm dwarves would flee in all directions. He did not expect it to be completely different. Those Heaven Realm dwarves who were scared out of their wits did not run away. Instead, they knelt down. They neatly knelt down in a circle, waiting for Yue Yang to deal with them. They were very docile. They did not resist at all and did not have the guts to run away. In the ancient teleportation circle, as the Heaven Realm dwarves continued to die, the number of Heaven Realm dwarves and Heaven Realm goblins that came out without any sacrifices became fewer and fewer. Finally, after a long time, a goblin leader came out. After the Blood Python King and the Gold Tiger Shark King joined hands to kill it, there were no more movements. Yue Yang waved his hand and ordered the Heaven Realm dwarves to wait for him at the shore. He brought the stone element Medusa and tried to enter the ancient teleportation circle. The Gold Tiger Shark King and the Blood Python King let Yue Yang stay behind. Standing on top of the ancient teleportation circle, Yue Yang used a large amount of magic crystals to activate the energy, causing the energy pillars to light up. The teleportation happened in an instant. When Yue Yang and the stone element Medusa slid out from the space-time tunnel, they discovered that they had arrived at a water world. In this strange water world, there was water as far as the eye could see. The only place where they landed was a small island. The surroundings were densely packed with Heaven Realm dwarves and Heaven Realm goblins. The number of these two was probably not less than 100,000. Those Heaven Realm dwarves were dumbstruck. They did not have any ill intentions towards Yue Yang, this uninvited guest. On the other hand, those reckless Heaven Realm goblins actually flew into the sky and pounced on him. Hundreds of Heaven Realm goblins pounced on him, covering the sky. Unfortunately, their levels and strength were too low, so they were unable to pose a threat to Yue Yang. When Yue Yang was preparing to kill those Heaven Realm goblins, he suddenly discovered that there was a strange power here. It was not as obvious as the power of the 12 zodiac temples, but it also forbade the owner from personally taking action. The strangest thing was that in this water world, this power also forbade the use of weapons. The stone element Medusa was stunned. She immediately kept her bow and arrows. Her flaming snake hair danced in the air. A shrill shout. Her eyes shot out a kind of terrifying light that was similar to death's stare, which could directly harm the soul. This was the first time Yue Yang saw her use this kind of special skill. The Heaven Realm goblins who saw her shining eyes all fell headfirst into the water. Without even entering the water, they all turned into stone statues. Yue Yang used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to observe. These Heaven Realm goblins did not die immediately, but their souls and bodies were greatly injured. Unless the stone element Medusa was willing to dissolve it, these Heaven Realm goblins would not be able to recover from their stone state. However, the stone element Medusa did not let her enemies go so easily. She used both of her hands to guide the petrified enemies. Those stone goblins all disintegrated and their souls were annihilated. Their remaining life energy was extracted by the stone element Medusa and gathered in her palms. Do you want to use this energy to upgrade your weapon? Yue Yang just realized that life energy had such a wonderful use. Yes. The stone element Medusa nodded. The stone element Medusa's killing did not scare the enemies away. Instead, it aroused the ferocity of these Heaven Realm goblins. Relying on the large number of people in the Earth rank level 6 Goblin King, those ugly and violent Heaven Realm goblins, after a short period of shock, became even more ferocious and fearless. Because of the existence of the water world's laws, these goblins did not use any weapons. Moreover, they only had whips made of rubber bands on their waists. Those whips could only be used to threaten and expel the cowardly Heaven Realm dwarves. They did not have any killing power. Facing these crazy goblins' attacks, the stone element Medusa, who was fighting alone, was very angry. She felt that her dignity was being challenged by the weak. She was furious. Her head full of snake hair moved without any wind. One by one, the snake hair that was originally sleeping opened their eyes, opened their mouths and revealed their fierce fangs. Countless flaming arrows shot out of the snake's mouth like arrows. They were extremely powerful and could easily hit the Heaven Realm goblins' foreheads, directly exploding the enemy's head. The most frightening thing was that these flame arrows were like snakes, swimming as if they had a life of their own. Even if the enemy dodged the shot, they could still follow the owner's will and automatically follow the owner's will. They would only disappear when they hit the enemy. The stone element Medusa's flaming snake hair was originally a fake nirvana flame created by the Gemini Temple's replication law. After merging with Yue Yang's Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, Twilight Flame and Pure Blue Fire form, her uncontrollable fire ability had become freely controlled. Originally, her head was covered in flames. Her usual snake hair had turned into a faint blue, pure fire snake. Only when she was fighting or angry, would it burst into flames. Of course, this was not her final evolution. Yue Yang hoped that one day, she would be able to merge more fire ability and evolve into her own, demon fire. The raindrop-like flame arrows shot out, exploding the heads of the approaching Heaven Realm goblins. 3 waves of attacks were useless. Even the craziest Heaven Realm goblin lost their morale. The Heaven Realm Goblin King thought that the enemy in front of him could not be defeated. He immediately waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to retreat into the water to avoid the enemy. He thought that by escaping into the water, he would be able to escape from this terrifying Medusa. Who knew that water battles were stone element Medusa's true strength? Stone element Medusa, who was preparing to enter the water, discovered the enemy even earlier than Yue Yang. She instinctively stood in front of Yue Yang and stared at the unknown depth of the water. This is a Hell Hydra. Yue Yang frowned. The Hell Hydra was not a Tong Tian Tower creature, but a Heaven Realm creature. In Tong Tian Tower, normal Hydras were only bronze-ranked creatures. A small number of elites were silver-ranked and kings were gold-ranked. The Hell Hydra was different from the Hydra of Tong Tian Tower. This kind of creature was born as a gold-ranked child. The elites and kings were platinum-ranked. A small number of Hell Hydra kings with extremely long lifespans could even be selected as one of the 10 great vicious beasts of Heaven Realm. The 10 great vicious beasts of Heaven Realm were led by the Heaven Realm Giant Dragon, followed by the Ancient Demon, Ancient Slaughterer, Hell Hydra, Dragon-Eating Demon Spider, Intimidating Demon Eye, Thunder-Winged Tiger, Flame Manticore King and others were all on the list. There weren't many Hell Hydras that could occupy a spot in the top 5 of the 10 great ferocious beasts list. They weren't like the Heaven Realm Giant Dragons and the Ancient Demons that had armies. The reason why they had such a ferocious reputation was because of their greed, savagery and violence. The Hell Hydra that emerged from the depths of the water was as big as an island. Moreover, there was more than one. There were as many as 5 of them. The strongest was Heaven ranked level 5 and the weakest was Heaven ranked level 3, Yue Yang could not imagine it. How could there be such strong creatures sealed in the heaven stairway? And who was it that sealed these hell hydras here? If it was just to seal these 5 hell hydras, why would they need to use the power of the forbidden weapon? Chapter 636. If the strongest creature sealed in this water world was the Hell Hydra King, Yue Yang would definitely not believe it. What he was most worried about was that the Hell Hydra King was a subordinate of some old man. Or a fellow inmate, just like the black-bearded man Mo Long, the ancient demon shark, the ancient island whale, the electric dragon eel and the cuttlefish king sealed in the southern heaven realm's cannibal lake. Could these 5 Hell Hydras be the subordinates of some ancient demon? It was hard to say. The Hell Hydra King seemed to have a certain level of intelligence. When it saw Yue Yang and Stone Element Medusa, its eyes seemed to be suspicious. The other 4 Hell Hydras were the opposite, especially the one that had just matured and was the smallest. Once it saw Yue Yang and Stone Element Medusa, it attacked. A few of its huge heads spat out flames, ice, lightning, black fog and poison at the same time, covering the sky and earth as they attacked. Stone Element Medusa was experienced in battle and was not afraid. For someone with intelligence like her, the pressure of her rank was nothing. She still wanted to fight, but Yue Yang felt that it was stupid to start a fight like this. Maybe it was what the ancient demon king was thinking. Let's go. Yue Yang flew high into the sky. In this water world, there were no restrictions on flying, nor were there any restrictions on flying. Stone Element Medusa was not good at flying, but she was close to a holy beast, so floating in the sky was not a problem. 4 Hell Hydras that were as big as islands spat out different types of energy at Yue Yang and Stone Element Medusa at the same time. They attacked, forming a net of fire in the sky. If it was only Stone Element Medusa, she might not be able to dodge all of them. But Yue Yang pulled her hand and easily passed through the fire net. They were almost close to the water surface as they glided away. The 4 Hell Hydras chased relentlessly, but they quickly realized that Yue Yang had left their attack range and instantly teleported away. Having lost their target, they could only helplessly return to the Hell Hydra King's side. The Hell Hydra King had a strange look in its eyes. He seemed to be thinking about something. Very quickly, it reacted and hurriedly dove back into the water. The 4 Purgatory Hydras didn't understand, but they instinctively followed it. After diving for almost 1,000 meters, the bottom of the water wasn't pitch black. Instead, there was a strange scene. Countless luminous plants and animals decorated the bottom of the sea, making it as bright as the starry sky. Under the illumination of some extremely large luminous plants, it was as bright as day. There was nothing on the surface of the water, but the bottom of the sea was not barren. On the contrary, the flourishing life made this place an indescribably wonderful world. Seeing the Hell Hydra traversing through the sea, all the fish dove into the reefs. Even some of the glowing plants shrunk into a ball. However, the Hell Hydra King did not care about its surroundings. It swam directly towards a huge underwater forest. No one knew how huge that forest was. Each tree was an ancient tree that was 100 meters tall. After swimming for 10 kilometers, a large clearing appeared in the forest. An ancient sealing circle that was 10 times bigger than the ancient teleportation circle outside appeared in the center of the clearing in the forest. There were 10 crystal pillars erected around it. The Hell Hydra King returned to the center of the ancient sealing circle. Just as it was about to go back to sleep, its eyes suddenly opened wide. It looked towards the southeast. On one of the crystal pillars, Yue Yang's silhouette appeared. "Thank you for leading the way. I finally understand what is going on." Yue Yang did not wait for the Hell Hydra King to get angry and immediately teleported away. What ancient teleportation circle sacrifice? Everything was just the ancient demon king's plot. The ancient demon king had 3 plans. First, he wanted to lure Yue Yang to split up his forces, then he would capture hostages and force him to go crazy. Second, when Yue Yang entered the ancient teleportation circle, he would definitely fight with the Hell Hydras. Both sides would be heavily injured, and the ancient demon king would be able to reap the benefits. Third, when Yue Yang killed the Hell Hydras that were guarding him, it would give the ancient demon king a chance to release his comrades. These Hell Hydras were guarding him. He didn't know why, but they were definitely guarding him. The real sealed old demon was still trapped in the ancient teleportation circle. The Heaven Realm goblins and Heaven Realm dwarves were probably the laborers that provided food for the Hell Hydra. Maybe the ancient demon king had convinced the Heaven Realm goblins. When the sacrifice took effect, these Heaven Realm goblins chased the Heaven Realm dwarves away. If not for Yue Yang's arrival, these Heaven Realm dwarves would have all escaped. The Hell Hydra would have no one to feed them. Maybe it would have left the guarded area to look for food and let the ancient demon king have his way. Yue Yang, who returned to the surface of the water, immediately let Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon split up to search the small islands of the water world and kill the Heaven Realm goblins. Only those Heaven Realm goblins were eliminated. The Heaven Realm dwarves were very tame and would not leave this water world, at least not for the time being. In Yue Yang's heart, he had a strong premonition that after this small hidden battle, there would be a big battle waiting for him. Therefore, he let Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy rest for the time being so that they could be at their peak condition to face the big battle. The ancient demon king was definitely not easy to deal with. What other tricks did he have up his sleeves? Yue Yang was waiting. He would deal with the changes by remaining unchanged. Ha 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 ha. On the other side of the battlefield, Yi Kong, who was cursed, laughed crazily. It was as if he could not bear the pressure and became a madman. Demon Bai Yunfei, Beast, Shui Qian Ren and Insect Shui Qian Chu were all confused. They guessed that Yi Kong had some kind of inherent skill that was immune to or weakened curses. Otherwise, Yi Kong would not be laughing so proudly. Bai Yunfei used his demon claws to cut the back of his hand. The skin that was protected by demon scales did not split open. The skin on the back of Yi Kong's hand was splattered with blood. The substitute curse did not lose its effect at all. When Yi Kong stopped laughing and looked at Bai Yunfei and the others, Bai Yunfei and the others were stunned. This was because what they saw was a pair of blind eyes. The eyes were empty and there was no light at all, just like a blind person. Yi Kong's inherent skill did not have the inherent skill to be immune to curses. Moreover, Yi Kong had just contracted a grimoire not long ago. Even if his inherent skill was very strong, it was impossible for him to be immune to the power of a holy rank treasure. You're just a clown, who are you trying to scare? Bai Yunfei used all his strength to hit his body. He did not feel any pain, but Yi Kong on the other side was immediately trampled by hundreds of mammoths. His body caved in, his bones made cracking sounds, blood spurted out from his mouth and nose, and some of his skin exploded, revealing bloody wounds. Bai Yunfei, you impotent eunuch, can't you use a little more strength? I am very disappointed. You only have this little strength. Yi Kong wiped the blood from his mouth and nose lightly and looked at Bai Yunfei with a disdainful expression. Bolsh *T. Bai Yunfei flew into a rage. Perhaps it was some kind of defect in his body caused by his demonization that stung his heart. He used an almost crazed manner to beat himself up fiercely. It was completely a form of self-torture, self-mutilation. Bai Yunfei knew that this kind of self-torture and self-mutilation would explode twice on Yi Kong's body, while nothing happened to him at all. Everyone watched quietly, no one stopped him. Shui Qian Ren and Shui Qian Chu were watching a good show. Shui Tan Lang was cool and expressionless. Surprisingly, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers also looked like they were watching a good show. Bai Yunfei's self-mutilation caused his body to feel a little pain. He felt that his ribs were a little cracked. If he did not have the substitution curse, he believed that his self-mutilation would have caused serious injuries. He stopped and looked at Yi Kong. He felt that he should be able to see a Yi Kong whose bones were all shattered. However, he was disappointed. Yi Kong was still standing. Although his body was covered with cuts and bruises, he still had a disdainful expression on his face. He ignored the various injuries on his body and spat on the ground. You don't even have the strength to hit people, yet you still want to act cool. You're just an idiot if you continue to act cool. No, this is impossible. Bai Yunfei roared angrily. He knew that the strength of his fists was enough to split mountains and split rocks. After self-mutilating for hundreds of times, not to mention a human, even a golden mammoth would have been killed long ago. Why did Yi Kong look as if nothing happened? Why were his injuries even lighter than before? I will tell you the answer before you die. Yi Kong, who was blind and covered in blood, walked towards Bai Yunfei step by step. Scram! Bai Yunfei's demonic claws flew out. The strength of his claws was so great that he could completely tear Yi Kong's body into strips of flesh. His speed was incomparably fast. However, something strange happened. Although Yi Kong's body had many more claw marks, his injuries were not serious. On the contrary, they were getting lighter and lighter. Although Bai Yunfei's strength had increased, the injuries he caused were getting lighter and lighter. In the end, Bai Yunfei was tired and panting. Yi Kong was still standing in front of him, perfectly fine. He asked him with an extremely disdainful tone, "Have you fought enough?" If not, I will let you fight for a while more. With your grandson's appearance and strength, you still dare to come out and show off. Bai Yunfei retreated a few steps helplessly and looked at Yi Kong in fear. Shui Qianren did not give up. Waving his flaming claws, he and Shui Qianchu pounced forward and attacked Yi Kong crazily. Yi Kong did not have any intention of defending himself at all. He only took the beating. However, when Shui Qianren and Shui Qianchu were tired, they realized that Yi Kong was still standing there. There was almost no place on his body that was not injured. However, they were all superficial wounds and his internal organs were not heavily injured at all. Shui Qianchu shot out a tentacle with thorny teeth. He wanted to bite Yi Kong's face and destroy his entire face. However, after biting for a long time, the tentacle only left a few teeth marks. Impossible. Shui Qianchu and Shui Qianren were also dumbfounded. How could there be such a defense in this world? Could it be that this brat's innate skill was defense? However, if his defense was extremely high, he should not be injured at all. How could he be covered in cuts and bruises? Bai Yunfei and the others could not think of an answer. Yi Kong did not wait for them to think and suddenly waved his fist. The meteor-like fist streaked across the short space. It accurately hit Bai Yunfei, Shui Qianren and Shui Qianchu's bodies. Bai Yunfei's reaction was the fastest. The moment he was hit, he was already 50 meters away. Shui Qianren's reaction was also very sharp. He borrowed the force of the fist to retreat, attempting to dissipate this seemingly weak punch. However, he staggered a step, rolled his eyes and fell to the ground with a loud bang. A huge fist imprint was deeply indented on Shui Qianren's chest. With Yi Kong's current heaven rank level 1 strength, it was impossible for him to create such a terrifying punch. Why? Bai Yunfei was still thinking about this question when he bent down and vomited. The pain made him unable to think further. Bai Yunfei felt that his internal organs were almost crushed into pieces. When he vomited them out, the pain was simply indescribable. Was this Yi Kong's punch? An innate level 1 fighting against a peak innate level 3, could he beat him until he vomited blood? Because he has the standing erect inherent skill, and his guardian beast, fortitude. Fatty Hai laughed out loud. I'm very sorry, as his boss, I did not introduce him to you. My little brother, Yi Kong, is the least afraid of being hit. You guys don't know, his life is cheap. Just like Wei Tai Lang, the more you fight, the more energetic he becomes. He will always stand erect on the battlefield. If you don't hit him, he might fall. The more you hit him, the more damage he will receive, and the more powerful his inherent skill will be. As for the special type guardian beast fortitude, it is the same. The more you hit him, the stronger he becomes, and the more powerful his counterattack will be. Do you know why I have to explain? Because there is a person's inherent skill here. The more desperate the enemy is, the more powerful it will be. If he was a big mouth, you guys would have died 10 times already. Stop talking nonsense. Shui Tan Lang increased his strength and snorted. Quickly send them on their way. Chapter 637 Impatience led Hai Yingwu, Yu Bing and Drunken Cat to the Ancient Seal. There was not a single person at the Ancient Seal. Was this some kind of conspiracy? Did they fall into a trap? Everyone be careful, something is not right. Impatience protected Yu and Yu Bing by her side, while Hai Yingwu summoned the golden three-headed dragon to search the surroundings. Actually, with Impatience's senses, nothing within a 10-kilometer radius could escape her eyes and ears. However, to an expert, 10 kilometers was a distance that could be covered in the blink of an eye. It was not safe and could only ensure that they would not be ambushed. It is possible that there is no one here. After all, the number of enemies is not enough. If they are too scattered, then their strength will be reduced and the effect of the sacrifice will not be good. It is very possible that this is a false report to make us split up and lure us away. Hai Yingwu judged. It is also possible that the enemy's main target is us. Impatience was not at ease and her heart sank. Since we are here, then we must fight to the end. Yu Bing's expression was firm. After Yue Yang's teachings and tens of battles, she had changed from a stubborn girl to a qualified warrior. The current her was strong, confident and full of vigor. Compared to the depressed her from before, it was a world of difference. Actually, she was the one who suggested to fight separately from her brother. She did not want to hide behind her brother forever. She wanted to stand out and fight to help her brother. If she wanted to do that, she must become stronger and stronger. She knew that fighting was dangerous, but for the sake of training, she did not hesitate. Not only her stubborn character, even Yu, who was as gentle as water, had such thoughts. Hai Yingwu looked at Drunken Cat and Miss Panda Niu and asked Impatience softly, "When will the people from Demonic Palace arrive?" Impatience frowned and said, "They might have already arrived, but in the battle, divine wrath, divine calamity, and divine calamity won't be much slower than us." The fact that heavenly wrath, heavenly crime, heavenly wrath, and heavenly disaster had yet to arrive meant that the problem was serious. Should they continue to wait, or should they search for it? Everyone turned to look at Impatience. With her as the leader, Yue Yang wasn't here, and Impatience was the Lady of Heaven's punishment. She was the strongest and had the most experience in battle, so it was best to listen to her. Wait, Impatience thought about it and decided to stay. Not only would they not be able to find it, it was also easy to miss it. Another point was that the enemy might take the opportunity to perform a sacrifice, which was another kind of diversion. Lastly, if Sky Wrath and the others could not withstand the enemy's attack, then it would be useless even if they went to support them. If they could withstand the enemy's attack, then it would be better for them to wait here. Impatience chose to believe in her companions. And Yu Bing and Yu also chose to believe in Impatience, the Lord of Heaven's punishment. After waiting for about an hour, a group of people finally entered Impatience's sensing range. They were Heaven's Wrath, who was covered in blood, Heaven's Crime, who had a hole in his lung and was coughing non-stop, and Heaven's Sword, who was lying unconscious on Heaven's Kill's back. Sky Calamity, whose clothes were tattered and looked a little disheveled, was the least injured. There was also Heavenly Calamity, who couldn't hide himself, and Divine Wrath, who was indifferent even though he was injured. The group from Demonic Palace had finally arrived. However, all of them were injured. To be able to come here, they had already gone through an extremely difficult battle. "Sorry, we're late." There was no helping it, there was a traffic jam on the way. Sky Crime, who always had his suitcase with him, joked. This joke was learned from Yue Yang. Whenever Yue Yang was late, he would find all kinds of excuses, such as traffic jam. "How many did you guys fight? How did you end up like this?" Impatience was a little sad, especially when she saw Sky Calamity's disheveled appearance. Her heart ached even more, but she didn't show it on her face. She even mocked her, as if this kind of companion wasn't good enough, and disappointed her. The people from Demonic Palace obviously knew her temper. Everyone laughed and found a place to sit down. Only Sky Calamity threw herself into Impatience's arms and acted like a spoiled child. "The other party has a heaven rancor, it's very troublesome." Sky Calamity, who was originally the second Sky Demon, was now surpassed by Impatience in all aspects, reminded. "No wonder, it's fine. It's not like I haven't killed a heaven rancor before." A trace of anger flashed in Impatience's eyes. They dared to touch Demonic Palace. Even if it was a heaven rancor, they would still be killed. 10 minutes after the heroes from Demonic Palace arrived at the ancient ceiling circle, a large group of people appeared. It was the entire Thunder Corps of the Black Hell King. The one leading them was Thunder of the Center, the commander of the Thunder Lizards who once plotted against Wyvern Valley. War Tiger of the East, Wild Gale of the West, Bloodhoof of the South, Fierce Tooth of the North and Thunder of the Center. Among the 5 commanders, Thunder of the Center was the strongest. He controlled the entire Thunder Corps. After War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North died, he took over their corps. Thunder of the Center was a level 9 and 8. He was definitely not the strongest in this group. What was even stronger was a mercenary group that had never appeared in Tong Tian Tower before. In Heaven Realm, this was a mercenary group that couldn't even enter the top 1000. But in Tong Tian Tower, their strength could completely shock the heroes of Demonic Palace. In this mercenary group of only 15 people, there were actually 2 heaven rankers. Although they were both heaven rankers level 1, they could do whatever they wanted in Tong Tian Tower. Not to mention these 2 heaven rankers, even their subordinates, the 13 mercenaries who weren't doing well in Heaven Realm, were all Earth rankers above level 7. 3 of them were Earth rankers level 9, 4 were Earth rankers level 8 and 6 were Earth rankers level 7. With the strength of this mercenary group, no one would dare to criticize them if they were to directly conquer the entire Guangming continent or Darkness continent in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Unfortunately, they were not satisfied. They went down to the heaven stairway in the 1st floor of Tong Tian Tower and coveted the gods' ruins. Their fates were sealed. Tong Tian Tower is good. There are so many beautiful girls. The people here are so weak and all of them are cowards. Ha 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 ha, that's right, that person was right, this is a good place. Since it's a good place, then it shouldn't be occupied by some incompetent humans. Tong Tian Tower should belong to us. Its resources, beauties, treasures and everything else should belong to us, who are stronger. Although we suffered a little here, it's all worth it. The leader of the mercenary group saw impatience, Hai Yingwu, Yu and Yu Bing. His eyes lit up and he drooled. How can a patient with mental illness be heaven rankers? Could it be that the specialty of heaven realm are idiots? Impatience shook her head and sighed. Ha 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 ha. The mercenary group members were not angry at Impatience's words. Instead, they laughed out loud. In their eyes, these beauties in front of them were already in the bag. Firmly grasped, the only problem was how to distribute them. The vice leader was a huge bear man with muscles. He was heaven rank level 1 and was only slightly weaker than the leader. This bear man was probably from the same race as the three-eyed tiger man that Yue Yang knew. In front of Impatience and the others, he pretended to be simple and honest. He pretended to be kind and said, "Beauties, don't be afraid. Actually, we are not bad people. As long as the beauties are obedient, we promise not to harm a single hair on your head. We, the Charging Wolf mercenary group, were invited here mainly to maintain peace in Tong Tian Tower. We are fighting for justice. If there are any misunderstandings between us, we can slowly discuss and solve it through negotiation. I can't think of anything to negotiate with a bear." Impatience sneered in disdain. "Sis, something's wrong. The heaven rankers that we saw earlier were not these two." Sky Disaster quickly reminded Impatience. "I know, that guy is invisible. With such a disgusting look, he thinks that others can't see him. He is really a clown." Impatience pointed forward. A bolt of lightning with a small amount of judgment power shot out. It passed through a few hundred meters of space and hit an empty space. The space shattered. A man wearing a tall hat, with an especially crooked nose, wide mouth and small eyes, wearing strange clothes, jumped out from the empty space. He originally wanted to casually deflect the lightning, but he did not expect his judgment to be wrong. The judgment power numbed his fingers and the electric shock made him tremble. If his strength was not at the peak of heaven rank level 2, he would have turned into a charred black man. If Yue Yang was here, he would immediately recognize this person's emblem. This was a heaven ranker from the clown group. "Be careful, this person is good at shadow shifting." Sky's wrath reminded Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Although she was also an innate elder level 2 equivalent to heaven rank level 2, the other party still had 3 heaven ranked rankers. Moreover, the ancient demon king might be hiding in the dark and launching a sneak attack. No matter what, nothing could happen to Impatience, the backbone. Her existence was a deterrent to the enemy. At the same time, it was also the foundation of her companions' confidence. If she fell, then the consequences for Yu Bing and Yu would be unimaginable. "Don't worry, I will be fine. We will all be fine." Impatience did not think that the enemy could easily defeat her. So what if there were 3 heaven rankers? She had enough confidence that even if it was ancient demon king, before he recovered his peak strength, it would not be easy for him to defeat her. Sky Law was confident, because under Ji Zun's guidance, she had made great progress recently. With Yue Yang's body fusion, she was reborn, and at the same time, her guardian beast, Charm Demon Queen, was promoted to a divine beast. Finally, she went through the Death Arena battle and the Heaven Realm battle. Even she herself was surprised by her improvement. If it wasn't for the fact that there was an even more abnormal Yue Yang in front of her, she might have become arrogant. While constantly comprehending the power of Sky Law and Ji Zun, she also received guidance from her sister and Night Empress. Impatience's will was already 100 times firmer than before, and there were faint signs of gradually forming Ji Zun's heart. In the distant east, suddenly, there was a sound of a pipa. This sound was like big and small pearls falling on a jade plate. Yellow sand appears before the green grass, stepping out of the formation, looking at millions of people. A few of them are the same year, banners, fierce horse whips, back figures far away, looking at the setting sun in the twilight, not returning to the distant mountains to rest. Wolf riders go straight in, fire beacons rise continuously, although the mountains and rivers are still there, white bones are buried in the 9 peaks. The song has stopped, the old and the young work in the fields, the pond blooms with white lotus, family no longer think. There was no wind in the sky. In the originally deathly silent sky, one could see a beauty like a fairy descending to the mortal world, her clothes fluttering in the wind, flying in the air. People listened to her beautiful playing, forgetting everything else. Especially her beautiful voice that was like the first cry of a phoenix, it was even more intoxicating. All the soldiers of the Thunder Corps, at this moment, did not even know that their souls were taken away by the song of the Pippa, they only listened quietly. Even the 3 heaven rankers from the heaven realm, who were already vigilant, could not bear to open their mouths and interrupt her music. They looked at her, watched as she came, watched as the soldiers fell to eternal sleep wherever she went. Chapter 638 Inches It's You. Impatience frowned. Actually, she had guessed that the Southern Demon King would come to fight, but she didn't expect her to come here to support her instead of looking for Yue Yang. I didn't miss any exciting battles, did I? The Southern Demon King waved her hand lightly, her jade-like fingers moving lightly on the lute. Ding ding dong dong. The heavenly music. It rang out again. It was so beautiful that it felt like spring water dripping into one's heart, intoxicating one. Thunder of the Center's eyes slowly widened. This lute music was really a fatal move. This round of sound waves was obviously aimed at him. With his skills, he was naturally able to resist it, but his personal guards all vomited blood and fell to the ground amidst this soul-devouring music. If it was said that the Southern Demon King had flown over and killed almost 100 people, he was already furious. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a well-thought-out plan that didn't allow him to interfere, he would have already flown into a rage. Now that the Southern Demon King had provoked him with sound waves, at least 10 of his personal guards died tragically with their internal organs ruptured. The most tragic thing was that even in death, the expressions on the faces of these dead personal guards were still strangely intoxicated, as if they didn't even realize that their internal organs had ruptured. The leader of the charging wolf mercenary group, on the other hand, clapped his hands and laughed. Beautiful, such beautiful music, such elegant killing techniques, such a pleasant surprise. The Southern Demon King smiled sweetly. There's more to come. Without waiting for Thunder of the Center to speak, her hands started to dance rapidly. Like a thunderstorm, the originally beautiful and moving lute music changed, becoming sonorous, impassioned, and sonorous, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping on the battlefield. Even the person with the slowest sense of music seemed to be able to see the cavalry that was like a stream of iron. Under the command of the commander, they galloped on the ground in an orderly manner and swept towards the enemy, causing one's blood to boil uncontrollably. Look, the war flag fluttered in front of the Iron Army, leading the warriors to charge forward. Listen, the beating of the war drums, the claps of the horses' hooves, shaking the ground, causing the sky to change color, facing the rain of thousands of arrows, facing the erect spears, those warriors who would die in the next second, even if their hearts were to be pierced in the next second, they still charged forward fearlessly, even if they were killed and their bodies overturned. Even if their bodies were trampled into meat paste by the hooves of the horses, they would still gallop without hesitation. The entire battlefield was enveloped in the Southern Demon King's murderous music world. Those from the Thundercrash Corps who heard it all fell to the ground one after another. Some seemed to have been shot in the forehead, some seemed to have been pierced through by spears, some seemed to have fallen off their horses, and some seemed to have been trampled into meat paste by their comrades. The way they died was the same as the warriors in the music world. Their souls roared soundlessly. Starting from the weakest, they collapsed to the ground one by one. Those who were slightly stronger were struggling to hold on, but with the changes in the world of music, they had long been intoxicated to the point that they could not extricate themselves. If the Central Thunderbolt commander could step forward and shout at the top of his lungs, "Break this world of music," they might have been able to survive. Unfortunately, the current Central Thunderbolt was also immersed in the world of music. Even if he stuffed his ears with his fingers, he could not stop the resonance of his soul. It was not only the Central Thunderbolt that roared, even the heaven-ranked charging wolf mercenary group's leader and vice-leader could not avoid falling into the illusion of music. The person who got rid of it the fastest was the man in the top hat from the clown group. He did not open his mouth to disturb the Southern Demon King's performance. Firstly, he loved music and could not bear to break this heavenly music that made his soul tremble. Secondly, the soldiers of the Thundercrash Corps were originally meant to be sacrificed. Borrowing the other party's hands to kill them would not make the Central Thunderbolt feel disgusted. Although he did not care about the Central Thunderbolt's opinion, he still relied on the Central Thunderbolt when it came to sacrificing the ancient seal circle and exploring the gods. Thirdly, the sky law opposite him was currently condensing a terrifying sky law lightning. He did not doubt that the moment he interrupted the Southern Demon King's performance, the terrifying Sky Law Lightning would strike his head. Why should he bear this Sky Law Lightning for the Charging Wolf Mercenary Group? The Charging Wolf Mercenary Group was originally meant to be the scapegoat. The man in the top hat did not open his mouth and only remained silent. He retreated a little and tried to face the Sky Law from a safe distance. He cleverly transferred the Sky Law's killing intent towards him to the leader of the Charging Wolf Mercenary Group. Under the situation where no one interrupted, the Southern Demon King continued to play. It continued. Her hands were no longer dancing, but playing slowly. The rhythm slowed down, just like the temporary calm after a storm. After listening to this part of the music, the people seemed to see the sky dyed red with blood. The storm had passed, and the bloodthirsty warriors fell to the ground. Corpses were scattered all over the mountains and plains. The battlefield was exceptionally bleak. The remaining warriors slowly crawled out from the pile of corpses. They did not cheer, they only sat numbly on the pile of corpses, their eyes dull and lifeless. Small raindrops started to fall from the sky. The bone-chilling cold and the night wind that reeked of blood sprinkled on the battlefield. The raindrops joined the twisting streams of blood and converged into a pool of blood. Other than the fluttering flags, there was nothing else that was moving. Darkness descended. Dark clouds, moonless, the sky and the heart were both gray. The bleak and mournful cold wind blew across the battlefield. The light rain gradually turned into snow. The cold wind continued to blow, as if it could blow to a faraway home. Countless white-haired parents, countless wives who leaned against the door, silently shed tears. They would never be able to see their loved ones again. Only children who did not understand sorrow would laugh under the light and raise the bowl in their hands to ask for more food from their mother. But they did not know that what they had just eaten was the last bit of food in their home. The faces of the elderly parents were filled with sorrow, while the wives forced a smile and comforted the elderly. Only in the middle of the night, when no one knew, did she dare to secretly sob a few times. The heavy snow started to cover the bloody battlefield. A few old soldiers who had died walked unsteadily. From time to time, someone would fall. They would fall asleep forever. In the last troop that returned, only one person was left. His lonely figure gradually moved further and further away in the wind and snow. When the sun rose in the east, people could see that the last shadow had not walked out of the boundless snowy plains. He had long since turned into an ice sculpture. Only his eyes were reluctantly looking in the direction of his hometown. Behind that ice sculpture was a long trail of blood-colored footprints in the snow. Waves of cold wind blew past. There was no longer any life between heaven and earth. Hoo-hoo. When the lizard commander, Thunder of the Center, woke up from the music, he realized that his body was frozen stiff. Even his face was covered in frost and the breath he exhaled was white mist. He did not dare to imagine that even he, who was a level 9 and 8, could not resist this kind of musical illusion. What would happen to his subordinates? When he turned around, what he saw was a vast expanse of white ice sculptures. The entire Thunder Corps, close to 10,000 elites, all of them had turned into ice sculptures. Other than a few innate rankers who could barely survive, the rest of them were completely annihilated. No, ah no, Thunder of the Center groaned in pain. He pressed hard on his heart. For the first time in his life, he felt heartache. He felt despair. This blow to the enemy was no less than hearing the news of the Black Hell King's death. Even though the commander of the Thunder of the Center was already on high alert and had even plugged his ears, he never expected that the Southern Goblin King's musical illusion would still resonate with his soul. It was still able to trigger the reaction of his body's energy, causing him to uncontrollably indulge in the musical illusion. What made Thunder of the Center despair the most was that because the Southern Demon King had released 2 waves of musical attacks, he had gravely underestimated her true strength. He thought that he could defend against her musical attacks. Who knew that when she used her ultimate move, the entire Thunder Corps would be annihilated? If the Thunder Corps was killed by Sky Law, a heaven-ranked ranker, Thunder of the Center would not feel so heartache. However, the Southern Demon King was a girl of the same level as him. Why did she have to destroy the Thunder Corps that he had spent 100 years to build with just one attack? Thunder of the Center was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Kill. He charged towards the Southern Demon King. He did not care about any tactics, rules or plans. All he wanted to do was to kill this girl who destroyed his entire army in one move. She must die. The Southern Demon King, who was hugging her jade Pippa, floated into the sky with a disdainful expression. She was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her movements were beautiful. Even when she was dodging thunder of the center's fatal attack, it was as if she was dancing in the sky. She knew that she was not as powerful as Sky Law, but she could still kill the Thunder Core and lure the furious Lizard Commander away. As for the 3 heaven-ranked rankers, that was Sky Law's problem. She was temporarily unable to deal with them. Just like how she came, the Southern Demon King who wanted to lure Thunder of the Center away quickly disappeared into the horizon. Thunder of the Center chased after her. The two of them quickly disappeared from the battlefield. Sky Wrath, Sky Calamity and the rest of the demonic palace looked at each other in fear. Luckily this Southern Demon King was not an enemy. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Who would be able to break through this kind of musical illusion? The Southern Demon King was only a level 9 innate now. If she were to advance to heaven ranked and reach the innate Elder Realm, who in the world would be able to fight against her with her sonic attack? Even if there was, it would be very few. The Eastern Goblin tribe was indeed not simple. No wonder they were known as the strongest tribe in Tong Tian Tower. Not bad, I like it very much. The leader of the Charging Wolf mercenary group from the Heaven Realm pretended to clap his hands. Actually, even though he was a heaven-ranked ranker, he was also shocked by the music. Luckily the enemy did not take the opportunity to attack. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. In order to cover up his loss of composure, he decided to show off his skills. The death of the Thunder Corps elite soldiers was exactly what he needed to sacrifice human lives for the ancient teleportation circle. He pointed his finger and imitated Impatience's posture just now. A heaven-ranked energy from his finger swept across the ground, creating a 100-meter long, 2-meter wide and 3-meter deep trench from his front all the way to the edge of the ancient teleportation circle. At the same time, he pretended to snap his fingers, causing his palm to ignite into a raging flame. The heat engulfed the entire area and quickly thawed the 10,000 ice sculptures created by the Southern Demon King. Countless amounts of frozen blood flowed into the trench. Slowly, it flowed towards the ancient teleportation circle. Although the effect was not as good as sacrificing human lives in the ancient teleportation circle, it was still better than wasting it. Let's add your blood too. Impatience's figure disappeared. When she appeared again, she was already behind the leader of the Charging Wolf mercenary group. 3 heaven-ranked rankers attacked at the same time. The leader seemed to be prepared. His sharp claws tore the sky and earth as he counterattacked Impatience. The Bearman Vice leader threw out his strongest punch. As long as it hit, Impatience would definitely die. There was also the Tall Hat Man. He was even faster than the two of them. His green zombie-like fingers stabbed towards Impatience's back like poisonous blades. You've fallen into our trap. The leader of the mercenary group sneered. In his eyes, there was a sinister glint of light. Die. Impatience only replied with one word. She did not dodge. Instead, she stretched out her jade-like hand and pressed it against the leader's head with the power of Sky Law. Under the combined attack of 3 heaven-ranked rankers, she was instantly sent flying. Her body formed a beautiful parabola as she fell from the sky. When she stood firmly on the ground, her body trembled slightly. There were 10 intersecting wounds on her back and her left arm and shoulder were also dripping with blood. However, everyone looked at the Lady of Sky Law in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was not because of her injuries, but because of her terrifying destructive power. The leader of the Charging Wolf mercenary group that came from the Heaven Realm was a powerful and fearless heaven-ranked ranker. In front of everyone's eyes, his head exploded. Soul annihilation, instant kill. The headless corpse fell to the ground and blood splattered all over the ground. The most terrifying thing was that this fellow did not even know that he had died. Before his head exploded, his face still had the arrogance of a successful scheme, and Impatience, who had instantly killed a strong enemy, wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips without a care. She charmingly looked at the dumbfounded Bearman Vice leader and revealed a beautiful yet deadly smile. Next, it's your turn. Chapter 639 Gulp. Seeing that their leader was killed by Impatience in one move, the Bearman Vice leader swallowed his saliva in fear. His eyes were filled with fear. Actually, not only him, the entire Charging Wolf mercenary group was scared half to death. A heaven-ranked ranker was killed just like that. Looks like the people from Tong Tian Tower were not to be trifled with. Otherwise, why would the Western Heaven Realm spend so much effort to seal the Heaven Realm gate? Fortunately, there was no one like the Prison Emperor. Otherwise, the small Charging Wolf mercenary group would just be sending themselves to Tong Tian Tower. The Tall Hat Man was secretly happy. It didn't matter that the charging wolf mercenary group's leader was dead, he was just a scapegoat. This Sky Law's power was terrifying. It was an instant kill. But it was obvious that this Sky Law's power could not be maintained forever. After using it once, it would take a long time before it could be used again. The charging wolf mercenary group's leader's death was not in vain. At least he had indirectly protected his own life. As long as Sky Law killed the bearman, then her Sky Law's power would be almost depleted. He would be the final victor. The tall hat man felt that although there were some differences in the plan, it did not deviate too much. It didn't matter how many of his allies died, as long as he could live. Go, everyone go. The bearman saw that impatience was staring at him and felt a chill down his spine. He immediately ordered his comrades to attack to distract her. He needed a hostage to ensure his life. Otherwise, the charging wolf mercenary group's leader would be his role model. Without waiting for the charging wolf mercenary group's Heaven Realm mercenaries to rush forward, the demonic palaces Sky Wrath, Sky Calamity, Sky Crime, Sky Fury, Sky Sword and Sky Assassinate had already rushed forward. Sky Calamity fought against the Thunder Corp's 3 vice commanders. Actually, these 3 vice commanders were from the Thunder Corps, War Tiger Corps and Tusk Corps. Each of them was an innate level 6 or even innate level 7 ranker. With the 3 of them working together, their power was not to be underestimated. Sky Calamity immediately fell into a bitter battle. There were also a few Demon Abyss rankers, all of them were innate rankers. They rushed towards the Panda Sis, Yu and Yu Bing. They blamed the Southern Demon King's annihilation of the Thundercrash Corps on them. Yu Shan sacrificed himself to kill the Black Hell King, and the Yu clan's 3rd young master obtained a complete victory in the Death Arena, indirectly forcing War Tiger of the East and Fierce Tooth of the North to their deaths. They naturally didn't have any good feelings towards the Yu clan. If you think that you can defeat us just because you are an innate, then you are gravely mistaken. Drunken Cat was not afraid at all. She unleashed her full strength and charged forward. She, who had been tortured by Yue Yang many times, had an abundance of battle experience. In the past, she was still a little fearful of innate rankers. But now, she was fighting innate rankers. Innate level 1, innate level 2, so what? When she sparred with Yue Yang, that brat at least used the strength of a level 4 or 5 innate. Innate level 1 and innate level 2 were nothing to him. Little Panda Niu, before the battle started, she carefully kept the sweet red bean cake in her hands with a handkerchief. This was a dessert that Fourth Mother had specially made for her, she couldn't waste even a single bit. After keeping the red bean cake, she faced the stunned enemy in front of her and nodded her head in a childish voice. Thank you for waiting for me. Niu is ready, let's fight. The Demon Abyss ranker saw that the panda girl was easy to trick and thought of a plan. Little girl, why don't we sit down and eat sweets together? I have a lot of delicious sweets, all of them are very sweet. Thank you, but Niu can't take the baddie's things. The Panda Abyss ranker was very principled. She swallowed her saliva and shook her head with difficulty. I am not a baddie, I am a good person. The Demon Abyss ranker immediately pretended to be a good person. It stretched out its hand. Many colorful sweets appeared in its palm, dazzling Niu's eyes. The panda girl Niu stared blankly. She turned her head away in pain, indicating that she didn't want it. Suddenly, she sneaked a peek at it and asked weakly, are they really sweet? The Demon Abyss ranker saw that it had a chance and nodded its head. It tempted her again. I'll give them all to you. I still have a lot. You can eat as many as you want. The panda Niu, who had no resistance to sweets, walked 2 steps closer and stopped again. She walked 2 steps closer and stopped again. The Demon Abyss ranker kept tempting her. It peeled off another sweet and threw it into its big mouth. It chewed loudly, indicating that it was very fragrant and sweet. Niu was obviously tempted. She walked closer and closer. The smile on its face did not change, but the complacency in its eyes became stronger and stronger. Wasn't it easy to deal with a beast with low intelligence? According to the information, the panda girl Niu loved to eat sweets the most. As long as it prepared some poisonous sweets for her to eat, it would be able to win without a fight and easily take her down. Just when this fellow was at its most complacent, suddenly, the panda girl Niu exploded with a thunderous punch. It landed heavily on its heart. This innate level 1 fellow was directly sent flying. The Demon Abyss ranker's sternum was broken. It vomited blood and fell to the ground. You actually wanted to use delicious sweets to bribe Niu. Aren't you a bad person? Brother said that if you are not a relative, whoever gives Niunyu sweets is a bad person. You are too despicable. You obviously know that Niunyu likes these delicious sweets, yet you still use them to tempt Niunyu. I hate you. Brother said that Niunyu must teach bad people like you a lesson. Otherwise, she would be tricked. Niunyu will never be tricked. You are a bad person who bullies children. Die. The panda girl Niunyu's anger exploded. Her strength was at least a few times stronger than usual. She rushed up and beat the demon abyss ranker who had already vomited blood to the ground. The demon abyss ranker screamed miserably. Of course, Yue Yang knew the panda girl Niunyu's weakness. Hence, he had trained her specially. He forbade her from accepting food from anyone other than himself, fourth mother, drunken cat and Yu. During her special training, she was not allowed to accept food even when Fatty Hai and Yi Kong tried to tempt her. The purpose was to strengthen her willpower, deepen her memory, and form a conditioned reflex. Anyone who tried to bribe her with sweets was an enemy. According to Yue Yang's special training, Niunyu must pretend to be tricked. She must get close to the enemy and explode with a heavy blow. This special training was very successful. In the end, this guy who thought that he had succeeded was met with tragedy. All hit, 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 hit. You are a bad person who bullies children. I have to teach you a lesson. Hit, hit, hit. If Niu the little panda girl had not launched a sneak attack and started the battle with the demon abyss ranker, her chances of winning would only be 50-50. However, her sneak attack was successful, and the demon abyss ranker's body was heavily injured. For a moment, she did not even have the strength to fight back. She could only endure the pain, crawl up and escape. Get out of the way. After sending Yu flying, her companion rushed up to take her place. That guy sneered, "You can't even defeat a lesser holy beast. Is that all you have? Be careful, this panda girl is not simple." That guy coughed blood and reminded his companion. "That's because you are useless, not because she is powerful. Get out of my way. Kids should go home and drink milk. This is a battlefield. There is no place for you kids to live." The other demon abyss ranker was proficient in hellfire. His claws parried the little panda girl Niu's fists, and he spat out a high-temperature flame from his mouth, scalding Niu so much that she screamed and retreated hurriedly. "How dare you hit my second sister and Niu? I will not forgive you." Yu Bing saw Yu being sent flying and Niu getting burned. Anger exploded in her heart. Originally, she saw that Sky Disaster was in the most critical situation and was prepared to help. Now that she saw that Yu and the little panda girl were no match for them, she immediately summoned the Titan Ancient Tree and the Green Light Tree Demoness to personally fight against the two innate rankers from the Demon Abyss. Although Yu Bing's character was stubborn, her temper was usually very good, and she rarely lost her temper, but once she lost her temper, she would be similar to Yue Yang, the type that would go berserk. Yu Bing's eyes widened, her pupils turned green and glowed faintly. Her black hair stood up and danced in the air. Between his 10 fingers, a terrifying energy gushed out and rapidly expanded, forming a huge energy field. In this energy field, the 30-meter-tall ancient titan tree and the green light tree demoness, battle prowess multiplied, becoming one with their master's will. When the two inborn rankers arrived, they realized that this energy field was comparable to a domain. They were shocked. The inborn ranker who used candy to deceive Niu quickly retreated. He was already injured. Now that he was in the domain, he obviously did not dare to fight with Yu Bing. On the contrary, his companion who thought that he was more skilled advanced instead of retreating. He clawed at Yu Bing's face and spat out flames from his mouth. He definitely did not believe that someone who was not an innate could defeat him, a level 2 innate ranker. Even Yu Clan 3rd Young Master's sister would not be able to do so. From its information, this Yu Bing wasn't even able to defeat Feng Qisha previously. Even if she improved under Yu Clan 3rd Young Master's guidance, she would still not be his opponent. She was not even an innate, it was impossible for her to defeat him. Die. Your brother is Yu Clan 3rd Young Master, but that does not mean that you can survive my attack. This fellow laughed coldly in his heart. He realized that his sharp claws had almost pierced her eyelashes. She did not even have time to react, which increased his confidence in killing Yu Bing. Crescent Moon, Crescent Moon. Yu Bing did not parry. She only somersaulted backwards. Her body did a beautiful somersault and her legs drew 2 silver crescent moons in the sky. It wasn't the first time that Yue Yang had spent so much effort to design this kick technique for his sister. However, its power was 100 times stronger than before. With just a flip, that arrogant innate rancor was sent flying. That fellow felt a great pain in his chest. His body had already been swept into the air by Yue Bing's power. In the sky, the ancient titan tree's mountain-like palm slammed down. It was like swatting a fly. It directly hit that fellow to the ground. The enemy was still twitching in pain and could not dodge in time. In the next moment, the ancient titan tree's huge foot slammed down again. The innate level 2 demon abyss rancor used his hands to resist the attack, but he was ruthlessly stepped into the ground. The ancient titan tree stretched out its hand and dug out the enemy along with the soil. It slammed the enemy heavily on the ground for the second time. At the same time that the enemy vomited blood, countless thorns had already wrapped around the enemy's body. At the bottom of its feet, the thorns protruded from the ground and pierced through the enemy's body like a skewer. The injured demon abyss innate rancor dived down to help, but what he saw was his companion who was covered in dark green. He was poisoned. Even if he could save his companion, he would definitely not be able to live. It was so scared that it quickly ran away. Unexpectedly, a shadow flashed in the sky. Yue Bing kicked it down, moonstep. Yue Bing's kick wasn't enough to kill her. The one that was truly terrifying was the titan ancient tree. Its reaction simply surpassed all other plant-type beasts. At the same time when Yue Bing had just kicked the enemy down, it had already caught the demon abyss rancor who was trying to tempt Niu with candy. Rumble. It pressed the ground directly. Its palm sunk 10 meters deep into the ground. Its strength was so great that the ground trembled. It only let go when the thorns had wrapped around the enemy. Then, it mercilessly slammed its foot down again. The demon abyss rancor was not dead yet. It kept vomiting blood and struggled, trying to escape from the thorns. However, Yue Bing did not care about it anymore. Only Yu dove down. The angel's blade behind her crossed like a pair of wings. With one slash, the demon abyss rancor's head flew into the sky. Big tree, trample. Yue Bing had already arrived at Sky Disaster's battlefield. The titan ancient tree ignored the shockwaves from the battle between the innate rancors and charged into the battlefield. According to Yue Bing's instructions, the titan ancient tree trampled the thunder vice commander who was a level 7 innate to the ground. The lightning deputy commander struggled painfully from under the feet of the titan ancient tree and dug a trench out of the ground. Like a groundhog, he was stomped by the titan ancient tree for a dozen steps before he finally managed to escape in a sorry state. Only now did he realize that the sister of the Yue clan's third young master was actually a strong opponent. Especially her beasts, they could not be underestimated. The Thunder Vice Commander's beast was a giant thunder lizard. It was originally a powerful beast, but in front of the ancient titan tree, it was not even worth a fart. It could only be abused. Kill. The Fierce Fang Army's vice commander attacked Yue Bing. He thought that as long as he could kill this little girl, even the strongest beasts would be useless. Big tree. Reset. The green light tree demoness had been protecting her master. Facing the enemy's attack, she waved her hand and magically swapped places with Yue Bing and the ancient titan tree. The ancient titan tree took the Tusk Legion's attack head-on and immediately counterattacked. In the instant that the Tusk Legion's vice commander could not catch up to it, the ancient titan tree's entire arm extended several meters. Its branches and leaves grew, and it swatted the Tusk Legion's vice commander away like a fly. This green light tree demoness is the key. When the War Tiger Army's vice commander realized this problem, it was already too late. Sky Disaster had won a chance to breathe. She shouted angrily, "You damned bastards, have a taste of my power, Sky Disaster, descend." When Sky Disaster was angry, it was no joke. Previously, she was beaten by the 3 vice commanders to the point that she could not fight back. Now, she was completely provoked. Yue Bing's timely rescue gave her a chance to explode. When Sky Disaster's power was released, the people in the demonic palace who knew her well were so scared that they quickly distanced themselves from her. Impatience even gave up fighting and flew back, protecting Yue Bing, Yu and the little panda Niu behind her. Hai Yingwu and Drunken Cat also repelled the enemies and returned behind Impatience. The enemies realized that something was wrong and quickly scattered, but it was too late. Sky Disaster, who was floating high in the sky, had already activated Sky Disaster's power angrily. The earth shook and cracked. The lava of the volcano gushed out from the ground and filled the air. In the sky, thousands of meteors whistled down. The scene was like the end of the world. The most terrifying thing was that these Sky Disasters all had a purpose. They did not fall randomly. Each of them had a specific target. Those meteors would automatically track their target. Sky Disaster's ultimate move needed time to show its power. When facing a strong enemy, her Sky Disaster's power was not very useful. But if she was angered, once she had the chance to use it, it would definitely be a disaster like Judgment Day. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The end of the world. This was the biggest revelation of Sky Disaster's power. Chapter 640. The side of the lake was filled with Heaven Realm dwarves. After losing those fierce goblin managers, they did not know what to do in the future. Now, they could only hope that their new master, Yue Yang, would come back. However, Yue Yang still didn't come out. The stone element Medusa, on the other hand, came out. She kept the gold tiger shark and sent the blood python king and a few young blood pythons towards the direction of Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. The Heaven Realm dwarves knelt on the ground and begged stone element Medusa to take over them. Even if they knew that she was someone else's beast, they could not live alone without a master. They were used to seeking protection from strong warriors. The stone element Medusa pointed at the blood python king, indicating that the Heaven Realm dwarves, who were as timid as mice, should follow her beast and leave this place. She patrolled around the lake alone, and finally dived into the lake, returning to Yue Yang's side. After she disappeared, the shadows from before reappeared in the distant ruins. The unsealing of the third level of the Heaven Stairway has failed. Jizun and Night Empress have seen through our plan. Your Majesty's plan must be rearranged and adjusted to deal with the enemy. Otherwise, it will be difficult for our plan to unseal the Heaven Stairway to be effective. The leading shadow sighed worriedly. Jizun and Yu Clan's third young master are indeed strong enemies. It's a pity that your Majesty's strength has not recovered yet. If we don't get rid of them soon and allow them to grow up, their combined power might even surpass the prison emperor. We still have some time. With the restriction of the Heaven Stairway seal, Jizun and Yu Clan's third young master have at least one life gate in our hands. We have the initiative. On this point, we have the advantage. Even if we fight for time, we will still be at an advantage. Another shadow comforted. Yu Clan's third young master is an unstable factor. If he does not die, we will not be able to rest easy. The leading shadow looked at the lake with hatred. He should be fighting with the Hell Hydra now. From stone element Medusa's calm patrolling, even if he does not have the upper hand, he is not at a disadvantage either. With his cunning and ability, it would be difficult for the Hell Hydra to defeat him. The only problem is how long will he stay in the water world. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for our plan. He will most likely discover that luring him in to kill the Hell Hydra was a trap. The man standing next to the leader of the shadows habitually cupped his chin and pondered, maybe we need a new plan. If Captain and Vice Captain don't mind, I have a good idea. A giant stood out from the Heaven Realm's few Heaven rank powerhouses. Let's hear it, the leading shadow muttered to himself. He decided to listen to what these muscle-brained guys had to say. Actually, if we want the Yu Clan's third young master to not suspect our plan, it's very simple. We will go in and help the Hell Hydra to attack him. Even in his dreams, he won't know that our real target is the Hell Hydra and not him. The giant explained, as long as we enter, the Yu Clan's third young master will immediately escape. The leading shadow did not think that this was a good idea. No, if all of us go in together, we will definitely scare off the Yu Clan third young master and alert Jizun. But if we only send a few people, for example, a Heaven rank who is proficient in water battles, to join hands with the Hell Hydra to attack him, we won't be able to defeat him. What will the Yu Clan's third young master do? He won't escape, he will only speed up the process of killing the Hell Hydra. The giant laughed proudly. He thought that his plan would definitely work. There are two problems. First, how do we make the Yu Clan's third young master think that the Hell Hydra and the person who enters are allies? The Hell Hydra's attacks are indiscriminate. This will make it easy for the Yu Clan's third young master to discover that the person who enters is not an ally. Second, how do we control the intensity of the battle? If we are too strong, we will force the Yu Clan's third young master to retreat. If we are too weak, we will be easily killed by him or not be able to restrain him. The leading shadow questioned. This, the giant was at his wit's end. He hung his head dejectedly, unable to answer. It's still possible to try. I think that the Yu Clan's third young master knows that it is impossible to kill all the Hell Hydras, but he won't kill them all at once. He will first kill the weakest one, then continue to create chaos and slowly kill all the Hell Hydras. If we don't send anyone in and let him fight a long battle of attrition, it will be easy for him to be on guard. Sending someone in to participate in the battle is still reasonable. The vice captain, who was used to holding his chin and thinking, felt that the plan could be realized. Whether it would succeed or not depended on how they planned it. Jizun and Night Empress might come to support the Yu clan's third young master soon. If they enter the water world, things will become even worse. The leading shadow expressed that there was not much time and they had to formulate a plan immediately. Send someone who is good at aerial combat and attack from the sky. The vice captain took out a star-shaped treasure. This is the peace medal that can eliminate hostility. Although it won't be very effective against the heaven-ranked Hell Hydra, it is still better than nothing. I have another plan, which is to sink the ancient teleportation circle below the water world's level. The lower the better. At the same time, we will activate the teleportation circle outside and use the heaven runes to control the ancient teleportation circle's energy supply. This will allow the water inside to gush out. The Yu clan's third young master will not be able to teleport successfully and will have to be temporarily trapped inside until the water world's level is higher than the ancient teleportation circle. I estimate that if we can flatten the teleportation circle island and sink the teleportation circle 10 meters below, the Yu clan's third young master will have to stay inside for at least a year. Good plan. The only thing we don't know is whether the Yu clan's third young master can use teleportation scrolls to escape. The leading shadow was both happy and worried. With the Yu clan's third young master's teacher, Shui Donglu's spatial manipulation ability, it is not enough to affect the ancient ranker's seal. The Yu clan's third young master's space teleportation technique originated from Shui Donglu and he did not study it much. The only problem is that they chased him to the heaven realm. There must be some kind of teleportation treasure. We don't have any relevant information on whether this treasure is with Jizun or the Yu clan's third young master. The vice captain analyzed. The Yu clan's third young master should not have any teleportation treasure because Yu Shan was present when Sky Execution killed the Black Hell King. If the Yu clan's third young master had this treasure, he would not be absent and would not sit and watch Yu Shan die. The teleportation treasure is probably not with Jizun or the Yu clan's third young master, but with the Night Empress. Jizun can split space, so the teleportation treasure is not very useful. But it is hard to say for this mysterious Night Empress. She is another strong enemy that we cannot underestimate. The leading shadow made a more reasonable deduction based on various information. Very well, if that is the case, then Mr. Yang Wei, please make your move. The vice captain handed over the peace medal to a shadow behind him. Why me? The shadow was a little strange. Isn't Yu Su's aerial combat ability higher? Yu Su is better at aerial combat, yes, but Yu Su has almost no water combat ability. Once he falls into the water, the consequences will be very serious. Captain Yang Wei, your mission is not to kill the Yu clan's third young master, but to fight him. Let him be harassed by you for a long time, so that he has no time to think about our plan. You may be trapped inside for a year. In this year, you must ensure your own life, constantly consume the Yu clan's third young master's time and energy, and not give him the chance to train and improve. The leading shadow paused slightly, and handed over a bright pearl to the other shadow. This is the highest quality green dragon pearl among the 4 symbol pearls. It is even rarer than a holy object. With it, you will be like a dragon in the water. If you can gather the highest quality 4 symbol pearls and turn it into the 4 saint pearls, it can let the beasts become saints. This treasure was given to me by His Majesty in the past. Now I will temporarily lend it to you. I hope you will not let us down. After the mission is completed, His Majesty will definitely reward you handsomely. Yes, the heaven rank Yang Wei was overjoyed. He quickly took it and swore that he would definitely complete the mission perfectly. His companions' eyes were full of envy. He wore the peace medal and carried the highest quality green dragon pearl. The heaven rank ranker called Yang Wei flew across the sky like a meteor, and silently slid into the bottom of the lake. After the successful teleportation, he officially entered the water world where Yu Yang was. About 3 minutes later, a huge water column shot out from the bottom of the lake, reaching a height of 100 meters. This scene made the leading shadow happy, and he quickly ordered, "Search thoroughly, see if the Yu clan's third young master has escaped from the water world." The vice captain had already rushed to the lake. After carefully sensing, he found that no one had left. He quickly dived into the bottom of the lake, and used the Heaven Rune Enchantment Circle to maintain the operation of the ancient teleportation circle. According to this extremely exquisite Heaven Rune Enchantment Circle, it could only teleport water or some extremely weak fish. To teleport an innate ranker like Yue Yang, it needed to increase the energy. The most ingenious thing was that as long as one side of the ancient teleportation circle was teleported, the other side could only wait. In other words, if the water flow did not stop, even if Yue Yang provided more energy, he would not be able to leave the water world. Unless someone found out that the energy of the ancient teleportation circle was controlled by someone. They came to destroy the Heaven Rune enchantment circle. The problem was that even the smart Jizun and Night Empress would only attribute the disappearance of Yue Yang to one of His Majesty's plans. It was impossible for them to guess that he was trapped in the water world. This was simply a perfect plan that came up with at the last minute. The timing and location were just right. It was even more ingenious than a human's plan. The reason why this plan could succeed was not because of the battle of wits, but because of the perfect timing and location. Now, they only needed to deliberately mislead Jizun and Night Empress's attention to His Majesty, to Heaven Realm. Then, this Yu clan's third young master would be trapped in the water world for at least 10 years. The leading shadow and the vice-captain looked at each other and smiled. They were extremely pleased with the success of this temporary plan. In the water world, guild leader Yang Wei, who had activated his super strong heaven rank power and sunk the entire island by 100 meters, was also very proud. Even if he stayed in this water world for 10 years, it was nothing. At least, this top-quality Azure Dragon Pearl temporarily belonged to him. With it, he could cultivate stronger water-type war beasts. In fact, he had longed for the captain's top-quality Azure Dragon Pearl for a long time, but he did not dare to express it. His previous refusal was also to lure out this top-quality Azure Dragon Pearl. He did not expect that it would really succeed. As long as he stayed here for 10 years, then he believed that the captain would no longer be his opponent. Who would the top-quality Azure Dragon Pearl belong to? At that time, it was really hard to say. Clap 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 clap. Yue Yang kept clapping his hands, expressing his welcome to guild leader Yang Hui's arrival, which made him a little confused. Was this kid crazy? What a joke. Kill. Guild leader Yang Wei did not care much about the Yu clan's third young master. He was not even a heaven rank, so what if he was strong? Wait, I don't want to make a move for now. Yue Yang waved his hand, the smile on his face was as bright as the sun. Maybe you guys will be neighbors for many years, you guys should say hello first. What are you talking about? Guild leader Yang Wei was a little confused. A few hell hydras were shocked by the sinking of the island. One by one, their island-like bodies floated out of the water. Yue Yang laughed. Actually, I can't bear to say goodbye to you like this. Moreover, there are very few people as generous as you. But since you took the trouble to bring the treasure, it can be considered as a kind gesture. I will reluctantly accept it. In another battlefield, Thunder of the Center, who had been chasing after the Southern Demon King, suddenly stopped. His face was filled with arrogance. He looked at the stunned Southern Demon King and laughed coldly. Princess of the Eastern Goblin Tribe, I'm very sorry. If you don't have any other abilities, then I will kill you here. Do you know why I chased after you for such a long time? I'm afraid of exposing my true strength. I don't want anyone to know my true strength. Actually, half a year ago, I was already a level 10 and 8. My true strength is 10 times stronger than what you see on the surface. Thunder of the Center pressed his hands down and his body shook slightly. A terrifying power exploded at an extremely fast speed. Compared to before, it was indeed more than 10 times stronger. His entire body was flashing with electric arcs and the strong impact was earth-shattering. Within 1,000 meters, sand and pebbles were sent flying. The ruins under his feet were turned into dust, forming a dust storm that swept across the land. In a flash, Thunder of the Center had caught up with the Southern Demon King. He raised his fist that was flashing with electric arcs and asked in a disdainful tone. Do you have any last words? The Southern Demon King was stunned. After a long time, she finally regained her senses. She slowly turned around and sized up the Thunder of the Center, who was a level 10 and 8. At first, Thunder of the Center felt very comfortable. He loved to see his enemies helpless. This kind of unexpected psychological attack made him feel even more satisfied than an all-out pressure. He loved to see his enemies who were full of confidence being turned around in an instant. Their faces turned ashen as they looked at his incoming fist in despair. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted the Southern Demon King to die a more painful and pitiful death, he wouldn't have waited at all. He would have killed her instantly. However, killing her instantly was not satisfying enough. He wanted to scare her out of her wits before he killed her. Tremble, tremble in front of me. Thunder of the Center's eyes were filled with the arrogance of an expert looking down on the world. Suddenly, he was surprised to see that the Southern Demon King in front of him was not trembling in fear. Instead, she was looking at her own arm happily. This discovery made him puzzled. What was she doing? Is this the lightning god's chain on your arm? Shouldn't the lightning god's chain be hung around your neck? Give it to me. I like this treasure. Quick, take it off and give it to me. Such a good treasure is a waste in your hands. The Southern Demon King was a treasure collector. She would like any treasure that she saw. She had to snatch it. Only now do I understand that talking to a woman is a waste of my saliva. Thunder of the Center was speechless. She was already at death's door, yet she was still concerned about the treasure. Not every man thinks like you. For example, Yue Yang doesn't think so. Of course, you are not him. It's normal that you don't have his realm. The Southern Demon King smiled as if she was looking at an idiot bragging about his abilities. Thunder of the Center was enraged. Just as she was smiling sweetly, that murderous fist came crashing down with unstoppable force. This punch was enough to kill all living beings below innate level 9 in an instant. However, the Southern Demon King was fine. She easily sent Thunder of the Center flying. Then, she grinned and increased her strength. She had also reached innate level 10. However, she was not a beginner innate level 10 like Thunder of the Center. Instead, she was at the peak of innate level 10, infinitely close to heaven rank. Looking at the shocked and disbelieving Thunder of the Center, the Southern Goblin King gracefully flicked the jade pippa in her arms. I'm sorry, I also hid my strength. I definitely want the chain of the Thunder God. Anyway, you're going to die soon, there's no point in keeping it, right? Chapter 641 Water World. Guild leader Yang Wei was baffled. Why did this Yue Yang third young master seem to know that he would come in? If he knew that he would come in and watch him destroy the island, why didn't he stop him? This brat was very calm. So calm that it was a little strange and a little suspicious. If you think that you can get your hands on me with your meager tricks, then you are gravely mistaken. Guild leader Yang Wei had enough confidence. He was a peak heaven rank level 4 ranker, close to heaven rank level 5. Although this brat had world exterminating wheel and nirvana flame, it was impossible for him to hit him with his strength and speed. Moreover, as long as there was light, then this Yu clan third young master would never be able to kill him. He had the spirit of radiance. Whether it was the sun in the day or the stars in the night, they could all provide him with unlimited energy. As long as this beast did not die, then he, who had a contract with it, would never die. Because of this, the captain and vice captain would be at ease and choose him to enter the water world instead of Yu Su. Guild leader Yang Wei had arrogance in his heart, but he still remained cautious on the surface. After all, Yu clan third young master was infamous. In addition, world exterminating wheel and nirvana flame were not to be underestimated. He summoned a heaven-ranked warbeast, Sunny Sunflower. Sunny Sunflower was a special type of warbeast that had almost no fighting power. It was generally around Earth-ranked level 1 plant-type warbeast. It lived in groups and usually never left Sun Valley. Sun Valley was also called Tang Valley. It was the only place where Sunny Sunflower grew. Other than Sunny Sunflower, there was also a huge fusang tree. Of course, if it was just like that, Sun Valley would have long become a paradise for adventurers. One must know that the lowest grade Sunny Sunflower was sold for more than 100,000 gold in Heaven Realm. However, Sun Valley was a forbidden area for Heaven Realm warriors. This was because there lived a divine bird called the Golden Crow. This divine bird was born as a holy beast. The Golden Crow King was also a divine beast. In the Sun Valley, no one could defeat the Golden Crow King, not even the most powerful Heaven Ranker. Even if a domain emperor went personally, he could only trade the Sunlight Flower with the Golden Crow King. He could not snatch it by force, let alone occupy the Tang Valley. Sun Valley, this forbidden area, belonged to one of the powerful Eastern Goblin tribe, the Golden Crow tribe. Even the Central Shrine and the King of the Four Realms admitted this. A heaven-ranked Sunny Sunflower was an ancient plant-type beast that was at least tens of thousands of years old. By chance, Yang Wei obtained this Sunny Sunflower warbeast. It was because of these two war beasts, Sunny Sunflower and Spirit of Radiance, that guild leader Yang Wei became famous in the Heaven Realm and was called Yang Wei. He was able to form a mercenary group in the Western Heaven Realm that could rank in the top 30. As soon as the two beasts were summoned, the sunny sunflower rose into the sky, reaching a height of tens of thousands of meters. It was shaped like a sun and emitted boundless brilliance. As high as heaven rancor, it could continue to shine for a month. Before the brilliance ended, almost any attack would be ineffective. It was said that this kind of warbeast only had one fatal weakness. But this weakness, even Yang Wei himself did not know. He only heard from the mysterious flower giver that there was another weakness when he obtained this sunny sunflower warbeast. A hidden weakness that even he did not know, the Yu clan's third young master definitely did not know. Guild leader Yang Wei was very sure in his heart. With the sunny sunflower, then guild leader Yang Wei would almost never die, almost immortal. Because he still had the spirit of radiance. An angel-shaped warbeast with a body that was almost like a ghost, wearing a laurel crown, and emitting a soft brilliance floated in the air. She was the spirit of radiance. This was a kind of artificial warbeast that was created by the radiant angel after forcibly destroying its body and then extracting its spirit body. It was refined through a secret method and erased its memories. The secret method of the spirit of radiance was not tolerated by the living beings in the heaven realm. They thought that it was an inhumane act. The secret method of refining like the spirit of radiance was called Devil Refining Spirit Slave in the heaven realm. It belonged to one of the top 10 evil arts in the heaven realm. In the mercenary guild of the heaven realm, anyone who dared to create a devil refining spirit slave would have a bounty of 1 billion. Once it was found that there was an organization making it, the experts of the domain emperor level would send their experts to personally kill it. Of course, in the black market, the devil refining spirit slave was one of the black market auction items. The more perfect devil refining spirit slave, such as Yang Hui's spirit of radiance, was auctioned for as high as 60 million, 3 times more expensive than the sunny sunflower of heaven rancor. The spirit of radiance could absorb all the light within 10 kilometers. It was converted into energy and continuously supplied to the master. The master who contracted the spirit of radiance, even if his life was damaged in battle, would immediately be healed by the energy of the spirit of radiance. As long as there was light, with the super healing ability of the spirit of radiance, the master would almost never die. The sunny sunflower and the spirit of radiance were a perfect combination. It was much more popular than the combination of the sleeping dragon moonflower and the dream-eating tapir. After all, the healing power of the spirit of radiance was even stronger than the original radiant angel. She, who had lost her fighting power, focused all her energy on healing, which was unimaginably outstanding. If there was another flaw, it would be that the spirit of radiance had no fighting power. The spirit of radiance that had lost its intelligence didn't even know how to help its master. She only had one instinct left: healing. Come and hit me. Yang Wei could completely imagine, if the other party saw that the wound that was cut by a knife instantly healed, what kind of expression would that have on his face? In the heaven realm, even heaven rankers who were stronger than Yang Wei were not willing to fight with him, because it was a waste of energy. Under the combination of the sunny sunflower and the spirit of radiance, unless he wanted to attack the soul to kill the spirit of radiance's special skill, it would be useless to fight again. Gugugu, the Hell Hydra King, after seeing the sunny sunflower and the spirit of radiance in the sky, it immediately sank, avoiding the battle. Ha 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 ha. Guild leader Yang Wei laughed. That's right, even the Hydra knew that he was invincible. There was the azure dragon pearl in the water, and the sunny sunflower and the spirit of radiance in the sky. So what if the Yu clan's third young master was abnormal? Could his wheel of destruction and nirvana flame attack the sunny sunflower that was tens of thousands of meters in the sky? Under his command, with the movement speed of the sunny sunflower of heaven rank, all of his attacks would be wasted. As for the spirit of radiance, her speed would be even faster, not inferior to his, and she could teleport back to her master's side at any time, completely ignoring any attack that didn't kill the soul. Not bad, it seems that you are very confident. Yue Yang clapped his hands and laughed. Originally, I only wanted to lure and kill an ordinary heaven rancor. I didn't expect that you would give me so many surprises. Not bad. After praising him, he teleported. He silently disappeared in front of guild leader Yang Wei. This kind of super speed scared guild leader Yang Wei. He didn't expect Yue Yang's speed to be several times faster than he imagined, and hurriedly jumped away. When he felt safe, between the sea and the sky, Yue Yang's figure had already disappeared. Even guild leader Yang Wei, who was at the 4th level of heaven rank, couldn't find any trace of the Yu clan's third young master. Did this kid dive, or was he hiding somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack. Guild leader Yang Wei didn't dare to stop in a certain place, and his body kept flying irregularly, not giving Yue Yang any chance to sneak attack. In any case, it was a battle of time, and it depended on who was more patient. He had the spirit of radiance, and would never be tired. When this kid was tired, then he would slowly take care of him. If he avoided fighting, then he would use the Azure Dragon Pearl to upgrade another powerful warbeast that was waiting to be cultivated. 10 years was enough to play with this kid. He didn't know that at this time, Yue Yang was standing behind the giant sunny sunflower. Looking down at everything below. On Yue Yang's face, there was a mysterious smile. He took out the three-realm compass, and behind the sunny sunflower, in a blind spot that guild leader Yang Wei didn't know about, he temporarily teleported away. If it wasn't for the two special war beasts, the sunny sunflower and the spirit of radiance, Yue Yang would definitely attack on the spot, snatch the treasure, and then leave, leaving this guy here to sit in the water prison for 10 years. But after seeing these two war beasts, he changed his mind. He decided to do something more important first. When he had time later, he would use the three-realm compass to come back and slowly deal with this guy. Boom! The huge body of the Bearman Vice leader fell down. Other than the tall hat man, the second level of heaven rank, the entire heaven realm charging wolf mercenary group was in a state of destruction. How could the people of the demonic palace be weak? A rising star, Sky Calamity, could break the heavens and split the earth. Sky Crime, Sky Calamity, and Sky Wrath, who were ranked above her, how could they miss this opportunity to improve themselves in battle? Sky Calamity was heavily injured, but his enemy was smashed to pieces. Sky Crime and Sky Wrath were also heavily injured, but the two enemies were even more miserable. One had to endure the pain of sin to be able to breathe, and when he died, his soul was not at peace, the other's soul collapsed, and before his body died, his will couldn't bear it and dissipated. Of course, compared to the Impatience's annihilation power and the Bearman Vice leader's Sky Punishment power, there was still a big gap between their powers. They only injured the soul, but not destroyed it. The Impatience's Sky Punishment power was complete destruction, and could never be restored. The tall hat man was both disappointed and happy. This Sky Punishment had used that kind of Sky Punishment power twice in a row, and with her current strength, it was impossible for her to use it 3 times. He was now completely safe. He was disappointed because if this girl fought to the death with him, and both of them were heaven ranked level 2, he might not be able to defeat her. When the tall hat man saw that the charging wolf mercenary group was completely annihilated, and the Thunder Corps innates were either killed or captured by Sky Calamity, Yu Bing, Yu Yu, Drunken Cat and Hai Yingwu, he started to hesitate. When he saw Sky Punishment summon her guardian beast for the first time, the Charm Demon Queen danced in the air, and the divine beast's power suppressed everything in the world, he immediately changed his original plan. He took out a Heaven Realm's unique flame arrow and let it shoot high into the sky. He called for his companions to come and help. Without strong companions, it was impossible to win this battle. Even if they won, they would have to pay a huge price. This was not the result that the tall hat man wanted. Following his call signal, 2 heaven rankers wearing the badges of the clown group came from afar at high speed. They first looked around cautiously, then looked at the tall hat man. Didn't I say not to call for us? This will expose us easily. Don't tell me you can't even take down a heaven ranker. Other than this woman, the rest are just ants. The 2 newcomers were both heaven rankers level 2. One of them was slightly stronger than the tall hat man, but the tall hat man's special ability, Shadow Shift, was superior, so he became the leader of the 3. Don't talk nonsense, kill them all. We need to use the fastest time to complete this sacrifice. The tall hat man did not care about his reputation anymore. He quickly ordered his 2 unknown companions to join hands and attack. If that's the case, let's also call for reinforcements. Hai Yingwu waved the Ocean Emperor halberd in her hand, and a man wearing a Gemini mask appeared. At first, the tall hat man thought that it was a beast, but upon closer inspection, it was not. Seeing that it was only a level 8 innate, he did not care and waved his hand. Kill them all, don't leave anyone alive. When the man wearing the Gemini mask heard this, he seemed to be a little scared. It's not good to fight and kill. Why don't we sit down, have a cup of tea and a bun, and talk slowly? I really want to know, why did you, who are from the Southern Heaven Realm, come all the way to the Western Heaven Realm's Tong Tian Tower? Don't doubt me, I'm actually good friends with your clown group leader. A few days ago, I even treated him to a meal and bathed in the sauna. We almost became sworn brothers. Tell me, why did you little brothers come to my house? Chapter 642. The tall hat man would never believe that Yue Yang knew his group leader. Not to mention the people from Tong Tian Tower, even the warriors from Western Heaven Realm might not know the clown leader. The reason why the clown leader moved to Southern Heaven Realm to establish the clown group was to keep it a secret. However, he suspected that there was a traitor on his side who leaked his secret. For example, Black Hell King's subordinate, Thunder of the Center, was very suspicious. This guy pretended to chase after them and left quickly. Who knew if he was the one who leaked the information to the enemy? Black Hell King was already dead. How loyal could Thunder of the Center be? Don't think that you can scare us just because there is a traitor who leaked the information to you. I'm very sorry, but we, the clown group, will not fall for this. The tall hat man was optimistic about the situation. Sky Law was the only heaven ranker. She had already used up all of her power, so she could at most fight him to a draw. His two companions, Captain Bai Ma who had an extremely fast body technique and Hei Tu who could turn the earth into sand and turn it into battle power, could easily kill those demonic palace people. If 3 heaven rankers couldn't even defeat 1 Sky Law, then there was no need to return to the clown group, it would be a disgrace. Haha, so smart, I can't even fool your clown group. Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders and pretended that he had failed to deceive them. Summon Spring Breeze. Different from the tall hat man, these 2 heaven rankers wanted to end the battle quickly because they had a secret mission and couldn't reveal their identities. If it wasn't for their companions calling for them, they wouldn't even want to show themselves. The middle-aged man in white stretched out his hand and summoned an elemental wind-type beast. This beast was almost transparent and had almost no shape. It was very different from normal wind-type beasts. It was more like a domain. A breeze domain. Everyone, including Yue Yang, was enveloped in this wind-type beast's domain-like body. At the same time, they were also restricted by this wind-type beast's ability. This wind-type beast was called Spring Breeze. It had a type of ability that could freeze the air. It was different from a domain. It wasn't that one couldn't fly in its body, but the speed of flying would be affected. Flying would be greatly slowed down, and it would consume more energy. On the contrary, the white-clothed middle-aged man was like a fish in water inside this domain-like wind-type beast's body. Not only him, even the tall hat man and the other black-clothed old man had increased their speed. Under such circumstances, Yue Yang's side was greatly affected. The situation was even more unfavorable now. Other than summoning an element-type beast, Spring Breeze, the white-clothed middle-aged man had also summoned a Heaven Realm Flaming Horse and an Infernal Nightmare. Although the Heaven Realm Flame Horse and Hell's Nightmare were not holy beasts, their levels were very high. They were close to Heaven rank and were probably close to innate level 10 in Tong Tian Tower. They were summoned not to attack, but to intercept. With their terrifying speed, once Yue Yang's men were defeated, no one would be able to escape from this space enveloped by spring wind. Under the interception of the Heaven Realm Flaming Horse and Hell Nightmare, they would definitely die. Sandworm, Evil Spider, Rockhorn Lizard, Magic Rattlesnake. The other black-clothed old man summoned even more beasts. Most of the beasts' strength was similar to the white-clothed middle-aged man's. Among them, the Evil Spider had the strength of a Heaven rank level 1. Its huge body was more than 20 meters long. Even if a giant dragon saw it, it would probably be scared to the point of retreating. The black-clothed old man's legs trembled slightly. His energy flowed from his legs into the ground. He had actually absorbed the energy from the ruins of the ground. The ground around his body continued to turn into sand and slowly spread. Within a few seconds, it had a diameter of 10 meters. After a minute, the sand had already spread to a diameter of 100 meters in front of Yue Yang and the others. This person's beasts were very active in the sand. They seemed to be the best at fighting in sand. On the other hand, the Heaven Realm Flaming Horse and Hell's Nightmare flew into the sky, as if they were unwilling to step on the sand. Kill. The tall hat man felt that there was nothing to say to Yue Yang. Heaven rankers fighting against earth rankers, and with such powerful beasts, was there any doubt in the battle? Let them kill. Yue Yang waved his hand indifferently. Who asked you to talk too much? The white-clothed middle-aged man did not wait for Yue Yang to finish his sentence. He had already flashed behind Yue Yang and punched him fiercely. He was prepared to break Yue Yang's spine with one punch. In his life, he looked down on people who had no instincts and were sharp-tongued. For people like this, his usual punishment was to break their spine with one punch and make them writhe on the ground like a dead snake, crying in repentance. At the same time, the black-clothed old man also flashed behind Sky Wrath. He could see that other than Sky Law, this man was the strongest person in the demonic palace. The tall hat man also attacked. He used Shadow Shift to appear behind Sky Law. Of course, his attack was a probing attack. Impatience did not care about him at all. On the other hand, the charmed demon queen who was protecting her raised her hand to block the attack. Her demon tail was like a sharp spear, stabbing towards the tall hat man like lightning. Sky Wrath, Sky Calamity, Sky Crime, Sky Fury and the others did not attack the black-clothed old man. On the contrary, they acted as if they did not see the enemy and directly rushed towards the sandworms, evil spiders, rockhorn lizards and demon rattlesnakes. On the other side, Yu Bing also commanded the Titan Ancient Tree to attack. Hai Yingwu's golden three-headed dragon avoided the strongest evil spiders and fought against the Hell's Nightmare flying in the sky. Its level was not high enough, but it was still the descendant of the golden three-headed dragon king. Even if it could not defeat the enemy, it would not be defeated immediately. Yu did not attack. She continuously used her healing water ball on the little panda Niu who was in Yue Yang's arms. After a tough and bloody battle, the little panda Niu's injuries were not light. Seeing that Yue Yang had come, Drunken Cat's morale soared. After being knocked away by the rockhorn lizard, she made an exception and poured a bottle of strong alcohol in front of Yue Yang. Using the alcohol as an external trigger, she stimulated the huge energy in her body. Once she fell into a drunken berserk state, her battle power would be completely different. Furthermore, her body was strangely free from the influence of the spring wind beast. Ha! Get lost! Drunken Cat grabbed the rockhorn lizard's tail and swung it up. Her body spun a few rounds and threw the monster that was the size of a small hill 100 meters away. Rumble! The rockhorn lizard was smashed deep into the ground. Fortunately, it had thick skin and thick flesh, so it did not receive any injuries. However, the terrifying brute strength of the drunken cat Big Sis still made the men of the demonic palace dumbfounded. Good fellow, she had such brute strength even before reaching the innate realm. What would happen when she reached the innate realm? Actually, when Drunken Cat was drunk, a normal innate would not be able to defeat her, especially after receiving special training from Yue Yang. This domineering sister's battle power soared like a rocket. When she was not drunk, it was very difficult for her to display her potential. Once she was drunk, it was very easy for her to control her body's strength. This was also the reason why Yue Yang specially trained her. The white-clothed middle-aged man who attacked Yue Yang noticed a sharp blade piercing through the air when his palm was about to land on Yue Yang. There was a demoness whose speed was even faster than him, the one who was known as the best in terms of agility other than the leader. With Crescent Moon in her hand, it was actually her greatest advantage. It was speed. Ah! Bloody Queen Red screamed. Banshee scream erupted. Captain Bai Ma felt as if there were 100,000 bees buzzing around in his head, or as if there were dozens of hammers hammering him. He was stunned. When he regained his senses, he realized that the bone-chilling sharp blade had already slashed more than 10 times in front of him. Captain Bai Ma paid the price of one slash and quickly retreated. He had a feeling that he had fallen into a trap. For the enemy to be so calm, it must be some kind of terrifying scheme. Just as this thought emerged, his body had already retreated 100 meters away with extreme speed. What made him feel incomparably astonished was that he actually crashed into a person. That person was the talkative man who was not even heaven rank that he wanted to kill just now. When did this brat catch up to him? Why was his speed faster than his own escape speed? Was this an illusion, or reality? Captain Bai Ma, who was dressed in white, did not have the time to understand. A little lowly Lamia appeared in a flash. She was waving the even more terrifying dual icicle blades in her hands. He did not know if it was the freezing effect of the ice or some kind of energy binding him, but Captain Bai Ma did not even have the time to feel it clearly. He realized that he was frozen in midair. The talkative man who was hugging the little panda girl did not make a move. He only habitually revealed a mocking smile on his lips. In the sky, a bolt of lightning struck down and accurately struck Captain Bai Ma's head. Although its power was far from Sky Law's lightning of Sky Law, this kind of lightning was still not easy to bear. Captain Bai Ma felt that his elegant long hair was finished. He was definitely blown into a chicken's nest. Space gap. Once Captain Bai Ma regained his freedom, he immediately used his ability to escape. Under the pincer attack of little Wen Li in red, Captain Bai Ma miraculously slid out of the net of attacks. It was extremely mysterious and extremely dangerous. Once he activated his special ability, he was confident that he could escape unscathed from a heaven-ranked level 3 ranker. This white horse space gap was his famous finishing move. It was also the reason why he was called Captain Bai Ma. It was because he had the space gap ability. After escaping 100 meters, Captain Bai Ma wanted to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. He did not expect that he would bump into another person. It was still Yue Yang. Captain Bai Ma's heart was in turmoil. Who exactly was this brat? How could his speed be faster than his space gap? No one gave him an answer. Only Medusa appeared beside him. She drew her bow and knocked an arrow. The moment Captain Bai Ma attempted to escape, she shot an arrow at his calf. When Captain Bai Ma's speed was slightly sluggish, a whip of agony lashed down from the sky, directly exploding Captain Bai Ma's back. Storm Mermaid and Yu summoned 2 water dragons at the same time and sprayed them on Captain Bai Ma's body. This kind of attack would not be effective against a heaven-ranked ranker. However, to the Ice Serpent Demon, these 2 water dragons were her greatest weapon. Her speed surpassed that of the Thunder Naga. She rushed over from further away and with a leap slash, she directly froze Captain Bai Ma within the water dragons. A spectacle appeared in the sky. The 2 water dragons quickly froze, forming a white arch bridge. At the core of the bridge, Captain Bai Ma was frozen. Captain Bai Ma was in extreme pain. The shattered ice dragon escaped from the thousands of ice shards. He did not want to continue fighting. This was not a battle at all. This was a damned torture. He did not even use 1/10 of his strength before he was mercilessly suppressed by the enemy. This kind of battle was too stifling. Captain Bai Ma decided to change opponents. He would go kill the people of Demonic Palace and let He Tu kill this brat. Just as he escaped, he found that he had bumped into another person. It was still Yue Yang. Captain Bai Ma suddenly had the urge to cry, "Can't you let me have a good fight? You can't play with me like this. With the support of spring wind and the white horse crossing the crevice, I can't even compare to you who is carrying a little panda girl. Do you really want to force me to hang myself? He Tu, change opponents." Captain Bai Ma resisted his tears and shouted with a choked throat, "I don't have time, come and help me out first." On the other side of the battlefield, there was an even more painful cry for help. Captain Bai Ma took a closer look and found that his comrade, He Tu, who had the ability to absorb earth energy, was tied up by a female barbarian cow with god-binding chains. He Tu was being beaten up so badly that he did not even have the chance to retaliate. He was stunned. After a long while, he asked, "What about your sand transformation ability? Don't you know how to burrow into the ground?" He Tu was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. "Burrow my ass. This damned barbarian cow has the heart of earth. It restrained my ability just now. Quickly come and help me." Hearing these words, Captain Bai Ma felt pain in his balls. "I came to help you, but you're good. You're being beaten up so badly." He looked at Yue Yang who had a mocking smile on his face, then looked at Bloody Queen Red, Stone Element Medusa, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon who were slowly surrounding him. He nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, licked his dry lips and replied to He Tu, "I feel that I might need a bit of time. Because, it seems like the opponent will not let me leave so easily." Chapter 643. The tall hat man did not see that his companions were in trouble. He pretended to be defeated and retreated, luring impatience to chase after him. He circled around and lured away the strongest enemy. He never thought that his 2 heaven-ranked companions were not only unable to defeat their respective opponents, but were also in urgent need of his help. Because of Yue Yang's arrival, the Demonic Palace members knew that there was no possibility of losing this battle. Their confidence soared. Seeing that he was toying with the enemy as if they were nothing, their morale soared. All of them fought to attack, unleashing hundreds of ultimate moves. The more they fought, the more smoothly they cooperated with each other. After an hour of fierce battle, the burrowing sandworm was the first to be killed by Sky Disaster, allowing her to get the first credit. Under the joint attack of Drunken Cat, Little Panda Girl Niu, Yu and her beast Storm Waves and Storm Mermaid, the Rock Horn Lizard was the second to die. However, this second place belonged to Sky Wrath, who was fighting against the evil spider. However, in order to improve himself, Sky Wrath deliberately kept the evil spider alive and used it as a training partner, preparing to break through in this battle. Moreover, The evil spider's recovery ability was very strong. Once it had a chance to breathe, it would immediately recover. It was a very difficult opponent. Among the demonic palace members, other than Yue Yang and Impatience, only Sky Wrath could win against it. The arrogant Sky Calamity fought against the infernal nightmare for a long time. He was a little reluctant to kill this powerful beast. He wanted to force it to betray him and then force it to surrender to him. Unfortunately, the infernal nightmare was very loyal. Although its master, Captain Bai Ma, was beaten up by little Wen Li and the others, it still insisted on not betraying him. This made Sky Calamity both happy and hateful. He was happy because this infernal nightmare was indeed a loyal beast. He hated that it did not belong to him. The other Sky Crime and the Heaven Realm Raging Flame Horse were also locked in battle. If the Heaven Realm Raging Flame Horse was amplified by Spring Breeze, then Sky Crime could only fight it to a draw. However, little Wen Li's pure white light that had the power to disperse greatly weakened Spring Breeze's power. Wherever the white light passed, the enemy's amplification was greatly weakened, while their own heavy and sluggish bodies were greatly liberated. Without the support of Spring Wind's ability, the Heaven Realm Flame Horse was helpless against Sky Crime, who had a strong defense. Instead, under the Storm Mermaid's Storm Summon, its battle power continued to decline, causing Sky Crime to continuously retreat. Fortunately, its speed was faster, and it was always able to narrowly avoid fatal attacks. Sky Crime, for the time being, was unable to take it down. Before the Storm Mermaid blew the Storm Horn, before Yu summoned the Raging Waves, the Rune Rattlesnake was awesome. Relying on its own strength, it forced Sky Fury, Sky Assassinate and Sky Sword, the three low-level Sky Demons, to continuously retreat, unable to resist it. Previously, Sky Sword, who was already heavily injured, was almost killed by it a few times. It was the golden three-headed dragon that Hai Yingwu sent out that was powerful enough to step forward bravely. It saved him. With the appearance of Yu's Raging Waves, coupled with the Storm Mermaid's Storm Summon, the wet ground caused the Rune Rattlesnake, who was more suited to fighting in the desert terrain, to suffer greatly. When Yu used the Healing Water Ball to heal the heavily injured Sky Sword, this angry Sky Demon was even more ferocious than Sky Fury, who was carrying the Drum of Regret. Brandishing the Holy Sword, it faced the Rune Rattlesnake, whose mobility and sensitivity had been severely reduced. It used the sharp Holy Sword to slash the enemy many times, taking revenge for the hatred it had for almost being killed in an instant. Captain Bai Ma and Hei Tu would never have dreamt that just a rain and the summoning of an elemental water-type beast would completely change the direction of the battlefield. Even though the Infernal Nightmare and Heaven Realm Flame Horse were not on the ground and had been flying in the sky, the impact was not small. That hateful Thunder Naga would summon a bolt of lightning from time to time. Bombardment and sneak attack. After the evil spider lost its ability to drill into the ground, it could still float on the water, so the impact was not big. But the sandworm, rock-horned lizard, evil spider and Rune Rattlesnake were completely tragic. Especially the sandworm, this beast buried in the sand, had become completely useless. It was turned into an ice sculpture by Sky Disaster's Doomsday Tornado and Doomsday Ice Age. The rock-horned lizard was also unable to drill into the ground and fight in the water. It turned into a rock and was smashed by the violent woman and the little panda. It died with the most grievance, because it was the only beast that died in the hands of a non-innate rancor. The person that Captain Bai Ma hated the most was Xiao Wen Li. Because when she was present, all of his attacks would be suppressed. This little Lamia Loli was even more demonic than a demon. Hei Tu did not agree. He felt that the truly terrifying thing was this barbarian cow. Not only did this barbarian cow have the heart of earth, she was an inexhaustible goddess of war, and she also had the power of Titan. A dignified Heaven Stage Level 2 rancor was beaten by her to the point where he had no strength to fight back. Sometimes, Hei Tu wondered if he was really a Heaven Stage. Of course, if he was not a Heaven Stage, he would have died a long time ago. With the support of the giant image, Amon's fists weren't something that just any martial artist could endure. For Hei Tu, he had to admit that this was really a torturous battle. In the exchange of attacks, he sadly discovered that the barbarian cow's combat skills were better than his. Moreover, it was meaningless to attack her. As long as she stood on the ground, no matter how many times she was knocked down, she would quickly stand back up. Want to escape? This barbarian cow had a god-binding chain in her hand. This damn chain made him, a Heaven Stage rancor, unable to break free. Hei Tu, who was in a situation of being beaten up, almost cried when he saw the storm mermaid summon a storm and Yu summon a storm wave. This was too much of a bully. It was fine if the barbarian cow with the heart of earth was his nemesis, but they still wanted to fight in the water. The tall hat man went around in a big circle and swam back without a fight. He originally thought that he would see the enemy's corpses littering the ground and his companions smiling and waiting to gang up on Sky Law. He didn't expect to see the complete opposite. None of the enemies were missing, his companions were howling miserably as they were beaten up, and the enemies were smiling and waiting for him to return. Seeing Yue Yang's bright smile, he had the urge to smash his head on a piece of tofu. Zhang Guan, damn it, how did you do your job as a special envoy? The information was wrong. Not only did you get us into a quagmire, you even escaped at the last minute. Our war beasts are almost all dead, where the hell did you go? Captain Bai Ma barely had the time to scold. When he saw that the tall hat man who was chasing after Sky La had returned, he was immediately filled with resentment. Come here quickly. He too didn't even have the time to open his mouth. Sky Calamity, Drunken Cat, and Yu, who had killed their opponents, all took the time to come over to help. For He Tu, who was being suppressed by Man, it was 100 times heavier. Fighting in the water was not his forte. That was his weakness. The tall hat man, Zhang Guan, saw the situation and felt his scalp go numb. As the companion of a heaven-ranked ranker, how could he let the enemy beat up fallen flowers? What exactly happened? He had only brought Sky La back in a big circle, and the situation had turned into this. It was really unbelievable. Almost in an instant, a light flashed through his mind. His heart was suddenly enlightened. If the rumors were true, then there was only one person who had this kind of ability. The tall hat man, Zhang Guan, rushed to Yue Yang, who had not made a move, and exclaimed, You are Yu clan's third young master. No, you shouldn't have come here. What happened? Could it be that Yi Xiao, Zi Guang, and Yu Su did not stop you? You should be fighting in another ancient ceiling formation, not here. How did you manage to rush over here? You used a substitute before. Yue Yang did not answer. When his mocking smile was still lingering in the tall hat man's pupils, his body had already disappeared. He appeared behind Zhang Guan. When Zhang Guan's pupils shrank and prepared to escape, an eternal wheel with a diameter of 10 meters appeared under Yue Yang's feet. Zhang Guan was frozen in the sky. In the eyes of Captain Bai Ma and He Tu, he was like a puppet. He was beaten up by Yue Yang until his eyes were bruised and his nose swollen. His originally beautiful colorful clothes were even more tattered than a beggar's. Even the tall hat man, Zhang Guan's hat, which he valued as much as his life, was sent flying, floating in the knee-deep water. Zhang Guan's first reaction after recovering was to pick up his hat. He put it on neatly. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief, as if this hat was his life. But Yue Yang would not let him go. Dao Tai blade slashed heavily, earth-splitting slash. Zhang Guan hurriedly escaped, covering the hat on his head with his hand. His body fell to the ground in a sorry state, crashing into the ground with a loud bang, splashing thousands of water. It can't be. Captain Bai Ma and He Tu were completely in despair. They originally hoped that Zhang Guan would come back to save their lives, but they did not expect him to be even more miserable. This young man's strength was far beyond their own. Even if the three of them attacked together, they would not be able to fight against him. Not to mention that he had the help of a terrifying Sky Law and many abnormal war beasts. We are willing to surrender. We hope that you can follow the rules of the Heaven Realm and let us Heaven Rankers gain the dignity of those who surrender. We are willing to pay the ransom. The tall hat man, Zhang Guan, also understood that he was not Yu clan's third young master's opponent. If he continued to fight, he would not be able to return to the Heaven Realm, so he hurriedly surrendered. He saw that Yue Yang seemed to be a little moved, so he straightened his back. First, he straightened his precious hat. Then, he said to Yue Yang with an arrogant attitude, As a Heaven Ranker, even if we are defeated, we can still gain honor and dignity. Before we pay the ransom, none of you are allowed to insult us in any way. In addition, we reserve the right to keep it a secret. No one is allowed to interrogate us. As a Heaven Ranker, we all regard honor as an existence of life. According to the rules of the Heaven Realm, there were indeed actions that allowed Heaven Rankers to surrender with dignity when the situation was unfavorable. For example, in the Raging Flame Bandit group, the Ox Clan brothers surrendered to the Lionheart King behind Longshong when the situation was unfavorable. No one laughed at the two of them because this was a very normal action in the Heaven Realm. in order to preserve their strength, or if the situation required it. As a heaven ranker, one's life could be ranked first. There were many preferential policies for the surrender of heaven rankers. For example, the Ox clan brothers, although they surrendered, they still maintained all kinds of honor and dignity. The clown could not insult them, nor could he interrogate them about their secrets. He could only escort them away from the battlefield. Of course, this situation was completely different in Tong Tian Tower. Tong Tian Tower saw surrender as a disgrace. Especially in the soaring dragon continent, Heaven Stairway and Demon Abyss, dying in battle was the highest honor. Surrendering to preserve one's strength was the most despised cowardly action. Because of this, the tall hat man, Zhang Guan, was afraid that Yue Yang did not know the rules of the heaven realm, so he quickly explained it to him. When Yue Yang heard this, he nodded his head and smiled. Heaven realm might be like that, but you must know that this is Tong Tian Tower, and this is the Heaven Stairway. Of course, those are not the most important. The most important thing is that I am the one who speaks here, understand? What I say is the only rule. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will enjoy this wonderful trip to Tong Tian Tower. Ah no, I protest, the tall hat man, Zhang Guan, was furious. It was as if he had seen an unreasonable barbarian. My first rule is that if anyone wants to talk conditions with me, then he must have the qualifications to talk conditions. Yue Yang ignored the protests and said with a smile, then what do I need to do in order to have the qualifications to talk about conditions? Phoenix Fairy Beauty laughed and asked. For example, fight for 1 or 2 hours without making a sound. Yue Yang played it down. Understood. Everyone responded loudly. Barbarian Cow Shadow Ah Man, who moved the fastest, punched He Tu violently. He Tu screamed and scolded. Zhang Guan, you idiot. You have to lower your head when you are under someone else's roof. What bullsh**** heaven ranks honor, what dignified surrender. These punches and kicks, these insults, these are the conditions that you think you are smart in exchange for. Idiot, quickly agree to it. I am about to be beaten to death by this female barbarian cow. Zhang Guan did not have the time to speak, because Impatience and Charm Demon Queen had joined hands to beat up his fallen flowers. At this moment, he had no time to beg for mercy. Captain Bai Ma's situation was slightly better. After beating up Little Wen Li and Bloody Queen Red, he could finally shout, I surrender. Yue Yang looked up to the sky and used his pinky to pick his ears, pretending not to hear. His expression was really arrogant. Chapter 644 Through the Tall Hat Man, Zhang Guan, Bai Ma and He Tu's voluntary answers, everyone finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the seal of the Heaven Realm Gate was not as perfect as imagined. In a place on the Guangming continent in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, there was a very small space crack. Every year, with the tremors of the space storm, there would be a crack. If a large amount of blood sacrifice and strong control of space were used, it was almost no problem to send a person from the Heaven Realm to Tong Tian Tower. The success rate could reach more than 80%. In other words, other than the Heaven Realm Gate that opened once 100 years, there was another passage to Heaven Realm in the Guangming continent. However, the controller had always kept it a secret. The controller was none other than the ancient Demon King. Even the winged clan of the Guangming continent did not know this secret, because the location of the space crack was the god cemetery of the winged clan. After the death of the winged clan ranker, there was a crack in the space vortex that he was thrown into. The ancient Demon King, who knew this secret, was not in a hurry to find helpers from the Heaven Realm. For thousands of years, he was looking for a sealed body and a suitable soul carrier to recover his strength, until the awakening of the Black Hell King, the ancient Demon King realized that there might be a second prison emperor. However, when he found out that the real successor of the prison emperor was not Jizun, but Yue Yang, it was already too late. With his strength, he could no longer kill Yue Yang, and he had to avoid Jizun's pursuit. When Yue Yang returned from the battle in the Heaven Realm, the reinforcements from the Heaven Realm and the plan to revive the ancient demon were quickly placed on the ancient Demon King's table. The Charging Wolf Mercenary Group, the Clown Group, and many other Heaven Realm mercenary groups accepted the ancient Demon King's employment. Under the flowery words of the ancient Demon King, they came to Tong Tian Tower. They participated in the plan to unseal and revive the ancient demon. Until the outbreak of the Heaven Stairway battle, according to the description of Zhang Guan and the others, Yue Yang speculated many unknown possibilities and answered many questions that had been in his heart for a long time. The ancient demon king definitely had a lot of backup plans. Fortunately, he now knew a part of it, otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Yue Yang no longer tried to guess who the ancient devil king's soul carrier was. He was sure that it was that person. However, where was the ancient devil king's true body sealed? This was the problem that Yue Yang needed to solve the most. No matter what, he couldn't let the ancient demon king find his true body. Just now, you said that apart from your team, there are 2 other teams, right? Impatience asked. Maybe there are more. Zhang Guan carefully straightened his hat and nodded, but I've only seen Yi Xiao, Ziguang, Yu Su, and Yang Wei. There's another team that I haven't seen before. I've only heard of them. Moreover, who knows if the ancient devil king has a 4th team? I can't guarantee anything. Tell me, who are the members of Nightingale and Ziguang's team? Sky Disaster asked. You are not a heaven ranker. We have the right to refuse to answer your question. The tall-hat man, Zhang Guan, could not be arrogant in front of Yue Yang and the Impatience. In front of Sky Calamity, they still had to put on airs as heaven rankers. Are you itching for a beating again? Yue Yang was furious. This was his sister-in-law. Other than him, no one could bully her. Hit, brother-in-law, hit him hard. Sky Calamity now had her brother-in-law's support. What heaven ranker? That was just a fleeting cloud. Don't hit him, let's talk. Zhang Guan could not be arrogant in front of Yue Yang. He quickly waved his hand, fearing that Yue Yang would really get angry and beat him up. He quickly opened his mouth, pretending to be honest and sincere. Yi Xiao and Ziguang were originally the rankers of Tong Tian Tower, the subordinates of the ancient demon king. Later, after the heaven realm gate separated the 2 places, they could not return to the heaven realm. So they established a nightlight mercenary group, which was quite famous in the western heaven realm. Later, the ancient demon king appeared and they returned to Tong Tian Tower. Both of them were very powerful, above heaven rank level 5. Both of them had a bounty of more than 500 million. Yu Su, he once won the title of King of Aerial Battle in a mercenary competition in the Western Heaven Realm. His aerial battle was very good. Captained by Ma, who was beaten into a pig's head, also quickly explained to Yue Yang. However, although Yu Su is Heaven rank level 4, if he loses the advantage of aerial battle, he is not as good as the 3 of us. Many rankers in the Southern Heaven Realm thought that Yu Su was a fake Heaven rank level 4. His true strength was Heaven rank level 3, but his warbeast's advantage in the air was very obvious, so he was rated as Heaven rank level 4. His bounty is not high, only 250 million, compared to our 150 million bounty, it is only 100 million. What about Yang Wei? Impatience asked again. This guy is the leader of Yang Wei mercenary group. He too didn't know much information, but he didn't want Yue Yang to feel that he didn't say anything, so he quickly said. He is a friend of Yi Xiao and Ziguang in the Heaven Realm. I don't know what kind of luck he had, but he got 3 very abnormal war beasts. One is Sunny Sunflower, the second is Spirit of Radiance. With these 2 war beasts, it is almost impossible to die. Killing him is harder than killing a Heaven rank level 5 ranker. The 3rd warbeast is Swift Finger Light Fang, also a very powerful warbeast. Combined with Yang Hui's first 2 war beasts, it is very terrifying. Yang Wei, this guy is harder to kill than Yi Xiao and Ziguang. The only thing he lacks is super strong attack power. Zhang Guan explained. There should be more than these people, right? Yue Yang had already seen Yang Wei, Sunny Sunflower and Spirit of Radiance, and confirmed that these guys were not lying. In their team, there is also a weirdo called Bei, one called Wo Gua, and the other called Ji Yu Deng. Their strength surpasses us. They are the strongest team among the 3. On our side, there are only 4 heaven rank warriors. In fact, there are 3 of them. They went to the 3rd floor of the heaven stairway to revive an ancient demon. Because I came here with thunder, I don't know the specific situation on their side. As for the other team, I don't know much. I just heard that maybe they are still in the heaven realm and didn't have time to teleport to Tong Tian Tower, because the teleportation requires too much energy. The information that Zhang Guan knew was actually not much. For Yue Yang, the only thing that was useful was to reveal the location of the space crack. Let's talk about Bei, Wo Gua and Ji Yu Deng. Impatience decided to squeeze out the last bit of information. We don't know. The heaven realm is too big. It's not something you can imagine. We can't be familiar with every mercenary. Zhang Guan shrugged, indicating that he didn't know the other party's information. Maybe we need a little reminder to help you remember. Sky Disaster clenched her small fist, looking like she was going to beat someone at any time. She stood beside Yue Yang with a bit of a fox pretending to be a tiger, waving her small fist, intimidating Zhang Guan and the others. What did you say? If we say we don't know, then we don't know. You're just a weak little girl, you're not even in heaven stage, and you dare to question us. As a proud heaven stage, we keep our promises. For any secret, as long as we are willing to say it, we will never hide it. You must never question our integrity. Zhang Guan roared at Sky Disaster in exasperation. Hit. Yue Yang waved his hand, signaling Bloody Queen Red and Ah Man to hit. We really didn't hide anything. Captain Bai Ma and He Tu were anxious. Didn't they confess? Now that they confessed, why were they still hitting? Even if you didn't hide anything, it depends on whether I'm in a good mood or not. Yue Yang decided to protect his sister-in-law. He was obviously using his position to avenge a personal grudge. Roar at my sister-in-law. That's courting death. Only I can roar at her. Although he didn't say it, his face had this expression of protecting his child. Brother-in-law, you're so nice. Sky Disaster used a sweet and cute voice to call him brother-in-law. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just report my name. Yue Yang patted his chest. He was just like the legendary lord of Sabak City who wielded a dragon-slaying sword. He was as arrogant as he could be. Yeah, Sky Disaster nodded with a smile, like a rookie who just came out of the novice village. The feeling of being protected by a boss was really cool. What could Zhang Guan and the others say? They were directly the victims of a guy from another world in the process of picking up girls. They understood this, so they could only hold their heads and bear it. Anyway, they had been hit many times, so it didn't matter if they got hit a few more times. Yue Yang didn't ask about the clown group. This would definitely arouse the vigilance of Zhang Guan and the others. Even if he wanted to ask, it wouldn't be now. When their vigilance was gone, then he would pretend to ask casually. That way, it would be possible to find out the true intentions of the clown. The clown and the ancient demon king definitely knew each other, maybe they were very good friends. When the ancient demon king revived the ancient demons, the clown actually sent a few of his men here, and as early as half a year ago. What did this prove? He must know some very important secrets of the Tong Tian Tower. Moreover, why would the clown who was originally in the Western Heaven Realm go to the Southern Heaven Realm to start the clown group? Why would the Lionheart King of the Southern Heaven Realm cooperate with the clown? All the doubts pointed to one problem. That was, the clown. He was definitely not a simple character. Yue Yang wanted to investigate the clown, but he couldn't rush it. He had a hunch that if he could solve the various mysteries of the clown, he might be able to figure out the situation of the ancient demon king together. There must be a close relationship between the two. The three of you enter the demon-subduing tower. When you reach the heaven realm, as long as you can pay the ransom, I will release you. Yue Yang made a promise first, pretending to abide by the ransom agreement of the heaven realm, and Zhang Guan and the others had no room to resist. They could only hope that this kid would quickly reach the heaven realm, pay the ransom quickly, and then escape. If they returned to the southern heaven realm, they would never come to this terrifying Tong Tian Tower again. What should we do now? Everyone looked at Yue Yang, hoping that he would come up with an idea. Brothers of the demonic palace, the battle here is over. If you are tired, you can go back to rest, or you can rush to support Yi Kong and the others. Yue Yang knew that these warmongers would not go back like this, so he gave them a task. What about us? Sky Disaster was unwilling to leave immediately. She still wanted to stay with her brother-in-law for a while. She felt that staying with him was the most exciting. Ah, we are going to fight a very, very big mouse. Yue Yang turned his face and looked at Yu and Yu Bing, second sister and Bing I thought of a good way, maybe I can get a good warbeast for you. If we really get it, let's see who is the most suitable. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Sky Disaster couldn't wait to set off, even leaving the sandworms and rockhorn lizards that were killed on the battlefield. Help me get an infernal nightmare, you can set any conditions. Sky Disaster couldn't force the infernal nightmare to betray him in the end. He gritted his teeth and asked Yue Yang for help, even if I have to use all my treasures to exchange. He was very determined. For his beloved infernal nightmare, he was ready to go all out. No problem, wait for me to finish this battle. Everyone will have a share of the good stuff, give me some time. Yue Yang knew that in the heaven realm, the infernal nightmare was actually not rare. Although Sky Disaster was a little arrogant, he was still his family. It was not bad to use the infernal nightmare to bribe his brother-in-law. He would definitely be useful in the future. Moreover, this brother-in-law still had treasures to exchange, so he would not lose anything. When he spoke, not only Sky Disaster, but also Sky Fury, Sky Assassinate, and Sky Sword were also happy. Without a super strong warbeast, it was really impossible for them to improve their combat power. Sky Wrath and Sky Crime looked at each other. Smile. Sky Crime kept the corpses of the sandworms and rockhorn lizards, then rushed to the battlefield where Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were. Although there was Wei Tai Lang overseeing and 2 Abyss Manatees, the situation of the battlefield was ever-changing. They still had to go and see for themselves to be truly at ease. As for Yue Yang, he brought Impatience, Sky Disaster, Yu Bing, Hai Yingwu and Drunken Cat to another battlefield. That place was the final movement of this battle. That was a strange world where they couldn't fight or use weapons. A world of water that was sealed by an ancient rancor using the law. Chapter 645 Inches. Where the hell did you go? When Yang Wei found Yue Yang, he was furious. He flew down angrily and shouted, "Are you going to fight or not? Where have you been all this time?" He felt not only angry, but also a little wronged. She was like a widow who had secretly found a lover. She had waited for him with much difficulty, and when he finally came, she posed for him and was waiting to enjoy him. She did not expect him to close the door and leave for half a day, making her look like a resentful wife. Guild leader Yang Wei felt this way in his heart, uncomfortable and sour. Was it easy for him to cooperate? First, he summoned the Sunshine Sunflower, then the Spirit of Radiance. Just as he was about to fight, this kid slipped away and hid somewhere. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find him. Fortunately, it was not a friend, but an enemy. Otherwise, Guild leader Yang Wei would have vomited blood. What made Guild leader Yang Wei the most sad? He would have to stay in this water world with this kid for 10 years. If he hid like this every day, how would he live? It didn't matter if they fought every day, Yang Wei was confident that he wouldn't die. But if he hid and didn't talk every day, staying alone in this vast and endless water world, sooner or later he would suffocate to death. Yue Yang was indifferent to Guild leader Yang Hui's anger, and still had a smile on his face. "I'm sorry, I had to go to the toilet just now." "You can pee for so long." Guild leader Yang Wei felt that unless his intelligence was negative, he wouldn't believe this excuse. He guessed that Yue Yang was deliberately stalling for time, waiting for his summoning time to pass, and then come out to fight. With a contemptuous attitude, he snorted heavily, "Don't be stupid and naive, my summoned warbeast can last for at least a month, hide for a month if you have the guts." "So it's a month." Yue Yang nodded, seeming to understand something. Guild leader Yang Wei felt that something was wrong. This kid, could it be that he really wanted to hide for a month? It was useless for him to hide for a month, as long as he summoned his warbeast again, but the problem was, if he hid, there would be no one to talk to, and he would be suffocated to death. This kid could return to the grimoire world, leaving him alone in this water world. That was too pitiful. Guild leader Yang Wei felt a little dizzy. Although the experts of Tong Tian Tower were not strong, their summoning grimoires were far superior to the Heaven Realm. He, a Heaven rank level 4, did not have a summoning grimoire. However, in Tong Tian Tower, any Earth rank ranker who called himself an innate would have one. Moreover, the grimoire in their hands were all gold grimoires and above. This was simply infuriating. The ancient legends were not wrong. Tong Tian Tower was a treasure land that even the gods would be jealous of. Fortunately, the rankers here had already declined. If they were still like the prison emperor in the past, the Heaven Realm would not be peaceful. As for 10,000 years ago, it was said that the Heaven Realm often became a battlefield where Tong Tian Tower rankers killed each other. Just thinking about the top 100 rankers on the Heaven Realm's bounty list, almost half of them came from a small place like Tong Tian Tower, would make people shudder. "Let's fight. Whether it's you or me, we won't be able to get out within 10 years. We can take advantage of this opportunity to fight every day. Maybe you'll advance to the Heaven rank when you leave." Yang Wei didn't want to kill Yue Yang. Even if he could, he wouldn't. Because there were no enemies, no friends. He couldn't stand staying alone in this water world. He would go crazy. He felt that the best way was to cripple this brat, and then take the opportunity to cultivate his war beasts during this brat's recuperation period. He would slowly play this brat to death while upgrading his war beasts. He had 10 years, and with the top-grade Azure Dragon Pearl, it was enough for him to upgrade his powerful war beasts. When his own super-strong beast was nurtured, at that time, even Yi Xiao and Zi Guang would have to look at his face when doing things. They were stronger than him. Wasn't it just one more summoning grimoire and one more powerful guardian warbeast? Yue Yang sat down on a rock on the island and asked, since we can't leave within 10 years, maybe we can talk. Even if we don't become friends, we don't have to become enemies. Guild leader Yang Wei sneered, if you are a heaven rank, then I can reluctantly agree to negotiate with you. Unfortunately, you are only an earth rank, and your strength is far from mine. Towards his disdain, Yue Yang didn't get angry. Are there many sunny sunflowers in the heaven realm? This question aroused guild leader Yang Hui's vigilance. He stared coldly at Yue Yang. Yu Clan Third Young Master, what do you mean? Yue Yang explained, it's like this. If there are many in the heaven realm, then I won't snatch your warbeast, because it's actually not very good. It's barely passable. If there are good ones, of course I'll choose better ones. On the contrary, if there aren't many sunny sunflowers in the heaven realm, then I'll reluctantly accept your warbeast, because it's better than nothing. Guild leader Yang Wei was so angry that he laughed, why don't you also snatch my spirit of radiance? What he said was naturally sarcasm. In the heaven realm, even a fool knew that once the spirit of radiance was contracted, it would only recognize one master for life, and no one could snatch it away. As a peak heaven rank level 4 ranker, with such powerful strength, it was fine if he didn't bully a mere earth rank level 8, but he dared to snatch his warbeast instead. He really didn't know whether to laugh at his arrogance or laugh at him for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Guild leader Yang Wei felt that this Yu Clan Third Young Master was just a spoiled child. Although he had Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel, and had the strength of Earth rank level 8 at such a young age, he could be considered successful at a young age. But he also had to have a sense of propriety. He couldn't be so arrogant to the point of being hot-headed. Facing a heaven rank, he could kill him in a second with just a raise of his hand, yet he still dared to open his mouth to snatch. Who did he think he was? A frog at the bottom of a well in Tong Tian Tower, a young child who wasn't even a heaven rank, wanted to rob him. Spirit of Radiance, I actually don't like it very much because it doesn't have wisdom. If I can find a way to restore its wisdom, I can reluctantly accept it. Unexpectedly, Yue Yang replied with a serious face. Ah, you don't have a fever, do you? Yang Wei first touched his head. There was no fever, and it wasn't an auditory hallucination. Thus, he came to a conclusion. He wasn't sick, it was this Yu Clan Third Young Master who was sick, or maybe crazy. Yue Yang smiled slightly. It was rare for him to speak the truth, but what he said just now was the truth. Compared to the warbeast that guild leader Yang Wei intended to hide, the fast finger light tooth, the spirit of radiance wasn't very powerful. What Yue Yang really wanted was the fast finger light tooth and another hidden warbeast of Yang Wei. The sunny sunflower and the spirit of radiance were also not bad. If he could take them together and give them to Yu Bing who was good at plants or Yu Yu who was good at healing, it would also be of some use. Seeing that guild leader Yang Wei was eager to fight to vent, Yue Yang casually took out the demon subduing tower and released Zhang Guan, Bai Ma and He Tu. It was very simple, he didn't say much, one word, fight. When I tell you to stop, you can stop. As soon as he finished speaking, he ignored the reaction of others. Like a light smoke, he disappeared into the original rock. Guild leader Yang Wei saw the three people of Zhang Guan, Bai Ma and He Tu in a sorry state, and asked in astonishment, what's the matter with you? Why are you here? What's your relationship with Yu Clan Third Young Master? Zhang Guan, are you mistaken? That's the enemy, and you're colluding with the enemy. Zhang Guan explained with a little sweat, there's no collusion, Yang Wei. This matter is very complicated, and we can't explain it in a few words. Bai Ma and He Tu had already begun to summon their war beasts. It seemed that they were ready to fight. Seeing their obedient behavior, guild leader Yang Wei felt a pain in the ass. Which side were you on? He asked angrily. Zhang Guan, you're not really going to fight with me, are you? Have your heads been kicked by a donkey? You, who are also from the heaven realm, actually listen to Yu Clan's Third Young Master and fight with me. Is Yu Clan's Third Young Master crazy, or are you crazy? I know, you are guild leader Yang Wei. I'm sorry, whether it's a real fight or a fake fight, let's fight. In fact, if it's up to me, you should just be like us and surrender to Yu Clan's Third Young Master. That kid is not someone we can defeat. Fighting with him is a waste of energy, and it's suicide. You're right, we are all mercenaries of the heaven realm. We have no enmity with the experts of Tong Tian Tower. We came here just for money, why bother to lose our lives here? Captain Bai Ma felt that since he had already surrendered and revealed all the secrets of the heaven realm, it was impossible to turn back. Therefore, he didn't care about listening to Yue Yang's command again. The most important thing was that he had to listen. If he didn't listen to Yue Yang, he knew what the consequences would be. Yeah, don't be stubborn. The face of a heaven stage is actually just like that. If people don't give it to you and you insist on asking for it, then you're just looking for trouble. He too also advised guild leader Yang Wei to be sensible and not go against Yue Yang, or else he would definitely suffer. You mean, you want me, a peak 4th level heaven stage expert, to kneel and beg for mercy? Guild leader Yang Wei felt that something was wrong today. Could it be that he was dreaming? Otherwise, how could such a strange thing happen? How could Zhang Guan appear in this water world? It was fine if he appeared here, but why would they listen to Yu Clan's third young master? What made guild leader Yang Wei dizzy was the answer of Zhang Guan, Bai Ma and He Tu. These three guys actually said in unison, if you can do this, Yu Clan's third young master will definitely accept your surrender. Bah, I'd rather die in battle than surrender. I, Yang Wei, want to see who will kneel. With the strength of you three traitors, you want to start a war with me. Guild leader Yang Wei sneered. 3 heaven stage level 2, and they were all injured. What was there for him to be afraid of? Not to mention that Zhang Guan and the other two had lost a lot of strength. Even if they were in good condition, he could still beat the fallen flowers. If it wasn't for the prohibition of weapons and personal attacks, Yang Wei was confident that he could seriously injure one of them in one move, and at most 100 moves, he could kill all 3 traitors. This was the water world, so there was no way to exert his full strength. However, it was not possible for 3 heaven stage level 2 guys to challenge him. The peak of heaven stage level 4 was always greater than 3 heaven stage level 2. Zhang Guan sighed, fight, I knew it would develop like this. He Tu, you have to be very careful. You are not strong in water battles. Yang Hui's fast finger light tooth is very fast. Once hit, it's almost an instant kill. His words angered guild leader Yang Wei even more. Yang Wei roared like thunder, are you all idiots? Knowing that my strength is far above yours, you still listen to the enemy and kill each other. Captain Bai Ma cried, do you think we want to do this? We have no choice but to fight. Compared to the inhuman abuse of the third young master Yue Yang, we think it's safer to fight against your fast finger light tooth. At least, we still have a chance to dodge. Forget it, I won't say any more. Otherwise, I'll make more mistakes and let that guy find an excuse to beat me up. Guild leader Yang Wei was speechless. He had never seen such a timid heaven stage powerhouse. Was this a heaven stage powerhouse or a heaven realm dwarf? What nonsense are you talking about? Somewhere, Yue Yang's angry voice came. Fight now, we'll fight now. He Tu was so scared that he trembled and quickly responded loudly. Guild leader Yang Wei was completely speechless. He thought that this guy was not a heaven stage powerhouse. This guy was simply a slave, and he was the most lowly one, so lowly that he was not even as good as the mud under his feet. Chapter 646 Inches Light Tooth. Guild leader Yang Wei snorted, raised his hand, and pointed at He Tu. In the water world, He Tu was the weakest by absorbing the energy of the earth. Here, He Tu could not use his own ability, and the warbeast could not absorb a large amount of earth energy. He became the weakest of the 3. Although Captain Bai Ma was better at aerial combat and was not good at water combat, he was still stronger than He Tu, who was best at land combat. As for Heavy Crown, he had the special skill of shadow shift. Sea, land, and air were all his specialties. Guild leader Yang Wei did not want to waste his strength on him. On the tip of Yang Hui's index finger, a small beam of light was summoned. Smaller than an arrow, faster than lightning. When the light flashed in He Tu's eyes, the beam of light with the power of death had already shot to his chest. It was too fast. Even with He Tu's heaven stage level 2 agility, he could not completely avoid this attack. Although Heavy Crown, White Horse, and He Tu knew that Yang Hui's fast finger light tooth was an extremely fast warbeast, they were already vigilant. However, He Tu could not avoid this heart-piercing attack, and could only watch as the light beam pierced his chest. It was not that he did not want to dodge, but his dodging speed was compared to the fast finger light tooth. One was a clumsy drunkard, the other was an arrow that left the bow. There was no way to completely dodge. He-Tu was frightened. He was ready to burst out with all his strength and use his body to resist. Overestimating yourself. Although Yang Hui's fast finger light tooth was Heaven Stage Level 1, it was a 100% attack type warbeast without any defense. If it hit him directly, even if He-Tu did not die, he would be seriously injured. He-Tu could barely take a hit, but could he take a second one? Yang Wei could control the fast finger light tooth to attack once in a second. The raindrop-like attack, how many could He-Tu take? Captain Bai Ma rode on the Hell Nightmare and rushed down from the sky. He wanted to save He-Tu, but it was too late. The speed of the Hell Nightmare compared to the fast finger light tooth was like walking and running. They were not on the same level at all. White Horse was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Guild leader Yang Wei, who was at the peak of the 4th level of Heaven Stage, was not someone that 3 Heaven Stage Level 2 could fight against. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they would not be able to. When He-Tu was about to be killed by the fast finger light tooth, He-Tu's figure flashed and disappeared. He appeared behind Zhang Guan, who was wearing a tall hat. It was Zhang Guan who saved him. Although Zhang Guan used the Shadow Shift ability to save He-Tu, his face was full of cold sweat. Fortunately, he was in time. If he was a tenth of a second late, He-Tu's heart would have been pierced by the light tooth. Let's see how many times you can save him. Guild leader Yang Wei raised his hand and pointed his index finger at He-Tu. Fast finger light tooth shot out again. In an instant, it was shot at He-Tu's forehead. As long as it was hit, He-Tu's head would most likely open up. Heavy Crown had the ability of Shadow Shift. There was no time limit for him to use it, but to save his companions, he had to control it within his own shadow. Just as he transferred the black soil to his shadow, he found that guild leader Yang Wei had already adjusted the angle of his finger and pointed it out again. Light Tooth was one step ahead, waiting for the black soil to change its teleportation trajectory. It was the light of the sunny sunflower. Zhang Guan was shocked. He instantly understood that this was the reason why guild leader Yang Wei deliberately used the sunny sunflower to adjust the illumination angle. The opponent already knew the flaw of the shadow shift and calculated the shadow's trajectory according to the angle of the sunlight. This attack was already within the enemy's calculations. Guild leader Yang Wei, who was at the 4th level of Heaven Stage, was indeed not a simple character. It's over. If He-Tu wasn't in the shadow shift, he could still try to struggle and dodge, but now that his body was controlled by Heavy Crown, he could only watch the fast finger light tooth shoot over and kill him. He-Tu, the Heaven Realm Flame Horse blocked in front of He-Tu, kicked back, and kicked He-Tu's body into the sky. Its body was instantly penetrated by the fast finger light tooth, and it was seriously injured. Captain White Horse had no time to counter-summon it. He screamed crazily, rode the Hell Nightmare, and hit He-Tu in the air. Narrowly, he dodged another light tooth shot by guild leader Yang Wei. Guild leader Yang Wei sneered. He reached out and summoned a strange unicorn beast. It had 4 wings on its back, shaped like a flying dragon, black claws, snake tail, blue eyes, and a single horn. As soon as it appeared, it spat out thick black smoke from its big mouth and hid within it. The black smoke was getting bigger and bigger, and it had the power to cover the sky. This was another powerful warbeast of guild leader Yang Wei, the Black Smoke Horn Dragon. Although this was not a Heaven Realm giant dragon, it was just a type of dragon. It was similar to the flying dragon of the Heaven Realm, but it was not the same species. However, its power was not to be underestimated. In the black smoke it breathed out, other than the poison that could cause dizziness and weakness to living creatures, it also had a special invisibility effect, making it difficult for any living creature to find its tracks. In terms of attack power, the Black Smoke Horn Dragon was slightly inferior to the Swift Finger Light Fang, but in terms of sustained combat, it was much better. Capture. He-Tu went all out and summoned the evil spider that was previously injured. The evil spider spat out countless spider webs, forming a gray net. Within a few seconds, it caught the Black Smoke Horn Dragon from the sky and almost dragged it down. Among the war beasts that dealt with aerial battles, the evil spider was an expert. It could be said that it was the nemesis of all flying-type war beasts. The Black Smoke Horn Dragon's body gradually turned into smoke and easily escaped from the net. The net fell without success. On top of the evil spider's head, the Black Smoke Horn Dragon swooped down and spat out a long flame tongue, almost burning the evil spider into a roasted spider. It swooped down and spat out a blow, but the Black Smoke Horn Dragon was invisible in the black smoke. When it appeared again, it had already flashed behind He-Tu. Before He-Tu's body could react, guild leader Yang Wei had already raised his hand and was ready for the next wave of fast finger-like tooth. He-Tu only had two choices. One was to let the black smoke horn dragon spit out fire, the other was to let the fast finger-like tooth hit him. There was no third choice for him. Shrouded in the black smoke, there was no shadow. Zhang Guan's shadow shift couldn't save him. As for Captain Bai Ma, he was riding on the infernal nightmare. Although his speed was superior to normal flying beasts, it was still too slow compared to the fast finger-like tooth. He wanted to save him, but it was too far away. Fight. He-Tu knew that it was difficult for him to survive. He made up his mind and ordered the evil spider to retaliate against guild leader Yang Wei. Fight to the death. If he couldn't kill Yang Wei, he could use the spider's poison to poison him. Anyway, he couldn't let Yang Wei have an easy time. Who knew that this powerful guild leader Yang Wei actually had a summoned beast? It was a little monster covered in green scales, with golden eyes and silver horns. When it was summoned by Captain Yang Wei, the water within a radius of 100 meters had a burst of waves, giving rise to a strange phenomenon. Before the bite of the evil spider arrived, it gently moved its small front claws, causing the water to splash all over the sky, rolling up huge waves on the surface of the water, causing the evil spider to fall into the whirlpool. It was impossible to make a fight to the death. This little monster, although its level was low, gold level 5, its strength was estimated to be equivalent to innate level 1. Its strength was far inferior to the evil spider that was close to heaven stage level 1. However, its eyes were extremely intelligent. Even though it couldn't transform into a human for the time being, it couldn't speak, but it felt that it was close to a holy beast. If it weren't for the fact that this little thing was still in its infancy and its level was too low, with its high intelligence, it might be able to defeat the evil spider. Guild leader Yang Wei was very fond of this little monster. After he summoned it, he held it in his hand and was reluctant to let it go, for fear that this smart little thing would betray him and run away. Heavy Crown, White Horse, and Black Soil were now disheartened and had no morale. Too powerful. This guild leader Yang Wei was indeed a strong guild leader. In addition to his own strength at the peak of heaven stage level 4, he also had so many powerful war beasts. There was really no way to fight this battle. The combination of Sunny Sunflower and Spirit of Radiance could guarantee Yang Hui's survival, while the Swift Finger Light Tooth and Black Smoke Horn Dragon were the strongest combination for killing enemies. The most outrageous thing was that in order to cultivate war beasts, guild leader Yang Wei actually summoned the young beast to participate in the battle. It seemed that Yang Wei didn't take this battle seriously. He still had the mood to cultivate the young beast. In the hearts of Heavy Crown and the others, they had the intention to retreat. They were ready to take a few blows from Yang Wei and quickly withdraw from this battle. Even if they were beaten up by Yue Yang, they didn't want to fight again. This kind of battle was simply meaningless. This guild leader Yang Wei was not someone that the three of them could fight against. Not to mention winning, it was impossible to even tie. When Heavy Crown and the others were at their most desperate, when guild leader Yang Wei laughed the most arrogant and cocky, an impossible thing happened. Yang Wei, who was preparing to launch an attack on Black Soil, looked at the sky with his pupils severely contracted. Not only him, but also Black Soil, who was almost bitten, White Horse, who flew to rescue, and Heavy Crown, who was ready to use Shadow Shift. At this moment, they all forgot to fight and stared blankly at the sky. It was a sunny sky. In an instant, darkness fell. It turned out that the sun-like sunshine sunflower had disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Guild leader Yang Wei felt like he was slapped in the face. His face turned red and blue. He found that his contracted sunny sunflower had betrayed him. How was this possible? Plant-type beasts were the hardest beasts to betray their masters out of all the other beasts. Other than battle dolls and guardian beasts that would never betray their masters, there were very, very few plant-type beasts that would betray their masters, unless it was a plant-type beast that had independent thoughts and intelligence close to that of a holy beast. If it didn't have any thoughts and only had instincts, it wouldn't betray its master even if its master faced death. Why? Why would the sunny sunflower betray its master when guild leader Yang Wei had the upper hand and completely overwhelmed the enemy? This question was biting Yang Hui's heart like a mouse biting wood, making him very painful. Now Yang Wei not only felt ashamed, but also angry and depressed. Was his charm really that bad? Even a sunny sunflower without wisdom could be kept. The worst thing was that such a humiliating betrayal happened in front of Heavy Crown, White Horse, and Black Soil. Guild leader Yang Wei lost his face and was so angry that he almost had internal injuries. Soon, the answer emerged. When Yang Wei saw it, he was furious. When Heavy Crown and the others saw it, they were overjoyed. The sunny sunflower reappeared in the sky, shining with the previous brilliant brilliance. However, it had changed its owner. Its new owner had been replaced by a young and beautiful woman. That woman, holding hands with Yue Yang, floated down from a very high sky, like a spring goddess descending to the world. Her breath, like a breeze blowing the earth, brought a refreshing fragrance to the whole water world. Did you do it? Guild leader Yang Hui's lungs were about to explode. He never thought that this Yu family's third young master could really snatch the sunny sunflower. The spirit of radiance has no wisdom. I don't like it very much. If that fast finger light tooth can be integrated with my spiral aurora, then it's not bad. This woman with a flowery fragrance was naturally the city lord of fallen flowers. She ignored the anger of guild leader Yang Wei, only Yue Yang in her eyes. For his proposal just now, she smiled and waved her hand. Just now Bing and the others gave me the sunflower, this spirit of radiance should be left to them. I like to attack, it's useless to have a healing warbeast, it's best to give it to you. How dare you provoke my dignity, damn it, all of you go to hell. Guild leader Yang Wei lost the sunny sunflower, and his heart was bleeding. He raised his hand angrily, his index finger, pointing at Yue Yang, ready to use fast finger light tooth to teach him a lesson of death. Aurora, faster than him, in the hands of master of Luo Hua City, a giant beam of light with 3 spirals on the outside with destructive light energy directly bombarded Yang Hui's body. Chapter 647. When Yang Hui's face was covered in dust, his figure appeared after the smoke dissipated. His expression, it was very ridiculous. It was a kind of doubt that was completely unbelievable. Although the fast finger light tooth was not the fastest warbeast in the heaven realm, it should not be a problem for it to be ranked in the top 10. This kind of speed was actually not as fast as the enemy's aurora. What made guild leader Yang Wei most unconvinced was that before the aurora attack, he clearly saw that the woman had a casual action of condensing energy. But even so, it was still faster than his fast finger light tooth. This was simply unreasonable. Guild leader Yang Wei raised his hand, his index finger, pointing at the enemy. He did not want to believe what he had just seen. His fast finger light tooth lost to the opponent in speed. No, it must be the enemy playing tricks. One more time, then the truth would be revealed. Aurora, City Master Fallen Flowers and Yang Wei raised their hands at the same time. She did not take the first step, it was completely synchronized, and she also condensed the aurora in 1/10 of a second. Originally, she could not be faster than the fast finger light tooth. However, a scene that made people sweat to death appeared. She, who had spent time condensing energy, blasted out the aurora, but it was faster than the fast finger light tooth. Almost at the moment when Yang Hui's fast finger light tooth was released, the aurora arrived. It sent guild leader Yang Wei flying. If City Master Fallen Flowers had the strength of Heaven Stage, or her, aurora, warbeast strength was equivalent to Heaven Stage, Yang Wei would have already fallen. There was no chance to dodge, no time to react, and Yang Wei was hit head-on. Yang Hui's entire life had been beating people up with speed. Fast finger light tooth, even in the heaven realm, did not have any enemies. The only thing that could defeat Yang Wei was not winning against the fast finger light tooth, but pure level suppression, pure strength suppression, ignoring the power of the fast finger light tooth, directly defeating Yang Wei. He never dreamed that he would come to this Tong Tian Tower that had fallen to the point where there was only one heaven stage left, and be beaten by a woman of Earth stage level 4 without the strength to fight back. This kind of thing, not to mention outsiders, even he himself could not believe it. Impossible, this is impossible. The spirit of radiance behind guild leader Yang Wei easily healed the wounds on his body. Moreover, as a peak 4th level heaven stage, he could almost ignore the aurora of the city lord of fallen flowers. But the problem was that he couldn't accept such a blow. That feeling was like a titan being chased away by a dwarf, or like a giant dragon being beaten up by a little worm until the fallen flowers ran away. Yang Wei was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He raised his hand and wanted to scold the city lord of fallen flowers. Unexpectedly, she thought he was going to attack again, and the third aurora burst out. The tragic guild leader Yang Wei was blasted into the air and fell onto the water. The trio of Heavy Crown, white horse, and black soil in the sky were so scared that their jaws dropped to the ground and their eyes bulged out like zombies. Was the person who was tortured to the point that his hair was like a chicken's nest really Yang Wei? Was it really the guild leader Yang Wei who had beaten the three of them without a chance to fight back? The three of them looked at each other and swallowed their saliva in fear. It was terrible. Not only was the Yue family's third young master abnormal, but the people around him were also abnormal. Just now this woman did not appear on the battlefield over there. If she appeared, she would not be able to cover her bones. It would not be the unlucky Yang Wei, but the three of them. Surrendering to the Yue family's third young master was really wise. Heavy Crown and the others were still a little dissatisfied. They felt that as three heaven stage, it was a little shameful to surrender to an earth stage, but now that little bit of pride had long since disappeared. God knows how many abnormal masters this Yue family's third young master had with him. Any sky law was enough to give them a headache, and now there was an unknown flowery woman. So, it's like this. Guild leader Yang Wei now saw it clearly. The woman's aurora beast was completely different from his own fast finger light tooth. There was a time limit in the attack process of fast finger light tooth. Although it was fast, it was within 1 second. In other words, it needed time to shoot, but it was too fast and kept accelerating. Ordinary enemies could not react at all. However, that aurora didn't have any time limit. It was a thought. From the beginning of the woman's attack to his body, there was no time, not even 0.1 second, it arrived immediately. So the speed of fast finger light tooth was not as fast as that aurora. Another point was to raise his hand to attack. Guild leader Yang Wei found that his attack had to be aimed at the enemy. There was nothing wrong with doing this, but compared to that woman, it was as natural as breathing, as instinctive as a heartbeat. They were not at the same level. Perhaps that woman had already practiced tens of thousands of times in order to reach this level where she didn't need to aim or raise her hand. She could directly attack based on instinct. If he had the chance to return to the heaven realm, he must also practice thousands of times, and turn the fast finger light tooth into a light tooth that could be used without fast finger. Yang Wei regretted it. He regretted that he didn't understand this simple truth until today. It was certain that fast finger light tooth was stronger than that aurora. However, the owner of aurora was thousands of times better than the owner of fast finger light tooth in terms of summoning and control. It wasn't a problem with fast finger light tooth. In this battle, he was defeated by the owner. If it was the other way around, and the woman used fast finger light tooth, Yang Wei believed that he would have been killed in seconds. When he thought of this, he broke out in cold sweat. Howl! The black smoke horn dragon suddenly attacked in the smoke, and its long tongue of flame spewed towards the city lord of fallen flowers. Originally, Yang Wei thought that the city lord of fallen flowers would use aurora to blast away his warbeast, but the change in the battle made him widen his eyes in disbelief. A half-fox and half-human little fox girl flashed in front of the city lord of fallen flowers. Her slender arm moved cleverly, just like the little golden-eyed monster used water to create a whirlpool to drown the evil spider, but the movement was more ingenious, the technique was more brilliant, and both the movement and the strength were perfect. The flames spewed out by the black smoke horn dragon allowed her to use the airflow of space to turn into an arc, and after a skillful turn, it shot back to the huge head of the black smoke horn dragon with a bang. The black smoke horn dragon stared in disbelief with its pair of dragon eyes. As if it couldn't believe that the flames it spewed out would burn itself. It was enraged. A little fox girl who didn't even have 1% of its strength dared to provoke it. The black smoke horn dragon spewed out a cloud of black smoke, and its body became invisible, ready to attack the enemy in the smoke. Yang Wei, who was on the water, saw the enemy's calm appearance, and his heart screamed. Without waiting for him to warn the black smoke horn dragon, he suddenly saw the beautiful little fox girl smile, as if she saw a big fool playing a stupid trick that even a 3-year-old child wouldn't fall for. The snow-white tail behind her little butt gently swayed. Her hands drew in the sky, like a painter painting. Everyone smelled a burst of fragrance. It was refreshing. The black smoke that could cover the sky suddenly began to deform, turning into black flowers, as if the fragrance was emitted by these black flowers. The black smoke horn dragon, which was invisible just now, instantly broke the invisibility, let out a painful howl, and appeared in the sky. The black smoke horn dragon seemed to hate the black smoke that had turned into black flowers, and quickly moved away. With anger, it fled back to its master. Until it spat out thick smoke again to cover its body, the skin that had begun to fester under the sun returned to normal. Zhang Guan and the others understood that the black smoke horn dragon was very powerful, but it was afraid of the sun and couldn't lose the protection of the black smoke. Once it lost the protection, its skin would fester. The little fox girl took advantage of this and easily drove away the powerful black smoke horn dragon. The battle between the city lord of fallen flowers and guild leader Yang Wei, whether it was the master or the warbeast, they were both better. What they lacked was time. As long as they had enough time to practice, they could defeat the strong of heaven stage. If that's all, you think you can defeat me, then you're wrong, very wrong. Guild leader Yang Hui's face restored the pride of the strong of heaven stage. That's right, he was a strong of heaven stage level 4. Even if the speed of Swift Finger Lighttooth was not as fast as Aurora, and the black smoke horn dragon couldn't fight against the little fox girl, it didn't mean that the opponent could defeat him, a heaven stage. With the power of the opponent's Aurora, even without the spirit of Radiance's super healing, just the defense of heaven stage level 4 was not something she could shake. Ah, if you think that I can't beat you because you're a heaven stage, then you're wrong, very wrong. Yue Yang returned the original sentence. The city lord of fallen flowers couldn't beat Yang Wei, but it didn't mean that he couldn't. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed behind guild leader Yang Wei. Zhang Guan closed his eyes. He, who had the shadow shift ability, couldn't avoid Yue Yang's movement technique. Yang Wei had already lost. However, guild leader Yang Wei obviously didn't think so. He turned around and stared coldly at Yue Yang, and sneered contemptuously, "Your movement technique is not bad, but what's the use? Can you hit me? Use your Nirvana flame, use your world exterminating wheel to hit me. Can you? This water world is full of the law of forbidding martial arts and law of forbidding war. Even if I don't resist, you can't touch me. With your strength, with your warbeast, you want to defeat me, who is at the peak of heaven stage level 4. Even if I stick my face out, you can't do anything to me." Pa. Yue Yang gave him 2 slaps in the face. Although he wasn't hurt at all, this kind of collision was not a blow, and was not stopped by the law of forbidding martial arts. Guild leader Yang Wei was stunned at first, and then became furious. He wanted to return a few heavy punches and a few slaps to Yue Yang, but the attack with killing intent and energy was stopped by the law of forbidding martial arts, which made him even more angry. Unless he dispersed his energy, eliminated his killing intent, and casually swept his hand across Yue Yang's face, it was possible to hit him. Obviously, Yue Yang wouldn't give him this chance. Pa! Yue Yang slapped him again before he could even throw out his fist. Zhang Guan saw that Yang Wei was so humiliated by Yue Yang, and his heart was filled with hatred and shame. The hatred was vented because this Yang Wei had just beaten the 3 of them up, and now seeing Yue Yang slap him in the face, he felt really good. The shame was that he came from the heaven realm with this guy, and they used to be teammates. Now he was slapped by Yue Yang, and he felt like he was being slapped in the face. In short, his mood was very complicated. Guild leader Yang Wei was furious, and the black smoke horn dragon immediately vented for its master. It opened its huge mouth and crazily tried to bite Yue Yang. Just as it was about to bite Yue Yang, a foot appeared and kicked the black smoke horn dragon 100 meters away. It crashed into the water with a boom, causing the black smoke horn dragon to be in a sorry state. Zhang Guan, Bai Ma and He Tu covered their faces. Without looking, they knew who it was. It was the female barbarian cow who had the power of Titan in the heart of Earth. Ha! As soon as Man came out, Yue Yang added a giant shadow for her. She punched heavily and hit guild leader Yang Hui's chest. Get lost! Guild leader Yang Wei wanted to reach out and take it. Little Wen Li flashed, and her binding talent instantly froze his movements. Man was not polite, and her fist hit guild leader Yang Hui's chest like a meteor. Guild leader Yang Wei was worthy of being a peak 4th level heaven stage expert. Once he regained his freedom, he immediately activated his protective chi and directly shook off Man's heavy fist. With a little hoarse and a little arrogant, he snorted at Yue Yang, "You want to hit me with such little strength? HMPH, it's nothing." The spirit of radiance floating behind guild leader Yang Wei also immediately healed his internal injuries and recovered to his original state. With Yang Hui's defense and the super healing power of the spirit of radiance, even if Man threw 1,000 punches, she probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Yue Yang smiled and asked Yang Wei, "Is that so?" He added a giant shadow to Man, and Man cooperated with little Wen Li's binding talent, and the second heavy punch, This punch was twice as powerful as the previous one, and guild leader Yang Wei was a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, there was the spirit of radiance, which healed him in time and restored his body to its original state. When he saw Yue Yang add the giant shadow to Man for the third time, he suddenly felt a little weak in his legs. If this kid continued to buff like this, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Zhang Guan and the others had no face to watch anymore. Yang Hui's strength was good, but compared with Yue Yang, the abnormal third young master of the Yue family, he was still far behind. He wanted to fight against Yue Yang. There was only one result, and that was looking for abuse. Man, who was blessed with 10 giant shadows, was so scared that Yang Wei almost peed his pants, but he couldn't escape. Because no matter where he fled, Yue Yang followed him like a shadow, and was one step ahead of him in the direction he was going to retreat. Guild leader Yang Wei found that he had fled for a long time, but only escaped less than half a meter. As long as his body moved more than half a meter, he would be blocked by the third young master of the Yue family, whose speed was even faster than the fast finger light tooth. He couldn't make a move, but he could use his body to block himself. Guild leader Yang Wei never dreamed that under the restriction of the prohibition of martial arts, there would be such a fighting method. Let's get punched together. Guild leader Yang Wei sneered. As long as his body touched Yue Yang's body, he could reduce the power of the punch by more than half. His idea was to let Yue Yang enjoy the heavy punch of the female barbarian cow. Only Yue Yang's body was punched, it would be strange if he didn't fall down. Yang Hui's idea was beautiful. However, in fact, it was impossible to achieve. When guild leader Yang Wei intended to hit Yue Yang with his body, he found that the third young master of the Yue family had disappeared. Originally, if he moved less than half a meter, he would be stopped by Yue Yang. He flew out like a cannonball. Only then did he realize that he was fooled. Yue Yang deliberately stopped him just to borrow his strength. This was a trap. He suddenly roared, "You are so cunning, Yue Yang put his hand on his forehead and made a gesture of looking into the distance, and shouted exaggeratedly, "Look, there is meteor ash." Heavy Crown, White Horse and Black Soil, who were watching the battle, all fainted and fell into the water. Chapter 648 Guild leader Yang Wei was hit by a heavy punch and fell hundreds of meters into the water. His sternum cracked, and his heart almost stopped beating. But he didn't use his own energy to heal himself, and habitually handed over the healing of internal injuries to the spirit of radiance. He believed that as long as there was the spirit of radiance, no matter how serious the injury was, it could be easily recovered. Not to mention the heart injury, even if the entire internal organs were broken and the body was broken at the waist, the spirit of radiance could use its powerful healing power to quickly save himself. He had the spirit of radiance, which was equivalent to having an immortal body. What made Yang Wei feel strange was that it was different from usual. It didn't take a second for the spirit of radiance to recover from his injury. Now, after nearly half a minute, why was there still no movement? Guild leader Yang Wei rushed out of the water, looking for the spirit of radiance, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. The spirit of radiance that had been automatically floating behind him now stayed in the sky. She, who was illusory, emitted a brilliant brilliance. She, who had used a secret technique to wash away all her memories and consciousness, was now crying. Her originally lifeless eyes gradually regained their spirit. Countless black gas emerged from her white and shining illusory body, and dissipated in the pure brilliance of little Wen Li's soft hand. The spirit of radiance bathed in the white light, although the whole image was still illusory, but below the waist, gradually returned to the original angel form, and the brilliance in her eyes gradually became frightened, as if remembering some horrible memories. The spirit of radiance suddenly screamed with her hands on her head. Because there was no physical body, there was no sound at all. However, her fear could infect everyone around her. Guild leader Yang Wei felt that things were not good. Quickly to summon. Although there had never been a precedent of the spirit of radiance's betrayal since ancient times, the eyes were too strange, and he was a little scared. At the moment of desummon, Yang Wei felt that the spirit of radiance, who had a firm contract with him, seemed to be reminded by his own desummon, recovered from the fear, and looked up at him. The spirit of radiance's pupils dilated. She seemed to remember something and was a little confused. However, almost instinctively, she chose to betray and break away from the contract with Captain Yang Wei. Bathed in the white light, her body rushed straight into the sky, trembling as she fled, as if everyone around her was her enemy. "I'll kill you." Captain Yang Wei went completely crazy. Watching helplessly as his spirit of radiance terminated the contract, he felt extremely heartbroken. This kind of heartache exceeded the pain of the female barbarian bull's heavy punch. The spirit of radiance that he had painstakingly bought was actually dispelled by the little Lamia Loli's white light and restored her memory. 60 million gold worth of radiant spirit had always been a priceless existence in the heaven realm. Many people wanted to buy it, but they couldn't. He didn't expect that his 60 million would be gone with just a flash of white light. Without thinking, Yang Wei pointed at little Wen Li. Quick finger fang. Fire. If he didn't kill this little snake demon Loli, he wouldn't be able to vent the hatred in his heart. If the loss of the sunny sunflower had already made him go berserk, now the betrayal of the spirit of radiance was simply killing him. Even if he killed this little snake demon Loli, it would be difficult to quell the anger in his heart. Captain Yang Wei not only wanted to kill the Yu clan's third young master, but also wanted to whip the corpse and grind the bones into ashes. In the face of the quick finger fang, little Wen Li calmly took out a crystal ball. This colorful crystal ball, not to mention outsiders, even Yue Yang, the master who knew her best, saw her use it for the first time. As soon as the crystal ball came out, the sky was filled with brilliance. Even the light of the sunny sunflower, which was close to the sun, was easily suppressed by the brilliance. Although the brilliance was very bright, it was not dazzling. The original quick finger fang, in this brilliance, was like a fish in a torrent, getting slower and slower, and finally almost at the speed of a snail. In the sky, the light that fell from the sunny sunflower was the same. In front of this brilliance, the black smoke horn dragon that had fiercely pounced on little Wen Li let out a burst of miserable howls. Its body seemed to be burning, its skin was constantly festering, and the smoke could no longer protect its body. The black smoke horn dragon fled into the water at a speed 10 times faster than when it came, temporarily hiding in the deep water to protect itself, not daring to come out for a long time. Little Wen Li's 6 little arms were beautifully changing different postures. Like leading, like sending, like catching, like hugging. Beautiful beyond compare. She seemed to be doing some kind of special sealing ceremony. This kind of sealing ceremony, even Yue Yang had never seen before. Could it be that this little guy had recovered the memory of her previous life? Was she really not the daughter of himself and Queen Vivian Li, but some personal guard captain? Yue Yang was puzzled, but he was too lazy to find out. No matter what her previous life was like, now, she was his baby. Not a daughter, but more than a daughter. The brilliance that filled the sky was miraculously condensed and folded by little Wen Li. Space was also distorted. Countless lights were all sealed by little Wen Li into her crystal ball, including the quick finger fang beast, which was also forcibly sucked in without any resistance. Only the spirit of radiance, which hid in a very high altitude, hurriedly restrained the faint light emitted from its body, was spared from this sealing process. Of course, it was also possible that little Wen Li let it go. All the light was sealed by her, and the whole water world actually became a ball of darkness. After a long time, the water world gradually recovered under the illumination of the sunny sunflower. Faced with this kind of seal, Captain Bai Ma's infernal nightmare and He Tu's evil spider were so scared that they trembled. Even if little Wen Li did not seal them, but Yang Hui's quick finger fang, they could not resist the fear in their hearts, hid behind their master, and trembled. Heavy Crown, Bai Ma, He Tu, Yang Wei and the others had never seen this kind of seal. They had heard that the super strong of heaven stage had the power to seal life, but no one had seen it with their own eyes. Today, they finally saw it. The problem was, this little snake demon Loli was not a super strong of heaven stage at all. She didn't even seem to have the strength of heaven stage. How could she seal the light fang? The most unacceptable thing was that she was a guardian beast in her infancy. Almost in an instant, Captain Yang Wei and the others understood. Divine beast. Except for divine beast, no other warbeast had such a strong will, such outstanding wisdom, and such amazing ability. No, don't. Guild leader Yang Wei was so anxious that he almost wanted to commit suicide. The sunshine sunflower was gone, the spirit of radiance had betrayed the master, and now the quick finger fang was sealed by the other party. What did he have left? He rushed up crazily, wanting to attack little Wen Li with his fist, but the law of forbidding martial arts and the law of forbidding war made his fist unable to move. Little Wen Li raised her head and stared at guild leader Yang Wei with her cold eyes. This was not a binding talent, but pressure. A supreme divine beast's will invaded guild leader Yang Hui's soul, causing him to be in a state of fear. His raised fist loosened under little Wen Li's gaze, trembled and drooped down, retreating little by little, for fear that little Wen Li would reach out and kill him. At this moment, little Wen Li was no longer a war beast that he despised, but a supreme divine beast, a divine beast with the power to kill all living beings. If it wasn't for Yang Hui's strength at the peak of the 4th level of Heaven stage, and his firm will, if it was someone else, he would have been scared to the point of kneeling in front of little Wen Li. Fortunately, this was still a young divine beast. If it was an adult divine beast, its power would have reached its peak, and he would have been killed. Guild leader Yang Wei retreated 100 meters, and he found that his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. In his heart, there had never been such a strong shadow of death. For the first time in his life, he found himself so eager to survive, and so afraid of death, so scary. Zhang Guan, Bai Ma, and He Tu, they were also sweating. It turned out that this little snake demon Loli did not use her true strength at all. She was the same as Yu Clan's 3rd young master, hiding very deeply. If she really exerted the power of a divine beast, all the enemies who underestimated her would all die. I still have an important thing to do, you guys take your time to talk. Yu Yang opened his arms and hugged little Wen Li, who was flying back with a smile, and gave this cute little baby a heavy kiss as a reward. Little Wen Li hugged Yue Yang's arm, and the majesty of a divine beast disappeared. Instead, she was like a well-behaved daughter acting coquettishly in her father's arms. The smile on her little face was extremely brilliant. City Lord Fallen Flowers also gave her a kiss, and stroked little Wen Li's head to show her inner love. Yu Yang took little Wen Li and Aman, and held City Lord Fallen Flowers in one hand. Heading southwest, they soon disappeared into the distance. As soon as he left, Zhang Guan, Bai Ma, and He Tu smiled and surrounded guild leader Yang Wei. We are all from the Heaven realm, why can't we have a good talk? Maybe we can join hands to deal with Yu Clan's 3rd young master. I don't have any grudges with you, maybe we can cooperate. Guild leader Yang Wei felt that something was wrong. If he still had fast finger light tooth, if Zhang Guan, Bai Ma, and He Tu dared to fight again, they would be looking for trouble. Without Sunny Sunflower and Spirit of Radiance to protect your body, and without fast finger light tooth to bully others, I'm very curious, why didn't you talk to us before you lost your war beasts, or cooperate? Zhang Guan asked directly. Of course we can talk, when we have enough, we can start talking. Bai Ma's Heaven Realm flame horse was almost killed, and the anger in his heart was not over yet. It's useless to say more. He Tu was the most direct, and immediately ordered the evil spider to attack. Do you think I will be afraid of the 3 of you? Guild leader Yang Wei was angry. Since they had fallen out, then everyone would be in trouble. He didn't have the Sunny Sunflower, Spirit of Radiance, and Fast Finger Light Tooth, but he wasn't a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. No matter what, he was still a peak Heaven stage level 4 powerhouse. It would be too shameful to be scared off by 3 Heaven stage level 2 powerhouses. Not everyone in the world was as abnormal as Yu Clan's 3rd young master. Want to fight? Who's afraid of who? Guild leader Yang Wei ordered the Black Smoke Horn Dragon to counterattack while summoning the golden-eyed and silver-horned little monster. With this smart little thing, what tricks did the enemy's war beasts want to play? It was impossible. Who knew that just as guild leader Yang Wei summoned the golden-eyed and silver-horned little monster, it instantly chose to betray, turned into a green rainbow, and chased after Yu Yang from afar, not knowing if it was seeking Yu Yang's protection, or planning to rely on him. Guild leader Yang Wei was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that in the end, a warbeast that was too smart was really unreliable. Fortunately, the stupid Black Smoke Horn Dragon didn't betray him, otherwise he would have committed suicide immediately. Ha ha ha. Zhang Guan, Bai Ma, and He Tu were stunned at first, and then laughed so hard that they almost couldn't stand in the sky, and almost fell into the water. Guild leader Yang Wei, don't you have many war beasts? Aren't you arrogant? From being the richest in the world to having nothing, in just one day, let's see how arrogant you can be now. They estimated that Yu Clan's 3rd young master had important things to do now. If not, the tragedy of guild leader Yang Wei would not be over. As a guild leader, he should have treasures on him, right? Zhang Guan and the others didn't think that Yu Yang would be so kind that he would let go of the treasures on guild leader Yang Wei. Chapter 649 Water World. On the surface of the water 100 nautical miles away from the ancient transmission array, Yu Yang stopped. He let City Lord Fallen Flowers stand. where she was, and he patrolled the sky and finally landed, nodding to little Wen Li. Little Wen Li also nodded and summoned Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon. Storm Mermaid blew the storm horn, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the water surface was set off stormy waves. A huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the water. It spun faster and faster, deeper and deeper. In the end, all the water in the whirlpool was moved to the periphery by Storm Mermaid. Relying on the power of the whirlpool, a concave water hole hundreds of meters deep was cut in the water surface. Even Zhang Guan and the others, who were hundreds of miles away, couldn't help but stop when they saw the change in the sky. They looked at this sight in surprise, not understanding what Yue Yang was doing. Holding City Lord Fallen Flowers, Yue Yang slowly floated down from the water hole of the huge whirlpool. The surrounding water, like a cliff, allowed the power of the whirlpool to rotate outward. In the middle, there was a huge space with a diameter of 100 meters. After reaching a depth of 500 meters, an object submerged in the water gradually emerged from the water surface. It was the spire of a high tower. The water gradually disappeared, and a huge black tower appeared in front of Yue Yang and City Lord Fallen Flowers. "Come out." Yue Yang snorted coldly at the air. "Hey, how did you find me?" There was a surprised voice, strangely transmitted in the transparent space, and finally, a shadow appeared on the spire of the black tower. This shadow was the mysterious cloaked shadow that intercepted Yue Yang before. Everyone didn't need to guess, they all knew that he was the sole carrier of the ancient demon king. Why did he appear here? Could it be that he had entered this water world before Yue Yang? Yue Yang looked at the mysterious shadow who still had his back to him and did not reveal his true appearance. Of course, he was not willing to say that he had the Heaven Eye's divine vision. He only smiled and tried to bluff, "I'm just guessing. How could you be absent from such an important place? Although I don't know if you're here or not, but when I tried, you jumped out impatiently." "Ha!" The cloaked figure clapped his hands and laughed, "You clan's third young master, you are indeed smart. There were not many people in the world who could guess that there was more than one ancient seal in the water world, and there were even fewer people who could find it. What surprises me the most is that you actually knew I was here. Tisk tisk, even I can't help but admire your brain. You're really smart." "Then, smart Yu clan's third young master, can you guess where this place is?" Yue Yang shook his head. "I can't guess, but I think you'll say it." The shadow felt strange and asked, "Why do I have to say it?" At this time, Yue Yang looked up to the sky and pretended to be, "I'm a wise man." He rested his chin on his hand and pretended to think, "For a person like you, if you do something that you're proud of and don't say it, you'll definitely feel uncomfortable. So, you'll definitely say it. Besides, if you're not proud of yourself and want to show off in front of me, why would you take the risk of being discovered by me and stay here?" The shadow was silent for a while, then burst into a crazy laughter. He clapped his hands and praised, "That's right, as expected of you clan's third young master. Your words really hit the bottom of my heart. It's really interesting to have an opponent like you. To be honest, you're much better than that mute prison emperor. I think highly of you. If I let you fully mature, you'll really be a terrifying opponent, you clan's third young master. Since you know that I did something here, why did you come? Do you know whose tomb is sealed here? Whose tomb is it?" City Mistress Fallen Flowers held Yue Yang's hand and asked, bearing the mental pressure emitted by the shadow together with him. "His name is Peerless." The shadow said a name that Yue Yang and City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't know. "I don't know." Yue Yang shook his head and said honestly, "It's not strange that you don't know him, because he's not a ranker of this era." The shadow suddenly described enthusiastically, "In Tong Tian Tower, there have been countless experts. In this era, the more famous ones are Demon Abyss, First Conqueror Empress Fei Wenli, Soaring Dragon Continent's Prison Emperor Zan Feng, Heaven Stairway's Sleeping Princess Yi Meng. One level lower, there's Tian Lun, Qian Yi, Wu Sei, and one level lower, there's the Scarlet Emperor and the others. The ones you know, like Black Hell King and Thousand Goblin King, are the weakest existences among the true rankers. As long as I wanted to, I could instantly kill them at any time. Of course, if I did this kind of thing too much, it would let some of the old ghosts who were traveling outside know about it. It would be a little troublesome. Once I provoke those old ghosts, even an existence as strong as the Conquest Queen Fei Wenli would be sealed. So, little guy, don't think that killing your way to Heaven Realm is a good thing. The more famous you are, the more you kill, the more dangerous it is, unless you can defy the heavens and become a god, and have the qualifications to fight against those old ghosts, you'll always be a struggling ant, just a little bigger than others, ha ha ha. This Peerless, is he the kind of old ghost you're talking about? Yue Yang's face darkened slightly as he asked. Ah no, don't misunderstand. The shadow denied. Then he's your ally. City Mistress Fallen Flowers guessed a little. We can barely be called allies. His attitude towards me isn't very good, but he's not an enemy either. This guy, Peerless, is more aloof and arrogant. He has a bit of the smelly airs and bad temper of a strong person. His personality is also more stubborn, different from the easygoing me. The shadow sighed with nostalgia. If his personality wasn't so unruly, how could he have been sealed in this water world for tens of thousands of years? Tens of thousands of years. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was speechless when she heard this. Why was it that whenever she met an old ghost, it would be tens of thousands of years? I'm not too sure when he was sealed, because I was sealed a lot earlier than him. However, I believe that it was at least 30,000 years. Although this guy is a human from the Soaring Dragon continent, he is the first emperor to truly unify the Demon Abyss. It was also because of him that the various races in the Demon Abyss had the chance to truly rise. Compared to him, the Conquest Empress Fei Wen Li was one era later. If Peerless was not sealed, how could there be a Conquest Empress who swept across the Heaven Realm? How could there be the Barath and Ha Shin of today? Those demon kings are simply not even worthy to be his coachman. The shadow laughed strangely. He pointed to the black tower under his feet and laughed. You clan's third young master, how about this? Let's make a deal. As long as you tell me where my body is hidden, I will let the first-generation Peerless Emperor of the Demon Abyss continue to sleep. Peerless Emperor. Peerless is the Peerless Emperor. Yue Yang was shocked after hearing this. If it was a powerhouse from the Demon Abyss, or a powerhouse like Tianlun, Xianxia and wuxia, Yue Yang didn't know any of them. However, in the memory inheritance of the pitiful guy's mother, even if there were no neatly arranged memory chains, there was a very clear and deep memory of a name, and that was, Peerless Emperor. In the memory inheritance of the pitiful guy's mother, there were at least 10 ways to deal with the Peerless Emperor. However, these 10 ways were not the best way. Even the pitiful guy's mother couldn't think of the best way to deal with the Peerless Emperor. However, she repeatedly studied this Peerless Emperor. It could be said that even the ancient demon king didn't have this kind of memory. Yue Yang didn't know what this Peerless Emperor had done, but after going through the Heaven Stairway's Water World Seal, he knew one thing. The Peerless Emperor must have been sealed by a Heaven Stairway powerhouse. Moreover, this guy wasn't completely sealed, so it was very likely that he had escaped. Otherwise, the pitiful guy's mother wouldn't have studied a way to deal with him. Have you heard of the Peerless Emperor? The shadow was a little surprised by Yue Yang's reaction. Ah, I heard Mo Long mention it. Yue Yang was thick-skinned again and used Mo Long's name to scare people. Mo Long, you know Mo Long. The shadow was intimidated by Yue Yang's words. His cloaked body trembled slightly. Obviously, he knew Mo Long. You don't know him. I'll introduce you next time. Although Mo Long is a wretched middle-aged uncle, his personality is very easygoing like you. You two are like-minded. Maybe you can become gay friends. Ah, no, friends. Yue Yang laughed. Mo Long has been sealed. Without the Supreme Dragon God to unseal it, no one can save him. If you want to use him to pressure me, you're making a big mistake. The shadow sneered. Same here. If you want to use the Peerless Emperor to pressure me, it's not a smart move. Yue Yang returned the sentence. Tit for tat. Whether it was words or momentum, they were no weaker than the mysterious shadow. The tense atmosphere that the shadow painstakingly created was diluted by Mo Long. It turned out that he wanted to take the opportunity to pressure Yue Yang. He didn't expect Yue Yang to resolve it so easily. He couldn't help but sigh. You are indeed a strong opponent. You clan's third young master, we still have a chance to fight. Don't worry, let's see if you grow faster or if I recover faster. Tong Tian Tower only has one true ruler. Let's see if it belongs to me or you. The shadow lost his move and didn't bother him anymore. His figure turned into a wisp of smoke. Disappeared. Even with Yue Yang's current Heaven Eye's divine vision, he couldn't catch his trace. Yue Yang closed his eyes and carefully sensed his surroundings. After a long time, he nodded to City Mistress Fallen Flowers. He left. This guy also has a treasure to travel through space, or some kind of skill to travel through the void. He's really a troublesome opponent. City Mistress Fallen Flowers held Yue Yang's hand and comforted him softly. Don't worry, we can't do anything to him for the time being. He also can't hurt us. He did so much just to test us. If he had the confidence, he would have made a move long ago. Why did he have to play such small tricks? He left the water world for a long time, which proves that his ability to travel through space is flawed. Otherwise, why would he need to come in earlier, and why would he need to travel so far to teleport away? I understand what you said. Yue Yang nodded solemnly. However, if the ancient demon king really released the peerless emperor, it's definitely not a good thing. I don't know how strong the prison emperor is, but I can be sure that the peerless emperor is definitely stronger than the prison emperor. This peerless emperor is probably only one step away from the legendary god. If the peerless emperor was so strong, the ancient demon king wouldn't have released him. City Mistress Fallen Flowers analyzed. Of course not now, but if he had no hope, he would definitely disregard everything. Yue Yang thought for a while. Previously, I had a bad premonition. At first, I thought it was because of the ancient demon king, but now it seems that it should be because of the peerless emperor. I also have the same feeling. I thought it was an illusion. Princess Sissy came out and nodded in agreement. If that's the case, let's go to the Black Tower to take a look. Shui Wuxia's face was full of determination. I think this is a good thing. Maybe it's an opportunity to improve. If we don't train, how can we fight against the ancient demon king? If we can't even pass the sealed peerless emperor, how can we talk about advancing into the heaven realm? The heart of a sovereign is to look down on all living beings. Even if they are the ancient demon king or the peerless emperor, they are just one of the living beings. Not only Yue Yang, but we are also the same. If we want to grow, we must have this kind of awareness. Ah! Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were shocked by Shui Wuxia's serious expression. Using this to comprehend the heart of a sovereign, Yue Yang closed his eyes and pondered for a while. His expression became firm. He clenched his fist and waved it. Let's enter the tower. Let's see what kind of person the prehistoric peerless emperor is. Yes, Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers answered in unison. No matter what, they would always be his strongest support. Since the day they met. From then on, they would follow each other through life and death. Chapter 650 Water World, Black Tower. In the beginning, everyone thought that entering this Black Tower required some kind of condition, such as using some treasure or energy crystal. Who knew that this was not the case at all? Outside the Black Tower, there was an endless water world, but inside the door of the Black Tower, it was an extremely dry space. There was not a drop of water inside, and there was a faint heat, as if approaching a volcano. Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy, and City Lord Fallen Flowers, the four walked into the Black Tower without any obstacles. As if walking into their own home, it was so easy that Yue Yang and the three women were stunned. There was a very gentle special energy inside the Black Tower. Like wind, it was completely harmless to Yue Yang and the others. It was extremely gentle. When Yue Yang entered the Black Tower, it also expelled the water from Yue Yang's body, so that he was dry as soon as he entered the tower. Why were there two different worlds inside and outside? If there was no need for water inside the tower, then why set up such a huge water world outside? This Black Tower sealed the peerless emperor, then where was the peerless emperor? It was so easy to enter the Black Tower, why didn't the peerless emperor take the opportunity to escape? The inside of the Black Tower was very huge. On the wall, there were many ancient words and pictures. All of them described the war of ancient experts. Among them, a man with black hair and purple eyes, burning with flames appeared the most. Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia guessed that this man was the peerless emperor. These murals were the records of the peerless emperor's life. If it was only described by these murals, then this peerless emperor was indeed a very terrifying expert. With a wave of his hand, he could turn the surroundings into hell, not to mention the peak power in his heyday. Even if the peerless emperor could still maintain 1% of his strength after waking up, he was still a super existence that no one could contend with. Entering the tower, in the middle of the tower, there was a huge hall, and in the middle of the hall was a high crystal pillar. It was at least 1,000 meters high, and the diameter of the crystal pillar was 100 meters. It was full of colorful light, straight to the top of the tower. This was the energy crystal pillar that had suppressed Emperor Wu Shuang. This was also the tallest and largest energy crystal pillar that Yue Yang had ever seen. Compared to this crystal pillar, the difference between other crystal pillars was like the difference between a meteorite and a star. They were not on the same level at all. With this crystal pillar, even if the ancient demon king wants to do something, I'm afraid he won't be able to. City Lord Fallen Flowers heaved a sigh of relief and smiled comfortably. This crystal pillar is indeed not something that can be destroyed by humans. Princess Sissy nodded. If humans can't destroy it, why did the ancient devil king come here? Shui Wuxia asked. Yue Yang was temporarily unable to answer. Moreover, he knew that no matter how many crystal pillars there were, they would not be the strongest seal. The most powerful seal was the black hole seal, the one that sealed Queen Vivian Li. In that kind of black hole seal, any sealer would not be able to obtain any energy. Instead, they would be constantly weakened. In that kind of seal, no one could escape by any means. Only the black hole seal was the true and absolutely unbreakable eternal seal. The black hole seal was called Nirvana seal. Not only could it seal people, but it was also said that it could even seal gods. Of course, to be able to use such a huge crystal pillar to seal, although it was not as powerful as the black hole seal of Nirvana seal, Emperor Wu Shuang was definitely not a simple character. This guy's strength was obviously much more terrifying than what Yue Yang had imagined. Perhaps there was no need to face Emperor Wu Shuang today, because it was not the time for Emperor Wu Shuang to be unsealed. But what about in the future? Yue Yang believed that no matter how big the crystal pillar was, there would be a day when it collapsed. Emperor Wu Shuang would definitely return to the world. This was for sure. It was because of the existence of such a strong enemy that the ancient demon king was so anxious to take back his body and restore his peak strength. Not only Yue Yang, but even the ancient demon king was probably a little afraid of the awakening of Emperor Wu Shuang. No one would like the awakening of such a powerful king. The appearance of Emperor Wu Shuang was equivalent to another competitor for the treasures of the gods, ruins. They searched again. The quintet seeking golden mice found a hidden enchantment. Inside the enchantment, there was a spiral staircase leading down. Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia walked hundreds of meters and found another hall. The hall was full of sealing power. The color of blood, forbidding martial arts and forbidding martial arts were at their greatest power here. In the empty space in the middle of the hall, the quintet seeking golden mice found another enchantment. After Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia entered, they found a blood-red teleportation door inside. Entering again, they came to a pure black world. There was no light inside. There was only a seal. This black world was a bit like a black hole, but it did not have that kind of suction, only endless sealing power. This kind of sealing power did not seem to be strong, but it could not be resisted. Anyone who wanted to surpass this sealing power would immediately be suppressed thousands of times. This state was a bit like a person carrying a stone. Once he wanted to throw the stone away, he would be punished thousands of times more seriously. Inside the black world, it was unknown how vast it was. Perhaps, it was 1,000 kilometers. The peerless Emperor Wu Shuang was sealed here. Yue Yang frowned slightly. Although this kind of seal was powerful, it was much worse than Queen Vivian Li's seal. If it was Queen Vivian Li who was sealed in this place, he believed that she would have broken free long ago. Could Emperor Wu Shuang have broken free and left? This thought just emerged in Yue Yang's mind. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy looked in the same direction in the darkness almost at the same time. They did not see anything suspicious, but their natural sharp intuition and 6 records talent allowed them to discover that there were unknown creatures approaching from this direction. City Mistress Fallen Flowers leaned towards Yue Yang. She looked in another direction, indicating that there were also unknown creatures approaching from another direction. Were they surrounded? Although Yue Yang was in danger now, he was very calm. He reached out and gently hugged City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Princess Sissy, and Shui Wuxia to comfort them. Little Wen Li, Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Ah Man, and Spirit of Heaven Fire were all summoned to protect him. I didn't expect that there would be 2 groups of guests today. Welcome, welcome, a sweet female voice rang out from the darkness in the distance. This voice made Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Sissy startled. Could Emperor Wu Shuang be a woman? It doesn't matter. No matter who the guests are, as long as they are guests, we will treat them well. Immediately after, another voice that sounded like the teeth of a skeleton colliding with each other rang out. So there is a master here. Actually, we are just passing by. Yue Yang laughed when he heard that. I understand that young lovers want to find a quiet place to talk about love. In the past, I often did this too. The sweet voice replied with a smile. There's no hurry to talk about love. Since you are a couple, it doesn't matter if you talk later. Since you have come to our place, if you don't let us be the host and treat you well, when you leave, others will laugh at us for not being subordinates and embarrassing our master. We can't do this kind of thing. You must know that our master is the most hospitable and virtuous Emperor Wu Shuang in history. The strange voice that sounded like the clashing of skulls was getting closer and closer. When it was within 100 meters of Yue Yang could see clearly that it was a skeleton wearing a top hat, a luxurious brocade robe, and a staff of civilization. This skeleton was definitely not from the Bone clan. He was human. However, he was already dead. It was purely the soul controlling the body, but it was still the same as when he was alive. This kind of control made Yue Yang's heart turn cold. Shui Wuxia suddenly bowed slightly to the other party and performed an innate etiquette. Senior, first of all, thank you for your hospitality. However, we are juniors and are not worthy of senior's presence. In the dark sky, a jet black thing came at an extremely fast speed. It landed on the skeleton's shoulder. When it opened its eyes, even the bold Princess Sissy was shocked. It turned out to be a crow. When it opened its tightly closed eyes, the spirituality in its eyes was like that of a human's. That pair of slightly burning red eyes could almost look straight into other people's hearts. Fortunately, this kind of gaze that made people feel very uncomfortable was only a glance, and the crow closed its eyes. It opened its mouth and said, "Don't worry, if we want to kill you, we won't even talk to you. Idiot, if you scare away the guests and cause them to be unable to talk, I will make you pay." The delicate female voice shouted, all right, I won't talk anymore." The crow really shut its mouth and did not make any more sounds. Yue Yang was sure that this crow was also not a beast. It was also a human. However, its body was already dead, and its soul was living in the crow's body. This kind of ability to fuse with living beings was not something that any ranker in Tong Tian Tower could achieve. The Black Hell King had to spend a lot of effort to find the most suitable body to change his body. However, this crow could easily live in the crow's body, and its power was not reduced at all. Yue Yang used his Heaven Eyes divine vision, but he still could not understand how this guy did it. If his Heaven Eyes divine vision was stronger, he might be able to do it. But now, it was still impossible. May I ask for the three seniors' names? Because of the long history, Tong Tian Tower has changed greatly. We juniors are unable to lose our past history. Shui Wuxia bowed again, showing the posture of a junior paying respect to a senior. Tong Tian Tower losing its history is nothing strange. Moreover, history is written by the victors. How can losers like us have a good reputation? Let's not talk about our past names. Here, you can be called Earth, the old lady with the umbrella is called Say, and as for this stinky bird, you can call him Realm. The three of us are the servants of His Majesty the Unparalleled Emperor. The skeleton man answered Shui Wuxia's question with a strange tone. Extreme Earth, extreme beauty, impasse. Princess Sissy immediately reacted. This, Earth, Say, Realm, was meaningless, but if it was combined with the Unparalleled Emperor's surname, then it would be different. I don't dare to say that. When I tricked handsome guys to go on dates in the past, my looks were not bad. Even if I can't be compared to you, a little girl with a divine equipment protecting you, I believe I'm not too far off. It's a pity that the handsome guys I know are all disappointing. If they could be as good looking as the little handsome guy among you and have such a guardian warbeast, I wouldn't have followed His Majesty the Unparalleled Emperor in a fit of anger. His Majesty is a blockhead who doesn't love the country or beauties, but only likes to practice martial arts. He wasted my good youth. Now that I think about it, it's really a pity that the best youth has passed. The delicate female voice sighed desperately, as if she was reminiscing about her lost youth. I don't remember it like this. Back then, it seemed that no one wanted you. His Majesty pitied you, so he let you follow him. The skeleton man took his hat and scratched his bald skull with his skeletal fingers in distress. Damn skeleton, I'm not done with you. The female voice was angry. Forget it, it's boring to quarrel like this every day. The crow covered its face with its wings and sighed. Finally, it asked Yue Yang, little guy, you've seen our situation. In short, if you help us do something, we won't let you down. Not to mention that you have unlimited potential. Even if you're a fool, I can still make you an innate elder. A few little girls are also no problem. What do you think of my proposal? Good proposal. Yue Yang nodded. You agree? The skeleton man asked in disbelief. This, we'll only know after we fight. A mysterious smile appeared on Yue Yang's face, supreme duel, the winner is king. Whoever wins, we'll listen to whoever. This is the fairest way. The skeleton man, the crow, and even the invisible woman. They were all silent. Chapter 651. After a long time, the invisible woman suddenly opened her mouth and scolded, "This kid is cunning, the competition is fake, he wants to test our strength." She scolded with a smile. But because the voice was very beautiful and coquettish, it didn't sound angry, but like a joke. Yue Yang, who was exposed by the other party, did not change his face at all. He was still calm as usual, as if the other party said so to bully him. The skeleton man carefully observed Yue Yang, and after a long time, he asked, "I really want to know, why do you think you might win us? After all, we are also old guys who have lived for tens of thousands of years. I don't think I can win, I just want to ask the seniors to give me some advice." Yue Yang deliberately became modest. Of course, there was also some pride in his modesty. However, only Shui Wuxia and the others knew. Yue Yang was not such a person at all. The more modest he was, the more he was deceiving. Moreover, long before Yue Yang expressed his stance, Shui Wuxia had already shown her respect as a junior, and with Yue Yang's current statement, it was also a tacit understanding. In fact, Shui Wuxia and Yue Yang, who had telepathic communication, had not discussed it before. It was purely a natural cooperation of mind. Because they could not guess whether the other party had the ability to probe or intercept the mind, neither Shui Wuxia nor Yue Yang revealed this special talent. In front of these three super powerful seniors, the less strength exposed, the safer, and the more strength hidden, the better. Moreover, these three seniors were not the most powerful one. There was still the first king of the demon abyss, Emperor Wu Shuang, who was the most vigilant. No one knew whether Emperor Wu Shuang was secretly watching. Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision had not found Emperor Wu Shuang. However, this did not mean that Emperor Wu Shuang was not nearby. "Do you really want to fight?" The skeleton man was a little curious about Yue Yang's attitude. He sized him up again, as if he was very curious about him. There was something he couldn't understand. "Let's fight 3 rounds. Yue Yang smiled and showed 3 fingers. After hearing Yue Yang's words, the other party fell silent again. After a long time, the crow let out a long sigh. "I have to say, in the tens of thousands of years I have lived, you are the bravest little boy I have ever seen. However, you definitely won't be able to defeat us. You haven't even reached the honorable realm. No matter how many guardian beasts you have, it's useless. Little boy, you are indeed very outstanding, more outstanding than anyone else. However, you are too young. If you were to train for another 100 years, perhaps we would have a headache. How about this, we'll put aside our previous proposal for the time being. I'll give you guys 10 years. Go back and cultivate properly. Once you've finished cultivating, you can come back to compete. When you lose, you'll just have to do something very easy for us. What do you think?" City Lord Fallen Flowers was stunned. These 3 old guys were actually willing to let her go. Was the other party plotting something? Yue Yang and the 3 women looked at each other. Princess Sissy nodded slightly, indicating that they should stay and fight to find out the enemy's information. City Lord Fallen Flowers, on the other hand, felt that they should leave and not take risks. Because if they angered the enemy, it was very likely that there would be an accident. Shui Wuxia was thinking. Princess Sissy's thoughts were very positive. If they didn't fight and just went back, then the information obtained would be too little and not enough to deal with the Peerless Emperor. Although there was a 10-year time limit, the Peerless Emperor was very likely to wake up within 10 years with the help of the ancient Demon King. This 10-year period might just be a delaying tactic. If they left now, then they would actually fall into the trap. City Lord Fallen Flowers' concerns were not unreasonable. Yue Yang was still in the growth period, and it was not appropriate for his secrets to be made public. If in the battle, the 3 old monsters, the skeleton man, the crow, and the invisible woman, discovered the various secrets hidden in Yue Yang, it was very likely to trigger their killing intent. Even if not, these old guys who had been sealed for tens of thousands of years might use this secret to exchange with the ancient Demon King. The ancient Demon King would definitely pay a lot to obtain the secrets of Yue Yang. It was not a good thing if the secret was leaked. So, what should they do? Shui Wuxia raised her head and looked at Yue Yang. She nodded to him, indicating that she would abstain from this vote and leave it to Yue Yang to decide. Whether it was right or wrong, as long as he made a decision, then she would listen to him. Princess Sissy and City Lord Fallen Flowers also looked at Yue Yang and left the final decision to him. Well, I'll be willful. It's best to leave, but we won't choose to leave this time. Yue Yang opened his arms, with the 3 women in his arms. With their support, Yue Yang was not afraid of all the difficulties and dangers in the world. Even if he killed his way to the heaven realm, he would not hesitate. In order to challenge himself, in order to comprehend the sovereign's heart, in order to grow better and faster, Yue Yang made a decision. He turned to the skeleton man and the crow and nodded. Our answer is, challenge. Pa 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 pa, the skeleton man clapped his hands and praised. The crow was thinking. It was a little confused about Yue Yang's real intention. You still want to fight? I haven't fought for many years, and my body seems to be a little inconvenient today. You 2 guys, take this. The delicate female voice declined at once. Little boy, I'm willing to fight with you, but my combat skills and war beasts are a little strange. It's difficult to control their power, and it's difficult to guarantee my life if I fight. The skeleton man picked up his top hat and gestured, indicating that he would not accept the challenge for the time being. In the end, this ball was kicked to the crow, which made the crow a little angry. You guys are pretending to be dead, always putting me on the table. I'm not a manager. A guard captain has to do so much work, and there's no salary. I seriously protest. If I fight, you guys have to show something. Otherwise, don't blame me for not working hard. The skeleton seems to have a good gem. The invisible woman reminded the crow. I only have 8 gems in total. Now that 6 of them have entered your pocket, do you really want to take out the remaining 2? The skeleton man was sweating profusely. 1 for each of you, that's fair. Besides, the heaven realm's gems are everywhere. When you go out in the future, how many do you want? Not to mention 8, even if you use a sack, you can still fill up 8 bags. The invisible woman giggled. Ah, this is the 8th grade, Resurrection Heavenly Crystal. It's not a common product. If the heaven realm can have 2 sacks of this kind of thing, then it's not the heaven realm. The skeleton man scratched his skull with his skeleton fingers again, and thought with a little annoyance, I also plan to use these 2 resurrection heavenly crystals to see if I can restore my previous body. Now, maybe I can't get my body back. If you think that the resurrection heavenly crystal can bring the dead back to life, then you are too naive. The invisible woman snorted and said, the resurrection heavenly crystal can only be used for a life that has just died with a complete body and a soul that has not been seriously injured. If it has been dead for more than a day, even if the soul is not injured, it will be useless. Have you tried it? Both the skeleton man and the crow asked anxiously. No, but His Majesty said so. The invisible woman pondered for a moment and replied. In the ears of Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia, they could hear that this invisible woman must have tried to resurrect with the resurrection heavenly crystal, which was why she was so sure. Of course, in order to cover up her failure, she used Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless words as proof, which could also explain one point. She might have also asked Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless words, and the final answer was that even with the resurrection heavenly crystal, it could not be easily resurrected. The skeleton man sighed, it seems that I can only get God's blood to restore my body. Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia looked at each other, and they were excited about the information they inadvertently obtained. Although the resurrection heavenly crystal was good, it was far inferior to God's blood. God's ruins. Among the treasures inside it, there should be a lot of God's blood. This was a peerless treasure for those old monsters to pursue an immortal body and a higher realm. No wonder whether it was Black Hell King, Scarlet Emperor, Ancient Demon King, the ghost trio in front of him, or even Emperor Wu Shuang's peerless words, they were so eager to get God's blood. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed through Yue Yang's mind. The pitiful guy's mother, she was the first person in history to enter the gods' ruins. Then, did she obtain a lot of God's blood? Did she become a god and use it to ascend to the heaven realm, or a higher realm? Shui Wuxia also turned back and looked at him. I can't get out for now, everything is fake. I haven't fought for a long time, and I'm itching for a fight. Let's fight. The crow opened its eyes. The strange flaming eyes that could see through everything in the world burst forth with an irresistible aura that made everything in the world bow down. It had yet to increase its power, but it could already look down on everything in the world. This feeling of being in the sovereign realm, Yue Yang had only felt from one person before, and that was Ji Zun. Even Yan Zun, Yan Zong, or the clown party leader, they did not give Yue Yang this feeling of invincibility. As for the Lionheart King, he had enough power and was strong enough. But compared to this crow, the Lionheart King's realm seemed to be slightly lower. At least, he did not give Yue Yang the illusion that he was completely invincible. There was no doubt about the demon dragon's realm, but he did not release it. He hid it more. As for Queen Vivian Li, she had already reached a realm that Yue Yang could not sense. That might be another level. Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, and Shui Wuxia all took a step back. If this crow did not emit such a strong sovereign realm aura, they still hoped to fight for Yue Yang. But now they understood that with their current strength, they could not win. What they needed to do was to watch the battle quietly, find the enemy's weakness as soon as possible, and help Yue Yang win this battle. Not only them, Yue Yang also summoned Sky Law, Sky Disaster, Yu Bing, and Inan from the grimoire world. He believed that no matter how much they gained from today's battle, it would definitely affect their cultivation. Because this kind of opponent was rare, Yue Yang kept challenging them. I couldn't tell that you have so many ladies following you, and they are all top-grade beauties. Even an ordinary emperor does not have such good fortune. The invisible woman teased him coquettishly. Greetings, seniors. Yu Bing was more polite, and greeted them together with Yu. I'm just here to play. Don't misunderstand, he is my brother-in-law. Sky Disaster held Impatience's arm, and proudly expressed that she was not Yue Yang's woman. Wry Face Mushroom. The crow did not care about this war of words. It closed its flaming eyes, flapped its wings, and directly summoned a strange mushroom with a white body, a flower top, and a blue face. This mushroom beast had hands and legs, but it was extremely short. It had a mouth and a face, and looked like a human, but it was strange. It looked like a human, but it was very strange. Of course, even if this mushroom beast looked ordinary, its strength was not to be underestimated. It had at least reached the realm of heaven rank level 3. As soon as the wry face mushroom appeared, it smiled at Bloody Queen Red. This strange smile was uglier than crying. Bloody Queen Red looked as if she had been bewitched by Yue Yang. She was stunned for a few seconds, but soon after, she looked like a little kid who had been made a face by someone. Her face was deathly pale, and tears flowed down her face. She started to wail loudly, hugging Yue Yang's thigh tightly. Her body was also trembling non-stop. Kill. Seeing that Bloody Queen Red was being attacked, Man immediately swung her fist towards the wry face mushroom that looked like she could send it flying with one punch. I'm so scared. The wry face mushroom made a move that was afraid of hiding. Ha 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 ha. In the end, Man immediately stopped her angry attack. She stood still, pointed at the wry face mushroom, and laughed loudly. She laughed until her tears flowed. She did not even hear the shouts of City Mistress Fallen Flowers and the others. Now, even a blind person could see that this wry face mushroom had used a spiritual attack to defeat the will of Bloody Queen Red and Man, making one of them cry and the other laugh. Bloody Queen Red and Man's willpower was so strong. However, they were easily defeated by the wry face mushroom. This was really a little unexpected. Yue Yang waved his hand, and the battle angel stood out. She was not like Red, nor like Man. She was a battle angel, and her willpower was one with Yue Yang. As long as Yue Yang's willpower was not defeated, then she could not be affected. The crow seemed to know that the wry face mushroom did not have much effect on the battle angel, and immediately summoned a strange red dragonfly. This red dragonfly was 10 meters long, and its wings were more than 10 meters long. When the battle angel charged, the black barrel had just extended, and before it could fire, the red dragonfly arrived in front of her and gently grabbed the battle angel into the sky. In 1/100th of a second, the moment the battle angel swung her arm and slashed out the angel's blade, it threw the battle angel Ika far away, a full 100 meters away. When the battle angel Ika spread her wings and landed on the ground, it was in front of her again. Ika angrily raised the barrel of her arms and fired 100 times in 3 seconds. However, the red dragonfly dodged all of them and flew easily in the net of intertwined shooting rays. Battle Angel Ika, the angel's blade spun like the wind, but it could not cut it at all. The two were so fast that the eyes could not react to the chase and fight. The red dragonfly, who was also at the 3rd level of heaven stage, seized the opportunity to catch Ika and throw her far away. Her own body, however, was completely unharmed by Ika's attack. When the girls saw this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. It was too terrifying. With the speed of the battle angel Ika, she could not even touch a hair on the opponent's body. This was too unbelievable. Big brother, let me help you. Yu Bing could not accept the fact that her brother was being suppressed. In a moment of desperation, she summoned the Titan Ancient Tree and charged. Fire thorns. The crow flapped its wings, and countless burning fire thorns appeared on the ground. This useless warbeast, Fire Bramble, which was only slightly better than the thorny flower in Tong Tian Tower, was actually at the 4th level of Heaven stage here. It could easily grab a colossus like the ancient Titan tree and firmly bind it to the ground. Yu Bing almost fainted when she saw this. She never dreamed that her Titan Ancient Tree would be bound by others to the point where it couldn't move. This was her usual move. She usually used the Titan Ancient Tree to bind and capture the enemy. Alright, it's my turn. Impatience decided to make a move. Wait, please believe me, I have a way. Yue Yang held Impatience's soft hand, nodded, and walked out. Chapter 652. Yue Yang pointed with his finger. Spirit of Heaven Fire immediately flew out. Her target was none other than the strange wry face mushroom. For a pure elemental body like Spirit of Heaven Fire, although she would also be affected by spiritual power, Spirit of Heaven Fire lacked enough human emotions. Negative emotions such as sadness, happiness, sorrow, and bitterness were completely ineffective on her. The only thing that wry face mushroom could do to Spirit of Heaven Fire was anger. Moreover, Spirit of Heaven Fire did not have the mental breakdown of humans. Even if she was angered, she would not lose her mind and fall into a frenzy like humans. After successfully angering it, Spirit of Heaven Fire's body spewed out flames all over the sky. Her movements were not affected at all. The target of the attack did not change at all. Fortunately, Wry Face Mushroom's level was higher and its strength was stronger. It easily dodged it. For this dodge, Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and the others immediately understood that this Wry Face Mushroom was not good at close combat. It was only good at using spiritual power to control the enemy. Jellyfish. The crow with its eyes closed flapped its wings and summoned another warbeast calmly. It was a jellyfish with a snow-white body that was almost transparent. There was nothing special about its appearance, except that it was an extraordinary Heaven Rank Level 3. This Heaven Rank Level 3 jellyfish faced Spirit of Heaven Fire and spat out countless bubbles. These bubbles that did not have the slightest bit of destructive power had two special characteristics. When Yue Yang bravely stretched out his finger and lightly flicked it, those bubbles immediately burst. To humans, they were no different from ordinary bubbles. But the other characteristic had a completely different effect on war beasts. It easily put Spirit of Heaven Fire, who was spewing flames, into the bubble. No matter how Spirit of Heaven Fire struggled, it could not escape from the bubble. Bubble Jellyfish was another warbeast with the same special ability as Wry Face Mushroom. This kind of warbeast could not be defeated with common sense. City Master Fallen Flowers held her cheeks and thought. Why was it that the bubble was ineffective against humans, but had the effect of imprisoning beasts? Princess Sissy was also thinking. She felt that she seemed to have caught some inspiration, but she could not confirm it at the moment. Shui Wuxia looked at little Wen Li, as if she was asking her for confirmation. Little Wen Li nodded at Shui Wuxia and flew up, entering a bubble automatically. First, he charged left and right, but was unable to break free from the bubble. Obviously, this was not something that could be broken through by force. Just as Yu Bing and the others were worrying about little Wen Li suddenly transformed into a rainbow and easily escaped. After escaping from the bubble, she entered again. The second time, she moved her 6 arms and drew a formation on the wall of the bubble. This was the Heaven Rune Circle that Yue Yang was most proficient in. No one knew that little Wen Li had already learned it. Once the runic circle appeared, the bubbles broke immediately. The bubbles in the sky broke one after another. Even Spirit of Heaven Fire managed to escape. Good. The skeleton man praised little Wen Li's performance. She is indeed a divine beast. She has high intelligence and can easily break the opponent's unique skill. Beat him. Don't be courteous with me. Pluck out all the feathers of this stinky bird. The invisible woman cheered for little Wen Li, as if the world was not in chaos. Which side are you on? Although that kid has a divine beast, she is still in her infancy. Does she think that she can beat me with just one divine beast? The crow snorted a little angrily. It summoned a catfish king that was as huge as a cruise ship. When the catfish king that could swallow an entire mountain appeared in front of the girls, Yu Bing and the others were so scared that their faces turned pale. They knew that there were huge war beasts, such as the island whale. But they had never seen such a huge heaven stage warbeast. Now, Seeing a catfish king that was thousands of meters long and seemed to be able to swallow the world, they were all scared silly. Such a huge warbeast, not to mention fighting, it could crush a group of people with its body. The most terrifying thing was that this catfish king could fly in the sky. It was really hard to imagine. When it opened its mouth, even Sky Disaster, who had been pretending to be calm, trembled a little. She was really afraid that the other party would swallow everyone in one mouth. Spirit of Heaven Fire had to retreat because she found that no matter how she flew around, she couldn't fly out of the other party's mouth. What to do? The other party put out such a huge warbeast as a defense. It was even more solid than a steel castle. There were bubble jellyfish and rye face mushroom for long-range attacks, red dragonfly and fire thorn for restraint, and catfish king for defense. Such a combination was simply invulnerable. Yue Yang did not panic. He smiled slightly. He made a comforting gesture to Spirit of Heaven Fire, who retreated. Then he pointed at red dragonfly. He indicated to change the original target of attack and let Spirit of Heaven Fire attack red dragonfly, which was the most agile. Spirit of Heaven Fire was no match for the enemy in terms of speed and agility, but she did not have a fixed body form. It was impossible for red dragonfly to catch Spirit of Heaven Fire. Even if Spirit of Heaven Fire could not defeat red dragonfly, she could still restrain it. Once Battle Angel Ika was released, then Ika could play a role. Sure enough, when red dragonfly saw Spirit of Heaven Fire rushing over in flames, it immediately rose into the air. Don't fight with it. It was meaningless to fight with a flame that could change shape at will. Battle Angel Ika got rid of the battle and returned to Yue Yang's side instantly. She raised her arm, charged the black cannon, and aimed at the immobile fire bramble. It was not easy to shoot bubble jellyfish and rye face mushroom, and it was a waste of energy to shoot catfish king. Only the immobile fire thorn was the best target. Crow opened its eyes with a surprised look. It didn't seem to expect that Yue Yang could achieve such a miraculous effect by changing the way of attack. It muttered to itself, "Well, you have quite a lot of guardian war beasts. Fortunately, I also have a lot of war beasts." With a flap of its wings, it summoned an extremely ugly and ridiculous insect-type beast. Countless fleshy tubes danced around, and oily blood vessels covered its body. Its appearance was indescribably ugly. Fortunately, it was not very disgusting, but it was definitely not good-looking. Yu and Yu Bing were all familiar with all kinds of war beasts, but they had never heard of this funny insect warbeast in front of them. Battle Angel Ika fired a cannon at the fire thorn. The power of this cannon was earth-shattering. Even rye face mushroom and bubble jellyfish retreated and didn't want to be touched by the shock wave. However, the insect warbeast, looking at the energy beam, rushed towards it as if it had found a treasure. It extended thousands of thin insect tubes and greedily absorbed the energy that was bombarded. There was no explosion. There was no shock wave either. Ika's shot made the ugly insect beast suck it all up with the insect tube like drinking water. Yue Yang was speechless. This guy was too much. How could it have so many war beasts? Moreover, the ugly insect warbeast was really strange. It actually ate energy as food. If it encountered elemental warbeast, wouldn't this insect be invincible? Fortunately, the origin of Spirit of Heaven Fire was a trace of Nirvana flame. Otherwise, it would be at a disadvantage. Brother, what should we do? Yu Bing looked at Yue Yang with a pale face. She wanted to comfort her brother, but she didn't know how to say it. Child's play, how can it be difficult for your brother? Yue Yang patted his chest and summoned the Reaper Mantis. He pointed at the ugly insect warbeast and ordered, "Eat that insect. That insect can't fight in close combat." The Reaper Mantis swooped down like a fighter plane. The skeleton man shook his head. It's true that the sucking insect can't fight in close combat, but it's the king of long-range venom. Its poison can melt gold and stone. Sure enough, the skeleton man didn't finish his words. The ugly insect grew more and more long warburers. There were nearly 10,000 of them, and each warburers ejected dark green venom. The dark green venom dripped on the ground, and the ground sizzled and smoked, corroding a large area. The sky was full of venom, denser than raindrops. How could the Reaper Mantis get close to such a long-range attack? The Reaper Mantis circled, and its movement technique beautifully avoided the entanglement of the fire thorns that extended to the sky. In the midst of the venom that sprayed like a hail of bullets, it rushed over fearlessly. The insect was so scared that it shrank into a ball and hid under the protection of the fire thorns. Only then did the crow realize that this unusual Reaper Mantis was not afraid of venom at all. This was because the Reaper mantis cultivated by Yue Yang had been eating all kinds of poisonous creatures for a long time. In addition, Yue Yang had used the innate Qi realm to nurture it, so the Reaper mantis was immune to almost any venom. In addition, the skin outside her body could also secrete a special oil to protect herself from venom. The venom that sprayed onto her body quickly dripped down. There was no reaction. The fire thorns let go of the titan ancient tree and waved their branches to catch the Reaper mantis. Faster than the Reaper mantis, the battle angel Ika's energy cannon had already shot out and destroyed the fire thorns. Tens of thousands of scarred fire thorns shrank back into the ground, and new fire thorns grew on the ground. However, those that shrank a little slower had already been cut off by the battle angel Ika with the angel's blade and thrown into the air, sea of thorns. The crow felt ashamed that Yue Yang's warbeast could fight back. He was an old guy who had lived for tens of thousands of years, and he couldn't even compare to a child who was still wet behind the ears. That was too much of a failure. His warbeast, whether it was level or attribute coordination, was close to perfect. How could he let this kid's warbeast turn the situation around? The heaven stage level 4 fire thorns grew 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. The entire earth turned into a sea of thorns. The battle angel Ika quickly fell into the sea of thorns. Fortunately, she was smart enough to send the Reaper mantis out first. She was left alone, and with the angel's blade to protect herself, she could barely hold on. The bloody Queen Red and Man had already escaped from the negative emotions. However, facing the sea of thorns, the sky full of bubbles, and the steel castle-like catfish king and the wry face mushroom standing on its back, they really didn't know how to join the battle. The warbeast on the other side not only had a high level in strength, but also had the advantage of long range and close range attributes. There was the jellyfish's bubbles and the sucking insect's venom for long range attacks, the fire thorn sea on the ground, the catfish king's huge mouth in the sky, and even the red dragonfly's extreme capture for close combat. How could they defeat such a combination? They looked at Yue Yang. With their current wisdom, there was no way to come up with a relevant strategy. Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy, and City Lord Fallen Flowers were thinking. They wanted to share a little of the pressure for Yue Yang and give advice. How is it, you still have war beasts? The crow felt that if he couldn't suppress this kid, it would be too unreasonable. Chapter 653 inches. That's all. Yue Yang of course still had war beasts, such as Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying. However, Yue Yang did not want to reveal more secrets. Moreover, Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying was still in hibernation and should not be awakened to participate in the battle. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen was also in hibernation because of digesting the heaven stage rancor. Yue Yang would not awaken her unless he had no other choice. So, are you going to admit defeat? It seems that you don't look like someone who will admit defeat easily. Crow was very confident. Although the opponent still had a young divine beast, he still had his strongest guardian warbeast that had not been summoned. If they fought each other, the victory would still be his. I really won't admit defeat easily. I was suppressed by you previously mainly because of the wrong strategy. Yue Yang replied truthfully. After thinking about it, he had already thought of a way to fight back. Out of caution, he decided to discuss with Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy. Skeleton Man, Crow and Invisible Woman were a little curious. What other ways did this kid have to turn the situation around? Warbeasts were suppressed and treasures could not be used. What else could he do? Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy, City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Impatience gathered together. They exchanged glances with each other without saying a word. Skeleton Man and Crow opened their mouths and almost fell to the ground. How could this be possible? Just by looking at each other, without words or voice transmission, they could communicate with each other in deep thought. Wasn't this too awesome? If there were 2 people, it would be fine. But there were 5 people here, and 5 people's minds were as one. What kind of concept was this? The Invisible Woman sensed for a long time and did not sense anything. She suddenly exclaimed, "Skeleton, Stinky Bird, did you feel any fluctuation of thoughts?" I didn't hear anything. These kids are too weird. They can communicate without voice transmission. You, who have the listening inherent skill, can't hear anything. Of course, we can't catch anything. Skeleton Man made an exaggerated gesture of wiping his sweat. It is indeed strange. The crow's expression became much more serious. It felt that the true battle had only just begun. Yu Bing giggled. In fact, What everyone was afraid of was the enemy's special talent. There were all sorts of strange things in the world. If one was careless, it would be extremely easy to fall into a trap. Before entering the Black Tower, Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia had already reminded everyone not to rashly use telepathy, especially when exchanging important information. Yu Bing was afraid that the enemy's innate talent would capture the spiritual conversation between her and her brother, so she didn't dare to talk to her brother inside the room. She also didn't dare to use the heart mirror ability to communicate with Inan, Shui Wuxia, and her brother. She was afraid that the enemy would spy on her. Now, looking at the depressed look on the enemy's face, he knew that the enemy really had the listening talent and could eavesdrop on telepathic thoughts. It was a pity that the enemy didn't know that in order to foil the enemy's spying, his brother had specially thought of a silent eye contact. This was a special skill that could only be achieved when one had cultivated body fusion and reached a high level of rapport with one's mind. It was also her brother's unique skill. No one could imitate it, and no one could spy on it. Seeing Yu Bing's happy expression, the skeleton man and the crow became even more gloomy. From this girl's reaction, they could tell that Yu Bing's eye contact was indeed an exchange of information, and not an act to deceive them. How did this kid achieve it? His hand. The five of them held hands, but it was not to encourage each other, but a kind of energy and telepathic thoughts communication method. It seems that the eye contact only represents who wants to speak, and not using the eyes to speak. The invisible woman, after all, was an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. She still saw a little. However, she only understood the principle of communication, but was unable to capture the communication information. Could it be that this is his talent? The skeleton man made a bold assumption. It's possible. The crow also nodded in agreement. Yu Bing, Inan, Sky Disaster, and Hai Yingwu did not participate in the discussion. Firstly, their tacit understanding was not as good as Shui Wuxia and the others. For example, Sky Disaster had never cultivated body fusion at all, and Hai Yingwu had not cultivated for a long time. Secondly, they were not good at planning battles. Among the girls, Shui Wuxia and Impatience were the top tactical masters. Princess Sissy and City Master Fallen Flowers also often had wonderful inspirations. With the four of them, Yu and the others did not need to spend much effort. Looking at the process of the five people's eye contact, it was mostly Yue Yang who was talking. The four girls were listening. Occasionally, it was Shui Wuxia who raised questions. Sometimes, it would be City Master Fallen Flowers and Princess Sissy who said something, and Impatience would shake her head to express disapproval. In short, this kind of silent discussion was quite intense. In the enemy's perfect battle situation, could the five people really come up with a good idea? Although Yu Bing and Yu did not participate in the discussion. But they were convinced of this. He could, because he was the most abnormal and never defeated Yu clan's third young master among the younger generation in the world. The discussion ended quickly. The four girls nodded to each other and finally, Yue Yang executed it. Little Wen Li, who was connected with Yue Yang, had already stood up. She summoned her diamond grimoire, which made the skeleton man and crow's jaws drop to the ground again. A divine beast with a diamond grimoire. How could this brat have such a guardian beast? Moreover, based on their senses, this little snake demon did not seem to be as simple as the legendary divine beast. It seemed to be even more than that. When little Wen Li summoned her stone element Medusa, storm mermaid, thunder naga and ice serpent demon, the skeleton man and crow almost vomited blood and fell to the ground. They were completely speechless. This brat was really too abnormal. It was fine if his guardian beast was a divine beast, but this little snake demon actually had 4 guardian beasts. How could they live? Start the battle. Yue Yang summoned the golden beast and threw it to little Wen Li. In this space that forbid martial arts, little Wen Li could not use her dual blades. However, Yue Yang was already prepared. Tong Tian Shen Dragon's infant. The skeleton man's jaw dropped to the ground. How many beasts do you actually have? Crow fainted. Other people always said that they had a lot of beasts, but who knew that this brat had even more? No more, I really don't have any more. The expression on Yue Yang's face was one of, I still have a lot of beasts, but I won't tell you. Crow had the urge to smash his head against the wall. What kind of person was this? He was only 20 years old, not even an adult yet, but he was already so strong. If this brat was allowed to grow up, how powerful would he be? Even the heaven realm would not be able to contain him. Little Wen Li took the Tong Tian Shen blade that the golden beast had transformed into and raised it towards the sky. The storm mermaid suddenly swam backwards, as if she wanted to leave the battlefield. When she retreated 10,000 meters away, she summoned the storm horn and immediately summoned a storm. The forbid martial arts rules forbid all offensive weapons. However, some non-offensive treasures seemed to have a small loophole. For example, the crystal ball that Little Wen Li used to seal light could be used. Now, the storm mermaid's storm horn was the same. She did not use this storm horn to summon a storm to attack the enemy, but to summon a storm to play with. Large amounts of rainwater poured down, pouring on the sea of fire brambles, making a sizzling sound as steam rose. The crow's expression immediately changed. Even if the storm that the storm mermaid summoned did not have a specific target, large amounts of rainwater could still cause the fire brambles' attributes to drop. The fire brambles were not afraid of fire, energy explosions, or slashes, but they were afraid of water. The storm mermaid had now become the nemesis of the fire brambles. The rainwater that she summoned became heavier and heavier, quickly gathering on the ground. Originally, such a vast and flat ground was unable to gather water and could only scatter in all directions. This did not affect the fire brambles much, but under the control of the stone element Medusa, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon, more rainwater gathered, forming a huge lake in the surroundings that swept towards the fire brambles. Yu also summoned storm waves, making it increase the power of the water. At the faraway border of the lake, large amounts of ice condensed, forming an ice dam surrounding the water. The Ice Serpent Demon pointed to the sky, and the temperature of the entire space dropped. The Catfish King, which had opened its mouth and was about to swallow the entire lake, had its mouth frozen. The seal was successful. Moreover, when it opened its mouth, wanting to swallow a mouthful of water, the storm mermaid controlled the water flow, making them sink, not allowing the Catfish King to swallow the water easily, ensuring that the rain from the sky was greater than what the other party swallowed. As a result, the Catfish King was also depressed. After so much rain, it wanted to drink water, but it was not allowed to drink. Besides, even if it drank up, the dark clouds in the sky could fall again. No matter how big its stomach was, even if it could drink water, how could it be as convenient as blowing the storm horn? The battle had developed to this point, which the skeleton man, the crow and the invisible woman could not have imagined before. How could a few children who were not even in heaven stage fight to this point? If the opponent's warbeast was also in heaven stage, then the opponent would have already won this battle. The reason why the fire brambles and other war beasts could still hold on was mainly because their level was too high and their strength was too strong. Even if they were suppressed by the opponent, they could still hold on and would not lose. Should I still fight? The crow asked its companion. It still had a super powerful guardian warbeast. Once it was summoned, it could definitely reverse the battle situation. But the problem was that it would be a bit unfair. It had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and it was too inferior to bully a few children. Don't fight. The invisible woman felt that it was best for the crow not to fight, because there was no point in winning. It's fine to have a test. The skeleton man habitually scratched its skull a few times with its skeletal fingers. After some thought, it nodded. So, should we fight or not? The crow was dumbfounded. Why were the two answers completely opposite? One said not to fight, and the other said to fight. Who should he listen to? He looked at the little snake demon holding the heavenly blade opposite him, and was also a little itchy. He had not fought with such an opponent for tens of thousands of years. Today he had the opportunity, and if he didn't show it, he would be sorry for his rusty bones. In the end, it decided. Fight. No matter whose descendant it was, and no matter what trouble it would cause, it would fight to its heart's content. It spread its wings, and its whole body burned, summoning a platinum grimoire. With its summon, everyone, including Yue Yang, felt an inexplicable pressure rising in the sky. A dazzling light shone brighter than the sun, more intense than the sun. The light was like an arrow, shooting so fiercely that people couldn't open their eyes. There was only a brilliance that couldn't be looked at. In the center of that brilliance, only Yue Yang, who had the heaven eye's divine vision, could barely see that there was a glowing sun. Golden Crow, Heaven Stage Level 5, no, Heaven Stage Level 6 three-legged Golden Crow. Even someone as calm as Yue Yang couldn't help but cry out involuntarily when he saw this guardian beast. This crow's guardian beast had far exceeded his imagination. Chapter 654. When the three-legged golden crow with the strength of heaven stage level 6 appeared, everyone shook their heads. The difference in strength was too great. There was no way to fight at all. Princess Sissy thought that if there was no prohibition of martial arts here, Yue Yang could fight and use the power of the card of fate, he might be able to win. But under the prohibition of martial arts and the prohibition of war, Yue Yang couldn't do it himself, and little Wen Li and the others couldn't use their full strength. And this wasn't a life-and-death battle, it was just a probing battle. Yue Yang couldn't expose all his strength. Princess Sissy and City Master Fallen Flowers looked at each other and nodded. They felt that it didn't matter even if they admitted defeat now. Anyway, the purpose of the probing had been achieved, and the enemy's strongest warbeast had come out. Inen didn't think so. In her heart, her lover should be invincible. At least she had to do her part to help him. The three-legged golden crow was indeed powerful, but she didn't want to admit defeat. Flame spray wind. The three-legged golden crow, whose whole body was shining like the sun, flapped its wings and sprayed out flames all over the sky. The light emitted by the flames was thousands of times stronger than the light of the sun. The long flames hadn't even reached the front, but the high temperature had already burned into the bones. Even the Catfish King, a meat shield defensive warbeast, was so scared that it immediately dived its head into the lake, not daring to let its skin come into contact with the flames. This, flame spray wind, was different from Jizun's light of destruction. Jizun's light of destruction was the killing power of millions of energy rays, covering the sky and the earth, with nowhere to hide, even the soul could be directly annihilated. This flame spray wind only destroyed the enemy's vision, the real killing power was the ultra-high temperature flames. However, it was already incredibly powerful for a warbeast's attack to reach this level. Even Sky Disaster, who was in the demonic palace, had never seen such a terrifying beast power. Compared to the flame spray wind, the Sky Disaster she launched, it was like a child playing with sand. If the flame spray wind hit directly, she didn't doubt that the whole lake would be roasted dry. Little Wen Li stood in front of Yue Yang. Her face was filled with anger. In the face of such a powerful enemy's attack, she tried to think of a way to counter it in a short moment. The sky-reaching blade in her hand kept changing shape, as if she was trying to turn it into a treasure that could resist the gold crow's flames. However, before the transformation was completed, Inen had already flown out and stood beside Yue Yang. She raised her spiritual energy field and summoned the spirit mirror. Reflect. The spirit mirror rapidly expanded, absorbing the sun-like beam of light into the spirit mirror world and reflecting it back in an instant. The wry face mushroom that was hiding in the water was hit by the reflected light beams. Fortunately, these light beams only damaged one's vision and did not have much destructive power. Boom, 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 followed by the most agile red dragonfly. When the sunlight blinded its eyes, the light beam of the spirit mirror easily hit it. Fire brambles, bubble jellyfish, and catfish king were hit one after another. Only the energy-sucking suckers absorbed the light like a tonic. The flame spray wind rushed over quickly. It was as terrifying as the solar flames ejected by the sun. The ultra-high temperature could melt everything in the world, and this kind of high-temperature flame also had an impact force. The shock wave of the spray was enough to destroy a castle. Spirit absorption. Inen pointed her jade finger at the spirit mirror. The flame spray wind that filled the sky seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and all directed to the surface of the spirit mirror. At the same time as the flame spray wind rushed over, Inen turned her body and pointed to the gold crow in the distance. Reflect. A vision suddenly appeared. The flame spray wind that could destroy everything and melt everything turned around in front of the spirit mirror, just like the ocean that had rushed to the shore and was bounced back by the shore. All the flamethrowers turned around and shot back at the three-legged golden crow. In the sky, there was a reverse tide of flames. After countless flames rushed to the spirit mirror, they all reversed and swept towards the gold crow faster than before. The three-legged gold crow seemed to be startled. He croaked in his old voice, "How strange. How can this work?" The flames that filled the sky bombarded the gold crow. However, its sun-like body suddenly emitted golden feathers that filled the sky and disappeared without a trace. The flame spray wind did not hit any target and flew higher and higher into the sky. Finally, it disappeared into the distant sky. For a long time, the light did not disappear. The golden feathers that filled the sky reappeared and strangely formed three identical suns. It was unknown which gold crow was real and which was fake. Because the spirit mirror was resisting the attack of the heaven stage level 6 warbeast, it exceeded its original endurance. The light on the mirror quickly dimmed and turned into a ray of light that returned to the grimoire world. It was likely that it would not be able to fight again for a long time. Inin, who had overdrawn all of her mental power to reverse the flame spray wind, also felt a sweetness in her throat. She spat out a mouthful of blood from her cherry lips and fainted in Yue Yang's arms. The three-legged golden crow can split into 3 clones. The strength of each clone is equal to its original strength for 1 hour. When the crow saw Inin vomiting blood and fainting, he signaled the gold crow to stop attacking and asked Yue Yang, "The gold crow is the king of the fire attribute, which is the nemesis of your warbeast. If your warbeast grows up, you might be able to fight, but now, it is still too early. Young man, do you still want to fight?" Princess Sissy was so angry that her teeth itched. She really wanted to stand out like Inin and fight for Yue Yang, but her rationality told her that it was best to stop fighting now. "Who said I want to admit defeat? Isn't it just the Eastern Goblin tribe's warbeast? Who doesn't have it?" Yue Yang was angry. He hugged Inin's fainted body and kissed her lightly. Then, he handed it to Yu, who was walking forward. Little Wen Li held the Tong Tian blade, which had turned into a mirror-shaped treasure, in front of her. With the revelation of the spirit mirror, she believed that she could use the same method to resist the enemy's attack. Unfortunately, there were now 3 three-legged golden crows, not just one. Yue Yang closed his eyes, as if he was thinking and meditating. After about a minute, he shouted angrily, "Get up, collect the rent." As soon as these words came out, the sky was filled with a wonderful fragrance. It was even fresher and more refreshing than the fragrance emitted by the city mistress' fallen flowers. The colorful light flashed a few times. The Qilin girl Bing Yin, who was yawning cutely, flashed in front of the crowd. She asked Yue Yang in a daze, "Where is this? I just fell asleep, and you are shouting and making a noise." Mom said that lack of sleep is the natural enemy of beauty. "If I have panda eyes, what bird is this?" "The gold crow. This is the Sun Valley of the Heaven Realm." "No, the Sun Valley is not so dark." Yue Yang knocked her on the head with his fist. "Idiot, this is the Water World Black Tower of the Heaven Stairway, a sealed place." This hit caused the Qilin girl's beautiful big eyes to burst into tears. She covered her small head and with a crying tone, she pitifully protested, "The domestic violence here is too serious, I want to run away from home. I asked you to come out and help. Just go up and beat that stinky bird." "What nonsense." Yue Yang ignored her protest. "No, I can't beat him. That old guy has lived for at least tens of thousands of years. His strength is at the peak of the 6th level of the heaven stage, and he has 3 doppelgangers. I only have 1, and it's still a child. You are abusing child labor." The Qilin girl Bing Yin shook her head, indicating that she could not beat him. When Yue Yang heard this, he immediately waved his hand, "Then it's none of your business. If you can't beat him, just say so. Don't waste my time. Underage girls are the most troublesome." "Lecherous uncle, what did you say?" The Qilin girl saw that he looked down on her and was furious. She grabbed his arm and immediately used her little canine teeth to give him a taste of her power. Yue Yang and the Qilin girl failed to work together. Instead, the two of them wrestled with each other. Fortunately, the three-legged golden crow did not sneak attack, otherwise it would be over. Shui Wuxia seemed to know that this would be the result. She turned her face away. Anyway, Yue Yang and the Qilin girl had fought before. The two of them were just born to have conflicting personalities. Over there, the crow, the skeleton man, and even the invisible woman were shocked by the appearance of the Qilin girl Bing Yin. The 3 suns also quickly dissipated the light of their bodies and turned into 3 fire crows that looked like crows but were made up of flames. "Is that the legendary immortal beast?" The voice of the skeleton man trembled a little. "Similar, very similar." The crow was also a little incoherent. "It's not similar, she is the immortal beast Qilin. I didn't expect to see the immortal beast in the Tong Tian Tower. Are those old ghosts that only exist in the legend going to return to Longtang?" The invisible woman's voice trembled as if she was shivering. "Although I am your life guardian warbeast, I am also part of the Eastern Goblin tribe." The 3 fire crows expressed that they could not fight with the immortal beast here. The Eastern Goblin tribe was originally the life of the immortal beast world. But in ancient times, because of excessive killing, the peaceful immortal beasts were exiled to the heaven realm. They were like a group of wanderers who could not go home. They longed to return home every day. For millions of years, They have been longing to be forgiven and accepted by the immortal beasts. Since ancient times, all the ancestors of the Eastern Goblin tribe had made a solemn oath that their descendants would turn over a new leaf and never fight against their own tribe again. Not to mention the noble immortal beast, even if it was the same tribe, the Eastern Goblin tribe would not really fight to the death. If two Eastern Goblin tribes fought, it was just a facade to deceive people. The three-legged golden crow, if it was not the fight between the two sides, the old senior would like to come and greet the Qilin girl Bing Yin. But the atmosphere was a little awkward. It was absolutely unwilling to make a move now. Once it made a move, the entire Golden Crow tribe would suffer a great disaster. Both sides are tied, you still have a warbeast that hasn't made a move, and we are almost done here. The crow was also unwilling to provoke Yue Yang, who had an immortal beast. Once they fought, if something happened to the Qilin girl, not only the crow, but even the master, Emperor Wu Shuang, might be severely punished. Unless there was absolute certainty that he could kill her. There was also a treasure to wash away all traces. Otherwise, no one would be willing to attack the immortal beast. It was equivalent to piercing the sky, and no one could bear it. In that case, let's postpone this battle for the time being. Yue Yang originally wanted to summon the life-like fire phoenix that the Phoenix sisters gave him. That fire phoenix was purely composed of Nirvana's flame. To deal with the three-legged golden crow, no matter what kind of king of fire it would still be burned. There was no flame in the world that could compare with Nirvana's flame. However, when Yue Yang summoned the fire phoenix, the Qilin girl Bing Yin took the initiative to run out and pretended to be a little angry, making a scene with Yue Yang. In fact, she knew best that as long as she appeared, the three-legged golden crow would immediately stop fighting. That's good. We need more communication. You can go back first. Due to various reasons, we won't introduce you to His Majesty. You are welcome to come again. The crow was absolutely unwilling to fight with Yue Yang again. He didn't know who this kid was, but he definitely couldn't be offended. Just looking at his potential, his war beasts like the barbarian cow and the little snake demon, just the fact that he had an immortal beast to protect his body, he could guess one thing: this kid was very likely to be from the Eastern Immortal tribe. It was not easy to defeat this kid. There was no benefit in fighting, and after fighting, it would cause a disaster. Only a fool would start a war with him. In fact, long before the battle with Yue Yang, the crow was a little suspicious. If it wasn't for the Eastern Immortal tribe, how could this kid be so abnormal? He had several guardian war beasts. In the entire Tong Tian Tower, since ancient times, there had never been anyone like him. Let's go home. Yue Yang waved his hand, and the girls returned to the grimoire world under the guidance of little Wen Li and the others. Yue Yang directly took out the three-realm compass and left. After this battle, Yue Yang had many new experiences, allowing him to understand many things that he could not comprehend in previous battles. With these experiences, he believed that he could comprehend a new realm. In fact, not only him, but also Shui Wuxia and the others, as well as little Wen Li, Man and the other guardian war beasts, everyone couldn't wait to go back, wanting to use this experience to comprehend and break through. Chapter 655 Rumble. Southern Demon King caught up to Thunder of the Center, who was escaping in the sky. She struck the back of Thunder of the Center's head with her jade-like palm. The severely injured Zhong Lei, who was on the verge of death, widened his eyes the moment he was struck by the palm. His vision stopped. He continued to hold on to the fear that he had yet to get rid of. Then, he stopped forever. The light in the sky dissipated and the shockwave from the heavy palm spread far away. Thunder of the Center lost control of his body as his head was smashed. He fell slowly. It gradually sped up and finally fell down, smashing into the ground, falling into a pool of blood. The guardian beast Thunder Lizard that had been desperately fighting to protect its master's escape revealed a look of grief. It looked at its master and then gradually turned into a ray of light, forever disappearing. On the other hand, Southern Demon King's guardian beast immediately returned to its master's body and used its energy to support its master, who was exhausted from the battle. This treasure will be more useful in my hands. The strong preys on the weak. This is the law of the world. If I died in your hands, I believe I would be in a worse state. I hope your soul can rest in peace. I want to gift your corpse to someone else. Southern Demon King descended from the sky and stood beside Thunder of the Center's corpse. She bowed slightly and took down Thunder of the Center's, Thunder God's chain. Finally, she used her storage ring to keep Thunder of the Center's corpse. She used to burn the corpses of her enemies. However, after knowing Yue Yang, she knew that the corpses of her enemies were still useful. Whether it was Wei, Tai Lang or the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, they would not reject these supplements. Not to mention Thunder of the Center's innate level 10 corpse, Yue Yang would not even waste a normal beast's corpse. When Southern Demon King was done with everything and was ready to leave, she realized that there was a tide of water 10 miles away. Strange, why would there be so much water? Could this be the enemy's plot? Southern Demon King's expression turned serious. She flew up into the sky and prepared to find out the truth. In another battlefield far away, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were also cleaning up the battlefield. Under the suppression of Yi Kong's inherent skill in his guardian beast, Bai Yunfei, who had the cursed magic box, was unable to turn the situation around. If the golden elf Bauer wasn't here, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai might not have been able to defeat Bai Yunfei. After all, the cursed magic box was a holy ranked weapon. It wasn't something that they, who had just become an innate, could fight against. Bai Yunfei could only lament that he was born at the wrong time with this super lucky Bao, or who could even transfer curses. First, he was suppressed by Yue Yang, then he was surpassed by Shui Tan Lang and Yi Kong. Before he died, he was still affected by a weak girl like Bao. It could be said that he had died a useless death. He would rather die under Shui Tan Lang's ice fist. Unfortunately, the furious Shui Tan Lang had already made the decision to capture Bai Yunfei alive and hand him over to Yue Yang and his elders for a public trial. He would execute Bai Yunfei in front of everyone to serve as a warning to future generations. Kill me, kill me. Bai Yunfei knew the consequences of being put on trial. Not only would he die, the entire Floating Mist School would be humiliated. After the public trial, I will chop off your head with my own hands. Then, I will hand your corpse over to Wei Tai Lang to eat. Shui Tan Lang's ice-cold face revealed an arc that seemed to be a smile. Ever since Bai Yunfei used the cursed magic box to heavily injure Prince Tian Luo and humiliate himself, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, he had decided to let Bai Yunfei die in the most miserable way possible. After obtaining the demonic energy, you should have this awareness. Yi Kong snorted coldly and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was different from Bai Yunfei. Shui Qian Ren and Shui Qian Chu had already been beaten into a meat patty by Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, the Li brothers and Fan Lun Tai. Especially Shui Qian Chu, who had transformed into a bug. In order to prevent him from dying thoroughly, Fatty Hai had first asked Lu Yi to use her cleansing inherent skill to disperse the pile of minced meat, then burned it with fire and finally asked Shui Tan Lang to freeze it. Although there was no more energy left, Fatty Hai still felt that Shui Qian Chu must enter Wei Tai Lang's stomach before he could be completely at ease. Furthermore, this was the only way to vent his hatred. Wei Tai Lang had also returned. He originally had the chance to win against Bloodhoof of the South and Gale of the West. However, Thousand Goblins sect leader, Shun Tian, Black Prince and other super innates came. Although he did not attack, he was smart enough to know that he would not be able to take down Bloodhoof of the South and Gale of the West in this battle. Bloodhoof of the South and Gale of the West also did not continue to attack Wei Tai Lang, because Thousand Goblins sect leader said, Jizun is on the 3rd floor. A very simple sentence was enough to change Bloodhoof of the South and Gale of the West's determination to fight to the death. They were very unwilling and retreated from the battlefield. After Wei Tai Lang heard this, in order to provoke them to fight again, he spat out a dark sacred sword that had not fused with the real skeleton fire scythe. This was the weapon that the Black Hell King used when he was alive. When the Black Hell King died in battle, Sky Execution asked Elder Nan Gong to pass the Black Hell King's corpse, dark sacred sword and dark sacred armor to Yue Yang. Since Yue Yang had the Dao Tai blade and Nirvana armor, he did not care about this holy ranked dark equipment set at all. He might as well give them to Wei Tai Lang to fuse with. Seeing Wei Tai Lang spit out the dark sacred sword, Bloodhoof of the South and Gale of the West were filled with grief and indignation. However, logic prevailed over anger. Jizun was here. If they did not retreat, what would that mean? It would be hard for them to die, and they would only become prisoners. They knew many secrets of the ancient Demon King and the Black Hell King. Once they were captured, Yue Yang or Night Empress would use a secret technique to find out about the ancient Demon King's plans. Bloodhoof of the South looked at Wei Tai Lang, who was provoking him with his bull eyes. He stomped the ground hard, causing the ground to crack. The Thousand Goblins sect leader unwillingly and helplessly walked into the teleportation gate that was opened by the Thousand Goblins sect leader. The Thousand Goblins sect leader quickly left, while Shun Tian and the Black Prince continued to follow Wei Tai Lang until they saw him return to Yi Kong and Fatty Hai's group. They did not want Wei Tai Lang to leave halfway and join a battle. Too many unexpected things had happened, and they did not want to suffer any more setbacks. What are you guys doing here? Yi Kong did not have the ability to challenge Shun Tian and the Black Prince in the past. However, since they were enemies now, he would not be polite. We are just passing by. Shun Tian was cunning, how would he be willing to reveal any flaws? Let's go. The Black Prince saw the two abyss manatees returning from afar and quickly reminded them not to dawdle here. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai had not grown up yet, so they were not afraid. However, being surrounded by Wei Tai Lang and two abyss manatees was no joke. Since the sacrifice of the ancient seal circle had failed, there was no need for them to stay here. Wait a minute, Night Empress' beautiful voice rang out, scaring Shun Tian and the Black Prince. Why did she rush over? Night Empress did not show herself. But this was even scarier. Shun Tian was not sure if Ji Zun would come with them. If Ji Zun was here too, then he and the Black Prince would be in trouble. Telling her that they were just passing by was not an excuse, on the contrary, it would anger her. Did he have to reveal the ancient demon king's plan to save his life? This thought flashed across Shun Tian's mind. From his standpoint, he did not care who he supported, he would support whoever had the most confidence. If he had not become enemies with Yue Yang early on, he would have attacked the Black Hell King and Thousand Goblin King's subordinates and legions. However, he had made enemies with Yue Yang previously, so he had no choice but to stay away. Now that the ancient demon king's plan was perfect, he was willing to participate in it secretly. However, to openly become enemies with Ji Zun, that was impossible. He would not do that even if he was retarded. Not to mention him, even if it was the other super experts in Tong Tian Tower, such as the Thousand Goblin sect leader who worshipped the Thousand Goblin King or the Black Prince who hated the Soaring Dragon continent, they would not be stupid enough to become enemies with Ji Zun. Ji Zun asked me to tell you to be a good innate and not be a busybody, otherwise you will die. Shun Tian absolutely believed in Night Empress' words. Because he was very clear about Ji Zun's temper, she usually did not like to manage others. But once she was angered, there was only one result. That was death, and it was complete destruction. Of course, we only heard that many Heaven Realm experts came to Heaven's Stairway and wanted to lend a hand. Since Ji Zun has ordered, we will naturally obey. Shun Tian laughed and quickly left with the Black Prince. That kind of escape speed was 10 times faster than when they came, afraid that Ji Zun would change her mind and kill them in one move. You little guys did well, have a good rest. Night Empress praised the stunned Yi Kong and the others with her heavenly voice. Her voice gradually faded away, and after that, there was no more sound. I'm so tired. Fatty Hai fell to the ground. Not only him, other than Shui Tan Lang who could barely support himself, everyone else sat on the ground with their whole body limp. The battle had truly ended. Everyone's grimoire automatically floated out. A brilliant golden light flashed. Some leveled up, such as Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang, Li Brothers and so on. Some leveled up, such as Wei Tai Lang and King Kong Rhinoceros, Little Hippopotamus, Wind Breath Seabird, King Kong Demon Ape, Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle, Storm Giant and so on. Some leveled up, such as Lu Yi, Bao Fan Lun Tai, Anna and so on. In such a difficult battle, although there were many dangers, but after the suffering, everyone had gained a lot. One by one, they leveled up. Of course, because of the different efforts and different realizations, everyone's level of improvement was also different. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and Shui Tan Lang, the three of them gained the most and leveled up more than their teammates. Other than the three of them, the next was Lu Yi. She fought against Shui Qianchu alone and used her inherent skill to suppress the enemy. In this battle, she fought with her own confidence and level. In time, he believed that she would become an outstanding female warrior and become a qualified teammate who could help Yue Yang. The potential of the cleansing inherent skill in the perforate deer was limitless. Not to mention now, even if Yue Yang explored the divine grimoire world in the future or went to the god's ruins, she would still be an important assistant. Woof. Wei Tai Lang who was trying to fuse with the dark sacred sword and fuse it with the true essence fire scythe on his tail suddenly stood up in surprise. He changed his usual lazy look and looked into the distance. What happened? Yi Kong and Fatty Hai thought that the situation had changed, but it turned out that they looked like dead dogs. They immediately jumped up, Everyone picked up their weapons and prepared to fight again. From afar, they saw the gigantic blood python king swimming towards them with a few smaller blood pythons. They didn't know that this was the stone element Medusa's beast and thought that it was the enemy's beast. One by one, they gathered their strength and prepared to attack. The southern demon king who was hugging her jade Pippa suddenly flew across the sky like a meteor. She shouted at the stunned Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, "You idiots, why are you still here?" The enemy saw that they lost the battle and created a flood. "If you don't want to be a drowned rat, run away quickly." A strange sound came from afar. The monstrous tide formed a long line of water that couldn't be seen from the horizon, covering the sky and covering the earth as it surged towards them. Yi Kong's scalp went numb and he shouted, "This water is so big, where should we run to? Where are Yue Yang and Princess Sissy?" The southern demon king ignored him and flew away quickly, leaving behind a sentence, "That guy has already returned to the front yard of the 100 Flowers Valley." "Huh," Fatty Hai fainted, "is he that unloyal? We don't have that scroll, so we can't leave this heaven stairway." "Help, help." Chapter 656. When In opened her eyes, she found herself lying in Yue Yang's arms. And he was sitting on the bed. In addition to hugging her, he was also constantly injecting energy into her body to help her recover from the physical injuries caused by the overdraft and the spiritual backlash. Although she had recovered, Inan was reluctant to get up from his arms immediately. Of course, the conversation between Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy also made her feel shy. It seemed that everyone was here. She didn't dare to get up now. She simply closed her eyes and continued to pretend to sleep. Captain Yang Hui's tactics have been discussed. Now that guy only has the black smoke horn dragon left and is trapped in the water world. There is nothing to be afraid of. Later, we will continue to practice with him. Now, let's summarize the battle between Emperor Wu Shuang's subordinates, the skeleton man, the crow, and the female ghost. Princess Sissy, Shui Wuxia, Fallen Flowers, City Mistress, Impatience, Sky Calamity, Yu Bing, Hai Yingwu and Drunken Cat were all gathered together, exchanging their battle experiences and insights. It was because their hearts were twisted together, exchanging what was and what wasn't, that they could improve by leaps and bounds. You first. Shui Wuxia was in charge of recording. The skeleton man and the female ghost, these two people are not below the crow. I can see a little, but not much. The skeleton man's warbeast should be a special type of white bone warbeast, like a white bone cage, very strange. As for the female ghost, when the three-legged golden crow cast flame spray wind, I saw a demon with an umbrella, shielding her from the sun. Yue Yang said what the girls couldn't see, these two war beasts, only his heaven eyes divine vision could see. White bone cage and umbrella demon. When Shui Wuxia was recording, she frowned slightly, then handed the book to Yue Yang. Probably like this. Yue Yang drew the two war beasts on the book. Think about it. Next to the two beasts drawn in the book, he wrote down two abilities, capture and imprison, and mental intimidation. Although it might not be correct, Yue Yang felt that these two beasts at least had this kind of ability. Shui Wuxia took back the book, nodded lightly, and drew Wry Face Mushroom, Red Dragonfly, Fire Thorn, Sucking Insect, Bubble Jellyfish, and Catfish King, indicating the abilities of each beast. Princess Sissy came over to take a look and thought for a moment. City Lord Fallen Flowers and Impatience looked at each other and said with a smile, "Let me tell you my opinion. We didn't put in much effort in this battle, but we learned a lot from this test. As expected of an elder from tens of thousands of years ago. In terms of matching beasts, restraining the enemy, and making last-minute changes, we are far inferior to him. No one would have thought that the Wry Face Mushroom would have such a miraculous effect. It could actually make Red and Man unable to fight. As for this Wry Face Mushroom's tactics, I think that if we encounter this kind of beast without knowing it, we will definitely lose. After this battle, I think we must all have war beasts that can counter mental attacks." City Lord Fallen Flowers' first conclusion was this. "But I'm only good at plant-type war beasts." Yu Bing felt that it was a little difficult. The war beasts that she was good at were too unorthodox. There are 3 ways to counter mental control. Impatience said, the first is the most direct way. Use emotionless war beasts to counter it, such as various war dolls. War dolls are the nemesis of war beasts like Wry Face Mushroom. The second is to use war beasts that are less emotional and not afraid of negative emotions to counter it, such as Spirit of Heaven Fire. What about the third? Yu Bing asked anxiously. It's war beasts that are beyond the range of ordinary human emotions, such as Little Wen Li. In fact, Red and Ah Man are affected because they still can't control their emotions. If they can reach the level of Little Wen Li, then Rye Face Mushroom's mental attack will be completely immune. Of course, it's very difficult to do this. I estimate that it has to be at least a divine beast, because Rye Face Mushroom's level is too high, and its mental attack is too strong. Impatience comforted Yu Bing softly and smiled. Your green light tree demoness has hopes of advancing in the future. Don't be anxious. In fact, the most important thing to fight against Rye Face Mushroom is its master. If you and the Titan Ancient Tree are one, you will not be affected by the mental attack, and the Titan Ancient Tree will also be very lightly affected. If your brother didn't deliberately show weakness, Red and Ah Man would easily get rid of the negative emotions. That's right, the more intelligent the Warbeast's master is, the less affected the Warbeast will be. The smarter and more determined the Warbeast is, the faster it will get rid of it. City Lord Fallen Flowers pointed at Drunken Cat's Niu, Yu Bing's green light tree demoness, and her own fox girl, indicating that they all had a chance to get rid of that negative influence. Next time, we won't be so embarrassed. Red and Ah Man stood up uneasily and apologized to the girls. It's actually a good thing to learn from your mistakes. Didn't you just improve? City Lord Fallen Flowers laughed. Rye Face Mushroom is similar to Bubble Jellyfish. If you want to defeat Bubble Jellyfish, you need the intelligence of the Warbeast. You must find the weakness of the bubble before you can leave. As long as it's a holy beast, there's a chance to get rid of it. It's just a matter of time. Impatience continued. Red Dragonfly is actually not difficult to fight. Elemental and special types are its nemesis. Spirit of Heaven Fire and Flawless Snow Woman can beat it to the ground. In fact, the biggest requirement to defeat Red Dragonfly is domain. If you understand the power of domain, then you can definitely defeat it. Battle Angel Ika, upon hearing this, immediately walked out. It wasn't that she didn't have the power of domain, it was just that she didn't know how to use it properly in a lightning-fast battle. After Impatience's words, she immediately understood something and couldn't wait to go out and try it out. Then, City Lord Fallen Flowers and Impatience talked about the weakness of Fire Thorn. Fire Thorn's weakness and strength were equally obvious. If it was a warbeast, it would be dead if it encountered it. No matter how many there were, it would just be a meal. Strengthening war beasts had no way to deal with it. Only elemental war beasts, and they had to be water-type and ice-type war beasts that countered it, could restrain it. If it was a fight, Storm Mermaid's combat power was far inferior to Fire Thorn, but she could easily defeat Fire Thorn. This was a natural enemy that restrained it. Sucking Worm was the opposite of Fire Thorn. No matter how many elemental war beasts there were, hitting it was equivalent to scratching an itch. Its nemesis was beast-type beasts, and strengthening-type beasts would also be able to make it suffer. For example, if Yi Kong sent out a King Kong Demon Ape or Fatty High's King Kong Rhinoceros, it would be a tie. If he sent out Wei Tai Lang, then the Sucking Worm would directly become its food. On the contrary, if he sent out Spirit of Heaven Fire or Storm Snow Woman, he might not be able to take down this Sucking Worm. Catfish King, I can't do anything about it. It's too big. City Lord Fallen Flowers felt that even if this Catfish King didn't attack, she wouldn't be able to kill it with just the Aurora Blast. That's how a giant warbeast is. Its body is everything. You can slowly grind it to death, but it's too tiring. If there's no special method, it's best to avoid fighting. Does Third Young Master have any good suggestions for fighting this kind of giant warbeast? Impatience was a little jealous when she saw Yue Yang hugging Inan gently. Her limelight was stolen by this little girl Inan. If it wasn't for this brat holding her down and not letting her make a move, with her strength and the Charm Demon Queen's fighting power, they might be able to defeat that crow that had lived for tens of thousands of years. A good way is to find a bigger warbeast. Yue Yang smiled. In the future, when we go up to the Heaven Realm, we will think of a way to get a good warbeast. We must let everyone contract a few more. In your dreams, how can it be so easy? Yu laughed when she heard this. This would definitely not be so easy. If we really can't find it, we can just rob others, just like robbing Yang Wei. Yue Yang was a follower of banditry. Everyone gave him a supercilious look. Only Yu Bing felt that her brother was mighty. She raised her little fist and agreed with her brother's idea. What are the strengths and weaknesses of that three-legged golden crow? Princess Sissy asked the most important question. Among the many war beasts of the old crow, although Rye Face Mushroom, Red Dragonfly, Fire Thorn, Sucking Insect, Bubble Jellyfish and Catfish King each had their own strengths, they couldn't be compared to the three-legged golden crow. One three-legged golden crow could offset all the war beasts combined. The three-legged golden crow has almost no weaknesses. It is very powerful. Even in the heaven realm, I believe that there are not many war beasts that can defeat it. However, the crow itself is its biggest weakness. The crow has lost its body and is not as strong as the three-legged golden crow. If it encounters an opponent of the same level, it will be easily killed by the enemy. If it's me, fighting with the three-legged golden crow is nonsense. Killing the crow directly is the best way. The advantage of the three-legged golden crow is that it has 3 sons. Unless they are all killed, as long as one is left, it can recover. The weakness is the time limit. I believe that after transforming, the three-legged golden crow will have a period of weakness. If there is a person's domain or treasure that can control the speed of time in the domain, then the three-legged golden crow will suffer once it transforms. If the three-legged golden crow doesn't transform into a human, when it attacks from afar, it can only use simple moves like raging flames spray wind. The spirit mirror reflection can also restrain this kind of attack. You guys can't deal with the three-legged golden crow for the time being. Don't worry, just think about dealing with Wry Face Mushroom first. Yue Yang also knew that everyone would act according to their abilities. The three-legged golden crow was at the 6th level of heaven stage. Without the help of a special treasure, even Sky Law-like impatience wouldn't be able to beat it. I really envy Sister Inan's spirit mirror. It's too powerful. Yu Bing recalled the destructive power of the raging flames spray wind at that time, but Yu Bing had used the power of the spirit mirror to counter it. At that time, the skeleton man, Crow and the others were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. You can do it in the future too. Work hard. Yu Yang caressed his sister's head. Yu Bing and Inan had different types of growth. In the future, when Yu Bing grew up, it might be difficult to fight against the three-legged golden crow, but against other war beasts, with the Titan ancient tree in hand, he believed that he would be invincible. Inan, who was pretending to be asleep in Yu Yang's arms, heard everyone praising her one after another. She also heard Yu Yang use her as an example to encourage Yu Bing. She felt both proud and happy. She could finally become his help, but it was a pity that it was not enough. If she had cultivated to a higher realm, then she wouldn't have vomited blood and fainted in his arms after just one move. Inan secretly encouraged herself. She must become stronger and become his right-hand man, just like Shui Wuxia, Princess Sissy and the others. She knew that if Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy were to fight, the results would be even greater than her. They were just temporarily hiding their strength, waiting for the right time to explode. If her body fusion could be a greater help to Yu Yang like them, she believed that Yu Yang's improvement would be even greater, and his battle power would also be stronger. After a round of discussion, they shared their own insights, and everyone had different gains. For example, Hai Yingwu and Drunken Cat, who were of lower level and weaker strength, were overjoyed. They even couldn't wait to go out and train and level up. Impatience and Shui Wuxia, on the other hand, wanted to stay and continue to explore deeper insights with Yu Yang, hoping that they could advance to a higher realm. They knew that Yu Yang would definitely have the most insights. 3 hours passed, and all the girls were a little tired. Before resting, Shui Wuxia suddenly made a suggestion. Tomorrow is a good day, why don't we give Inan some compensation? Her trip to the heaven realm was fine, but was delayed by the clown group. Anyway, the days of fighting and killing are endless, why don't we do it in advance? What do you guys think? Since you, the main wife, have spoken, I can barely be considered as a concubine, how can I not agree? Impatience laughed. Alright, let's do that. Princess Sissy and City Mistress Fallen Flowers also nodded in agreement. When Inan heard the good news, she was so shy that she hid in Yu Yang's embrace, not daring to look at anyone. Only now did she realize that they had already known that she had woken up. Was she going to be his bride tomorrow? Inan was happy and shy at the same time. Her heart was nervous and sweet at the same time. However, wasn't this what she had hoped for? Luo Hua, Wu Hen, and the others were still ahead of him. Be braver, take out the courage that you had when you promised to marry him. Inan hid in Yu Yang's embrace and did not dare to move, but she kept cheering for herself in her heart. Chapter 657. The next day, early in the morning. When Inan jumped out of bed excitedly to welcome the morning light of the important day, she found that there was an unexpected building outside the garden. It was a rainbow bridge built with the white clouds, crystals and rainbows of the Sky Island. Although it was not big, it was good enough. It was ingenious. This is. Inan was surprised to find that her cousin, Shui Wuan, who had been accompanying Fourth Mother, had also returned. It was she who built this crystal rainbow bridge with Shui Wuxia. We have nothing to give you. Wuxia said that your trip to the Heaven Realm was temporarily cancelled and you can't go to Rainbow City. So Wuxia and I decided to build a small rainbow castle for you as a congratulatory gift. Sickly Beauty gently stroked Inan's head. After becoming a wife, her original temperament gradually gained a kind of affection similar to Fourth Mother's. Her usually serious and focused face, as long as she smiled slightly, the brilliance would make people's heart light up. Thank you. Inan felt that her eyes were warm, and tears almost couldn't help but fall down. It's nothing. Beautiful bride-to-be, go and do what you need to do. The sickly beauty held Yi Nan's little face in her hands and kissed her lightly on the forehead to express her blessing. If there was no battle experience, Yi Kong and Fatty Hai, who had already started to cultivate, were now sweating profusely. Now, they were sweating profusely as they carried all kinds of materials needed to build the castle. With their strength, it was not difficult to carry things. The main reason was that all kinds of materials were carried back from different spaces in Tong Tian Tower, so they were so busy that they didn't even have time to drink water. Fortunately, the Rainbow Castle was built very small and could not be compared with a real castle. It was just a big house, and with Shui Wuan and Shui Wuxia personally building it, the speed was very fast. In less than an hour, the Rainbow Bridge, which was hundreds of meters long, was born in the hands of Shui Wuxia. Princess Sissy and the City of Fallen Flowers also came to help. Princess Sissy did not have the ability to inscribe runes on crystals like Sickly Beauty did. She was in charge of the work. The City of Fallen Flowers, on the other hand, took care of the flowers. Drunken Cat gave Inan a bunch of gifts. All kinds of rare treasures almost filled up her room. What surprised Inan was that even the Southern Demon King, who had barely spoken to her, gave her a Thunder God's Chan. How could she be willing to give such a precious thing to him? Inan was a little confused. This thing was good, but was it suitable for her? If it was in the hands of Sky Law, the Lightning God's chain would certainly be a useful treasure, but in his hands, it couldn't display its true power at all. Here, Inan found Sky Calamity, who was watching the fun, and gave the chain of Thunder God to Sky Calamity, who had barely chatted with her. For me, Sky Calamity was dumbfounded. Aren't you good at summoning the power of Sky Calamity? With this, I believe your power will be even stronger. Inan nodded. But, this is a wedding gift from someone else. Sky Calamity was still a little confused. What was Inan thinking in her little head? Could a wedding gift be given to someone else? It doesn't matter, I still have a lot. Moreover, what I really need is not a treasure. With this, it's enough for me. Inan was in an extremely good mood. Her little face was like the rising sun. She bounced and ran back to her room like a little deer. She gave the gifts from everyone to others one by one. Other than the gifts from Fourth Mother and the other elders, she almost didn't keep anything for herself. Do we have gifts too? Fan Lun Tai, the ox-head girl, thought that the custom of the Soaring Dragon continent was for the bride to give gifts to everyone. She was very happy. What a beautiful pearl. The gift Bao received was the 3,000 years old lucky meteor pearl that Hai Yingwu gave to Inan. Ah, we haven't prepared a gift for you, I'm a little embarrassed. Although Fatty Hai said so, when he saw that the gift that Inan gave him was a platinum-ranked treasure, silver dragon armor, he immediately took it without hesitation. Go to hell. Yi Kong despised the damn Fatty very much. How dare he call himself the boss? He didn't even prepare a small gift for Inan. Monkey, I didn't have time. I just came back from the first level of the heaven stairway and didn't have time to prepare. Do you think that I, the boss, wouldn't have anything to say? On the other hand, you damn monkey, you think you're smart. You obviously had the Blood Python King to lead the way, but you still led us and almost drowned in the first level of the heaven stairway. Fatty Hai and Yi Kong looked at each other angrily. Yesterday, their team was in a sorry state. Because they didn't understand Yue Yang's intention of sending the Blood Python King to lead the way, they only cared about escaping. In the end, they were chased miserably by the tsunami-like water. When the old fox finally found them with great difficulty, he scolded them one by one. I'm not afraid of a godlike opponent, but I'm afraid of a pig-like teammate. Yi Kong sighed. What did you say? You're the pig. Fatty Hai decided to fight with Yi Kong. You're all pigs. Shui Tan Lang corrected him. Ha ha ha. Prince Tian Luo laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Although he was heavily injured in the previous battle, he had also gained a lot from it. Furthermore, because of the incident with the cursed magic box, Yue Yang had decided to quickly increase the strength of his teammates in these 3 areas. The first was to increase their levels. The second was to prepare some treasures for everyone. If everyone had a holy weapon in their hands, why would they be afraid of a cursed magic box? The third was to prepare to get a heaven-ranked beast for everyone. If they were not strong enough, they could use a heaven-ranked beast to make up for it. After all, they were all young people. If they were not strong enough, they could slowly train. If they could get a powerful beast early on, their safety would be guaranteed. So noisy, all of you get lost. When Princess Sissy flew into a rage, everyone was scared and scattered. If they angered Tigress, even Yue Yang wouldn't be able to save them. In the afternoon, a large group of elders came to congratulate them. Although it was held secretly and there wasn't any ceremony, it was just for the young people to build a small house, prepare a table of food and wine, and be happy. But when the elders knew about it, they felt very guilty. Because of the ancient seal incident caused by the ancient demon king, they really didn't have the time to solemnly hold a wedding for Yue Yang and Inan. Moreover, they were in such a rush, it was even more impossible to hold a wedding. So, the elders came to congratulate Yue Yang and Inan, and gave some gifts to express their sincerity. As the emperor, Zheng Wuyu repeatedly expressed that the wedding had to be solemn, but there was no time now. When the war calmed down, he would hold a wedding ceremony for Inan that would cause a sensation in Tong Tian Tower. Of course, at that time, Yue Yang would not only marry her, but also Princess Sissy, Shui Wuxia and City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Now, the elders only treated this as a small rehearsal for the wedding, and not as a formal wedding. Inan didn't care how the elders arranged it, but she was already overflowing with happiness today. As long as she could marry the one she loved, the ceremony was not important at all. Traceless, Fallen Flowers, Skylaw and Aquamarine didn't have any ceremony, but they were all very happy. Xianxia and wuxia, they were only told by Ji Zun to temporarily maintain their virginity to cultivate, otherwise, they might be like her. In these happy days, Inan didn't need to do anything, she only needed to keep accepting the blessings of others. Yu Bing let Inan, the little sister-in-law, accompany her. And Yu Shuang, the little girl, ran around happily, reporting her brother's movements to them from time to time. In the evening, the small rainbow castle was finally built. In fact, the biggest one was the Rainbow Bridge. There were a few small crystal houses below, which could be regarded as Inan's new house. Yue Yang was also busy for the whole day. In addition to greeting the elders who came to congratulate him, he also met with the envoys of various secret alliances, informed his allies about the Heaven Realm and the movements of the ancient demon king. Then he drank with Fatty Hai and the others, who wanted to make trouble in the bridal chamber, and drank them down. Little guys, drinking with me, you're simply looking for trouble. Yue Yang, who had innate chi and nirvana flame, drinking was a piece of cake. In order to deal with Fatty Hai and the others, he directly used the strongest dragon blood wine. That kind of wine could knock down an elephant with a few drops. Fatty Hai and the others let him drink more than 10 cups in a row. It was already very impressive that they didn't fall down on the spot. He, Inan, who was wearing a red wedding dress, sat in front of the bed waiting for him. Yu Bing was also waiting a little sleepily. She listened to Fourth Mother's arrangement and said that she would block the guests for Inan and not allow outsiders to come in, only her brother was allowed to come in. In the end, she was very responsible and kept waiting. Inan secretly felt that it was funny, but she was too embarrassed to urge her to leave. "Brother, you're back, I'm so sleepy." Yu Bing, who was tired for the whole day, was very happy that she had completed her task, but she forgot the place. She, who was used to sleeping in the same room with Inan, took off her shoes and went to bed, forgetting that today was her brother and Inan's wedding day. Ha. Yue Yang waited for Yu Bing to fall asleep, then gently picked her up, bent down and kissed the shy Inan. "Bride, wait a moment." He went to send his sister back to the grimoire world and washed away the smell of alcohol. When he returned to the room, he found sickly Beauty waving at him outside the door. Other than handing him a white cloth to dye her chastity, she also whispered to him, "Sister Inan's body is still young, be gentle." After sickly Beauty left, Lu Yi, who was hiding in the corner, walked out. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Yue Yang. She only handed the gift in her hand to him and said with a slightly trembling voice, Master, I forgot to give you a gift during the day. I'm leaving. Lu Yi noticed that Yue Yang had pinched her cheeks and her whole body shook as if she was electrocuted. She quickly stuffed the gift into Yue Yang's arms and rode away on the perforate deer. Inan hid in the quilt and secretly watched Yue Yang push the door open and come in. She wanted to pretend to be asleep, but her breathing couldn't calm down. Here, this gift is suitable for you. Yue Yang opened the gift box. There was a pair of cute porcelain dolls inside. As the door closed properly, Inan was a little shy. She had listened to the queen's advice during the day, and because of her curiosity, she had peeked at Yue Yang's lovemaking with traceless and fallen flowers, so she knew a little. Moreover, as a brave Inan, she didn't allow herself to shrink back, especially in front of him. She wanted to be with him, forever and ever. Don't worry, no one dares to eavesdrop on us. Yue Yang hugged the beauty in his arms and gently kissed her cherry lips that were trembling slightly because of nervousness. Her lover's kiss diluted her nervousness and worries. She was intoxicated by the sweet kiss. When his big hands caressed her body, her breathing quickened, and she couldn't help but hug him tightly. She felt that she was going to melt in his arms and never let go of him for the rest of her life. This man was the husband that she had chosen for herself, and he was even the one that she had decided to marry for herself. Since she had entrusted everything to him, what else was there to worry about? After the drunken kiss, Inan became a little more clear-headed. She remembered the queen's advice and quickly struggled to sit up. Her soft body sat up in his arms and she used her weak fingers to undress him. Her duties as a wife started tonight and would continue to be carried out in the future. Because from today onwards, he was her husband. Because her fingers were weak, she couldn't undo his clothes for a long time. Inan was embarrassed. She buried her head in his arms, embarrassed that she couldn't face anyone. Am I very stupid? Inan realized that he was secretly laughing, and she couldn't help but laugh too. She looked up at him and asked, "No, my bride isn't stupid." "No, my bride isn't stupid, she's cute." Yue Yang gently kissed Inan's little face, eyebrows, nose, cheeks, earlobes, and cherry lips. The fiery kiss made her tremble in happiness, and she was intoxicated by the sweetness for a long time. Unknowingly, her clothes had been taken away by him. Under the illumination of the red candles, her perfect body exuded the beauty of a goddess. Inan thought that she would be very nervous and worried that her clumsiness would affect the good thing, but who knew that everything went smoothly. It wasn't until he gently pressed on her body that Inan remembered that she had to put a white cloth under her body to represent her chastity. She originally wanted to lay on the bed, but his kiss made her feel weak all over. Forget it, it was just a souvenir for her to bid farewell to a maiden. As long as she was a pure virgin, then the chastity she gave to her husband would be. Inan felt his gentleness and her heart was moved. She gathered her courage to kiss his lips and said shyly, "It's okay, I'm not afraid of pain. It doesn't hurt, I don't hurt at all." Even though the pain of saying goodbye to the young girl made her tears roll down uncontrollably, under his gentle kiss, that tear became the proudest thing in her heart. She endured the pain and kissed his lips tightly. His mouth still had the slight salty taste of her tear, but it quickly turned into sweetness, nourishing his entire heart. She had finally given the best of everything to the man she loved. "I love you, scoundrel." Inan cried again, but this time it wasn't because of the pain, but because she was touched and happy. Chapter 658. When Inan woke up, she found that it was almost noon. She suddenly remembered that the elders said that the bride should cook for her husband and raise the table to show respect. She was anxious, but she didn't expect that when she moved her feet, the unbearable pain in her tender body made her cry out. City Lord Fallen Flowers, who was sitting in front of the bed, quickly reached out and pressed Inan down. Lie down obediently and don't move." "Where's my clothes?" Only then did Inan realize that she was naked and quickly hid under the quilt. Thinking of everything that happened last night, she couldn't bear it and covered her head, not daring to look at City Lord Fallen Flowers. "What's there to be shy about? Does it hurt?" City Lord Fallen Flowers comforted her with a smile and suddenly asked. "No, it doesn't hurt anymore." Inan quickly shook her head, indicating that she was fine. In fact, her body hadn't recovered at all. "It's like this at the beginning, but it'll be fine after you recover. Your body isn't as good as Sky Law or even Aquamarine. Don't be as greedy as them these days. Anyway, there will be opportunities in the future. It's not too late to wait until your body recovers. That bad guy is very greedy. He won't complain no matter how much you give him, so don't bother about him." Your body is the most important. At that time, I also took care of myself first and didn't care about him. If he dares to bully you, see if I don't scold him to death." City Lord Fallen Flowers reached out and gently brushed aside a few strands of messy soft hair hanging on Inan's cheeks, giving her some words of experience. "No, he's very gentle." Inan was afraid that City Lord Fallen Flowers would criticize Yue Yang, so she quickly said a few good words for him. "Did you improve yesterday?" City Lord Fallen Flowers asked again. "Yes." Inan nodded with a little shyness and a little joy. After the last body fusion, her level and strength had improved even more. Inan didn't expect that after the real body fusion, there would be such a big improvement. The longer you cultivate, the more you'll improve in the later stages. You've been cultivating longer than me, so your breakthrough last night was also greater than mine. No wonder xianxia and wuxia still want to continue cultivating. Now I'm a little regretful that I gave it to him too early." City Lord Fallen Flowers was, of course, joking. She was trying to comfort Inan. In fact, City Lord Fallen Flowers also knew that if it wasn't for Jizun and Night Empress' request for wuxia and Princess Sissy to remain virgins, Princess Sissy would have already been pushed down by Yue Yang. She knew that Tigress was only fierce in front of others. If it was just Yue Yang alone, Princess Sissy would definitely be subdued by Yue Yang. "It doesn't matter if I increase my realm, as long as I can help him." Yi Nan was actually not thinking about herself, but Yue Yang. City Lord Fallen Flowers smiled sweetly when she heard this. In fact, everyone had the same thought in their hearts, but they didn't say it out loud. After chatting for a while, City Lord Fallen Flowers secretly passed on a secret technique to Inan, saying that it could only be taught after she had merged with Yue Yang. This secret technique was similar to the spiritual force field, but it was more profound, and it had to be cultivated with Yue Yang in order to have an obvious effect. According to City Lord Fallen Flowers, for the time being, even Princess Sissy and Shui Wuxia didn't know about this secret technique. Only Shui Wuan, Sky Law and Aquamarine knew about it. As for Inan, she curiously asked who taught this secret technique. City Lord Fallen Flowers shook her head mysteriously. After she left, Yi Nan endured the pain and got up, hurriedly putting on her clothes. Not long after, Yu Bing carefully came in with a bowl of fragrant soup. "Sister-in-law Inan, brother specially made this for you." After a pause, she embarrassedly said, "Ah, that, you and I didn't know, we drank it first." "We really didn't know it was for you. That's nothing, let me wash up first." Inan's heart was filled with sweetness. She didn't mind that Yu Bing and Yu Shuang drank it before. They must have misunderstood and thought that brother personally cooked for them. In any case, as long as it was made by Yue Yang, it was enough. What she drank was from his heart. As for who drank it first, it wasn't important at all. After drinking the soup, Inan felt that her body and mind were filled with happiness and sweetness. Her whole body was greatly nourished, and her face naturally radiated brilliance, making Yu Bing a little surprised. "Sister Inan, ah, sister-in-law, your face looks especially good today. Your level, so fast, you leveled up again." Yu Bing didn't think that this was the result of Inan and Yue Yang's true body fusion. She thought that it was Inan's own cultivation. Seeing that she misunderstood, Inan secretly laughed and asked, "Where's your brother?" Yu Bing pointed outside with her small hand. "He's outside, leveling up the warbeast. Now he's using the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus to refine the Sunny Sunflower. Let's go take a look." In order to cover up her inconvenience in walking, Inan pulled Yu Bing's arm and slowly walked out. She found that in the distant sky, the sunny sunflower was emitting an extremely dazzling brilliance, even more intense than the sun. In the distance, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo were all watching how Yue Yang leveled up the sunny sunflower, absorbing the experience of leveling up the warbeast. Yue Yang, who had the power of Yang, turned the entire sky into a world of Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus. Tens of thousands of burning red lotuses floated in the air. After last night's body fusion with Inan, whether it was in terms of realm or energy, he had obtained greater benefits. Compared to Inan, his improvement was more obvious. It turned out that he, who was innate level 8, had advanced to innate level 9. This advancement was not as simple as the level. One must know that his innate level 8 was almost equivalent to other people's heaven stage level 3. Now that he had advanced by one level, it was undoubtedly the same as other people's heaven stage level 3 rising to heaven stage level 4, and most importantly, every time Yue Yang leveled up, his inherent skill in Warbeast would be strengthened to varying degrees. Sometimes, he would even obtain the Grimoire's Law as a reward for his Warbeast skills. Body fusion within and also unsealed the tragic guy's mother's inheritance of knowledge. Although City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Sickly Beauty also had them, but the effect was still the strongest when he was body fusion with Inan. If it wasn't for the fact that Inan's body was too young and couldn't bear it, Yue Yang really wanted to cultivate with her for a longer time and unseal more mysteries of knowledge. Yue Yang, whose strength had soared, was confident that he could refine and improve the Sunny Sunflower. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was the main attack force. To a large extent, her combat power determined the direction of the battle. Therefore, Yue Yang decided to first improve the Sunny Sunflower that she had obtained. Looks like it's still early. Let's go back and take an afternoon nap. Impatience yawned and went back to take a beauty nap. Brother-in-law, you can do it. Sky Disaster, who had received the Thunder God's chain, cheered for Yue Yang excitedly. 10 minutes later, after Yue Yang's Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus's super refinement, the original Sunny Sunflower of Heaven Stage Level 1 had finally transformed into a Scorching Sunflower of Heaven Stage Level 2. Compared to the original Sunny Sunflower of Heaven Stage Level 1, which only had light and no attack power, the new Scorching Sunflower had an additional skill, and that was blind. This attack skill, which was almost impossible to harm, made people lose their vision for a short period of time, blind. Although it seemed useless. In fact, if this blind skill was used skillfully, it would be the key to turning the entire battle around. In a battle between experts, even a momentary mistake would determine the winner. Strong, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others, who had their necks stretched out to see the flower, all gave a thumbs up to praise Yue Yang. Lu Yi and Bao, who worshipped Yue Yang, clapped their hands and cheered excitedly. The little girl, Yu Shuang, was holding an iced cantaloupe in one hand and nibbling on it while nodding her head. Her small appearance was indescribably cute. However, Yue Yang was not satisfied with this result. He turned the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus in the sky into Twilight Flame, took out the remaining pure blue fire body from last time, and tried to fuse it with the Scorching Sunflower. Continuing to improve, he wanted to make the Scorching Sunflower evolve again. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others were dumbstruck. If it wasn't Yue Yang, and it was someone else, they would definitely think that the other party was a madman. The Warbeast had just evolved. Could it evolve again? Impossible. And what was even more impossible was that the Twilight Flame was the opposite of the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus. An hour passed, and Yue Yang, who felt more tired than a life-and-death battle, made his last effort. If he didn't succeed, then he would have to give up. Could it be that the Scorching Sunflower was already the highest state of the Sunny Sunflower? Could it be that the Scorching Sunflower had turned into Twilight? I believe in you, you will definitely succeed. City Lord Fallen Flowers no longer waited on the ground. She flew into the sky and hugged Yue Yang with both arms, using her own energy to support his efforts. It was unknown whether it was because of the support of City Lord Fallen Flowers, or because Yue Yang suddenly had a burst of inspiration, or because the Scorching Sunflower had really reached the critical point of evolution. 3 minutes later, the light in the sky gradually dimmed. Everyone could see that the sunflower was still shining like the sun, but there was no brilliance. It was like a golden moon with an incomparably soft color. In the end, the light grew weaker and weaker. An even more powerful aura enveloped the entire earth. It was as if there was only the darkened sunflower left in the world, and it was everywhere under its illumination. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others saw that the moment the sunflower successfully evolved, the sky and earth darkened. When the Scorching Sunflower officially evolved into the Twilight Flower, even Fan Lun Tai, who was the most warlike in his heart, felt as if he had seen all the vicissitudes of the world. He was dejected, tired and powerless, and wanted to return to his homeland. He couldn't raise his fighting spirit at all, and was deeply affected by the new special skill of the Twilight Flower. Oh my god, this skill is a mental attack. Yi Kong reacted and cried out in alarm. Fatty Hai, whose mental defense was slightly weaker than his, was still sitting on the ground like an old man. It wasn't until the wind breath seabird woke him up with a wind blade that he realized he was affected by the twilight. Can you get me a twilight flower as well? As a boss, it's impossible to not have a sunflower with you. Fatty Hai asked shamelessly. Give me 20 million Heaven Realm gold coins and I'll buy one for you. Yue Yang's answer was like this. Then forget it. Fatty Hai knew that even if he cut off his fat and sold it, he wouldn't be able to sell it for 20 million, so he directly dispelled this idea. Impatience, who had a good afternoon nap, discovered that Yue Yang had turned the sunny sunflower into the scorching sunflower, and then the twilight flower into the twilight flower. He still felt that it was not enough, and still wanted to continue. He couldn't help but ask Yu, is this kid stupid? Was he too excited from yesterday's bridal chamber, so when he woke up, his mind was a little abnormal? He has already evolved twice, and now the sunny sunflower has changed from the first level of heaven stage to the third level of heaven stage. Does he still want to continue? Chapter 659 inches. Yu couldn't answer Impatience's question, and she didn't want to discuss the issue of her brother's bridal chamber. Can it still be turned? Even Yu Bing, who admired Yu the most, felt a little strange. There's another possibility in theory. Princess Sissy, who came after hearing the news, replied. Really? Lu Yi and Bao came over curiously. Sunny sunflower had risen to scorching sun, and then turned to twilight. They felt that it was already the limit of the limit. Could it still be turned? What kind of flame in the world could make the twilight flower continue to rise? Nirvana heart. Shui Wuxia thought for a moment and nodded. If I can use nirvana flame to refine it and become like the spirit of heaven fire, I might succeed. The spirit of heaven fire was an accident. This time, even Yu cried out in alarm. Although the birth of the spirit of heaven fire was an accident. Her previous self was the tavern girl who sacrificed herself for fourth mother and the little girl. The spirit of heaven fire could not be copied. Could it be that Yue Yang wanted to use nirvana flame to refine this twilight flower? Wasn't he afraid of burning the sunflower to ashes? Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were sweating profusely. They were all nervous for Yue Yang. If the twilight flower of heaven stage level 3 was destroyed, not to mention City Lord fallen flowers, they would also die of heartache. The current twilight flower was already very powerful. It was at the third level of heaven stage. It was already one of the highest level war beasts, one level higher than the charm demon queen of Sky Law. You must not destroy it, otherwise all your previous efforts will be in vain. Of course, it was impossible for them to say such words to Yue Yang. Firstly, Yue Yang had a bad temper. He would do what he said, and he might not listen even if they persuaded him. Secondly, they also wanted to witness the birth of this miracle. No matter how small the possibility of success was, they were willing to believe in Yue Yang. In his hands, the miracles created were innumerable. This time, he would definitely succeed. Everyone was looking forward to it. The only problem was that Yue Yang's innate qi was almost depleted, and he was mentally exhausted. Would he be able to hold on until the moment he successfully refined the twilight sunflower? Normally, Yue Yang could rest and recover before continuing. However, he could not do so now. It was not just Yue Yang. Everyone else had the same feeling. Now was the best time. If the twilight flower was completely stabilized, then it could be upgraded. He believed that even if he succeeded, the price he had to pay would be more than 10 times what it was now. That would be even more difficult. Therefore, no matter how tired Yue Yang was, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. City Lord Fallen Flowers, who was supplying energy to Yue Yang, was drenched in sweat. She asked for help from the crowd. Everyone, come, hang in there. Princess Sissy soared into the sky and rushed over. Next, it was Shui Wuxia. Not only them, but also Impatience, Inan, Hai Yingwu, Yu Bing, Drunken Cat and even Sky Calamity all flew up, hand in hand, to support Yue Yang. After receiving the energy of the girls, the exhausted Yue Yang recovered a lot. He immediately used his mind to control the nirvana flame, turning the nirvana flame into a fire phoenix, circling around the twilight flower, trying to make the twilight flower fuse with the nirvana flame. However, wherever the nirvana fire phoenix passed, the twilight flower melted like ice in the face of raging flames, completely unable to withstand the power of the nirvana flame. The nirvana flame was, after all, the #1 flame in the world. There was nothing in the world that could resist it. If it weren't for the support of Yue Yang's innate qi and the support of the girl's negative energy, the twilight flower would have been destroyed into ashes long ago. Even if Yue Yang drew the heaven rune formation on its surface, it would not be able to resist the purification. Power of the nirvana flame. Under the nirvana flame, the twilight blossoms gradually perished. Give up. Yue Yang was very unwilling. If he could succeed, then he would have this kind of successful experience in the future and continue to replicate this method of leveling up his own beasts. If he gave up now, then it would mean that this research direction would be blocked in the future. But if he didn't give up, the twilight flower would die. First of all, it wouldn't be able to hold on. You're such a big idiot. Qilin girl Bing Yin suddenly came out. When she saw that Yue Yang was using the nirvana flame to refine the twilight flower, she was happy and angry. Ah, can't you refine it like this? Yue Yang was stunned. Who told you? The nirvana flame can even completely destroy the soul. Not to mention a sunflower, even the Eastern Goblin tribe, or even stronger life, can't accept this kind of refining. The two are not on the same level at all. You're using a divine weapon to chop firewood. You should use an axe to chop firewood, idiot. The Qilin girl said and laughed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yue Yang was angry. I've been busy for a long time, and you just said no. I was resting just now. How would I know that you would do such a stupid thing? Qilin girl Bing Yin pretended not to see Yue Yang's angry eyes. If it weren't for everyone watching, Yue Yang would definitely catch this girl and spank her butt to let her know what it meant to be obedient. It's a waste of a lot of effort. If I stop, it's a bit of a waste. Seeing that I'm in a good mood, I'll help you out of kindness. There's no next time. Qilin girl Bing Yin saw Yue Yang's angry face. She felt very good and said slowly. Yue Yang originally wanted to give her a slap on her little butt. Now that he heard it, his anger immediately disappeared. He wanted to hug this Qilin girl and kiss her. What he was waiting for was her words. As long as he could succeed, it was okay to let her be proud for 2 minutes. When no one was around, he would spank her butt. Qilin girl Bing Yin pulled Yue Yang's big hand and bit her index finger with her little tiger teeth. Yue Yang almost got angry with the pain. He felt that this Qilin girl must be taking revenge. Last time, because he was too impulsive, he hit her little butt in the quarrel. As a result, she was so angry that she didn't come out for a few weeks. This time, she must be taking revenge in public. Otherwise, she wouldn't bite so hard. Just wait, next time you fall into my hands, I'll make you pay. Yue Yang threatened the Qilin girl with his eyes. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. Qilin girl Bing Yin ignored the fierce eyes, squeezed blood from Yue Yang's finger, and drew a mysterious rune array on the flower of the twilight flower. Yue Yang didn't see it clearly. The rune array played a role, flashed a bright light, and strangely connected with the nirvana flame, burned fiercely, and finally integrated into the body of the twilight flower, went deep into the soul, and became the origin of its soul. It was similar to the spirit of heaven fire's origin, which was a trace of nirvana flame, but not exactly the same. Yue Yang didn't have time to think too much. The whole twilight flower was gasifying, and the whole body was on fire, turning into a raging flame, and then the nirvana flame was born in the raging flame. At the same time, with the nirvana flame as the core, the heaven's fury fire lotus, the twilight flame and the pure fire blue body were born. The heaven's fury fire lotus was the outer flame light, the twilight flame was the flower stem, and the pure fire blue body was the leaf. The perfect combination of the three was the petals. The core was the nirvana flame. The twilight flower, which had completely faded and shrunk 10 times, had now evolved into the heaven stage level 5 nirvana sunflower. Yi Kong and Fatty Hai were completely dumbfounded to be able to jump 2 levels in the heaven stage. Was this a dream? Now, this nirvana sunflower, not to mention attack, even if it was defense, how many war beasts in the world could attack it? With the nirvana flame as the core, the heaven's fury fire lotus, the twilight flame and the pure fire blue body, what power in the world could kill it? The city lord of fallen flowers, who was almost suffocated with joy, looked at the summoning grimoire that was hanging in the air. When she saw the contents displayed, she immediately screamed excitedly. Nirvana sunflower. Elemental guardian beast, platinum ranked level 10 equivalent to heaven stage level 5 elemental body, king of sunflowers, immune to biological attack damage, weakens restrain attribute attacks, petals never wither, energy automatically restores itself in any space of flames and light, possesses special skills blind, twilight, nirvana flower wheel. What made City Lord of Fallen Flowers the happiest was not getting a heaven stage level 5 warbeast, but a guardian warbeast. In the world, the most precious thing was a guardian warbeast. Even if it looked like trash on the surface, it would never betray or die. There was nothing more valuable than nurturing a guardian warbeast. Wu, City Lord of Fallen Flowers, was so excited that tears streamed down her face. She threw herself into Yue Yang's arms, her shoulders shaking as she cried. Suddenly, she raised her head and kissed him in front of everyone, kissing him until he almost suffocated. Finally, she let go of him and screamed happily, "Ah, ah, ah, I'm so happy. Nirvana sunflower, I have the one and only Nirvana sunflower in the world. How did it become a guardian warbeast?" Shui Wuxia looked at Qilin girl Bing Yin, hoping that she could give an answer. "I don't know either." Qilin girl spread her hands, indicating that she was also confused. "It's probably related to this kid's blood." Princess Sissy looked at Yue Yang, her eyes a little like a mad scientist who cut people into pieces for research. Yue Yang felt a chill in his heart. He quickly hugged his bride Inan and slipped away. Yue Yang also felt that it had something to do with his own blood, but he was not sure. He wanted to find a suitable time to meet Queen Vivian Li and ask all the questions in his heart. He believed that Queen Vivian Li, the Conquest Empress, would definitely have the answer. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others felt tired at this time. They all sat on the ground, shocked and excited in their hearts. If Yue Yang could successfully copy this secret method and improve everyone's war beasts one by one, even if it was not as abnormal as Nirvana sunflower, it would be enough to be like Scorching Sunflower or Twilight Flower. At that time, why would anyone be afraid of innate? He believed that even those unreachable heaven-rank powerhouses would be able to fight against them. After all, the strength of the master was directly related to the strength of the warbeast. The stronger the warbeast, the stronger the master. With Yue Yang's progress, the more he comprehended and mastered, the stronger the warbeast would be in his hands. That was certain. It seemed that everyone had to hurry up and cultivate. Otherwise, not to mention Yue Yang himself, even the warbeast would disappear without a trace. Thinking of this, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others looked at each other. Their originally tired bodies were immediately injected with a trace of excitement. One by one, they jumped up, clenched their fists, slowly opened their stance, and began a new round of cultivation. Yue Yang's strength had increased, the strength of the warbeast had increased, and all kinds of improvements had increased the pressure on them. Even though they had already trained hard for a few hours, they still felt that it was far from enough. "Let's go back to." Shui Wuxia and Princess Sissy also looked at each other and nodded tacitly. They also had to go back to cultivate. In order to speed up their progress and follow Yue Yang, they were actually the most diligent. Night Empress, she also saw the hope of catching up to Jizun and Yue Yang. Pinned on them, Yu, on the other hand, was a little conflicted because Yue Yang had said that he would give her the spirit of radiance and use it to fuse with his angel's blade to improve his warbeast. What should she do? Chapter 660 Yu Clan Castle. Outside the castle, with the surrounding mountains as the foundation, plains and valleys as the lake, a divine dragon underground palace was dug. It was estimated that a dragon god shrine would be built in the middle of the lake. This huge project, if carried out by humans alone, would probably take at least a few decades to complete. But Her Majesty the Ocean Empress of the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower had supported 300,000 craftsmen. In addition, the Underworld Clan, Eastern Goblin Tribe, Golden Elves, Dwarves and other races of the Dark Continent had sent a large number of representatives to support the project. If the manpower from Da Sha and Tian Luo were added, the number of construction workers would exceed 1 million. Although the original target of construction was 3 years, even a blind man could see that with the power of 1 million people, this miraculous divine dragon underground palace and dragon god shrine would be born outside the Yu Clan castle within a year. For such a huge project, there was no reason for the various forces of Tong Tian Tower not to respond. It turned out that the demon Abyss, who had been fighting with the soaring dragon continent for thousands of years, had sent peace envoys for the first time. The demon kings had sent a letter of credence. It was even said that they would send the demon Abyss princess to make peace. Of course, this could only be hidden from the ordinary people. Those who knew a little inside information knew that the demon kings of the demon Abyss had long been allies with the Yu Clan third young master. When they were fighting against the Black Hell King, both sides were already solid allies. However, the shocking action of the demon Abyss officially sending peace envoys and princess to marry far away still shocked the people of the soaring dragon continent. Those man-eating devils actually worshipped humans and made peace with them. What kind of concept was this? It was like a burly man who had been beating up a frail scholar all day suddenly stopped, and even said that he wanted to marry his daughter to the frail scholar as a concubine. For thousands of years, the demon Abyss had been a lingering nightmare in people's hearts. Now, the people's fear made the princess to make peace. It was all washed away. The people of the Soaring Dragon continent had an indescribable sense of pride in their hearts, a sense of superiority towards demons. Even if the reason why the demon abyss worshipped humans was because of the Yu clan third young master, and had nothing to do with ordinary people, they still felt proud. The Yu clan's third young master was a human, not a demon. He had the ability to subdue demons. That was the pride of humans. Of course, if the mercenaries had been to Tong Tian Tower, especially those who had been to the third floor of Tong Tian Tower, they would have already known that the demon abyss and the Soaring Dragon continent had stopped fighting. The previously blood-soaked lines of soldiers had now become prosperous trade routes for merchants. The most belligerent demon clan and Soaring Dragon clan stopped fighting and made peace with each other. This was not good news for the other forces in Tong Tian Tower. This meant that the demons would turn their spears around and attack other targets. Many of the big and small forces that were in the target of the attack sent their special envoys to visit the Soaring Dragon continent. If they could form an alliance, they should form an alliance. If they couldn't, they should try to establish a good relationship with them and engage in trade. As long as the benefits of both sides were linked, even if the demon clan wanted to invade, they would still have some misgivings. Of course, there were exceptions to everything, such as the Radiance continent on the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower. The Senate of the Radiance continent was not worried about the invasion of the Devil race. He was a little worried about the Darkness continent's Netherworld race. When they heard the good news that the Emperor of the Underworld had decided to cultivate in seclusion for a long time, striving to break through to heaven rank, they suddenly regained their confidence. It was not easy to break through to heaven rank. Whether the Emperor of the Underworld could succeed or not, let's not talk about it for the time being. Even if he succeeded, they, who had a secret alliance with a mercenary from the Heaven Realm, were not afraid at all. The Senate of the Radiance continent was even confident that they could cultivate a new generation of Heaven rank, Sky Emperor, in the near future. The reason was that the Heaven Realm mercenary had signed many secret agreements with them. One of them was to help the Radiance continent to cultivate no less than 3 Heaven rank rankers. As long as they did not directly confront the Yue Yang third young master, the Senate was not afraid of any forces, even if it was the Underworld clan of the Dark continent that had been fighting for thousands of years and the Sea clan that had risen again because of the Yu clan third young master, not to mention the demon abyss that was only at the lowest floor of Tong Tian Tower. Your Majesty, I am the Senate's special envoy, Jin Yi. The special envoy, who had the strength of innate level 6, was very proud. He was actually unwilling to bow to Zheng Wuyu, who was lower than the innate realm. In the face of the various envoys who came to form an alliance, he also stood proudly, like a crane among chickens. Impudent, Feng Kuang, the commander of the Imperial Guards, was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire. This envoy is talking to His Majesty. You are just a little general. Don't tell me that you don't even know this little bit of etiquette when you are standing in the palace of the Great Shah. Facing the angry gazes of the crowd, Jin Yi, the envoy, ignored them indifferently. He felt that he and the Guangming continent did not need to ask for help from each other. Moreover, he had secretly reached an agreement with the Heaven Realm mercenaries. He himself had to express a bit of a strong diplomatic stance and show goodwill to the forces behind the Heaven Realm mercenaries. He did not want to make a two-faced move. After all, compared to the forces behind the Heaven Realm mercenaries, the Great Shah was just a weak existence. Moreover, what made the Golden Wing envoy feel fearless was that his own strength was far superior to the experts around him, and he felt that he should be superior. In Tong Tian Tower, strength was respected, wasn't it? However, Jin Yi did not know that even if the innate level 10 Emperor of the Underworld personally came, he would still greet Zheng Wuyu, not daring to be honorable. For a small envoy like him to have such an arrogant attitude, how could it not make Feng Kuang and the others furious? Who was Zheng Wuyu? In addition to being the elder of the Yu clan's third young master, he was also the father-in-law of the Yu clan's third young master. Looking down on him was equivalent to looking down on the Yu clan's third young master. Moreover, the elders present included Yue Yang's teacher, Shui Donglu, his grandfather, Elder Yu Hai, and many other elders. Not to mention that a small envoy was so contemptuous. Even if the emperors of the major forces came in person, they would have to pay their respects one by one to show their respect. How many Yu clan's third young master were there in the world? One and only. To be able to cultivate an elder of the Yu clan's third young master, if that honor was not respected, then what else was there to respect? Looking down on the Great Shah Emperor was tantamount to provoking the entire Great Shah. the envoys of several surrounding forces all sneered secretly. Don't think that the Guangming continent was still the Guangming continent of the past. The previous Sky Emperor Bai Yi was dead. The Guangming continent did not hide its strength and keep a low profile. Other than those arrogant fellows of the Guangming continent, everyone knew that the Yu clan's third young master was definitely not a person who could be bullied. The envoy of the Guangming continent dared to slap Zheng Wuyu's face, that was simply looking for abuse. Golden Wing envoy, standing on top of the Great Sha Palace and roaring at the Great Sha Imperial Guard commander, is this the so-called civilized etiquette of the Guangming continent's envoy? The envoy from the Dark Continent opened fire at the first moment. She still wanted to find fault with the Golden Wing, but she did not expect this arrogant fellow to bring about his own destruction. This envoy disdains to talk to the evil people of the Dark Continent. The Golden Wing discovered that the strength of the Dark Ghost was slightly weaker than his own, and he was full of courage to ridicule. The words and deeds of the Guangming continent's envoy have really opened this old man's eyes. Elder Xing Pan of the Sea clan also joined the Golden Wing army. Stupid birdman. This was the words of the Ox-head shaman, who was not afraid of power and ignored the Guangming continent. What a disgusting fellow. This was the Dwarf King, who was outspoken and outspoken. You weak rats, how dare you speak so arrogantly to this envoy? You should know that if I wasn't an envoy, I could kill you ants with a single finger. Get lost, in front of this envoy, you have no right to speak. The Golden Wing was furious. You guys are not even innate, what are you so arrogant about? If it weren't for the envoy, he would have slapped you to death. Of course, he could think like this in his heart, but it was a bit too much to say it out loud. This time, even the elves, Moon High Priest, who had the best temper, furrowed his golden brows. Golden Wing envoy, first of all, on behalf of the Great Sha Kingdom, I welcome you in the Guangming continent you represent. However, I want to remind you that this is the palace of the Great Sha dynasty. Even the innate experts and kings have to pay attention to etiquette. As a special envoy, your words and deeds represent the Guangming continent. It's best not to have words and deeds beyond the envoy's words and deeds. Otherwise, we will regard your words and deeds as the diplomatic attitude of the Guangming continent. Zheng Wuyu still had a smile on his face. He was a political expert. It was childish for the Golden Wing to play tricks with him. Of course, he would not be angry with the arrogance of the Golden Wing. He was waiting for an opportunity. As long as the Golden Wing made a diplomatic failure, that would be the time for him to get angry. Previously, Yue Yang had mentioned to him that it was best to find an excuse to let the Soaring Dragon and the Guangming continent become enemies, take the opportunity to invade the Guangming continent and explore the secrets of the space crack there. At that time, Zheng Wuyu had been waiting for an opportunity. Now that he saw that the Golden Wing was so cooperative, he certainly would not let it go. The Guangming continent turned out to be very annoying. The Sky Emperor Bai Yi was already dead, but he still didn't know how to restrain himself. After Yue Yang learned about the space crack from Zhang Guan, Bai Ma and He Tu, he had the intention to explore the secrets there. Now he just needed an excuse. The younger generation of the Soaring Dragon had no chance to train, the Demon Abyss had no goal, the Underworld race had no chance to retaliate, the rise of Hai Yingwu needed to make a name for herself, the Eastern Goblin tribe wanted to get close to Yue Yang, but they had no chance to show their goodwill. The emergence of the Guangming continent was the best result. According to the words of the old fox, Yue Yang's move was to bring disaster to the east. The Soaring Dragon continent and the Demon Abyss no longer fought, they must have a goal. The Guangming continent was the best target. The diplomatic attitude of our Guangming continent is neutral. We cannot ask about the covenant between you, but your target of attack must not be the interests of our Guangming continent. The diplomatic attitude brought by the Golden Wing was the bottom line decided by the Senate. If the Golden Wing's attitude was good before, it didn't sound so excessive. But now, it sounded like a threat to the Guangming continent, not a neutral one. Do you think you are still the righteous emissaries of the past? Don't make people laugh. The ghost of the Dark Continent sneered again and again. Tong Tian Tower is not yet the Guangming continent's turn to divide it. Elder Xing Pan also shook his head and refused. This envoy is here to warn you that as long as you interfere with the interests of our Guangming continent, attack our allies, and invade our vassal countries, the Guangming continent will not hesitate to send troops. The Golden Wing was a tough diplomatic ambassador, and he insisted on his principles. Of course, This insistence was related to the fact that he knew that the Guangming continent had the support of the Heaven Realm mercenaries. What are you arguing about? If you have the guts, then send troops. Why are you talking nonsense here? Didn't anyone tell you that you're a fool? A voice sounded behind the golden wing. Chapter 661 Inches. What, you dare to slander me? Golden Wing found a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes walking in from outside the hall and immediately flew into a rage. A human youth who was not even an innate actually dared to mock him, an innate level 6 innate ranker. If it was the Yu clan's third young master who could kill a heaven stage ranker, it would be fine for him to say a few words. But now, a student from an unknown school, wearing a school uniform and a school badge, wanted to challenge him. Go away, I'm too lazy to talk to trash like you. The young man cupped his hands to Jun Wuyu. Your Majesty, some time ago, I took in some dwarves. After a few days of communication, I think it's better to let you command them. All right, Jun Wuyu nodded. Your Majesty, I still have things to do. Goodbye. The young man bowed slightly again. Stop right there. Golden Wing didn't want to cause trouble, but seeing the young man's attitude, he couldn't hold back his anger. There was a Yu clan's third young master in the Soaring Dragon continent. Yes, the Yu clan's third young master was very powerful and awesome, but it didn't mean that all young people could ignore others like the Yu clan's third young master. Tong Tian Tower was still based on strength. A student who hadn't even left the school gate, perhaps because he was an alumnus of the Yu clan's third young master, was so arrogant. No matter what, he was still an innate level 6 ranker, and he was insulted. Did he want to leave without apologizing? If this was not the Da Sha Palace, but the Guangming continent, Golden Wing felt that the most merciful thing to do was to break the other party's legs and make the other party kneel in front of him like a dog and beg for his life. Otherwise, he would never forgive him. Before Golden Wing became angry, he actually thought about it, not blindly impulsive. If the young man in front of him was the Yu clan's third young master, then he was courting death. If he was the Yu clan's third young master's teammate, it would not be good either. But Golden Wing was sure that this man was not the Yu clan's third young master, because apart from his appearance, he did not look like the Yu clan's third young master, and his strength was not even at the innate realm. The Yu clan's third young master was a super ranker who could even kill a heaven ranker. Even if he restrained his aura, he would still have a kind of supreme dignity that could suppress the world. This young man did not have this kind of dignity. His body was emitting an inferior innate aura that was even weaker than the young elites of the Guangming continent. This kind of aura might be very powerful for humans, but for the winged race warriors of the Radiance continent, they were everywhere. Any adult winged race warrior was stronger than this young man. This young man was not the Yu clan's third young master, nor was he his teammate. It was impossible for him to be Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang, the Li brothers, Prince of Tian Luo, or even one of the team members mentioned in the report. Perhaps he was a student from Shangjing Academy or Ivy Academy, or even a disciple from the Feng clan or the Royal clan. Golden Wing had already thought of this. It was impossible for a young man to enter the hall without a backer. Killing him, that was impossible. However, she had to think of a way to humiliate him so that Jun Wuyu couldn't do anything to her. That was what she needed to do. You want to hit me? The young man moved his face over in a very annoying manner. His expression was as if he was trying to punch him. To be honest, Jinyi really didn't dare to hit him. If he punched him, maybe the Yu clan's third young master, who was hiding behind him, would jump out and kill him in a second. This envoy has no such intention. It's just that the Guangming continent intends to establish diplomatic relations with the Great Xia dynasty. We need a diplomatic ambassador to witness the signing of diplomatic relations in front of the Senate. If you have the guts, do you dare to be this diplomatic ambassador? Young man, don't tell this envoy that you're just a coward who lives by your mouth. Do you dare to go to the Guangming continent? Well, this envoy can't force you. We can't count on a coward who will piss his pants in fright to establish diplomatic relations with us. Golden Wing sneered and lured the young man into a trap. I would even dare to go to the Heaven Realm. The Guangming continent is nothing. The young man was really impulsive and immediately became angry. Don't be impulsive. Jun Wuyu was still a little hesitant. Don't say that this guy has already issued a letter of challenge. It's clear that he wants to scare me to the point of peeing my pants. Even if he doesn't, I can't back down. Your Majesty, if you don't agree, then I'll just commit suicide. In the eyes of Golden Wing, the young man belonged to the kind of hot-blooded and impulsive young man who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Alas, all right, Zheng Wuyu had to answer. Let's go. Let's see how you scare me to the point of peeing my pants. The young man's reaction made Golden Wing very satisfied. Zheng Wuyu was very difficult to deal with, but this kind of hot-headed young man could be played around at any time. He took the young man, who was said to be called a rock, back to the Guangming continent. Without hurting the opponent, he used all kinds of means to hit him. Neglect and coldness, intimidation and threats, all kinds of words and deeds that didn't leave a trace, all kinds of words and deeds that could make the other party angry were used. While Golden Wing was secretly happy, he observed the other party's attitude. He gradually became sure that although the young man was furious, he still insisted on not losing the country's image and listened to Zheng Wuyu's instructions. Golden Wing thought that he would tear up the diplomatic letter in anger, but he didn't expect that he never did. No matter how angry the kid was, he didn't officially turn his face. Golden Wing asked the servant to bring a pot of pig food to the other party as a treat. Although the young man was so angry that he smashed the house, he didn't leave the Guangming continent. All kinds of reports went up. After the Senate analyzed them, they came to a conclusion. The emperor of the Xia dynasty didn't want to go to war with the Guangming continent, so he had been patient. Now that he knew the other party's trump card, Golden Wing was even more impolite. He directly starved the young man for a long time. Then, when the other party was waiting outside the Senate, he maliciously summoned an ice rain, drenching the young man. Even so, the young man still didn't leave. The elders of the Senate were even more convinced that the Xia dynasty didn't have enough strength to challenge the Guangming continent. When they met the young man, Iraq, one by one, their attitude was even more arrogant. They used a mocking tone all the way to reject the decision to establish diplomatic relations with the Xia dynasty. They put forward the conditions. If the Xia dynasty wanted to establish diplomatic relations with the Guangming continent, it must agree to the 3 conditions and the 10 points of agreement of the Guangming continent. When the soaked young man walked out of the Senate with this humiliating letter, a guard also, sneak attacked him and kicked off the envoy's staff in the young man's hand. When the young man bent down to pick up the envoy's staff, he stared at Golden Wing with hatred and anger in his eyes and said, "I will come back and return your hospitality today 1,000,000 times." This sentence made the guards laugh. As for Golden Wing, he already knew the trump card of the Xia dynasty's emperor, Zheng Wuyu, who was bent on seeking peace. He didn't care about the harsh words of an envoy at all. What was the point of humiliating an envoy? Disrespecting the emperor in the Xia dynasty's palace, Zheng Wuyu didn't have any reaction. Did a human emperor living at the bottom of the Tong Tian Tower dare to challenge the experts of the 10th floor of the Tong Tian Tower? Except for the 3rd young master of the Yue clan, there was no one else in the entire Soaring Dragon continent. Half a day later, Elder Nangong of the Innate Alliance suddenly came. He brought a declaration of war. From today onwards, the Xia dynasty declared war on the Guangming continent's Senate and all the forces controlled by its subordinates. Unless the life of the Guangming continent was reduced to slaves, it would not stop until death. On the declaration of war, there were also the Tian Luo kingdom of the Soaring Dragon continent, the Dark Continent's underworld clan, the Eastern Goblin tribe, the Demon Abyss, the Sea clan, dozens of other forces, even the Thunder Fortress and the Titan Chamber of Commerce on the 6th floor of the Tong Tian Tower, declared war on the Guangming continent at the same time. This declaration of war made the elders of the Senate's scalp tingle, and Golden Wing was even more dumbstruck. "Mr. Nangong, is there a mistake in this declaration of war? We just established diplomatic relations with the Xia dynasty today," Golden Wing asked anxiously. "If it's something important, how could this old man make a mistake? This was personally handed to this old man by the Yue clan's 3rd young master, and it also has the signatures of the leaders of the various clans." Elder Nangong said that this declaration of war was an ironclad fact. "Reason? What's the reason for declaring war?" Golden Wing fainted. What did the Guangming continent do wrong? Was he disrespectful to the Xia dynasty's emperor? Cough. This old man is here to say that your actions have caused the world to look askance at you, so the Innate Alliance has refused to mediate for you. All the consequences of your actions will be borne by you. Before Elder Nangong left, he said, "The reason why the Xia dynasty and the various clans declared war is that you have greatly insulted the Yue clan's 3rd young master, the special envoy who came to negotiate on their behalf. In order to recover the dignity and honor that the Yue clan's 3rd young master deserves, the experts of all clans will enter your Guangming continent endlessly until all of you surrender and become slaves, until the anger of the Yu clan's third young master is eliminated. It was you who refused the kindness of the Yu clan's third young master. Please remember this serious historical lesson. Never insult an envoy, because he represents the dignity of a country and a race. He is the Yu clan's third young master. Golden Wing almost fainted. Wasn't that kid called a rock? This Yu clan's third young master, who liked to use a fake name to deceive people everywhere, had caused him so much suffering. The Guangming continent was finished. In the Xia dynasty palace, Zheng Wuyu and the old fox laughed. The Dark Continent's ambassador, Ghost Spirit, and the Sea clan's ambassador, Elder Xing Pan, looked at each other and smiled. In fact, as soon as Yue Yang entered the hall, they deliberately pretended not to recognize Yue Yang. They didn't expect that the arrogant Golden Wing really believed that Yue Yang was a student. Originally, the appearance of Yue Yang was a coincidence. They didn't expect to declare war. As a result, the Golden Wing gave everyone a reason to start a war. If other ambassadors were teased, they would at most apologize, but the Yu clan's third young master was teased like this, which was the greatest insult in the world. Even if the people of the Guangming continent wanted to explain, they couldn't open their mouths. If ordinary people knew that when the Yu clan's third young master was an envoy, the Guangming continent treated him with a pot of pig's food, what would they think? Would they accept the other party's apology? Of course not. I've wronged you. I really didn't expect those guys to be so excessive. The old fox put his arm around Yue Yang's shoulder and laughed. Sweat, I didn't eat it. There is shame, but that's on the surface. If they dare to do anything to me, I will go crazy on the spot. Why would I wait until now? Yue Yang actually wanted the Golden Wing to wave his fist. As long as the Golden Wing waved his fist, there would be enough reason to start a war. Unfortunately, there was no need to wait so long. Of course, if one were to think about it carefully, the Golden Wing's ice rain that had drenched Yue Yang's whole body could be regarded as an attack. This account would be very terrible. No wonder no one in the innate alliance was willing to stand up for the Guangming continent, including Shun Tian and the Black Prince. They were all silent to protect themselves, secretly cursing the people of the Guangming continent for being pig brains. It's none of your business for the time being. You'd better go to the water world to deal with that Yang Wei. Of course, the old fox wouldn't let Yue Yang be the first to go. If he went to the Guangming continent, then there would be nothing left for them. Alright, Yue Yang really wanted to go to the water world, not to beat Yang Wei, but to find the clever little monster and the spirit of radiance. After that, Yue Yang was also ready to enter the black hole sealed space and ask Queen Vivian Li about the heavenly realm.